Chapter 1121 Goodbye. On the other side, Jia and Chiyua are already on their way to the Lingxi Secret Realm. There are still 2 months until the Secret Realm opens, so they are not in a hurry and always stop and go along the way. Everywhere they go, the two of them will come down to eat, go shopping, and happily shop. Both of them are nascent soul cultivators and are already high-level cultivators in Chiffon continent, so no one who is short-sighted dares to harass them. During this time, both of them experienced a kind of relaxation and joy that they had never experienced before, which made up for the regret of not going shopping and playing with friends in the previous life. 1.5 months later, the two of them arrived at the Lingxi Secret Realm ahead of schedule. They found an inn to stay in a city very close to the Lingxi Secret Realm, intending to take a good rest and prepare for the Secret Realm. The Lingxi Secret Realm will last for 5 years, from the time it appears to the time it disappears. But it will consume a lot of things. So the two of them went shopping again. In the next half month, more and more Yuaning monks came to the city. But the whole city did not become lively, but became quiet. Most of the outside monks left because they were afraid that they might inadvertently offend the nascent soul monks. The local monks were very cautious in everything they did during this period, because there had been cases in the past where someone had annoyed the nascent soul monks, who came here and ended up being killed. Especially this time. In addition to spiritual cultivation, there are also demonic cultivation and demon cultivation. Xia, junior brother C said he has arrived. Chiyua received the communication talisman from Si Ruochen and said to Shar, who was eating. Really? That's great. I haven't seen him for a long time. Xia jumped for joy. She hadn't seen Si Ruochen for a long time. Humph. Who wants to see you? Si Ruochen heard Ji Yao's words as soon as he stepped into the inn. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. But what he said was completely the opposite. TCH, I don't want to see you yet. Huh? Ji Yao snorted coldly and glared at Si Ruochen. Seen your sister Xia. Si Ruochen glared back, then looked at Chiyua. We haven't seen each other for so many years. And senior sister Xia is getting better and better. Junior brother Si. Chiyua smiled and nodded. Si Ruochen pursed his lips and came to sit down at the table. You can do it. You will reach the nascent soul stage so soon. Xia smacked her lips as she looked at Si Ruochen's cultivation. Before we met, he had not yet reached the golden core stage. This level of cultivation is like riding a rocket. You're not bad either. Si Ruochen glanced at her and realized that he advanced quickly because of his heavenly demon body. But Jia and Chiyua really rely on their hard work. That's right. Don't even look at who I am. Jio patted her chest and smiled happily. It is really a pleasure to see old friends. Well, you are the famous fairy Jian Yao. Si Ruochen looked at the light in Zio's eyes and couldn't help but smile fondly. This girl has never changed. Chi-Chi watched them bickering, and her mood soared. The life in this life was something she had never dared to imagine in her previous life, which made her feel very happy. How is this possible? Impossible. How could the Lu family be destroyed? Lu Xiangyu knelt down in front of the ruins of the Lu family, muttering to himself. She didn't believe that the Lu family was one of the top 10 families in the eastern region. How could it be wiped out by just 200 people? It's definitely impossible. Lu Xiangyu shook his head, feeling a little confused. Wrongly. She held her hands together tightly and read out the name she thought about day and night. Chapter 1122 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 1. Seeing that the Lingxi Secret Realm was about to appear, Jia and the other 3 also came to the place where the Lingxi Secret Realm was about to appear. At this time, there are already hundreds of nascent soul cultivators waiting here. Jia took a quick look and found that most of the people here were spiritual cultivators. There were about 20 demon cultivators, and there were only 3 demon cultivators. However, it is also possible that there are monks who have not arrived yet. Chi-Chi glanced at the crowd and suddenly found a female cultivator covering her true appearance. She was obviously a demon cultivator. Be careful about that woman later. She sent a message to Jia and Si Ruochen. After all, there must be some bad purpose in being secretive. I know. Xia nodded and looked in the direction of the woman. But she didn't see anything because she didn't have delusional eyes. Lin Hui had been secretly watching Xiao, and when she saw her looking over, she suddenly became excited. But in the end, she suppressed her excitement. Now she is still being hunted by several families in the demon realm. But she cannot expose her identity and cause trouble to her benefactor. Everyone was waiting patiently, appearing calm on the surface. But in fact, they were secretly sizing up others. After all, when entering the secret realm, everyone is a competitor. Ji Yao and the other three became the most conspicuous pair among them, because they had the lowest cultivation level, and all three of them were only at the early stage of nascent soul. Moreover, the three of them were too young and their appearance was too eye-catching, so they attracted most people's attention. Ji Yao felt quite uncomfortable when she noticed others looking at her. She could only hope that the secret realm would appear soon. Suddenly, a mysterious sound came, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, a burst of golden light flashed, and a constantly rotating vortex appeared in midair, bringing greater attraction. As soon as everyone saw that the secret realm had appeared, they all flew into the air and flew into the whirlpool. Ji Yao and the other three also flew into the air and followed the crowd into the whirlpool. Suddenly, a strong attraction came, leading Ji Yao to keep falling. Ji Yao's heart tightened, and she tried hard to break free, but found that it was useless. Boom! Ji Yao fell heavily to the ground. Hiss! She yells, but hurt from the fall. She stood up, rubbed her butt and looked around. This is just an ordinary bare space with not a single hair around it. She looked up and saw that she had fallen from above just now. She couldn't even use her spiritual energy to stabilize her body, so she could only fall down. I'm afraid this place is not that easy to break into. After a while, she yells, but finally stopped hurting. She thought about it and found a random direction to move forward. This place is not a desert, but it is not an oasis either. There is nothing. As far as the eye can see, there is an endless open space. She spread her consciousness and found that it was like this for hundreds of kilometers. Ji Yao didn't dare to fly in the secret realm because she was afraid that she wouldn't die quickly enough. She had no choice but to add spiritual power to her legs, use her skills, and move forward quickly. She paid attention to the situation as she moved forward. What if there were some treasures here? Just as she was moving forward, a branch suddenly shot out from the ground and swept towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao was startled and immediately jumped into the air, then slashed towards the branch with her sword. Just as she was about to cut off the branch, a branch suddenly appeared from behind. Ji Yao could only run away immediately and launch an attack. Chapter 1123 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 2. Before Ji Yao could breathe a sigh of relief, countless branches sprang out from the ground, all heading towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao could only keep teleporting while constantly sending out, breaking the sky. Branches kept being cut off, but more branches immediately popped out, making it difficult to guard against. Paw! Ji Yao couldn't dodge and was hit by a branch in the back. She flipped backwards violently and struck the branch directly with her sword. Then she turned around again, slashed hard at the branches behind her, and cut off a few branches again. Seeing more and more branches, Ji Yao quickly released the chaotic sky fire and thunder net. Fire overcomes wood. Ji Yao originally thought that these branches would be scared when they saw the chaotic sky fire, but she did not expect that these branches would become more excited. Boom! Suddenly, the entire ground cracked, and something ran out from below. Ji Yao was startled and quickly flew into the sky. As she flew, she turned back and discovered that a giant tree appeared on the ground. The tree was still growing, and soon exceeded Ji Yao's flying speed. Ji Yao had no choice but to fly to the side, trying to get away from the giant tree. But this giant tree has countless branches, all of which are sweeping towards Ji Yao. Although Ji Yao tried her best to resist, she was still wrapped up. Ji Yao was completely tied up. She tried hard to break free, but it was completely useless. She looked up at the giant tree and found that the tree had penetrated deep into the sky, and she couldn't see where it ended. Ji Yao looked down again and sent out her spiritual consciousness, and found that the roots of this giant tree were spread out for hundreds of kilometers, and they were now exposed to the ground. Ji Yao blinked. No wonder there was no grass growing around here. This giant tree was so overbearing. She exerted all her spiritual power, but she couldn't break the branches. She concentrated on commanding Li Yuan to cut off the branches, and it took a long time without leaving even a single wound. Ji Yao frowned. She could cut off branches before, but why did her true body appear and not even leave a wound? She became anxious in her heart. If she couldn't break free, she might be in danger. Just as she was trying desperately, the giant tree suddenly swung its branches, throwing Ji Yao into the air, and then threw her down. Ji Yao was shaken so dizzy that she tried her best to move her hand back and finally grabbed the branch. She clutched the branches tightly in an attempt to reduce her discomfort. The branches swung again, throwing Ji Yao high, and then took it back again. This continued for a quarter of an hour, and Ji Yao's head was already congested with blood. When she was dizzy, she was suddenly taken into her body by the giant tree. Bang! The branches let go of Xiao, and she was thrown to the bottom of the giant tree again. Xiao lay on the ground, shook her dizzy head, and then quickly stood up. But her whole body felt a little uncomfortable. It reminded her of the days when the hurricane was destructive. It was simply terrible. She took the elixir and finally suppressed the uncomfortable feeling. It was also at this time that she realized that she had arrived inside the giant tree. There is rich wood attributed spiritual power everywhere. Just taking a sip makes people feel physically and mentally comfortable. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! The rich wood attributes spiritual power condensed into a milky shape, falling drop by drop, splashing to the bottom of the tree and disappearing. Xiao looked up and couldn't see the end of the tree, let alone the exit. Chapter 1124 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 3. Master! This seems to be the Babel Tree. Shu Shu's uncertain voice suddenly came from his mind. What? Is it the legendary Tantian tree that can lead to the upper world? Xiao's eyes widened when she heard this. But this doesn't seem like it. Xiao frowned. This is not like what is recorded in the classics. So I'm not sure. It's indeed different from the Babel tree I've seen. But it's very similar. Maybe it's mutated. Shu Shu is also a little unsure. But his intuition tells him that this should be the Babel tree. TSK. Then if it really is a tree that reaches the sky, I would like to see what the sky is like. Xiao's eyes lit up. She raised her head and looked up at the sky, her whole body eager to try. She released Yunling and stepped on it to fly upward. Along the way, spiritual energy kept falling, but Xiao avoided them all. She was afraid that there was some mystery in it. She thought she would arrive soon. But Xiao flew for half a month and still couldn't see the end. Shu Shu, why is this so high? Xiao was a little confused. It wouldn't take that long for a monk to ascend. Because you are not a regular ascension. Of course, it will not be easy to reach the upper realm. But it shouldn't take long. Shu Shu explained aloud. Oh! Xiao figured it out, stopped worrying, and continued flying upward. The Babel tree recorded in the classics is a bridge connecting two worlds. So it is also called Boundary Tree. The monks who reach the upper realm through the Babel tree can only stay in the upper realm for 1 month before being beaten back. Unless the monks can eat the realm fruit that the Tantian tree only bears once every 10,000 years. They can stay in the upper realm from now on. However, Jia noticed just now that this tree had no fruit. Even if there is fruit, she will not stay in the upper world. After all, she still has too many things to deal with in Chiffon continent. Another half-month passed, and Xiao finally saw a burst of white light above her head. She suppressed her inner excitement, held Li Yuan tightly, and slowly flew up towards the white light. As soon as she rushed through the white light, Xiao found herself on a main road. She blinked. This Babel tree was too arrogant. It was actually in the middle of a road. Xiao looked around nervously, but fortunately no one saw her. Ahem. Xiao was a little excited. Is this the spiritual world? At this time, she was on a big road, and she didn't know where she was or where to go. But this still couldn't conceal Xiao's inner excitement. After all, this is the place that everyone in Shinfeng continent wants to come to. But where should she go next? Xiao was a little distressed. She only had 1 month. So it would be good to gain some knowledge here. Just when she was hesitating, a horse-drawn carriage suddenly appeared in front of the road. But the horse was colored and had a horn on its head. No matter how Xiao looked at it, it looked like a unicorn. The carriage drove past Xiao, causing a cloud of dust to fly, which shocked Xiao and immediately took a few steps back. The carriage didn't go very far when it suddenly stopped. Then a handsome man in black got out of the carriage. Are you the one sent by the Feng family to pick me up? The man in black frowned at the dumbfounded Xiao. Why didn't he send someone smarter when they sent someone to pick him up? No matter how good-looking you are, what's the use of being a fool? Chapter 1125 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 4. I'm not! Xiao shook her head, feeling a little nervous. This person turned out to be a master in the integration stage. Her heart was beating loudly. This was the first time in her life that she had encountered such a master. If she said the wrong thing, he would send her home with just 1 slap. Aren't you? The man in black frowned slightly and looked Xiao up and down. This little girl can advance to Yuaning at such a young age. So she must be the treasure of some family. From the looks of it, he probably ran away from home. However, it had nothing to do with him. He got back into the carriage and drove away. Huh? Xiao let out a long breath. She finally advanced. But before she could fully appreciate the feeling of a high-level monk, she turned into a little scum again. It seemed that she had to work harder. After all, the integration period was just before her eyes. As long as she worked hard, she would definitely succeed. She cheered herself up in her heart, and then chose the direction of the carriage. There must be a city over there, and at worst it would be inhabited. In the evening, Gio finally saw a huge city. Fengyun City! Gio looked at the plaque and seemed to notice something mysterious inside. But she didn't understand what it was. She came to the city gate and waited in line to pay the city fee. Looking forward, the people in line were all nascent souls with the lowest cultivation level. And there were also many god-transforming monks. The guards at the city gate who collect city fees are all in the god transformation stage. She pursed her lips and could only smile bitterly. 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones, the guard said to a male cultivator expressionlessly. What? 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones? Why don't you go and grab it? The male cultivator is a nascent soul cultivator. He just came out of a small place and wanted to see the big city. But he didn't expect that the entrance fee would almost wipe out his family fortune. If not, get out! The guard came over with a burst of pressure, causing the Yuanying monk to take several steps back. I'm sorry. I'll give it. At this moment, the nascent soul male cultivator realized that the other party was in the god transformation stage, and there was nothing he could do even if he killed himself. He handed over the spirit stone honestly, exchanged it for a jade token, and then entered the city. Jia smacked her lips. The entrance fee is too expensive. Are the expenses in this spiritual world so high? It seems that she still has to work hard to save money. The guards continued to collect money and release people. And monks would raise such questions every day. They were used to it. Their Fengyun city is one of the 10 largest cities in the entire Northern Territory. How can it be compared to those ordinary cities? 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The guard glanced at Ji Yao. Such a beautiful female cultivator dared to venture alone. She was quite courageous. After all, her cultivation was too low. Gio handed over the spirit stone and got the jade token, and finally entered the city. As soon as she entered the city, Gio had only one feeling, and that was how big it was. Very big. The entire city is connected by roads in all directions, and there are various shops everywhere. Jiyu is dazzled by the dazzling array of products. She walked slowly along the main street of the city, looking at the shops along the street. People were coming and going inside, and the business was obviously very good. But here, there are no stalls selling things on the roadside, and it is well planned. There is also an endless stream of monks on the street. Most of them are in the nascent soul and divine transformation stages. She has suddenly had the feeling that the gods are everywhere, and the nascent soul is not as good as a dog. The original work does not describe any information about the spiritual world. Shiyu is completely blind to this place, and does not understand anything. Chapter 1126 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 5. Fortunately, Shiyu has always met high-level monks who are stronger than herself. So her mentality quickly calmed down, thinking that she could go to the spirit world for a 1-month tour. In advance, Shiyu snickered happily in her heart, and she could brag to them after returning. After walking around for a while, Shiyu found an inn and planned to sit in the lobby and inquire about the situation. She casually ordered some spiritual food and listened to others chatting while eating. At first, everyone talked about their own matters, and Gio didn't understand why. Until later, Gio suddenly heard news that surprised her. I heard that the eldest lady of the Feng family is getting married recently to a monk who ascended from the lower world. What? How could the Feng family agree? Gio was stunned when she heard this. Rising from the lower world? Isn't this the spiritual world of Chifeng realm? Chifeng continent, can't ascend now? Hey, the big boss of the Gong family, who ascended 2,000 years ago, is that kid's ancestor. No wonder. The Feng family must want to hug the big man's lap. Isn't that right? Over the past 10,000 years, more and more monks have been ascended, and there are people from all the small worlds. We local monks are almost being outclassed by others. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, they are just from remote areas. How can they compare with us? However, there are indeed many ascended monks who are very powerful nowadays. Yeah. Let's just say that Jianichu of the Sword sect some time ago challenged all the geniuses of several sects in the Northern Territory, and he finally won. Sword cultivators are indeed terrifying. You do not say. As soon as Jianichu's name came out, Shiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Her breaking sky was created by her master Jianichu. It turns out that the master is really not dead, but has ascended. And listen to the meaning behind their words. This is not only the spiritual world of Chifeng continent, but also the spiritual world of other small thousand worlds. Jia frowned. It seemed that she needed to understand the situation in the spiritual world first. But she is a nascent soul cultivator, and others will know at a glance that she is not an ascended cultivator. If she rashly asks others, she will definitely cause trouble. She ate a few bites of spiritual food hastily, then paid the bill and went to a bookstore. In addition to selling some records of local customs and customs, the bookstore here also sells some biographies, as well as some records about the spiritual world. Jia bought a record book and then returned to the inn room. She sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the record. It turns out that this spiritual world is called the world of floating dust, and there are more than 1,700 worlds that can be examined in its lower world. Hundreds of millions of years ago, anomalies did occur in the Fuchin realm, and a boundary appeared for no reason in the northern region of the Fuchin realm. This boundary is in the southeast of the northern territory, and the monks there named it Chifeng territory. When Jia saw this, her eyes instantly turned red. It turned out that the monks there still remembered that she was from the Chifeng realm. At the beginning, the entire Chifeng realm fell apart, and the monks who accompanied that part to the spiritual world were not high-level monks, because all the real masters have fallen in the war. Just thinking about it, Jia could think of how much effort they put into protecting Chifeng territory. It turns out that not only the fallen seniors worked hard for the Chifeng realm, but the surviving seniors also worked hard to defend the Chifeng realm. Chapter 1127 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 6. The Yi family only gradually became prosperous thousands of years ago. There was no such thing as the Yi family in ancient times. But Jia really wanted to go to Chifeng territory to see it. But this place was far away from it, so there was no chance this time. She closed the book. But she was really happy in her heart. An indescribable happiness. Jia came to the window, opened it, and looked out at the busy street. It won't be long before people from Chifeng continent will slowly appear in this world of floating dust. Just as she was sighing, the place below suddenly became lively. In a few days, it will be the big day for the eldest lady of our Feng family. This is our Feng family's wedding candy. I want to share it with all of you fellow Taoists. A God transformation monk riding a crane flew while throwing wedding candy everywhere. Jia used her spiritual power to roll back a wedding candy. She stared at the wedding candy in her hand with some surprise. So there is such a custom in the upper world? In 3 days, all Taoist friends are welcome to come. Monk transformation God threw wedding candies along the street, and then wandered back. Many monks were vying for the wedding candies, all looking very excited. Jia looked at them with some doubts. Do these monks from the upper world love sweets so much? Maybe it's because sugar tastes good? Out of curiosity, Jia opened the sugar coat and discovered that there was actually a 9th level elixir inside. Jia opened her mouth slightly. Isn't this too extravagant? In Chifeng continent, if there is an 8th level elixir, the monks will fight for it. In this spiritual world, 9th level elixirs are used as wedding candies. No wonder everyone is fighting for them. Jia blinked and suddenly felt like a bumpkin. Fortunately, she has a strong psychological quality. Otherwise she would have been beaten to death. Jia put the elixir away. This elixir was a 9th level rejuvenation elixir. It was perfect for healing wounds. She had to keep it well and not waste it, since the wedding banquet in 3 days is open to the public. Jia also plans to go and have a look to see what is the difference between the spiritual world and the Chifeng continent. She returned to bed and began to meditate and practice. The spiritual power in the spiritual world was extremely rich and could not be wasted. Brother, why did you accept a little baby? Nandong Che heard that his eldest brother had accepted a disciple, and he didn't believe it at first. But looking at the little girl staring brightly at him, he finally believed it. Should my disciple call you Master Uncle? Or Master Uncle? Lu Yaij frowned in distress, but his eyes were always staring at Nandong Che. Nandong Che said uncertainly. Master Uncle? In fact, he wasn't too sure. After all, he had never thought that his eldest brother would accept a female disciple before. Uncle Master, Lu Yaij called sweetly, and then looked at Nandong Che with a smile. Nandong Che quickly pulled Nandong Yu aside and said in an angry tone. Why do you suddenly think of accepting a disciple? A female disciple? I'll see what you do when that little girl Zhiyao gets jealous. Nandong Yu glanced at him indifferently, sat down again, and started playing chess by himself. ignoring him at all. I'm serious to you. Don't believe me. When this girl grows up, she will definitely be jealous when she sees you two getting along. Nandong Che has seen many such examples. With that girl's temper, if she takes notice of her, her eldest brother will definitely be doomed. When the time comes, junior sister you will definitely not talk to you anymore. Won't even say anything to you. And will eventually find another man to become a Taoist partner. Nandong Che was so worried that he deliberately exaggerated. Chapter 1128 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 7. When Nandong Yu heard this, he paused with his hand holding the chess piece. When he thought that junior sister Yu might become a Taoist partner with someone else in the future, he was instinctively repulsed. The sight of Jiao calling him senior brother Nandong with a sweet smile appeared in front of his eyes, making him suddenly want to see her. Nandong Yu glanced at Lu Yaij, then raised his eyes to Nandong Che. She'll leave it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Yu disappeared from the place and returned to his cave. As soon as he returned to the room, he took out a piece of jade from the storage ring and began to carve it seriously. It will definitely look good on junior sister Yi. What? Nandong Che didn't react for a moment, looking at the place where Nandong Yu disappeared with a confused expression. Uncle Master. Master means to let the disciples follow you. Lu Yaij looked at Nandong Che with joy. This uncle is so good looking. And he also loves to talk. So following him is definitely more fun than following your own master. Nandong Che lowered his head and looked at the little carrot head that only reached his thigh, and suddenly felt that he was in trouble. And one look at the girl's ghostly appearance, he knew that this girl was definitely not someone to be trifled with. No! Brother! I just made it up. No matter what happens to you, that girl Jia will always love you. Nandong Che shouted and rushed towards Nandong Yu's cave, but was stopped by the formation bounced back directly. Brother! You can't be like this! Nandong Che couldn't get into the formation, so he could only worry. He has always been used to freedom, but he can't carry a bottle of oil with him. Teach her well. Nandong Yu's cold voice came, which immediately made Nandong Che's face grimace. He turned around and looked at the little girl who was looking at him with a smile, and suddenly felt that his good days were over. However, he has always listened to his elder brother's words, besides accepting it obediently. What else can he do? I really shot myself in the foot. Uncle, please give me your advice in the future. Lu Yaij saluted Nandong Che with a smile, smiling like a little fox who had stolen something. Nandong Che flattened his mouth, tears streaming down his face. Xiao, I have sacrificed my life for you. Achio! Xiao sneezed suddenly. She rubbed her nose. Why did it suddenly feel itchy? Not finding any problems, she continued practicing. 3 days later, the wedding day of the eldest lady of the Feng family arrived. Xiao was very curious and got up very early. She followed the monks and stood by the window of the hall, expecting the groom to take the bride on a patrol. After a while, someone came over. Ji Yao dispersed her consciousness and soon saw a group of people. The leader was riding a skywalking beast and was running in front of him. Behind him, someone was playing happy music, and the happy atmosphere also affected Xiao. Behind are several white horses pulling a wedding sedan. This method is similar to what you see on TV. The groom officer was in the early stages of distraction, and he looked like he had just ascended. But he is very good looking, with a jade-like face, handsome figure, and a sense of being a dragon or a phoenix among men. However, there was no joy on his face at this time, and those who didn't know could not tell that he was going to get married, but rather as if he was going to seek revenge. Gradually, everyone also noticed that something was wrong. I am afraid that the groom was not very satisfied with this marriage. The team slowly passed by the inn and continued to move forward. Xiao and other monks slowly followed behind. Everyone wanted to see the excitement. Chapter 1129 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 8. By the time they arrived in front of the Feng family gate, there were already many people following the team. At this time, Xiao also saw this majestic Feng mansion. The mansion is very large, and it has a strong aura of wealth at first glance. Yes, it's not the aura of immortality, but the aura of wealth and nobility. Xiao knew at a glance that the Feng family must be very rich. No wonder they used 9th level elixirs as wedding candies. The groom kicked the sedan door and welcomed the bride out. But instead of carrying her through the door, he held her hand. The bride was also wearing a bright red robe, with her head covered, so her face could not be seen clearly. Just looking at that figure, Ji Yao could imagine that she must be a beautiful woman. The groom took the bride into the mansion, and the monks also began to rushed to give gifts. At the door, Jia didn't know what kind of gift she could give, so she could only take out 2 7th grade array plates and send them out. The person who received the gift just looked at it briefly, put the things away, and let Ji Yao in. After all, they didn't want to get any good gifts from these monks. As soon as Ji Yao entered Feng Mansion, she found that there were thousands of tables set up to entertain guests. There were already a lot of monks inside, and everyone was waiting for the wedding ceremony of the bride and groom. For the signing ceremony, they did not choose to worship in a church. Instead, a high platform was built in the center of the courtyard, with many sacrifices placed on it and incense candles lit. Welcome all distinguished guests to participate in my daughter's bonding ceremony. Please take your seats. A middle-aged monk in the integration stage came out with a bright face and greeted him. Jia didn't know anyone, so she sat down at a random table. Most of the people at this table were in the nascent soul stage, and everyone was almost piled up according to their cultivation level. After everyone sat down, Jia took a quick look and saw that thousands of tables were filled with monks. It was really lively. She looked curiously at the high platform, and soon discovered that a middle-aged monk in the tribulation stage, a female cultivator in the distraction stage, and the male cultivator just now were on the high platform. Presumably, the female cultivator in the distraction stage and the male cultivator in the integration stage are the parents of the bride. And the one in the tribulation stage is what the monk calls the big brother of the groom's ancestor. The groom and the bride followed closely behind and climbed onto the high platform. But at this time, the bride no longer had a hijab. Jia took a look and found that she was indeed a great beauty who could conquer the whole country. But her face didn't look very good at this time. The 3 elders at the back were the ones who were happy the whole time. Suddenly, a female monk wearing a black robe appeared on the stage. She was a monk in the distraction stage with a serious face. She came to the center of the high platform and stood behind the bride and groom. Conclude the ceremony. Kai! A voice with thoughts came from her mouth and reached everyone's ears. Then, she began to make complicated gestures, and finally pointed towards the sky. Jia looked up and saw no changes. Feng Mini, Gong Yizhou, are you willing to form a Taoist couple starting today? The female cultivator asked in a solemn tone. The bride and groom, who were supposed to answer the call, did not. The faces of the 3 seniors on the high platform froze, and the audience also started talking. Feng Mini, Gong Yizhou, are you willing to form a Taoist couple starting today? The female cultivator asked again. I don't want to. The bride suddenly tore off the wedding knot and threw it to the ground. The groom didn't speak, but looked up at the bride with a gloomy look. Rebellious girl, what are you talking about? The bride's father stood up suddenly and yelled sternly. Chapter 1130, The Secret Realm of Lingxi 9. I said, I don't want to. Feng Mini looked firm and glanced at Gong Yizhou with disgust. She would not marry such a person. The bride's father didn't expect that Feng Mini would slap him in the face in public. So many relatives and friends came today. It can be said that the Feng family's face was completely embarrassed. Ha! You are indeed the woman I like. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared in the sky, and a figure stepped out. Jia looked up and saw a man wearing a white robe but half a mask looking at the bride on the stage with his lips curled up. Jia twitched her lips. This guy was a match for the high priest, and he was probably not a good person. Who are you? The big boss of the Gong family finally stood up at this time. The person who came was actually in the tribulation stage, but in the middle stage of tribulation, 1 level higher than him. Hey, don't be nervous. I'm just here to take my woman away. The man in white didn't take the Gong family boss seriously at all, and just looked at Feng Mini. Xiao Nizi, come with me. The man in white raised his finger at her. Feng Mini took off the phoenix crown on her head and flew towards the man in white with a happy face. You are looking for death. The boss of the Gong family felt that he was insulted and slapped the man in white with his palm. Humph. You don't overestimate your capabilities. The man in white snorted coldly and slapped his palm towards the high platform. Shiyu's eyelids twitched, and she immediately stood up and ran towards the outside of the homestead. The people at the same table were stunned by her, and then they realized what they were doing and ran out with her. Run! The fight is about to begin! The 2 masters were fighting against each other. How could they dare to stay? After a while, everyone in the yard except those invited by the Feng family ran away. Xiao Chugang saw Ziya running at the front at a glance and recognized her as the person he met on the road before. He was suppressing a smile. But this girl knew the situation well and ran away faster than anyone else. He turned around and looked at the two people who were fighting fiercely, sitting on the chair a little bored. The others were a little nervous, thinking about whether to help. But he was the only one who stayed calm. The man in white had the upper hand, and now he had Feng Mini in his arms. The Gong family member's nose was almost crooked with anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. For high-level monks, the difference is only one level, not a little bit. Rebellious girl, why don't you come down quickly? Feng Mini's father held her mother in his arms, hiding aside and looking at Feng Mini angrily. Once this incident comes out, the Gong family will definitely not let it go. If it escapes, only the Feng family will bear the wrath. Gong Yizhou's expression became increasingly gloomy. He hid in the corner of the high platform and stared at Feng Mini. This bitch is a lifelong disgrace to him. I already have a sweetheart. But father, you insist on me marrying that loser for profit. I will never compromise. Feng Mini looked at her father, as if she were an enemy. Feng Mini's father's chest heaved with anger, and he wished he could strike her with his sword. Feng Mini stretched out her arms, and hugged the man in white tightly, resting her head in his arms. He was the only one in the world who truly loved her. The man in white curled his lips, looked down at Feng Mini playfully, and then struck the big boss of the Gong family with his sword. Jiao and others were still outside Feng Mansion when suddenly a sword light flashed, shocking everyone. Chapter 1131 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 10. Jia teleported and immediately ran away. This was a sword that transcended the tribulation stage. Everyone ran forward like crazy, fearing that they would be accidentally injured. Boom! The sword light fell, and Jiao heard a loud noise behind her. When everyone turned around, they found that the Feng family and the gate had collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. And they also saw the two people fighting in the air. You? The head of the Feng family was almost furious. The Feng family was only the last of the 10 major families in the Northern Territory. But there was no master of the tribulation period. I can get in because I have money. This was also the reason why he wanted to curry favor with the Gong family boss. The same goes for this damn girl. If she had told them from the beginning that her lover was a master in the tribulation period, how could they have gotten to this point? Now everything is ruined. The head of the Feng family blamed Feng Mini for all his mistakes, and wished he had never given birth to her in the first place. Xia looked at the two people in the air, and a random palm seemed to trigger something. She frowned slightly. Could this be the legendary power of rules? When the man in white saw that the boss of the Gong family was always pestering him, the smile on his lips faded, and he was already extremely impatient. He casually slashed down with his sword, and then flew towards the outside of Feng's house, with Feng Mini in his arms. Huh? He just glanced down casually, but suddenly saw Jia looking up at them. The two people's eyes collided, making Jiao's heart tremble, and she immediately lowered her head. Xiao Chutang was still watching the fun. He didn't like the Feng family's interest-oriented approach. He was happy when Feng Mini ran away, but suddenly he saw the man in white stop. As soon as he looked over, he spotted the dazzling Xiao in the crowd. He suddenly felt something bad, and sure enough the next second the man in white stretched out his palm and grabbed Xiao. Xiu was always on guard and teleported to escape as soon as she realized something was wrong. Huh? The man in white chuckled, somewhat appreciating Xiao's courage. He grabbed Xiao, and when he was about to catch her, Chung Yaojin suddenly came out. Xia looked at the man in black who suddenly appeared behind her. Isn't this the first person she met in the spirit world? Fusion stage? The man in white raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Chutang indifferently. TSK. I am indeed only in the integration stage. Xiao Chutang took out a knife, turned it over twice casually in his hand, and looked back with the same disdain. Senior. Xia looked at Xiao Chutang's back, wondering why he came to the rescue. Stop talking. Xiao Chutang glanced back at her, then looked at the man in white again. Xia pursed her lips and closed her mouth after hearing this. But she took the opportunity to take out the teleportation talisman from the storage ring, planning to escape with her senior if she was threatened later. The incident happened so suddenly that she didn't even have the chance to take out the teleportation talisman. This small gesture did not escape the eyes of the man in white, and his eyes brightened when he looked at Ji Yao. Master Nephew Xiao, how about we deal with him together? The boss of the Gong family also came to them at this time and proposed cooperation. I don't need it. Xiao Chutang glanced at the Gong family boss lightly. It was the same with or without him. The boss of the Gong family suddenly choked and his face turned red. He didn't expect that a junior in the fusion stage would dare to do this to him. Xia looked at Xiao Chutang with admiration and gave him a thumbs up in her heart. It's really a bold and awesome artist. Chapter 1132 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 11. I would like to see where your confidence lies. The man in white looked at Xiao Chutang indifferently and slapped him with a palm. Xiao Chutang pushed slightly, pushing Jia far away, and then slashed towards the big palm with a knife. Suddenly, a shocking roar came from the knife, and a phantom mouth bit towards the big palm. Boom! When the two met, a strong impact suddenly broke out, spreading in all directions. The monks were so frightened that they hid one after another, but they all observed the battle and were full of curiosity. Xia dodged the impact, and when she looked over, she found that the two attacks had cancelled out. She looked at Xiao Chutang in surprise. No wonder he was so confident. He was exactly the kind of genius who could cross levels and challenge. The man in white didn't expect Xiao Chutang to be able to take this move, and his face suddenly darkened. Feng Mini was in his arms, and could feel his emotions. She shrank in fear, and tried to reduce her presence as much as possible. The man in white got serious. He took out a spiritual sword and slashed at Xiao Chutang. Xiao Chutang looked solemn, but not afraid at all, and faced him with a knife. Boom! The two collided, sending out a huge impact again, and an invisible wave spread to the surroundings. Jia teleported several times to move away from the impact, and then moved forward instead of retreating, moving closer to the battle situation with several teleports. She glanced at Xiao Chutang, winked at him, and then struck the man in white with her sword Yu. At the same time, Xiao Chutang immediately struck with his sword. The man in white didn't take Xiao's attack seriously at all. He could crush her to death with just one finger in her small nascent soul stage. Therefore, he completely ignored Ji Yao's attack and faced Xiao Chutang with a sword. He did not expect this guy to be so powerful. Ji Yao felt happy when she saw this. What she wanted was for him to underestimate the enemy. Years fell on the man in white, causing his figure to pause for a moment. At this moment, Xiao Chutang slashed forward again. The man in white immediately broke away from EU and hurriedly faced the attack. The two attacks met, and the phantom mouth on the sword directly swallowed the sword light and bit the man in white, leaving a long scar. Xia was overjoyed when she suddenly discovered that the man in white started to bleed non-stop, and the blood that flowed out turned out to be black. Xiao Chutang also noticed it, and just as he was about to take action again, the man in white suddenly slapped Ji Yao, then tore apart the space and ran away. Ji Yao was startled and slashed towards the big palm with her sword, breaking the sky, trying to block the attack slightly, then turned around and ran away. Xiao Chutang dodged and came behind Ji Yao to block the attack for her. Huh? Ji Yao watched Xiao Chutang block the attack, then stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't believe that she had just hidden a master in the tribulation stage. This was a way to seek death. Before she even ascended, she had already made enemies with others. Who are you, Jianichu? Xiao Chutang came to Hio and asked directly. Ah? Xia didn't expect Xiao Chutang to ask this, and was a little surprised. Fellow Daoist Xiao, it's all thanks to you this time. Seeing the man in white run away, the head of the Feng family came to Xiao Chutang with a shy face and thanked him. I'm not here to help you. Xiao Chutang glanced at him and said completely mercilessly. The head of the Feng family's face froze, but he smiled reluctantly, feeling extremely angry. Chapter 1133 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 12. Seeing this, Jiu admired Xiao Chutang even more. He was really merciless. The boss of the Gong family also looked ugly. After all, the person he couldn't beat just now was defeated by this junior now. The wedding wine has been finished, so I will leave first. Xiao Chutang waved to the head of the Feng family, then turned to Ji Yao and winked before leaving. Ji Yao understood, thought for a moment, and chose to follow. She held the teleportation talisman tightly in her hand. If the other party had any malicious intentions, she would just crush the teleportation talisman and run away. You should give me an explanation. Seeing Xiao Chutang leave, the Gong family boss looked at the Feng family head indifferently. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Xia saluted to express her gratitude. You're welcome. A grown man bullies a woman. Anyone who sees this will take action. Xiao Chutang waved his hand nonchalantly and took a sip of the spirit wine. Xiu blinked. Not everyone would take action. Little girl, what's your name? Xiao Chutang asked curiously. My name is Yijia. Xia didn't hide it. Anyway, she didn't exist in this world. Knight? Yi family in the central region? Xiao Chutang narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with unclear meaning. No. She comes from a small family and is not famous. Xiao quickly shook her head. She was not from a big family. However, is there a Yi family in the central domain? Oh, that's it. Then do you know Jianichu? Xiao Chutang still got to the point. I know him, but he probably doesn't know me. Xiao smiled sheepishly. It seems that Master Jianichu is doing well in the spiritual world. Everyone knows him. Where did you learn his inheritance? Otherwise, how could you know his famous sword move Pation? It's just not that good. Xiao Chutang smacked his lips, picked up a piece of spiritual beast meat, and swallowed it in one gulp. Xiao was a little hesitant. If this person had a grudge against his master, he would be in trouble if he spoke out. Oh, you little girl is really heartless. I just helped you block the tribulation period. And now you are trying to play tricks on me? Huh? Xiao Chutang glanced at her. It seems that this little girl is not stupid after all. No. Xiao waved her hands. That's not what she meant. Don't worry. That guy Jianichu and I are friends. We used to know each other without fighting. But now we haven't decided the winner yet. Xiao Chutang put down his chopsticks, picked up the wine glass, and said at the beginning of the sword. His fighting spirit rose. Xiao was a little surprised when she heard this. After all, there was no need for this senior to lie to her. He could kill her in minutes. Jianichu is the master of this junior generation, Xiao said truthfully. Cough! 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 Xiao Chutang choked on the spirit wine after hearing this. He raised his head and looked at Xiao in surprise, and then turned his ear towards Xiao. What did you say? I said, Jianichu is the master of this junior generation. Xiao did not expect that his reaction would be so big. Ha ha ha! It's so funny. That boy actually has a disciple? Ha ha! Xiao Chutang suddenly fell over, swaying with laughter. Ha ha! Xiao smiled awkwardly along with him. But she didn't know what was so funny about it. You kid! When did you have a disciple, and you didn't tell us about it? Xiao Chutang finally laughed enough. He took out a communication talisman and sent it to Jianichu. Little girl, where did you come from? Xiao Chutang became more and more funny as he thought about it, and laughed again. Chapter 1134 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 13. Me? This is a secret. Xiao winked at Xiao Chutang in a pretentious manner, but did not say it directly. After all, in this upper world, she is indeed too risky as a monk who has not yet ascended. There were high-level monks everywhere in the upper world, which made her a lot less courageous. Humph! Don't tell me if you don't tell me. When your master comes, you will be honest. Xiao Chutang didn't take it seriously. It's right to be wary. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. How could he still practice to this point? Kind of cultivation. Xiao smiled and ate happily. She was looking forward to Jianichu, but also a little scared. After all, he has been ascending for too long, and it is still unknown whether he will recognize Zhu Feng. In the next half-month, Xiao stayed with Xiao Chutang. He took her around the surrounding cities and saw the world. In the end, Xiao Chutang looked at Xiao in an increasingly strange way, because she was like a monk who came from a deep mountain and old forest and didn't understand anything. Xiao's look at Xiao Chutang was even more strange, and she finally understood why Xiao Chutang helped her. In the past half-month, she had seen Xiao Chutang helping 5 monks, including young children and helpless women. Anyone who saw a monk being bullied would have to step in. He didn't even know the reason from the beginning. Haven't figured it out yet. It turns out that this person took the chivalrous route. Ahem. How is it? Do you admire me very much? Xiao Chutang looked at Ji Yao's admiring eyes and puffed out her chest with some pride. Well, I admire you. Ji nodded with deep approval. It is indeed rare to have such a monk in this world. Of course, it would be better if he could understand the situation before taking action. After all, not long ago, he beat up a victim for a woman who practiced evil arts. However, Xiao can also judge from these that he really has a relatively simple experience and a pure mind. On this day, Xiao and Xiao Chutang were having dinner at a newly opened inn in the city. But Xiao Chutang suddenly became excited. Here we come! Xiao Chutang smiled at Xiao. Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and her heart started to beat rapidly. Chutang! A man in black suddenly appeared at the inn and called softly. Xiao turned her head slightly and saw a stern man with a hint of sharpness looking at her. She was a little surprised that Master Jianichu looked so young. Judging by his appearance, he could be said to be the master's disciple. Moreover, this master is also very good-looking. attracting everyone's attention as soon as he comes. Ha! You are finally here. Come on! Come on! Come and see your disciple. Xiao Chutang suppressed a smile and introduced Jianichu. Who would have thought that this young swordsman genius would already have a disciple? Jianichu frowned slightly and looked at Jia intently, wondering where she came out to pretend to be his disciple. Yi Jia, a disciple of the ancestral peak of Wanjian sect in Shenfeng continent, has met his master. Jia suppressed her inner excitement and bowed down to Jianichu. Jiani was stunned when he first heard the words, and for a time he thought he had heard wrongly. What did you say? Shenfeng continent? Jianichu reacted and took an excited step in front of Ji Yao. Yes, the disciple is from Shenfeng continent. Jia raised her body and smiled at Jianichu. When Jianichu heard this, he became dumbfounded and was overwhelmed by the surprise. Chapter 1135 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 14. At this time, even Xiao Chutang opened his eyes wide and looked at Jiyu in disbelief. He had also heard before that Jianichu ascended from the lower world. But his world had long been sealed, and there was no way to ascend. So he ascended from the other world. Unexpectedly, a girl flew up now. But it's not right to look at her cultivation. Right? Sit down. Jianichu calmed down and looked at Jiyo with satisfaction. As expected, their Zufeng is full of talented people. And this girl's talent is pretty good even in the spirit world. Jia sat down obediently and looked at Jianichu seriously. Don't be so nervous. Jiani couldn't help but smile when he saw her nervous look for the first time. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him smiling. Shenfeng continent. Are you okay? Jianichu asked aloud. He had been trying to unlock the seal for thousands of years. But there was no way. Shenfeng continent is very good. Soon the seal will be unlocked. And people from Shenfeng continent will ascend one after another. Jia looked at Jianichu and slowly felt a sense of intimacy in her heart. This is their Zhu Feng's family. Really? That's great. Jianichu felt a surge of emotion in his heart when he heard this. He had hoped to meet his former partners in the upper world countless times. But it was no longer possible now. However, it is also a very good thing to have younger generations ascend. Then you came up through the Tontian tree? Jianichu took a look at Jia's cultivation and roughly guessed the way she came up. Yes. This is what the disciple encountered in the Lingxi secret realm. Shiyu smiled sheepishly. She was just here for a trip. Lingxi's secret realm. I have been there before, but never had the chance to encounter it. Jianichu looked at Jiao. And it turned out that this girl was quite lucky. Master, do you still remember Jiansong? Jiao asked with some anticipation. Huh? How is that kid doing now? Jianichu's mind flashed back to the scene where the kid passed the outer sect competition and was taken to the Zoo Peak by his apprentice. He once gave him a meeting gift. But later, he went to look for a way to ascend and never had the chance to return to Wanjin sect. Master has reached the peak of divine transformation and will be up soon. Shiyu was very happy. With Master Jianichu here, Master's safety is more guaranteed. However, Shiyu felt a little funny when she thought of her master calling Jianichu his master. Master Jianichu was more talented and looked younger. This is my communication talisman. Give it to your master and ask him to come to me once he ascends. I'll leave this one to you. Jianichu handed the two communication talismans to Jiyo. Thank you, Master. Jiyo accepted with a smile. As long as Master established a firm foothold, she and her senior brother would fly up and have a place to stay. In the northern domain of Fuchin realm, there is also a part of our Chenfeng realm. There are many families there. You can go and see if there are any of your families in the future. Jianichu introduced to Jiao the relationship between Fuchin realm and Shenfeng continent. Things. There shouldn't be. Our Yi family only gradually grew later. Xia once knew the history of the Yi family, and it did not exist in ancient times. That's okay. I've joined the Northern Sword sect now, and you can come too in the future. Jianichu doesn't have a family himself. He relied on his own efforts to get here step by step. Chapter 1136 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 15. Xiao Chudeng watched the two chatting from the side. Very surprised. Jianichu was not a talkative person. But now, he was talking to this girl so patiently. He seemed really happy. Okay. She nodded in agreement. She was a sword cultivator, so it would be reasonable for her to join the sword sect in the future. How long do you have? Jianichu asked. There are still 8 or 9 days. Jia understood that he was asking about the time she would stay in the upper world. Well, what sword moves did you learn? Jianichu nodded. It would be okay to teach her something in a few days. Disciple has learned Master's Patian. Xiyu smiled sheepishly, because Patian did not exert its power at all in her hands and was completely overwhelmed. Huh? Jianichu didn't expect that this cute-looking little girl could actually learn breaking heaven. However, she could learn to break the sky, and Jianichu understood her character instantly. Just follow me these days. Good. 9 days later. Today is Jia's last day in the Fuchin realm. She has learned a lot from Jianichu in the past few days, especially Patian. Now her cultivation is still the same, but the power of this move is very different. Practice hard after you go back and strive to ascend as soon as possible. Jianichu looked at Jiyao with a gentle expression and warned. After getting along with her for the past few days, he felt that this girl was very talented and at the same time down to earth. He liked her very much. Yes, I will. Master, please wait for us. Jiyao responded with a sweet smile. Senior Xiao. Master. Disciple. I'm leaving now. Take care. Xiao saluted the two of them. And then a sudden attraction came, causing her to disappear from the place in an instant. Hey! This girl left suddenly. Why am I not used to it? Xiao Chutang sighed reluctantly. After all, they had been together for so long, and her sudden departure made him feel empty. Jianichu looked back at him, but didn't say anything. He looked at the place where Jiyao disappeared and began to look forward to the ascension of the monks from Chiffon continent. Jiyao on the other side suddenly appeared at the top of the tree hole of Tantian tree. Her heart skipped a beat. It was coming. Sure enough, a huge force of gravity came, causing her to suddenly fall downwards. Jiyao wanted to stabilize her body, but found that just like the records, she could not feel the existence of spiritual power at all. It is recorded in the classics that when returning to the Babel tree, the monk's spiritual power will be imprisoned and the monk will fall directly from the sky. And this is the price of going to the upper world. The extremely fast falling speed caused Jiya's face to be deformed by the wind. She closed her eyes tightly and cried silently in her heart. This was too miserable. Bang! Jiya landed for a quarter of an hour before finally falling to the bottom. Poof! She fell from the upper world. This height caused Jiya to suffer direct internal injuries and spit out a large mouthful of blood. She was thrown so hard that stars appeared in her eyes, and she lay paralyzed on the ground unable to move. The black and white gas in the body rotated rapidly, restoring Jiyao's injuries. At the same time, the wood-type spiritual liquid that disappeared before suddenly emerged from the ground and burrowed into Jiyao's body. Feeling a comfortable spiritual power wrap around herself, Jiya finally relaxed her mind and concentrated on recovering from her injuries. It was not until 2 hours later that she gradually improved. Jiya climbed up and raised her head to look at the tree hole with no end in sight. Chapter 1137 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 16. She was lucky not to fall to death after falling from such a height. Jiya smiled slightly, took out several bottles of spiritual spring, and poured them all into the Babel tree. As soon as the spiritual spring water touched the tree trunk, it was quickly absorbed. Jiya reached out and touched the tree trunk. The Babel tree not only took her to the spiritual world, but also healed her wounds with spiritual liquid, which made her feel grateful. At this moment, the tree trunk suddenly began to shrink, and then kicked Jiya out. Jiya steadied her body, and saw that the tree reaching the sky was now several feet tall. A branch was thrown towards her, making Jiya startled. She was about to resist, but found that the branch was cut off at the root and fell into Jiya's arms. Jiya was stunned. Before she could understand what was going on, the Babel tree completely submerged into the ground. Shoo shoo! This, Jiya held the branch, and was a little confused by this reversal. This should be given to you by Babel tree. It may be useful later, so keep it. Shushu was in a very happy mood at this time. He followed his master to the spirit world before, allowing him to see a better future. It's so polite. Jiya blinked and put away the branches. But Shushu, tell me, is my luck getting better again? Jiya thought of her previous experience in the secret realm, but she never had such good luck. Well, it should be that you helped reincarnate the seniors in the ancient battlefield. So Tiandao compensated you. Maybe from now on, you will become Tiandao's biological son in Chiffon continent? Shushu teased. Road. Ha. Jiya wrinkled her nose. Tiandao's biological son was Ronli. She looked up and looked around, chose a direction at random, and continued to set off. World of Dust. Feng Ling noticed Jiya's aura as soon as she appeared. He rushed towards the North Territory immediately. without any delay along the way. But when he arrived at the North Territory, he suddenly lost Ji Yao's aura. He closed his eyes and sensed it carefully again, only to find that the breath was no longer in the world of floating dust. Feng Ling sighed, finally feeling her, but missed her again. The Central Territory was too far away from the Northern Territory, and he still couldn't catch up. However, she would eventually come up, and he could only come back then. Feng Ling glanced around, and finally returned the same way, heading back towards the Phoenix Ruins in the Central region. Hey! It seemed like it was the big boss of the Phoenix clan just now. Xiao Chutang bumped Jianichu's shoulder and motioned for him to look at Tian Feng Ling's leading figure. Jianichu only glanced at her and then looked away. He had never met Feng Ling and had no interaction with her. Tell me, what is the big deal that can make the big boss come forward in person? Could it be that another descendant is being bullied? Xiao Chutang smacked his lips and asked curiously. Although the Phoenix clan has few descendants, they are all big shots and masters. Moreover, the Phoenix family is the most defensive, and the relationship between family members is very good. Therefore, it is very likely that the descendants of the Phoenix clan were bullied, and the Phoenix clan boss came to take revenge. Let's go! Jianichu just glanced at Xiao Chutang, not interested in these things. Now he only wants to work hard to improve his swordsmanship and provide support for the descendants of Wanjian sect who will ascend in the future. Oh! You have such a bad temper. That's not how you treat the girl Ji Yao. Xiao Chutang pursed his lips in dissatisfaction and chased after Jianichu. Chapter 1138 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 17. 3 months later, Xia came to a volcano. In the past 3 months, she had encountered some monsters and collected some spiritual herbs and the like. But this Lingxi secret realm is too big, and she has not seen other monks until now. As soon as she arrived near the volcano, she felt a rush of heat. There may be fire spirits in this volcano, which can help the Chaos Sky Fire advance. The Chaos Sky Fire is too young and its current power is too small. It can only be advanced by swallowing other flames or fire spirits. Xia took out a few defensive talismans and attached them to her body. She also attached the few ice talismans. This shouldn't make it too hot. Right? She took out Yunling and slowly flew up towards the crater. Arriving at the top of the volcano, Xia put Yunling away. But her talisman melted instantly. A strong wave of hot air hit her face. Ji Yao's face immediately turned red, and she began to sweat all over her body. She squeezed Li Yuan tightly, stretched out her head and looked down. Now that the volcano was not erupting, she should be able to go down. Xia calmed down and jumped towards the crater. Hey! Don't worry about it! Just as Xia jumped down, a pleasant female voice suddenly came. Xia had already jumped down, but she didn't care about her. She was just wary of meeting other monks. The further down she went, the stronger the heat became, and it seemed as if she would be scorched in the next second. It wasn't until she was about to touch the bottom of the volcano that Xia stopped and stood firmly in midair. Gula gula! The magma in the ground kept bubbling with bubbles, and from time to time, there were small bubbles bursting. Ji Yao tensed up and spread her consciousness to look around. Hey! Are you okay? Suddenly, the female voice came from the top of the mountain. Xia looked up after hearing this, and saw a head sticking out from the top. I'm fine. Xia responded and continued to explore. It's okay. I thought you couldn't get over it. The female voice seemed to be really relieved. Ji Yao didn't answer. If the Yuaning monk jumped from a high place, could he still fall to death? She became more and more wary. Could this person be pretending to be stupid on purpose? She took the time to explore the volcano cave in case something unexpected happened. Huh? Suddenly, a strange hole caught Jia's attention. What is that? Xia cautiously approached the small hole, trying to figure out what it was. Suddenly, something came out of the hole and rushed towards Xia. Jiu struck it with a sword and released the chaotic sky fire at the same time. At this time, Xia finally saw clearly that what jumped out was a fiery red monster. The monster looked terrifying, with only one eye on its face and sharp fangs. It was staring at Xia with its big eye. Xia has not seen any relevant records about this monster in the classics, and does not know what kind of monster it is. Chaos Skyfire became excited at this time and rushed towards the monster. The monster beast seemed to be more afraid of the Chaos Skyfire, so it got back into the hole with a whoosh, and the Chaos Skyfire followed directly into the hole. Xia was worried about the Chaos Skyfire and wanted to see what was going on in the cave, but found that her spiritual consciousness could not enter the small hole at all. She could only look at the hole nervously, waiting for the chaos, heavenly fire to come out. Chi chi chi! The scream of the monster came from the cave, as if the two were fighting. Chapter 1139 The Secret Realm of Linksy, 18. Hey! Why don't you come up? When Gia was worried, the female voice came from above again. Gia frowned. What on earth does this person want to do? She pursed her lips and didn't make a sound. She just looked at the hole nervously. Hey! Why don't you speak? A female voice kept coming. If you don't say anything, I'll come down. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao found that someone really jumped down above her head. Her heart tightened, and she came to the side of the cave entrance, turned around and looked warily at the falling figure. Soon, a female nascent soul cultivator wearing purple robes came down. She was carrying a spiritual bow. Her hair was tied up high, and her whole person exuded a heroic spirit. Hey! Why didn't you say anything when I called you just now? The female cultivator in purple frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. I don't call you Lo. She replied lightly, but in her mind, she remembered the I don't call you Lo joke she had seen in her previous life, and she suddenly felt better about being disturbed. Then what's your name? The purple-clothed female cultivator continued to ask, as if she couldn't detect other people's emotions. We don't know each other. Gia looked at the female cultivator helplessly. She didn't detect any malice in her so far, but this familiar character made her a little unable to resist. Don't we know each other now? The purple-clothed female cultivator said, patting her chest and looking calm. Gia didn't answer and focused on the entrance of the cave with her spiritual consciousness. She didn't know what happened to Chaos Skyfire now. Hey! What are you doing here? The purple-clothed female cultivator became interested and asked curiously. Gia looked at her with an incomprehensible expression. How did this person achieve such a level of cultivation? All monks know that you can't inquire about other people's opportunities, let alone strangers. TCH. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. The female cultivator in purple curled her lips when she saw Ji Yao didn't speak. She looked at the volcano and found nothing strange. It was just a volcano. Hey, there's nothing interesting here. How about we go out? The female cultivator in purple forgot Ji Yao's indifference in a blink of an eye and suggested with a smile. Jia looked up at the sky. She took back her heroic comment just now. She was just a silly person who didn't understand people's faces. Chi chi chi. The scream of the monster suddenly came from the cave entrance again, and Ji Yao was so startled that she immediately turned around and looked at the entrance of the cave. Hey, what's in here? The purple-clothed female cultivator also heard the screams and curiously approached the entrance of the cave and looked inside with one eye. Be careful. Before Ji Yao could finish her words, a wisp of flame suddenly burst out from the entrance of the cave and immediately covered the head of the female cultivator in purple. The purple-clothed female cultivator was startled, immediately stepped back, and extinguished the flames on her head with a few pats. What the hell is this? Bah! 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 The female cultivator in purple patted her head, only to find countless black dust falling down. Gio tried her best to hold back her laughter, but could not hold it back and burst out laughing. Hey! You look so pretty when you smile! The purple-clothed female cultivator looked at Ji Yao's smile and scratched her head in embarrassment, but then grabbed a handful of dust. She looked down at the darkness in her hands, and suddenly had a bad feeling. She took out the spiritual mirror, took one look at it and yelled, "Aw!" The person in the mirror had a dark face, and the hair on his head was completely curled. The purple-clothed female cultivator reached out to touch her tied-up hair, but her hair suddenly broke into a pile of debris and fell down. Chapter 1140 The Secret Realm of Linksy 19. Gia couldn't hold it back again and laughed. Ha ha ha! Looking at her silly look, it was really funny. You're still laughing. The purple-clothed female cultivator's face became hot, and she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. But seeing Ji Yao unable to stop laughing, she actually started laughing too. After laughing for a while, Ji Yu stopped. She straightened up and reached out to rub her cheeks that were sore from laughing. The purple-clothed female cultivator also reacted at this time, and quickly took out a pill and drank it. Almost instantly, a head of thick black hair grew back. She also washed away the dirt on her face, and her beautiful face returned to her face. Gia looked at the series of operations of the purple-clothed female cultivator, and finally determined that this girl was not pretending to be stupid, but was really a bit silly. And at the same time, she was cute in a silly way. Shichichi! The scream of the monster came again. and Jia suddenly sensed the thoughts coming from the chaotic sky fire. Let's go! She took one step forward, grabbed one of the purple-clothed female cultivator's hands, and immediately led her up quickly. What's wrong? The purple-clothed female cultivator was a little confused, but she still followed Jio and flew upwards honestly. Before Jio had time to answer, the entire volcano suddenly trembled slightly. Boom! The volcano erupted. Countless magma rose into the sky and quickly rushed under the two of them. Jio was startled and quickly took out the defensive spiritual umbrella and put it under her body, trying to resist the magma. The female cultivator in purple also noticed the danger at this time, took out a blanket and placed it under the two of them. I don't know what the material of this blanket is, but it completely isolates the magma and makes the two of them stand up. The lava pushed against the blanket and sent the two men into the sky. This huge movement attracted the attention of the surrounding monks. They were worried that something might happen to the treasure, so they all rushed over. Jia took out Yunling and pulled the purple-clothed female cultivator onto Yunling. At this time, the two of them were already very high from the ground. She looked down and immediately saw many black spots approaching, presumably other monks. Jiu looked anxiously below the magma, waiting for the chaotic sky fire to come up. After waiting for a while, chaos sky fire flew up unexpectedly. Ji Yao was overjoyed and quickly put away the chaos sky fire, then flew away into the distance. It wasn't until she flew far away that Jia slowly landed on the ground. The chaos heavenly fire swallowed up the demonic beast, and now it has fallen asleep in Ji Yao's sea of consciousness. When he wakes up, he should be able to advance to the 4th level. Thinking of this, Shiyu's mood became very bright. Her little friends are finally growing up. The only thing she hasn't figured out now is the Black Lotus and Carrot, and she doesn't know what they do. But she wasn't in a hurry. She didn't leave them behind just to let them do anything. You are a nice cloud. The purple-clothed female cultivator still misses the touch of the cloud spirit, which is so soft that it is not too comfortable. It would definitely feel good to sleep on it. It's indeed good. Shiyao smiled and nodded. Yunling was good. My name is Sima Liuyu. What's your name? The female cultivator in purple introduced automatically. Yi Jia. Xiao gave her name. After getting along with him, she quite liked Sima Liuyu. Whoa! Are you from the Yi family? Sima Liuyu was surprised. She had inquired about the situation in the Northern Territory before coming. Yes. Xiao nodded. There is nothing to hide. The monks from the Northern Territory who come here should know it. Chapter 1141 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 20. It's better for you to have fun outside. Sima Liuyu thought of his experiences during this period and didn't want to go back. Are you from the Hidden World family? Jio had long felt that something was wrong with Sima Liuyu. If you were from the Hidden World family, it would be easier to understand. Yes. Xi Yao. Do you also know about the Hidden Family? Sima Liuyu thought that no one outside the family knew about their family in the mountains and old forests. I've heard of it. Jiu smiled. It seemed that Sima Liuyu really grew up practicing peacefully and developed such a silly character. Hee hee. In order to be able to come out, I have been practicing hard since I was a child, and I have almost never played. However, I finally reached the nascent soul stage and caught up with this trial. Sima Liuyu thought of his own days. There is really only 2 words in it: cultivation. It's simply not too miserable. However, it just so happened that the Hidden World family sent its disciples out for a trial, and she caught up with them. All the hard work is worth it. Just as Jia was about to speak, countless black shadows suddenly flew from the distance. She radiated her consciousness and immediately discovered that it was a group of Yuanning monks who were running frantically for their lives. Run away! Ji Yao yelled at Sima Liuyu, then immediately turned around and ran forward frantically for her life. She stepped directly on Li Yuan and flew ahead quickly. Sima Liuyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around and followed. What's behind you? Sima Liuyu shouted at Jia in front of him while chasing him. I don't know, Jia replied without looking back, although she didn't see clearly what was chasing behind her. Something that could allow a group of nascent soul cultivators to escape would definitely not be simple. She was still waiting to go to the spirit world, but she had to save her life. Sima Liuyu blinked and looked back curiously. Oh my god! She only glanced at it, then turned around and sped up to escape. Ji Yao, those behind are all black cry beasts, Sima Liuyu said to Ji Yao while running wildly. What? Jiu trembled upon hearing this and ran away faster. The black cry beast is a kind of bird and a social animal. Once you mess with one, you mess with a bunch. This is not the most terrifying thing. The Wuckering beast has the sharpest beak in the world. As long as it is pecked, the piece of meat will be taken away, and that lump of flesh cannot grow again. And taking pills is completely useless, unless it is reborn from a body of bones. This kind of opportunity is so rare that Jiyu only experienced it once when she was going through the calamity of death. Moreover, the crow cry beast can ignore spell attacks, and can only use physical damage on it. However, if you fight it with your body, you are simply looking for death, and you will be covered with wounds by then. Therefore, when encountering the crow crying beast, the monks have no choice but to run for their lives. After all, no one wants to leave a few holes in their bodies. These things are extremely rare, and I don't know who provoked them. While Jiyu was running away, she was searching for a place to hide. After all, flying like this would easily provoke other monsters. Slowly, more and more monks join the escaping ranks. Because if you don't hide well, the black crying beast will treat you as an accomplice and attack you indiscriminately. To hide, you must completely hide your aura. Many monks ran and cursed in their hearts. I don't know who the HL is that provoked the black crying beast, causing them to run for their lives together. Chapter 1142 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 21. Xiao, there is no way for us to escape like this. Sima Liuyu looked back while running away, feeling excited and a little scared. You also look for it. Let's find a place to hide. Xiao has been looking for a place to hide, but she didn't see a suitable place. Quick! Quick! There is a place for you. A mountain call suddenly broke into Jiu's sight, and she was so happy that she immediately waved to Sima Liuyu. Sima Liuyu was also overjoyed. When the two of them were about to descend, they found that the two monks had fallen one step ahead of him. Hack! Jiu was so angry that she cursed and had to continue running away. Helpless, the two of them could only continue to search. Half an hour passed, and Jiao and Sima Liuyu's noses were almost crooked with anger. The two of them also found some hiding places along the way, but they were always the first to get there. Who made the two of them the lowest? It's over! It's over! Xiao! Look! There are only two of us left! Sima Liuyu turned around inadvertently, and found that they were the only ones still running for their lives. What? Xiao almost broke her voice when she heard the words. She turned around in a panic, and saw that they were the only two left. It's too much! Xiao quickly turned her head, and was chased by a group of black cry beasts. She almost cried. These monks were too treacherous. They were the ones who clearly caused the incident. But in the end, the two of them took the blame. She glanced sideways at Sima Liuyu flying beside her, deeply suspecting that her bad luck had affected her. Just now in the volcanic cave, it can be seen that this guy is definitely not a lucky person. It's great now. If two unlucky guys get together, wouldn't it be miserable? It's okay. If we keep flying like this, even if we don't get pecked to death by them, we will be exhausted. Jia frowned slightly, her thoughts turning rapidly. No matter what, they must not face the crow-crying beast. Otherwise they will definitely lose. There is a river in front of you. Sima Liuyu suddenly discovered that there was a river in front of him and became excited. Quick! Let's get down! Shio was delighted and immediately sped up and flew forward. The black crying beast behind them quickly approached and was about to catch up with the two of them. They finally fell into the river with a pop. Phew! The black crying beast put its head under the water without giving up. Jiao and Sima Liuyu stayed in the water. The head of the black crying beast was just above the two of them. A bunch of heads plunged towards the water, which made Jiu's heart skip a beat. She opened her eyes and met the small eyes of a black cry beast. The wadding beast wanted to take a bite, but it was always a little far away from Jiyao. It stretched its neck hard, and Jiyao quickly tilted her neck back. The main reason is that the river is really too shallow. Shio has shrunk her body as much as possible, and now she is almost lying down. Sima Liuyu's heart was beating so hard that he didn't dare to move his body. The two maintained this posture for a full quarter of an hour before the crow beasts retracted their heads. Seeing that the target could not be harmed, the black crying beast also planned to return. Who? Seeing the crow crying beast leave, Sima Liuyu immediately stood up straight and got out of the water. Come back quickly! Xiao immediately reached out to pull her. This black cry beast is quite smart by nature, so it would be terrible if there is a scam. Sima Liuyu was about to speak when he suddenly found a group of crow beasts turning back. Is this okay? Sima Liuyu was startled and immediately squatted back. Chapter 1143 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 22. The black crying beast once again put its head deep into the river and tried to peck the two of them. Sima Liuyu kept swearing in his heart. But he didn't expect that the monsters outside were so cunning. In this way, these crow beasts kept going back and forth for 10 times before finally leaving. These monsters are too scary. Sima Liuyu was glad that he had brought water-avoiding beads. Otherwise, he would have suffered a lot if he had been here for so long. Yes! Xia was also frightened and did not dare to move at all at this time, fearing that they would come back again. Should we go now? Sima Liuyu wanted to put his head out of the water to have a look, but was a little timid. Maybe? Xia wasn't too sure. The two of them were squatting in the water, looking a little silly. But there was no other way. The two of them said they should leave, but they didn't dare to act rashly. It wasn't until half an hour later that they saw the crow-crying beast coming back, and finally believed that they had left. The two stood up and hurried to the shore. They ran away without even having time to say a word. Okay. Okay. Sima Liuyu stopped flying and landed on the ground. It was already dark at this time, and the two of them arrived outside a cave. Xia also fell down and checked the cave with her spiritual consciousness. She found that there was no problem before walking in. As soon as Sima Liuyu entered, he sat down in the cave and let out a sigh of relief. They unexpectedly encountered a large group of crow-crying beasts that no one wanted to encounter. Xia placed a formation plate at the entrance of the cave, then took out a futon and sat down. This black crying beast is too insidious. Sima Liuyu looked angry. Just trying to play nice with him. This wandering beast is already smart. Otherwise it wouldn't be so feared. Xia took out a few pieces of monster meat and handed it to Sima Liuyu, and then took a bite of it herself. It's just that this bite was more fierce, as if he wanted to vent the frustration of being chased by the crow-crying beast. Sima Liuyu took the monster meat and took a big bite of it, as if what he was eating was the meat of the black crying beast. I don't know who caused it. Sima Liuyu became angrier as he thought about it, and he somehow took the blame for someone else. On the other side, Rongli held a jade bottle in his hand, which contained the saliva of the black crying beast. The saliva of the black cry beast is precious. Its mouth can cause irreversible damage to the human body, but their saliva can whiten flesh and bones. It's just that there is too little saliva here to achieve this effect. But it is definitely a holy product for healing wounds. In order to obtain the saliva, he was almost injured by the crow-crying beast. Fortunately, the trouble was diverted to the east, and he escaped without incident. But he also saw an old acquaintance, Shi Yao. Because he was worried about being chased, he concealed his true face, and Shi failed to recognize him that night. But being entangled by the crow-crying beast was enough for her to drink a pot. He thought of the Yi Qi he saw today. She was becoming more and more beautiful and outstanding. Now she had reached the early stage of nascent soul, only one level lower than him. Rong Li's mood was very complicated. He loved and hated Yi Qi. He didn't understand that he was obviously sincere. Why did the other party trample on him like this? Among all the women, she was the only one he was really attracted to. Why wasn't she willing to follow him? Night 17. Rongli called Ji Yao in a low voice, an invisible hope rising in his heart. Maybe he could give it one last try. Chapter 1144 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 23. At dawn the next day, Jia and Sima Liuyu set off to continue looking for opportunities. They walked all the way east. According to Sima Liuyu, she accidentally overheard a monk saying that there were auspicious clouds appearing in the east, and there was a fear that a treasure would appear. Although it was relatively late now, the two of them had no specific goals, so they planned to go for a walk. As the two of them moved forward, they picked some spiritual herbs, which was a bit of a harvest. It's just that this is a little different from the secret realm of spirituality described in the novel, where treasures are found wherever you go. Jia smacked her lips. Why didn't she see any treasure? She was also planning to find something good to give to Pei Yi as a gift later. Half a month later, the two finally arrived at the place where the baby was rumored to be. Is this a treasure appearing in the world? Jia asked in disbelief as she looked up at the giant in the distance that seemed to be about to break through the sky. Well, they really said that. Sima Liuyu scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha. Jia tugged at the corner of her mouth and smiled soullessly. She knew that this guy was unreliable. I think we'd better not go there. Jia looked at the monks in the distance, who were fighting fiercely with the giant at this time, and didn't want to get close. The giant's body was made of stone. He slapped a late-stage nascent soul cultivator away with one hand. His combat power was beyond terrifying. Ahem. Why are you so cowardly? Sima Liuyu curled his lips and deliberately used provocation to go up with Ji Yao. Look! It's so dangerous. But the monks don't want to leave. There must be treasure there, Sima Liu said. And he believed it himself. Ji frowned. Those monks were really hard-working. They thought they had some good stuff. Maybe they could pick it up. Then let's go and take a look. Ji put a few breathing charms on her body, and then sneaked closer to the front. Sima Liu also followed Shi Yao's example, and followed her quietly after putting on the talisman. Boom! A nascent soul cultivator was thrown away, and hit a place not far in front of the two of them. The two of them were startled. And when they looked forward, they saw the monk vomiting blood, his hair in a mess, and his face covered in bruises and bruises. He looked really embarrassed. Jiao and Sima Liu looked at each other. It seemed that this giant was not ordinary powerful. They walked around the injured monk, and continued to move forward. Finally, they stopped outside a cave, not daring to go any further, because there is indeed a treasure ahead, which is a black 5-petaled flower. The middle of the flower is golden, which is the different yellow grass of heaven and earth. The function of Kawanko is mainly used to treat diseases, injuries, and detoxification. The antidote refined from it can detoxify most of the poisons in the world. In addition, Kawanko can also maintain the clarity of the monk's spiritual platform, and he can stay awake no matter what illusionary formation he is trapped in. This thing has little effect on Jiao. But when it comes to treasures, there is really no reason not to fight for them just because the enemy is strong. At this time, a group of people were fighting against the giant. But Xiao knew that they were all distracted on Chihuang grass. If he ran away secretly, he would definitely be attacked and become a living target. But Sima Liu didn't have so many worries. Seeing the treasure right in front of her, she couldn't bear it. Chapter 1145 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 24. Sima Liu glanced at the fighting crowd and rushed out with a whoosh. Xiu didn't even have time to hold her back and saw that she had already run out. The monks who were fighting all abandoned the giant at this time, and instead attacked Sima Liu. Ji was startled and teleported to Sima Liu's side, pulling her aside. Boom! The place where she was attacked by various attacks and exploded. After the commotion passed, only a huge crater was left, with traces of explosions everywhere. Sima Liu was startled by this attack and glanced at Ji Yao gratefully. Jia had no time to care about her at this time, because those Yuanying monks attacked them again. She calmed down and then slashed out with her sword, breaking the sky. Boom! Pating collided with the attacks of those monks, and a loud noise suddenly erupted. The powerful impact spread in all directions, and Ji Yao and Sima Liu were violently thrown away. Cough! Jia stabilized her body and covered her chest with some discomfort. Although the power of breaking heaven has been greatly enhanced, it cannot compare with so many Yuanying cultivators. She stretched out her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, thinking about countermeasures in her mind. Ji Yao, are you okay? Sima Liu approached Ji Yao worriedly. Ji Yao looked at her in surprise, shocked by the power just now. How could this guy still be alive and kicking and nothing happened? Don't be afraid. I will avenge you. Seeing Ji Yao not speaking, Sima Liu thought she was scared. So she patted her chest and said. Ji Yao glanced at her without saying anything. At this time, the monks were restrained by the giant and did not take action against them again. I have offended these people and been injured just now, since I have to bear the consequences. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't get the Kawanko? Ji Yao held down her heart that was about to move and began to analyze when she should take action. Sima Liu stood beside Ji Yao and took off the spiritual bow on his back. She took out 3 arrows from the storage ring, which made Ji Yao's eyelids twitch. Ji Yao's eyes widened, and she saw that those 3 arrows were actually immortal weapons. She blinked. No wonder this guy was fearless. He turned out to be a master. Sima Liu slowly opened his spiritual bow and aimed 3 arrows at the 3 monks with the highest cultivation level. Phew! As soon as she put down her hand, 3 arrows immediately hit her target. Seeing that the 3 arrows were about to hit the target, they suddenly turned into 3 phoenixes, with a trace of burning flame behind their tails. Several nascent soul cultivators were startled, and immediately ignored the giant, and immediately stepped back, trying to avoid the arrows. It's just a shame. They can't hide at all. The arrows suddenly turned around and followed them all the way. Seeing that they could not hide away, several monks chose to take action. One of them slapped a big palm towards the arrow, and the other 2 slashed at the arrow with a sword. But the arrow passed directly through it and came closer again. The 3 of them took action again, only to find that no matter what attack they made, the arrows would go right through them and be useless. They had no choice but to keep dodging and playing hide-and-seek with the arrows in midair. At this moment, one of the monks was slapped from behind by the giant, causing him to jump forward uncontrollably. Poof! The arrow penetrated directly into the monk's forehead, instantly destroying his soul and causing him to fall from midair. Chapter 1146 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 25. Jia looked at Sima Liuyu in surprise. It turned out that he was a king. No wonder she turned a blind eye to these dangers. It turned out that he had this ability. The arrow reached its target and flew back to Sima Liuyu's hand in an instant. Good boy! Sima Liuyu smiled with crooked eyebrows and praised the arrow. Arrow jumped happily, and then returned to calm. The other two arrows are still chasing the target. Without the help of the giant, they can hardly catch up with the nascent soul monk. And it was indeed partly a coincidence just now. After all, he is also a nascent soul cultivator, so it is almost impossible to determine the winner quickly. This is also the reason why high-level monks don't like to fight with each other. Jia carefully observed the battle situation and planned to find an opportunity to attack Kawanko. But those people were focusing on them at this time. After all, they had criminal records. Jia, I'm going to get the Kawanko. You can help me keep an eye on it, Sima Liuyu suggested to Jia in a low voice. Jia turned to look at her, thinking about the feasibility of this proposal. They are always paying attention to you. Don't be afraid. It's just a group of nascent soul cultivators who are so close to killing me. Sima Liuyu patted her chest. She had the life-saving talisman of the ancestor of the gods and the heirloom of their Sima family, so she wasn't worried at all. You are just a nascent soul cultivator. Jia saw a row of black lines falling from her forehead as she looked at her heartless appearance. This guy would always suffer a loss if he continued like this. After all, there is heaven outside the world, and there are people outside the world. As a human being, you should never feel that you are the best in the world. Don't worry. Sima Liuyu didn't take Jia's reminder to heart at all. She glanced at the sky, then took out the defensive weapon and put it on her body, and rushed towards Kawanko again. Jia didn't stop her anymore. The other party was not a child, so she had no right to interfere with her decision. Moreover, it is also a good thing to let her suffer a loss and teach her a long lesson. The monks who were fighting with the giant in the sky were filled with anger when they saw that Sima Liuyu actually wanted to take action against Kawanko. While I was working my ass off up there were actually people cutting my beard down below. At the moment, these people didn't care about the giant at all, and all moved towards Kawanko. What kind of giant are you fighting? Might as well take Kawanko and run away. Sima Liuyu was about to get Kawanko when suddenly an attack came from behind. Her heart sank. If she avoided it, she would not be able to get the Kawanko. Thinking of this, she decided to give it a try. She reached out her hand regardless and picked the Chihuang grass. But before she had time to be happy, she was hit by several attacks at the same time. A protective shield suddenly popped up on Sima Liuyu's body. It was those defensive weapons and life-saving charms. The nascent soul monks missed a single hit and attacked Sima Liuyu again. Sima Liuyu tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't escape the attacks of so many people. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and was already injured. Jia wanted to help, but she didn't move. Instead, she focused on the giant, watching it approach Sima Liuyu step by step. Jia suddenly had a bad feeling. Sima Liuyu, leave quickly! Jia shouted anxiously to Sima Liuyu while slashing at the giant with a streak of time. It's a pity that the Tao and Xing are too different. The giant is just a little slower and returns to normal randomly. Jiu frowned and accepted Senior Link Susie's understanding of time, but found that it was impossible to understand it just like this. It must be combined with certain circumstances. Therefore, years still haven't grown much. Chapter 1147 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 26. When Sima Liuyu heard Ji Yao's cry, he immediately endured the pain and flew away. Boom! The giant suddenly punched her and knocked her away. Poof! Sima Liuyu hit the mountain and then rolled to the ground. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and frowned in pain. Just one punch caused her serious injuries. 5 of her ribs were broken and her lungs were shattered. She immediately took out the elixir and drank it. But her heart gradually sank because she saw the giant approaching. Sima Liuyu wanted to run, but at this time, he was unable to gather his spiritual power due to his injury. She closed her eyes, took out her spiritual bow, and wanted to shoot an arrow at the approaching giant. Puff! But before she let go of the crossbow, she spat out a mouthful of blood again because of the use of her spiritual power. Jia watched the giant attack Sima Liuyu. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly approached Sima Liuyu. The other monks were waiting for the giant to deal with Sima Liuyu, and then went to fight for the Qihuang grass. The giant approached Sima Liuyu and stepped on Sima Liuyu. Ji Yao teleported and appeared next to Sima Liuyu, helped her up and fled away. She released Yunling and placed Sima Liuyu on top. Then she threw a thunder net at the approaching giant, and then struck it with a break sword. Ji Yao, be careful. Sima Liuyu took the time to cut open the elixir to recover from the injury, and looked at Ji Yao worriedly. Well, do you want to leave? She asked, remembering that she still had a teleportation talisman in her storage ring. Huh? Sima Liuyu didn't understand what she meant. I have a teleportation talisman. You can go first. Jia took out a teleportation talisman and handed it to Sima Liuyu. But she herself wanted to fight with the giant. Her physical training was still in the middle stage of nascent soul and had not improved. She had obtained another physical attack technique on the ancient battlefield. This was a good opportunity. If she couldn't bear it anymore, she could just use the teleportation talisman to leave. I won't leave. I can recover soon. Sima Liuyu took the teleportation talisman, but was unwilling to leave early. She could tell that Jia didn't intend to leave, so it was even more impossible for her to leave her behind. Then be careful. Jia also knew that she had other means to save her life, so she punched the giant without saying anything more. She recited the exercises silently in her mind, and an image of a monk boxing appeared in her mind. The other nascent soul cultivators had Sima Liuyu's idea at this time. Seeing that she was seriously injured, they all attacked her. Sima Liuyu's heart sank. He took out a few high-level thunder seeds from the storage ring and threw them towards them. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions came, forcing the nascent soul monks to retreat. The power of Tian Lizi this time was much stronger than that of other days, so they did not dare to step forward for a while. Jiyu only took a moment to take a look and saw several huge mushroom clouds rising into the sky. Seeing that Sima Liuyu was fine, she treated the giant with peace of mind. As she punched out, the shadow of a dragon emerged from it. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded through the sky, making the nearby monsters tremble. The dragon shadow collided with the giant, but was punched away by it, causing no harm at all. Jia's heart sank. But Kei was not discouraged and punched him again. Boom! Jio and the giant's fists actually met. Chapter 1148 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 27. Poof! Jio flew backwards and hit the ground hard, splashing dust all over the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood, then immediately got up and waved her fist at the giant. The dragon shadow appeared again, this time circling around the giant. The giant punched Long Ying and was instantly dispersed. Jia teleported and appeared above the giant's head again, and punched the giant's head. At this time, the giant raised his head slightly, stretched out his hand, and directly grabbed Ji Yao's hand. Bang! It slammed Jio to the ground, causing a big hole in the ground. Oh! Blood flowed down the corner of Jiu's mouth, causing her to cover her chest in pain. At this time, her whole body began to ache. But she finally encountered an opportunity to improve her strength, and she was not in a hurry to give up. She jumped up from the pit and punched the giant again. Other monks also watched the excitement at this time. Anyway, it was hard to attack Sima Liuyu for a while. After all, she didn't know if she still had Tian Lizi in her hand. They knew the giant's ability, but they didn't expect that there would be a fool who wanted to compete with it for physical strength. Wasn't he just looking for death? Bang! Jia was knocked away again, and the huge impact caused her to crash down a hillside. The hillside collapsed, burying Ji Yao's entire body. Cough, cough, cough. Jia coughed uncomfortably and tried hard to climb out of the ruins. The black and white gas in the body rotated rapidly, recovering Ji Yao's injuries very quickly. Ji Yao felt happy. Since the ancient battlefield, the speed of repairing injuries with this black and white gas has actually accelerated. She felt more confident and attacked the giant again. Bang! 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 Jiu was knocked away again and again. She couldn't remember how many times she was knocked down. As soon as she was injured, the black and white gas quickly restored her injuries, making her like an invincible little strongman who continued to attack the giant. The dragon shadow in the boxing technique became more and more solid, and the power of the punch became stronger and stronger, although it still could not cause damage to the giant. The distance Jia was knocked away became shorter and shorter, and the injuries became lighter and lighter. Sima Liuyu and the other monks were a little dumbfounded at this time. It was actually the first time they had seen such a monk who was so resistant to beatings. coupled with Jia's soft and frail appearance. They really doubted their own eyes. Sima Liuyu admired Jiyao in her heart. She had been trained by her family since she was a child because of her talent and hard work. Many higher-level monks were defeated by her, so she was always proud inside. She believed that she was the best. So after she came out, she always felt that these people could not hurt her. But the fact is that she was blindly confident. If it weren't for Jia's help, she might be in danger at this time. And Jio, who was so small compared to the giant, was able to burst out with such powerful power. Moreover, she also has a spirit of perseverance and unwillingness to admit defeat, which she truly admires. Gradually, seeing that Ji Yao could stabilize her figure after being knocked out, the eyes of other nascent soul cultivators changed when they looked at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's strength may not be able to defeat them, but her invincible physique is really scary. She seemed to have countless spiritual powers, and a body that could be constantly repaired. Chapter 1149 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 28. Jio felt that her strength was getting stronger and stronger, and her heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. The body is constantly being injured and repaired, and at the same time it is constantly strengthening the body. Just when she was about to continue, the entire secret realm suddenly shook violently. Yunling suddenly emerged from under Sima Liuyu and returned to Ji Yao's sea of consciousness. At this time, Sima Liuyu had recovered more than half of his injuries. Everyone looked around uneasily, not knowing what was wrong. Boom! A loud noise came, startling everyone. Jia covered her ears that were suddenly shocked, and there was a buzzing in her ears. The secret realm was shaking more and more violently, and Jiao's heart was beating faster and faster. Xiao, what should I do? Sima Liuyu was a little flustered at this time, and subconsciously asked Jiu in the distance. Jiu was about to talk when she suddenly found herself being grabbed by the neck from behind. When she turned around, she found that the giant had grabbed her neck. Her heart tightened, and she immediately attacked the giant. But this attack was like tickling, and the giant didn't pay attention at all, and still grabbed her neck. Upon seeing this, Sima Liuyu immediately attacked the giant with a bow and arrow. The entire sky darkened, and a burst of red light suddenly shone in the sky. Everyone was shocked and wanted to avoid but found that there was no way to avoid it. The red light came and everyone disappeared from the place one after another. Jiu struggled desperately, but found that it was useless. She and the giant were also shrouded in red light. She felt dizzy for a moment, and when she regained consciousness, she was already somewhere else. Chi-Chi and Rongli on the other side were teleported to a palace one after another. They appeared in different rooms and began to break through in order to escape. A remnant soul was currently watching their every move in the palace, and the red light just now was just to help him bring the heirs over. Unexpectedly, two people came as soon as they arrived. The way he chose to pass on people was first and foremost about luck, because their belief in Chi sect was originally related to observing people's luck. And secondly, only good luck can lead to a further development. These two people are very lucky, so he doesn't know how to choose. So let them go through a test, so that the successor selected will be the best. Jio was grabbed by the giant's neck at this time and had given up struggling, because she found that the giant didn't seem to hurt her. Sure enough, after Jiyao calmed down, the giant actually put Jiyao on his shoulders. Jia blinked and was a little confused. This reversal caught her off guard. This is the giant's way of making friends. It should regard you as a friend now. Shushu's explanation voice came from the sea of consciousness. It knew the habits of the giants, so it never dissuaded Ji Yao from taking action. Oh? Make friends? Is it because I'm too cute? Ji Yao tilted her head and looked sideways at a huge face. Is this way of making friends too special? If he was a little more fragile, he would just die. Okay. Well, that's because you resisted the beating and could play with it, Shushu said with a smile in his words. Ha. Jiu smiled with a smile. This reason was not happy at all. She looked at the giant and tentatively reached out to touch the underside of its cheek. Sure enough, the giant did not resist or get angry. Jiu smiled slightly. It seemed that she didn't need to be beaten anymore. Chapter 1150 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 29. Jia finally had the mood to observe the surrounding environment at this time. Surrounded by a lush green grassland, there are occasionally one or two small flowers among them. Jia looked into the distance and found that there seemed to be a flock of sheep in the distance. She spread her consciousness and found a group of sheep in the distance. These sheep are all ordinary monsters of the second and third levels, so they do not pose any threat. These sheep are a bit like sheep in previous lives, and their fur is very lush and fluffy. Just as Jia was observing the sheep, The giant suddenly took a step forward. Xiao fell forward, then immediately steadied herself backwards, almost falling. Every time the giant took a step, the whole ground would tremble, making Xiao's heart tremble. The sheep in the distance were also frightened. They stopped eating the grass and turned around and ran away. As the sheep started running, the trembling of the ground became more obvious, together with the rumbling sound. Xiao felt as if she was on the battlefield. The giant can go very far in one step, but its speed is very slow, and its movements do not seem to be that flexible. However, this is also the rule of heaven. Every species has its own advantages, and naturally has its flaws. If the giants' bodies were so strong and as flexible as humans, it would easily cause other harm. Xiao sat on the giant's shoulders and looked at the scenery below. Feeling extremely small, she didn't know where the giant was going, so she could only sit obediently. After all, she might not be able to escape if she ran. The giant led Xiao forward step by step, and Xiao also changed from novelty at the beginning to boredom in the end. The giant kept walking like this until 3 days later. Xiao suddenly became energetic and finally stopped. She looked up and saw that there was a very high mountain peak standing here, with rugged mountain roads leading directly to the top of the mountain. Moreover, this mountain road was already bare, and it was obvious that visitors often passed by. And this guest is probably this giant. Sure enough, the giant stepped onto the mountain road and began to climb slowly. Xiao looked at the top of the peak, which was covered by white clouds, and could not see anything clearly. As the giant climbed, Xiao got closer and closer to the top of the mountain, and finally penetrated the clouds directly. Suddenly, an extremely strong spiritual power came over, accompanied by a comfortable feeling, which relieved Xiao's soul. Soon, Xiao followed the giant to the top of the mountain. There were still lush trees and overgrown weeds on the top of the mountain, and Xiao actually saw a small stream, and she could still hear the gurgling sound of water. Gigi! Suddenly, a monkey jumped out and hung upside down from a big tree, staring at Xiao with a pair of big eyes. Cough! Xiao leaned back slightly, trying to keep a little distance from the monkey. Soon, monkeys jumping around appeared one after another on the surrounding big trees. Some were hanging upside down on the branches, while others were squatting on the branches, scratching their heads and looking at Xiao. Xiao could tell that these monkeys had no ill intentions, but seemed a little curious about her appearance. At this moment, the giant suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao, then took her off his shoulders and gently placed her on the ground. Suddenly, a group of monkeys all jumped down from the tree and came to Xiao. Watching her curiously, Xiao felt a little uncomfortable. The feeling of being surrounded by monkeys was really hard to describe. Chapter 1151 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 30. The giant suddenly squatted down at this time, but its size was too huge. Even if it squatted down, Xiao had to raise her head high to see its head. At this time, many monkeys jumped on the giant and were playing around. The giant couldn't speak human words, so it stretched out a finger to poke Xiao. Huh? What do you want to say? Xiao was a little confused and poked back tentatively. Boom! The giant suddenly took action and knocked Xiao away with one punch. Ahem! Xiao fell to the ground with a confused look on her face. How could this giant take action just as he said? It was asking you to fight just now, and you agreed. Shushu's gloating voice reached Xiao's ears. Xiao rolled her eyes in her heart. Who knew that a poke would be a challenge? But she still jumped up from the ground and punched the giant. On the other side, Chi-Chi finally passed all the tests and came to the main hall of the palace. However, when she arrived, she found that a man had arrived early. This man obviously covered his face. But what surprised her was that even with the eye of deception, she couldn't see his true face. This person is certainly not simple. Chi-Chi became wary and looked at Rongli cautiously. Rongli heard the sound and turned around to find Chi-Chi. As soon as he saw Chi-Chi, he instantly thought of Yu-Chi. At first, he wanted to take them both in at the same time. This fellow Taoist. I came here by chance. I don't know if you have met anyone else. Rongli could not reveal his identity and pretended not to know him. Never. Chi-Chi replied coldly. She glanced at Rongli, and then looked at the top of the main hall. When she had passed the level again and again before, she had guessed that this should be a test of inheritance. After all, she had experienced it many times and could feel it. I just don't know what the inheritance is this time. Seeing Chi-Chi's cold attitude, Rongli didn't take him seriously and was a little angry for a while. In the past, every woman who saw her would fall in love with her. But I don't know when this law was broken. Maybe it started with Yi Shiqi and her? But the more this happens, the more he wants to conquer them. Which is why he has always been obsessed with Yi Qi. Welcome. Two little friends. An old voice came, surprising the two of them. A phantom slowly appeared. It was the person who tested them before. Shuang looked at the two of them, very confused. This girl has extremely good luck, coupled with her delusion-breaking eyes. She was born to look at the Qi sect for them. But this boy is not only extremely lucky, he also has a dragon spirit about him. This dragon aura does not refer to the aura of the dragon race, but his luck to become a dragon. If such a person were in the secular world, he would definitely be the king who would dominate the world. Even in the world of cultivation, he will be the dominant figure in the future. All the monks of their Wangqi sect died in the war, leaving only his remnant soul, waiting for the successor to appear. And he was waiting for the successor to unlock the seal of Chiffon continent. This seal was jointly laid by all the monks at the time. At that time, they had already anticipated their own ending. Almost all high-level monks in the entire Chiffon realm would perish, and the remaining monks had no way of protecting Chiffon. Wind World. Chapter 1152 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 31. Although setting a seal limits the development of Chiffon realm, it also prevents the intrusion of other realms. This is also an impossible solution, and his mission is to wait for the successor to unlock the seal. And now he has finally arrived. Breaking the seal is not something anyone can do, because breaking the seal requires paying a price. After the seal is released, the monk will suffer backlash, especially in terms of luck. Within a period of time, that person will be extremely unlucky, and there is a very high possibility that he will perish. Helping to unlock the seal was a great deed. Naturally, he couldn't let that person die like this, so he kept waiting for someone with great luck, so that he could survive that unlucky period. And when the seal is unlocked, you will also receive feedback from heaven later. In addition to supreme merits, you will also have heaven-defying luck. However, all of this can only be done in Chiffon continent. Once you leave this side of heaven, the future will be unpredictable. I've met Senior. Chi and Rongli both bent down at the same time and saluted the remnant soul. Ha ha. There is no need to be polite. It is fate that you are here today. Kanhun looked at the two of them with satisfaction. Nowadays, the juniors in Chiffon continent are getting better and better. You must have guessed my purpose, which is to find the successor of my sect. Remnant Soul has already thought about the method of choice, he said with a smile. I am the Grandmaster of the ancient Wangqi sect. Rongli's eyes lit up when he heard this. It turned out to be Wangqi sect? Nowadays, the Tianji sect in the central region claims to be the inheritance of the ancient Wangqi sect. In Wangqi sect, the monks under the sect can see through other people's luck, predict bad luck, and even predict the future. If he learned this inheritance, the benefits would not be too great. Chi was not very excited when she heard this, because she firmly believed in the principle of giving and receiving. And if she could get the skill to see through other people's luck, she would definitely have to pay something. At this time, she thought of Ji Yao. The Buddhist treasures she obtained were ultimately for those seniors. Every drink and every peck in this world has its destiny. The successor I selected can inherit the supreme inheritance of my Wangqi sect, can measure the past, determine the future, and observe people's luck. Kanhun carefully paid attention to the facial changes of the two people. Rongli smiled slightly when he heard this. It was exactly what he thought. He must learn this inheritance. He suppressed his inner excitement and waited quietly for the next step. However, after learning the inheritance of Wangqi sect, you must complete your mission. Kanhun said his purpose. Mission? What mission? Rongli was already confident of winning and asked with concern, because in his opinion, no matter who chooses between them, they will choose him. That is to open the seal of Chiffon continent. Remnant Soul was a little excited. He has been waiting for hundreds of millions of years, and now his mission is finally completed, and he can dissipate with peace of mind. Chi-Chi's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, and her mouth opened slightly in surprise. She really didn't expect that she could still break the seal. She has always known that the highest cultivation level in Chiffon continent can only be transformed into a god, and no one can ascend. She had been prepared to stay in this world, but now she got this good news. Rongli's expression was a little strange. He had known for a long time that there was a seal on the mainland. This was what Senior Long Tian told him. He knew he couldn't ascend, but he was already prepared to go to other worlds through the space cracks and ascend. Chapter 1153 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 32. To be honest, besides his women, He didn't want anyone else to ascend. He is a selfish person. Since his cultivation. Except for those women who have been kind to him. No one else has treated him well. If he could, he even hoped that the entire world would be destroyed after he ascended. Along with his inner thoughts. The luck above his head suddenly decreased. Kan-hun was shocked when he saw it. The reason for this situation was probably that he had thought of something bad. The remnant soul didn't have much energy anymore. But he couldn't be careless about finding a successor. So he still counted Rong Li's future with his fingers. After a while, the way he looked at Rong Li gradually became subtle. With his luck and destiny, he would undoubtedly ascend and his future would be bright. However, there seemed to be some variable somewhere. And the girl in front of him was just a small part of his variables. As for the real big change, even he couldn't calculate it. It was just a blank. It is also because of this variable that the boy's future has become confusing. Seeing this, he already knew what choice to make. The monk who opens the seal will die. Remnant Soul deliberately exaggerated his words, wanting to finally see the two people's choices. Rong Li's expression changed when he heard this, and he looked at Kan-hun in disbelief. Must die? Rong Li didn't want to believe it. Yes, because this was set up by countless seniors who spent their efforts. If you want to unravel it, you must pay a very high price. Kan-hun was still a little disappointed when he saw Rong Li's performance. Although he knew that many people were reluctant to die, Remnant Soul was still a little chilled when he really saw his retreat. Those guys sacrificed their lives for these juniors. Chichio's face was calm, and the time of this life appeared in her mind. She was originally a dead person, and it was a blessing to have the opportunity to be reborn in this world. At the same time, it is also a gift from heaven to her. In this life, the luckiest thing for her was getting to know Xiao, her master, junior sister Luo and junior brother Si. These people treated her sincerely, protected her and missed her wholeheartedly, allowing her to experience things that she never dared to hope for in her previous life. She has always wanted to live with them for a long time. But if she really needs to sacrifice for this world, she is willing. She was originally a five-spirited person with low qualifications. But later, she encountered one opportunity after another and cultivated to this point. She also knew that all this was her good luck. She never thought that this good luck should be squandered. Therefore, she cherishes it very much. Chichiyua smiled slightly. She was very grateful to heaven for always protecting her silently. Now, it's time for her to pay back. Kan-hun looked at the gradually deepening luck on Chiyua's head and nodded happily. It seemed that his idea was not wrong. He looked at Rong Li aside, and he could clearly see the rejection on his face. Have you thought about it? Who is willing to accept the inheritance of Wangqi sect? Kan-hun had already guessed the result, but still asked. Rong Li pursed his lips and did not answer. Even if the seal cannot be broken, he can ascend from other worlds. There is no need to sacrifice himself for others. That is really stupid. Junior is willing. Chiyua bowed respectfully towards Remnant Soul. Oh, are you really willing? Chapter 1154 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 33. Yes, I am willing. Chiyua stood up straight, with firmness in his eyes. It is her honor to be able to unlock the seal of Chiffon continent and benefit all living beings. Looking at Chi-Chi's determined look, Kanon's eyes gradually became moist. He thought of the "I do" as that all the monks soared into the sky at the swearing-in ceremony hundreds of millions of years ago. In the end, none of them survived. Rong Li turned his head to look at Chi-Chi, frowning slightly. He really didn't expect that this girl looked so beautiful, but was actually a fool. She is already in the nascent soul stage at a young age, and has a bright future. Why do she need to make these sacrifices? He shook his head sadly. It seemed that he had no chance to accept her. Okay, very good. Remnant Soul looked at Chiyua with emotion. He had lived up to the last wishes of those old guys, and found an excellent successor. He glanced at Rong Li, waved his hand lightly, and Rong Li disappeared from the place in an instant. When Rong Li came to his senses again, he had arrived at a strange place. When he thought about the inheritance of Wangqi sect, he felt a little regretful. But when he thought about the responsibility, he was glad that he had made the right choice. He looked around, chose a direction at random and left. Senior, can you give me some time to send a few communication charms to my friends? Chiyua pursed her lips. At the end of her life, she had something to say to them. Jiao made her realize the closeness between sisters, allowing her to trust someone without any burden and never have to worry about betrayal. And the master made her experience for the first time what it felt like to like someone. If she had another chance, She would really like to tell her master that she liked him very much. Really like. No need for the child. Kenan sighed, and suddenly reached out and patted Chiyueda on the head. Chi-Chi closed her eyes, and the inheritance of Wang Chi-sek quickly appeared in her mind. Child, what I just said is all false. You will not die. The future of this continent depends on you. You will be very unlucky for a period of time in the future. But remember not to give up on yourself. Kinhunman slowly began to become transparent, and my eyes were filled with anticipation for July. Chiyue's eyes were slightly red. She especially hoped that Jia would be by her side at this time, so that her senior could be reincarnated. But there is not so much luck in the world, and she can only watch the remnant soul finally dissipate. Chiyue wiped away her tears and smiled self-deprecatingly. She used to be a cold-hearted person, but she didn't expect that she would become so sentimental now. But she didn't hate this feeling. It is because of these joys and sorrows that she is a complete person. She sat down cross-legged and began to study the inheritance of Wang Chi-sect in preparation for unlocking the seal. A few months later, bang! Jia hit the ground hard again. She slid on the ground for a long distance, leaving a mark again. Jia stood up suddenly. Now this blow could no longer cause any harm to her. During this period of time, her body had been injured and repaired continuously, which actually improved her physical training level again. And now she has reached the late nascent soul stage. She jumped onto the giant's shoulders and gave his head a big hug. I didn't know where the opportunity would be to advance, but I didn't expect that I would come across it like this. Little giant, I have to leave, Jia said reluctantly while holding the giant's head. Chapter 1155 Lingxi Secret Realm, 34. Jia calculated that it had been almost a year since she entered the Lingxi Secret Realm. During this time, she had stayed here and played with the giant. However, she was leaving soon, because in the original work, July touched the seal here when she entered the secret realm for a year. Next, everyone will be transported to the seal, where they will spend the remaining 4 years. Xiao Ju is the only giant in the entire secret realm, and these little monkeys are the only ones who can accompany him. I finally met myself, and now I have to leave it. Hearing this, the giant turned his head slightly and looked at Jiyao. It stretched out its hand and poked Jia again. Jiyu smiled, but didn't poke her back. Seeing that she didn't respond, the giant lowered his hand a little lonely. It walked forward step by step, and then suddenly squatted down. Jia hugged the giant with some reluctance. She had no space and no way to take it away. Moreover, taking it away may not necessarily be good for it. The giant reached into a cave, then clenched his fist and took it out, then stretched his fist in front of Jiyao. Is there anything in here? Jia asked with some confusion, then stretched out her hands to hold it and put it under its fist. The giant slowly released his fist, and a handful of soil suddenly fell into Jiyao's hand. Just as Jia was about to take a closer look, she saw that the soil flew out of her hand with a whoosh. She flew forward and grabbed it again. Is this she soil? Jiyao's eyes widened in surprise, and she couldn't believe that the thing she was holding was actually she soil. Peripheral soil is a soil that can grow and expand on its own, as long as it is there. The land can become living soil, especially for planting spiritual objects, and it can even speed up the growth of spiritual objects. It is truly an extremely valuable thing. Its value is second only to the origin of Earth. Jia didn't expect that the giant would give her such a valuable thing, and her heart was filled with emotion. I have only been with it for a few months. Shushu was also a little surprised in the sea of consciousness. He didn't expect that his master was really a fool with a lot of luck. When a monk enters a secret realm, doesn't everyone want to find the treasure? Only my master is willing to spend so much time playing with this giant. All this time, the owner didn't seem to care much about treasures, and gave them all the good things he encountered. The giant didn't poke Jia this time. It stretched out its hand and gently put it on Jia's head and patted it gently. Ji Yao's heart was so moved that it was slapped away. Although it was very light, it still made Ji Yao's head buzz. Jia was dumbfounded and quickly grabbed its hand. Its head-patting action was learned from her. She would pat the giant's head from time to time before. Jia held the soil in one hand and the giant in the other, thinking about what she could give to the giant. But in the end, she didn't expect anything. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and took out several puppets from the storage ring. These puppets were bought when she and Chi-Chi went shopping together. They can not only serve tea and water, but also accompany others in fights. Moreover, the material of this thing is extremely hard and can definitely withstand beatings. Little giant, although this thing is a little cheaper, it is the most suitable for you. Yu jumped off the giant's shoulder happily, and at the same time handed the soil to Shu in the sea of consciousness. Chapter 1156 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 35. She took out the spirit stone, placed it in the groove, and immediately activated the puppet. Yu gave the puppet a fight order, and it hit the giant as expected. The giant was obviously very happy. He punched the puppet several times, but the puppet was not broken. Yu was relieved when she saw this. She took out tens of millions of top-quality spiritual stones, and piled them into the cave, where the giant had taken out the breath soil. She patiently explained the operation method to the giant clearly, and finally gave it a hug. Xiaoju, I'm leaving. See you again if we have the chance. Yu rubbed its head again, and then flew down the mountain. The giant stood on the top of the peak, watching Jiao leave. It has been alone since birth, with no brothers, sisters, or friends. This period of time is its happiest time. Yu landed at the bottom of the peak. She turned around and looked towards the top of the peak. Although she couldn't see anything, she still waved towards the top of the peak reluctantly. Thinking of the giant, Jia smiled warmly and turned around to embark on a new journey. 7 days later, Jia was dealing with a monster. She had been attacked by the monster before while trying to pick a spiritual grass. After a fierce battle, she finally got rid of it. She carefully dug up the spiritual herbs and placed them in her personal medicine garden. This portable medicine garden was given to her by senior brother Nangong. Now she has put the soil in it, and the growth of the spiritual herbs is really gratifying. Jia poured a few drops of spiritual spring water into it, and then put it away. Being able to get the breath soil this time is already a worthwhile achievement. Just when she took out the inner elixir of the monster, the whole world shook violently again. Jia looked up and saw a red light falling from the sky again. Coming! The red light fell on Jiyao and took her away from the place. Everyone in the entire secret realm was taken away by the red light, and finally appeared in front of a huge mountain. When Jia arrived, many monks had already arrived. Chiyu! Jia saw Chiyu as soon as she landed and immediately ran towards her. Chiyu also saw Jia, and she laughed slowly. After Jia approached, she took the initiative to reach out and grab Jiyu's hand. Chiyu was a little surprised. She always liked to stick to Chiyu, so it was rare to take such initiative. Wow! You are so awesome in Chiyu! You have advanced again? Jia looked at Chiyu's mid-stage nascent soul cultivation with some shock. In the original work, she was promoted after breaking the seal. Could it be that she encountered some changes? Chiyu smiled and nodded, then sent a message to Jia and told her what she had encountered before. After hearing this, Jia sighed in her heart. This cultivation level was a gift from the remnant soul. Originally, it didn't dissipate until the seal was released. From Chi-Chi's narration, she could guess that he must have been moved by Chi-Chi's willingness to sacrifice for the mainland. So he sent gifts to Chi-Chi, hoping to protect her life as much as possible. However, what surprised her was that there was a man at the scene. This was a plot that was not in the original work, because there is no him. There is no part in the original work where Chi-Chi chooses to sacrifice. However, when thinking of someone who could match the luck of July, Jia first thought of Rongli. Moreover, retreating in the face of battle seems like something he can do. I think that man should be Rongli, Jia and Chiyu analyzed. After all, he covered his face again, probably to avoid the fatwa. He's here! Just as Chiyu was about to speak, he happened to see that person. Chapter 1157 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 36. Jia looked forward after hearing this, and saw a male cultivator in the middle stage of nascent soul appearing not far away. He raised his head and looked at Jiyao. His pupils suddenly trembled. And then he turned his head unnaturally and looked away. Seeing this, Jia was even more certain that this person was Rongli. He is Rongli! Well, find an opportunity to kill him! A murderous look flashed in Jiyu's eyes. He was a big threat to Jia, and his luck was so strong. So he must not be left behind. Okay! Jia nodded. She and Rongli had been irreconcilable for a long time, and they would eventually decide whether to live or die. Gradually, more and more monks appeared, and people they knew stood together and whispered about something. Siruochan also joined Jiyao. He stood quietly beside Chi-Chi, acting as a flower protector. Jiyao, I finally found you! Sima Liuyu saw Jiyao as soon as he appeared and ran towards her excitedly. Are you okay? Jiyao smiled and expressed concern for her. I'm fine. Hee. Sima Liuyu scratched his head in embarrassment. He had previously blamed her for being too confident, which led to his injury. In the end, thanks to Ji Yao. Otherwise she might still be hiding somewhere to heal her injuries. This also taught her a lesson, and she should never act impulsively again in the future. As soon as Sima Liuyu appeared, Rongli set his sights on her. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the spiritual bow Sima Liuyu was carrying behind her back. Although it was a high-quality spiritual bow, he felt the aura of an immortal weapon in her body. Tisk! Rongli snorted lightly. It seemed that he was going to gain something big from this trip to the secret realm. Ji Yao introduced Sima Liuyu to Qi Qi and the two of them. And then, they chatted and observed the monks around them. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came, attracting everyone's attention. They turned their heads and looked at the huge mountain. Suddenly, they saw a simple gate appear on the steep mountain wall. Everyone's eyes lit up. It seemed like the opportunity had arrived. Rongli glanced at Qi Qiu. For others, it might be a chance. But for her, it was a reminder. He shook his head sadly in his heart, and then looked at the door. There was a layer of fog covering the door, making it hard to see clearly. Rongli wanted to get closer, but others got there first and blocked him behind him. He snorted in his heart. So what if they went in first? In the end, the baby will be his. Shio observed the door, and suddenly felt a sense of intimacy. She and Chi-Chi looked at each other. The auras on this door were those of the seniors from the ancient battlefield. Thinking that most of them have been reincarnated, Shio smiled slightly. Everyone will live a good life in this life, and she is not worried at all. Chi-Chi looked at the door and sent a message to Ji Yao and the others, asking them to be careful when entering. Then she silently recited the Qi Wang sex exercises. A string of characters invisible to the naked eye emerged from Chi-Chi's mouth and slowly came to the door. They circled around the door several times and were finally sucked in by the door. Suddenly, a bright light emitted from the door, sucking in the monk, who was observing the door closely. The monks behind were all startled and quickly backed away, looking at the door warily. Ji Yao winked at Ji Yao and the others, then took the lead and stepped into the door. Ji Yao and others followed closely and walked in. Chapter 1158 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 37. Seeing this, the monks rushed in one after another. No one wanted to be left behind. Rongli was the last one to enter the gate, because he knew that there must be many dangers in order to unlock the seal. As soon as Ji Yao and others entered the gate, they found 12 passages in front of them. Ji Yao looked at Qi Yue, and there would be no problem in following her. Chi-Chi chose a passage at random based on her intuition and walked towards it. The other monks were still thinking about which one to choose. In the end, everyone slowly dispersed and headed towards different passages. Rongli chose a different passage from Chi-Chi. He didn't want to die. Chi Shuzi, why do I always feel a little panicked recently? Jian Song came to the central region again. During this time, he always felt uneasy, thinking that his little apprentice was still in the secret realm. He was worried that something would happen to her. But worried about Yao Yao. Qin Shen looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking. Yes. Jian Song nodded. Since he took in Yao Yao, he finally experienced the feeling of being a parent. I always worry about whether she is safe outside and whether she is being bullied. Ji Shizi also noticed something was wrong recently. Last night, he observed the stars at night and discovered that the fortune of Chiffon continent had changed. And this change is still in a good direction. He tried a divination, and it turned out to be a good divination. Visitors from outside the world. The seal is broken. Ji Shizi stroked his beard and said with a smile on his face. Huh? Jian Song and Qin Shen were both stunned when they heard this, not understanding the meaning of his words at all. Ji Shizi smiled and said nothing. The spring of Chiffon continent has finally arrived. Jian Song and Qin Shen reacted for a while, and finally understood what Ji Shizi meant. The two of them stared in disbelief, feeling a little dizzy from the sudden surprise. Originally, they were all prepared to die as soon as they reached 2,000 years old. But they didn't expect that now they have new hope? Central Domain? Nandong Yu rubbed a spiritual hairpin in his hand. This was a 9th-level defensive spiritual weapon that he had refined during these days. He carved the words, Night 17 on it. Recently, he always had a feeling that there was not much time left for him. He put away the spiritual hairpin and planned to give it to junior sister Yi when she came out of the secret realm. Nandong Yu dodged and left the room. As soon as he came outside, he saw Nandong Che teaching Lu Yaij how to escape. Master! As soon as Lu Yaij saw Nandong Yu appear, he immediately saluted him. Brother! Nandong Che's eyes lit up, thinking that Nandong Yu was coming to rescue him. During this time, he was almost driven crazy by this girl. She had to ask why everything How could he know why? Study hard. Nan Gongyu threw out a book of formations and handed it into Liu Yi's hands. The reason why he accepted Liu Yi was because he had received a hint from heaven. Although he himself didn't want to take on a disciple, he still had to take responsibility, since he accepted one. Liu Yi opened the book and saw that it was full of various marks and insights, which must have been Master's opinions on the battle method. Disciple must study hard and never let down Master, Liu Yi promised with a serious expression. Nan Gongche pouted at the side. This girl's face changed really quickly. She was not like this in front of him before. Yes, Nan Gongyu responded lightly, then glanced at Nan Gongche and disappeared from the place. He wanted to go back to Nangong's house to settle some things. Chapter 1159 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 38. On the other side, Xiao and the others were still walking in the passage. Oh my god! How long will it take for this to happen? Sima Liuyu sighed helplessly. They have been walking on this same path for several months, but they feel like they are always going in circles. The passage was twisting and turning, and they couldn't tell where they were going. Don't be anxious, Xiao reassured. The passage inside was indeed too complicated. It must have been set up through some special means, because she didn't notice the traces of the formation. Chi-Chi didn't notice the traces of the phantom formation either. Okay. Sima Liuyu scratched his head, admiring Xiao and the others' calmness. She has always had a fiery temper. In the past few months, she would rather fight with others than run around in circles. Just when she was worried, a light suddenly appeared in front of her. Sima Liuyu was overjoyed and rushed forward to find out. What she saw was an empty underground city with some houses made of stone. It's just that this underground city looks too desolate. There is dust everywhere, and the houses look extremely crude. Jia and the other two followed closely, and also came to this abandoned underground city. Jia radiated her consciousness and found nothing in the city. But this city always gave her a bad feeling. Ever since July entered this dungeon, his eyelids have been twitching. Her heartbeat gradually accelerated, as if something was going to happen. She and Ji Yao looked at each other, and just as they were about to speak, a huge stone suddenly fell down. Chi Chio was startled and immediately grabbed Ji Yao and led her away to the edge. Boom! The rocks fell, immediately denting the ground. Several people were startled and immediately looked up defensively. Be careful! Sima Liuyu suddenly shouted, because at this moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed Chi Chi's feet. Sima Liuyu immediately drew his bow and arrow and shot towards that hand. Crack! Just as Chi Yue was about to take action, he found that his hand was hit by an arrow and immediately shattered into powder. Be careful! At this moment, a huge boulder fell from the sky again. Ji Yao hurriedly approached Chi Chi and punched the boulder, blasting it away. Si Ruochen also gathered around Chi Chi. These attacks were obviously coming towards Chi Chi. Several hands stretched out from the ground again, grabbing Chi Chi, and rocks fell again from the sky. Chi Chi frowned and slashed at the hand on the ground with his sword. Poof! The hand was suddenly cut off, and then bright red blood flowed out. The blood was extremely dazzling, making several people feel a little chilly. Xiao was responsible for the boulder falling from above, while the three people in July were dealing with the hands emerging from below. Gradually, fewer and fewer hands reached out, and fewer boulders fell. But the uneasiness in Chiyue's heart increased. What's wrong? Chi-Chi frowned, and her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Boom! Suddenly, the entire underground city suddenly collapsed, falling towards Ji Yao and the others. Several people were startled and immediately wanted to escape, but they were all suppressed by a large number of collapsed boulders. Jia punched upwards, creating a hole immediately. She climbed up from the hole and immediately began to dig up the surrounding boulders. Soon, she saw Sima Liuyu and Si Ruochen getting up from the pile of rocks. Where's July? Chapter 1160 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 39. The three of them climbed out, but only Chi Chi was not seen. Xiao was startled and immediately spread her consciousness to look for Chi Yue. Si Ruochen was also panicked, worried about Chi Chi's safety. Xiao did not miss any inch, searched carefully, and soon discovered Chi Yue's figure. Quick! Over there! Xiao waved to the two of them and immediately ran towards the place where Chi Chi was buried. There were several boulders pressing on Chi Yue's body. Xiao stretched out her hand to move it aside, but found that the boulder was more than 10 times heavier than other boulders, and it was pressing hard on Chi Yue's body. The three of them worked together to lift the stone away, but they still only moved a little distance. Ji Yao frowned. Chi Chi was already in a coma, and she had to be rescued quickly. She remembered what Chi had said to her, and it seemed that her bad luck had begun now. After all, it is not easy to break the seal. And if she remembers correctly, there seems to be a sleeping monster inside that will prevent Chi from unlocking the seal, because they have finally recovered. By then, Chiffon Continent will be in a state of domination, and it will be easier to completely destroy this place. If the seal is unlocked, they will be quickly thrown away by human cultivators, and the great cause of rejuvenation will be in vain. The three of them tried their best to move the stones, but they could only move them slowly. Everyone was very anxious, but they could only calm down their anxious mood. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that the three finally moved the top boulder away. Xiao immediately helped Qiyu up and placed her gently on the ground. She took out the elixir and fed it to Qiyu, and then used her spiritual power to help her dissolve the elixir. After a while, July slowly woke up. Chi felt the pain on her head and frowned. She reached out and touched it and found that there was blood on it. The top suddenly collapsed just now, and she was hit in the head by a rock before she had time to escape. She originally thought it was a big stone, but she didn't expect that the weight of the stone was extremely heavy. She was knocked unconscious without even struggling. Qiyu, are you okay? Are you still feeling unwell? Jia asked with concern. It's okay. Qiyu shook her head and stood up holding Jia's hand. Qiyu, I feel like the attacks are coming towards you. You have to be more careful. Siruachan recalled that after he came in, all the attacks were aimed at Qiyu. What if something really happened? That's right. I've never seen such a heavy stone. Sima Liuyu also echoed from the side. She was shocked when she started to lift the stone. I know. I will be careful. Chi nodded and looked around cautiously. Let's continue. Chi gave a few people a reassuring smile and then continued to move forward. The entire underground city collapsed. Several people walked through the ruins and finally came to the entrance of the two passages again. Chi paused, not knowing which way to go. Ji Yao also frowned slightly. Among the four of them, she and Sima Liuyu's luck was hard to describe. And the best in July was now beginning to be unlucky. The one with the best luck nowadays is probably Siruachan. She turned to look at Siruachan and signaled him to make a choice. Siruachan looked at the two passages cautiously, feeling a lot of pressure in his heart. Whether he could make the right choice was related to Qiyu's safety. Chapter 1161 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 40. In the end, he trusted his instincts and chose the passage on the left. I'll go in front. Qiyu, you go in the middle, and the two of them will stay behind. Xia stepped in front of Qiyu, and now it was Qiyu who needed their help. Okay. Qiyu did not refuse and stood in the middle, the corners of her mouth gradually rising. This feeling of being protected made her feel a little novel, and at the same time, she felt full of warmth in her heart. The four of them looked at each other and then stepped into the passage. This passage is somewhat different from the previous passage. The entire passage is dark, and there are flying insects flying by from time to time. Xia held Li Yuan tightly, her heart raised high, and she was always on guard against emergencies. But this time it went exceptionally smoothly, and the four of them passed through the passage without incident. As soon as they came out of the passage, they saw several people fighting over something. Here is an empty room. The only thing is a green bead that the monks are fighting for. Xia took a look and didn't see anything special about it. It's just that she seems to feel like someone is watching her. Xia looked back according to her feelings, and saw the covered face mentioned in July, and the female correction officer looking at her. When the female cultivator saw her looking over, she hurriedly gave her a friendly smile. Xia nodded politely, feeling a little confused. Could this person know her? Xia also frowned and glanced at the female cultivator, but didn't say anything. Lin Hui finally met Xia again, and pinched the corner of her skirt excitedly. She wanted to go up and say hello to her benefactor, but she was worried about causing trouble to her benefactor. She looked at Ji Yao's cultivation and admired her very much. It is simply amazing that my benefactor could cultivate to the early stage of nascent soul at such a young age. The reason why she has cultivated so quickly is because she has a pure Yin physique and some special means to achieve her current level of cultivation. The benefactor is awesome. Lin Hui looked at Jiu with admiration and completely ignored Jiu, who had a higher level of cultivation at the side. Jiu felt that Lin Hui had been looking at her and felt a little uncomfortable. She tried her best to ignore her gaze and observe the monks who were fighting for it. Jiu, are we going? Jiu sent a message to ask Jiu. No. My main task is to unlock the seal. Don't waste time here. Jiu didn't want to intervene. The battle between Yuanying monks didn't know when it would end. Okay, then let's go around directly. Jia nodded, then winked at Si Ruochen and Sima Liuyu, indicating that they should go together first. The two understood and protected Qiyue in the middle, bypassing the fighting people and continuing forward. Lin Hui bit her lip, hesitated, and then followed. What are you going to do? The four of them walked a certain distance and stopped when they found that Lin Hui was always following behind them. Next, we are about to enter the passage again, but no one can follow behind us. The benefactor is me, Lin Hui. Lin Hui opened her disguise nervously and looked at Jiao expectantly, worried that Jiao had forgotten her. It's you? Xiyu was very surprised. When he rescued her in a village, she was still an ordinary mortal. Didn't expect to reach the nascent soul stage so soon? My benefactor. Do you still remember me? Lin Hui was overjoyed and asked excitedly. Chapter 1162 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 41. Of course I remember. Jia smiled and nodded. At first, she felt that something was wrong with Lin Hui. But in the end, she didn't know what was wrong. Lin Hui's face suddenly turned red when she heard this, and she lowered her head in happiness and embarrassment. My benefactor. Can I follow you? Lin Hui summoned up the courage to ask. In her previous life, her benefactor was someone she could only look up to. This, Xiao hesitated. Although he saved her, it didn't mean that she was necessarily a good person. I can swear an oath of heaven. If I do something harmful to you, you will never be allowed to advance. Lin Hui immediately raised her finger and swore an oath of heaven. A mysterious feeling fell on her. It was the bondage of the heavenly oath. If she breaks her oath, this heavenly oath will take effect. Seeing her being so straightforward, Jia frowned slightly and looked at Qiyue. Qiyue nodded towards her. Since the other party had sworn an oath to heaven and was someone Jiao knew, there should be no problem. If there is really a problem, they are not just decorations. Okay then, just follow us. Seeing Qiyue's agreement, Xiyu finally nodded in agreement. Great! Lin Hui was so happy that she disguised herself again and followed him obediently. She looked at Ji Yao's figure in front of her with admiration and thought of her own experiences during this period. In her previous life, it was because of her pure physique that she was constantly changed hands and was ravaged. She tried hard to survive, but eventually died. In this life, if it weren't for the appearance of a benefactor, I would probably still be on the same path. After being rescued by her benefactor, she practiced the skill she gained in her previous life and killed those who had harmed her in her previous life. Now, she wants to repay her kindness. Xiao did not inquire about her experience. After all, monks had their own secrets, and she was not familiar with her. She took the lead and walked in the passage. The further she walked, the more cold air she felt coming towards her. Jia shuddered and extended her consciousness. There is a glacier ahead. Xiao immediately said to several others. I'm afraid there will be problems again. Please be careful. There is actually a river here? Sima Liuyu asked in surprise. This place is inside a big mountain. Where did the river come from? We'll find out when we go take a look. Jia didn't know, so she could only speed up her pace. After a while, they came to the glacier. The entire river was frozen, and it meandered all the way to the distance. Not far away there is a bend, and the river is no longer visible. There is still white mist floating above the river, and they can blow out the white mist just by opening their mouths. The river is relatively wide. Xia and the others want to cross the river, but they are worried about something in the river. Xia tentatively took out a spiritual stone and threw it over, but found that there was no surprise at all. She turned to look at Chi-Chi and asked, Do you have any bad premonitions? Usually she can feel the premonition before she is going to have bad luck, and it should be the same in July. No. Qiyue shook her head. This time she didn't feel anything at all. That shouldn't be a big problem, Si Ruochen said, and Lu flew up first. He is the only man here, and he must do this dangerous thing. And he did fly over safely without encountering any danger. Seeing this, several people felt a little relieved. Chapter 1163 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 42. Several people jumped up and flew towards the other side of the river, just as Xiao flew directly above. A strong gravity suddenly came and dragged her downwards. Xiao was startled and tried her best to stabilize her body, but found that all the spiritual power in her body was imprisoned. Bang! Bang! Two sounds came out in succession, and Xiao fell heavily onto the ice, and July happened to fall not far in front of her. Fortunately, Xiao had rough skin and thick flesh, so she didn't feel any pain in her, but She looked to the other side, and saw Sima Liuyu and Lin Hui passing by. She and Chi-Chi fell onto the river. Lin Hui and others were shocked at first, but they were relieved when they found that the two of them had just landed on the ice. Jia and Chiyue climbed up carefully, but the ice was so slippery that they couldn't get up at all for a while. Si Ruochen wanted to help, but as soon as he rushed to the river bank, he suddenly found that the river was enveloped in a burst of light. What's going on? Sima Liuyu and Lin Hui were also shocked, and they both tried to rush into the river, but in the end both of them were bounced back. Jia and Chiyue finally stood up at this time. Their feet were too slippery. Their spiritual power was solidified, and they could not fly. Chiyue slowly approached Chiyue, took her hand, and tentatively moved to the shore with her. Jia and Jia walked for a long time despite the short distance. Arriving in front of the photomask, Jia stretched out her hand and touched the photomask gently, and found that she really couldn't stretch out her hand. Chiyue, be careful. Jia turned her head and told Chiyue, and then hit the light shield with a fierce punch. Although spiritual power cannot be used here, she and Chi-Chi both have physical training, so they are not helpless. Bang! Jia punched the light mask, and was immediately bounced back by the light mask. No matter how hard she tried, she was bounced back. Finally, she hit the light shield on the other side, and finally fell to the ice. Chiyue was shocked when she saw this, and immediately stepped forward to see Jia. But she slipped again, leaned back, fell, and slid far away on the ice. Hiss! Jia rubbed her, but that hurt from the fall. It was really her own fault. That punch was equivalent to hitting herself. Are you okay? Si Ruochen was very worried, and didn't quite understand what was going on the ice. The two of them were Yuaning monks. It's okay. Jia gritted her teeth and smiled. The ice was so slippery that it was not like the ice in her previous life. She looked at Chiyue in the distance, smashed the jar, and sat down and slid over to Chiyue. However, because the ice was too slippery, she couldn't use her hands at all. July was also trying to stand up, but slipped again and again. There was no other way. Chiyue could only try to stand up. After some hard work, she finally stood up. She moved closer to Chiyue, trying to pull her up, but found that her progress was too slow. She pursed her lips and simply moved forward, planning to slip over. Bang! Chiyue fell out after just a few slips, and then far surpassed Chiyue. She turned to look at Chiyue speechlessly. This ice surface must have been deliberately trying to embarrass them. Si Ruochen and the others walked along the river for a while, but found that the road ahead was cut off. There was only the river, surrounded by mountains, and there was no road for them to pass. What should we do? Is it possible that we have to separate? Sima Liuyu asked impatiently, as he looked at the blocked road. Chapter 1164 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 43. Si Ruochen, we may have to part ways for the time being. We will meet again later, so be careful. Jia also saw that the road between her and Chiyue was this glacier. Okay, then be careful. Although Si Ruochen was worried, he also knew that neither of them would get into trouble so easily. This river might be leading to somewhere. They needed to get out of the channel quickly now. Maybe they could meet them again. He glanced at Chiyue and Jia, then turned around and continued towards the passage. Okay. Sima Liuyu and Lin Hui looked at each other and followed Si Ruochen helplessly. Chi-Chi finally stood up at this time. She slid forward slightly and fell far away again. July, let's just throw ourselves out all the way. Jia figured it out, and they could walk faster this way. Okay. Chi-Chi nodded, stood up as hard as Jia, and then was thrown out again. In this way, the two people kept falling back and forth, and the sound of bang 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 kept coming from the glacier. Poof! Jia watched her and Chiyue falling back and forth, and in the end, she couldn't help laughing. She lay back and fell on the ice. She was getting tired from sliding around. Chi-Chi also followed her example and lay down on the ice. The more she thought about it, the more funny it became to her, and she eventually started laughing. This river is really amazing. I don't know who designed it, Jia complained with a smile. Although she knew that the two of them were being fooled, she still found it funny. It was like they were learning to skate and were beginners. Chi-Chi just smiled when she heard this. This feeling made her feel like she was playing when she was a child. In her previous life, before she joined the killer organization, she had such a simple and happy time playing. Let's go! We don't know what's waiting for us at the end. Jia sat up suddenly and tried to stand up again. Chiyue also sat up and started there, skating, with Jia again. After 3 hours, the two finally saw the end of the glacier. It turned out to be a huge lake, with a green and black gossip pattern on the lake surface, which shocked Gio. The black and white gas is this pattern. Could this lake have something to do with the black and white gas? Just when she and Chiyue were hesitating, they suddenly fell down without warning and slid towards the lake. The two struggled twice, but found that their efforts were in vain. They could only prepare to hold their breath. Plop! Plop! Chiyue and Jia fell into the lake one after another. The confinement of spiritual power suddenly opened, and the two people quickly took out the waterproof beads and put them in their mouths. It wasn't until the two of them were separated from the lake that Gio and Chiyue breathed a sigh of relief and began to look at the lake. The area where the two of them are now is on the green side. The entire lake is covered with aquatic plants, but there are no fish or shrimps. Gia frowned and dived downward for a distance, then found that she had reached the bottom of the lake, and the bottom of the lake was full of bones, piled up layer after layer. Gia's heart sank, and she suddenly had a bad premonition. Suddenly, a black shadow struck towards Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was startled and struck the black shadow with a sword. Gia also slashed the ears with her sword, and instantly stopped the black shadow for a moment. The black shadow's flesh was slashed by Chi-Chi, and it let out a piercing scream and howl. Chapter 1165 Linxie's Secret Realm, 44. The cry was very much like a child's cry, which made Gia and Chiyue frown in discomfort. The black shadow kept crying and howling, never getting closer. Gia looked at the black shadow carefully, and suddenly realized that it really seemed to be a child. This is really a child! Gia sent a message to Chiyue, with shock in her tone. This black figure no longer resembles a human being, but his face still retains some vague facial features of a human being. Yeah! Chiyue also nodded with a heavy tone. In this situation, one could tell who was using children to hurt others. Because of the child's state, he looks like a monster. Chiyue looked at the child inside, feeling a little uncomfortable. These monsters didn't even spare the child. But the best destination for him at present is to end his monster's life. If possible, she could also send him to reincarnation. The child cried and howled for a long time, and his voice gradually became hoarse. Why don't you play with me? The child said in a gradually lower tone, with a hint of coolness. Chiyue's heart tightened, as this reminded her of the horror movies in her previous life. What she was most afraid of was the words, "Come and play with me," from the children. She looked at the monster, and he suddenly raised his head, a pair of white eyes suddenly staring at her. Gia couldn't bear it any longer, so she transformed the purifying pearl into a sword and struck out at the monster with one sword. Chiyue also took out a gourd from the space at this time, which was grown from the gourd vine she had obtained before. And this gourd is not simple. It can accept monsters and evil things, and then completely melt them into the gourd. Ah! The child suddenly screamed, and then grabbed the power of merit with his claws. Tisk! As soon as the power of merit came into contact with the monster, part of his hand melted. The monster screamed again, turned around and ran away. The sword light followed him, and struck him again. Chi-Chi seized the opportunity, and pointed the gourd's mouth at the monster. And then she quickly recited the mantra in her mouth. Ah! The monster felt the suction coming from the gourd and howled loudly in pain. This sound was louder than before, with countless fear and hatred mixed in it. Not far away, Rongli heard the howling and raised his eyebrows. It seemed that there were monks nearby. It's just that when he radiated his consciousness, it didn't penetrate the wall. The monster struggled several times, but finally failed to escape and was sucked into the gourd. Suddenly, the lake and black area gradually became smaller and finally turned cyan. Chi-Chi and Ji-Yao searched the bottom of the lake and found nothing unusual, so they climbed ashore. Jia lowered her head and looked at the lake. The Bagua diagram also disappeared at this time. Now it seems that the gossip should also be a seal. The purpose is to suppress the monster. For her and Chiyue, it doesn't take much effort to deal with this monster. That's because they happen to have treasures that can restrain the monster. If other people encounter it, the specific outcome is hard to say. In July, there are 2 more passages. Jia looked at the 2 passages in front of her with some distress. Perhaps she followed their instinct to choose the opposite? You choose. Chichio knew that his luck was average now. Although he was not particularly unlucky, it was definitely not much better. Ah? Jia was immediately distressed when she heard this. What should she do if she was afraid that Chi-Chi would be harmed? This way, she said, pointing to the passage on the right. Chapter 1166 Linxie's Secret Realm, 45. Chiya's instinct was to go to the left, so she chose the right. Okay. Chi-Chi nodded. She believed Ji Yao. But Ji Yao didn't believe in herself very much. She walked in front of Chiyue and observed the environment very carefully. There was nothing wrong with this passage. But it was too long. It took the two of them half a month to walk out. The environment in the passage is relatively dark, which makes people feel depressed. Finally out of the passage, Jia took a deep breath of contentment. After leaving the passage, what appeared in front of them was a long staircase. Jia felt happy. It was finally here. In the original work, July climbed this ladder before breaking the seal. She looked up and saw that there were more than 10,000 stairs in total, with no end in sight. Be careful, Ji Yao warned Chi-Chi. After all, now that she has joined, the plot has changed, and she is worried that it will affect Chi-Chi. Well, you should be careful, Chiyue responded with a serious look, and she had a vague feeling in her heart that the end of the stairs was where she wanted to go. The two looked at each other and stepped onto the stairs. Similarly, when they go up the stairs, their spiritual power is imprisoned, and they can only rely on physical strength to climb up step by step. The higher they go, the stronger the gravity becomes, and the speed of the two becomes slower and slower. As soon as Rongli came out of the passage, he saw two figures climbing up. He recognized Jia almost instantly, and he felt happy. At the same time, bad memories from the past also came back, making Rongli feel very complicated for a while. After a while, he finally convinced himself that he would give Yishichi another chance. If she still refused to become a Taoist companion with him, he would kill her. At this time, he had long forgotten that there was Lu Ruashi still waiting for him. Rongli stared at Ji Yao's back, stepped up the stairs, and followed Ji Yao. As for Chiyue on the side, he didn't take it seriously. Anyway, she was a dying person and not worth his time. The moment Rongli stepped onto the stairs, Chi-Chi and Ji Yao noticed it. The two of them turned around and saw that it was Rongli in disguise. Chiyue suddenly became secretly on guard, worried that he would take action secretly. Rongli smiled handsomely at Ji Yao at this time. His eyes seemed to be full of affection. Ji Yao got goosebumps from being stared at by him. She turned around and rubbed her arms, speeding up the climb. Chi-Chi glanced at Rongli indifferently, and was already ready to kill him as soon as she reached the top. Ji Yao, we will take action as soon as he comes up. Chiyue was very close to Jia and whispered. Okay. Chiyue had this intention. She looked at Chiyue and climbed up quickly. Rongli followed closely behind, and he wanted to fight for it one last time. When Yichi turned around just now, it reminded him of the time when she reached out and handed him the pill. In fact, she admires herself, right? Otherwise, how could you do this? Maybe she had some unspeakable secret when she rejected him in the first place. When Rongli thought of this, he was instantly filled with hope. He looked at Ji Yao's back and smiled slowly. Yichi, you are mine, Rongli murmured to himself, speeding up and chasing Ji Yao. The three of them just kept climbing the stairs, chasing after each other, until a month later, Ji Yao and Chiyue finally climbed to the top. Ji Yao and Chiyue stopped, panting. The gravity became stronger as they went to the back, and it took them an hour or two to climb each step. Chapter 1167 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 46. Jia looked down and saw that Rongli still had some distance to climb up, so she didn't need to worry about him now. She turned around and saw an altar. There is a bead in the center of the altar, and a strange light surrounds the bead. Ji Yao pursed her lips slightly. This was the seal of the entire Chenfeng continent. Although she couldn't see anything special, she felt very excited. This seal was set by the seniors for Chenfeng continent, and now, it is about to be unlocked, and those reincarnated seniors will usher in the prosperous age of this continent. The cause and effect in this world is really strange sometimes. What appeared in Chi-Chi's eyes at this time was not just beads, but beads spreading in all directions with countless lines, which were seals. This seal is spread across the entire Chenfeng continent, now waiting for her to unlock it. Chiyue, feel free to go and untie Rongli. Leave Rongli to me. Jia looked serious. She would never allow anyone to destroy Chiyue to untie the seal. Be careful. I always feel that there are other monsters here. Chiyue only remembered that there were monsters, but she couldn't remember where they were. Be careful, Chi-Chi also warned, and gradually approached the altar. She also knew that unlocking the seal would not be that simple, and there might be twists and turns. Chiyue turned around and came to the top of the stairs, waiting for Rongli to come up. Although she can't use spiritual power here, She can use her fists. As soon as Chi ascended the altar, the confinement of her spiritual power was automatically released. She calmed down and realized that this move could only succeed, not fail. She placed her hand on the bead and closed her eyes. At this time, she seemed to have arrived in ancient times, seeing bustling streets and monks everywhere. Rich spiritual energy floats in the air. Flowers, plants and trees are extremely lush, and everything is full of vigorous vitality. Slowly, the faces of monks appeared in front of her one after another. They were the seniors who set the seals. Some of the faces had already been seen in July on the ancient battlefield, and some were completely unfamiliar to them. This is the memory specially saved by Wangqi sect to commemorate the souls of those dead. Even though they have long been forgotten by future generations, they can be remembered by the descendants of Wangqi sect. 3 days have passed, and Chi still just closes her eyes, immersed in the memories brought by the beads. Xiyao, on the other hand, was paying attention to Rongli and protecting Qiyue, worried that monsters would suddenly rush out. Seeing that Rongli was coming up soon, Qiyue was already ready. Rongli looked at the last step and felt relieved. He was finally there. He looked up at Xiao and smiled. It turned out that she was waiting for him. He was suddenly full of energy and stepped onto the last step. Xiao suddenly took action at this time and punched him. Rongli was startled, stretched out his hand and punched back. The violent impact knocked him out, and he fell backward instantly. In a panic, he reached out and grabbed the steps to avoid the danger of falling. Yi Qi, what are you doing? Rongli was furious for a moment. He climbed back up the stairs, but did not rush to the top. What to do? Isn't it obvious enough? Xiao turned her fist and glanced at Rongli. She must not let him come up to cause trouble. Rongli was furious, but he didn't expect Xiao to take action against him. Suddenly, he remembered that he had covered himself up, and she must not have recognized him. Thinking of this, most of his anger disappeared. He stretched out his hand to tear off the disguise on his face, raised his head, and smiled at Xiao. Chapter 1168 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 47. It's me! Rongli smiled, thinking he was chic, with tenderness in his eyes. I know it's you. Jia raised her eyebrows. She was indeed right. I haven't seen you for so long. How are you? Rongli asked affectionately. It's naturally good not to have you in front of me. Jia spoke directly to him, because she really couldn't stand Rongli's look. She has always valued other people's feelings for her. She has always felt that if others like you, even if you don't like them, you can't trample on other people's feelings at will. But Rongli was an accident, and being liked by him made her feel a little sick. She hated this kind of scumbag the most, especially the self-righteous scumbag. He once made it so clear. What does he mean by his current behavior? Is it really that he is too confident and thinks that women all over the world love him? I'm afraid he was seriously poisoned. Are you still angry with me? When Rongli saw Xiao's harsh attitude, he remembered that he had killed her before. She must still be angry. Have you had a brain injury recently? Do you want to see a psychiatrist? She kept reciting the Qingxingju silently, trying to calm herself down. Facing such a person would drive her crazy. I did something wrong before, but I was angry with you and lost my mind. Rongli looked at Xiao apologetically. I have always regretted it afterwards. I have always had you in my heart, and my desire to become a Taoist partner with you has never changed. Rongli's heart and eyes were full of Xiao. Not only is she getting more and more beautiful, but she is also getting better and better. She is a perfect match for him. Once the seal is released, they can soar together and finally stand on top of the world. By that time, no one will look down on him anymore. Jia couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this moment, she especially hoped that Rongli would run up and the two of them would have a fight. Talking to him so much is a waste of time, and there is no way to communicate at all. She had also read stallion stories before. The protagonists in the stories often started out as extremely talented, had a happy family, and had an excellent fiancé. Later, both his parents will die. His talent will be lost inexplicably, and he will become a waste. At this time, he will be ostracized by his family and insulted by his fiancé. Strictly speaking, his psychology has been somewhat distorted because of these encounters. Their purpose in living is, firstly, to take revenge, and secondly, to make those who look down upon them regret. In the process of upgrading and fighting monsters, they will meet various women who will give them care and love. Xiao has never understood that everyone is a monk. Why would they share a man with others without dignity for the sake of a man? What better sisters? She has always felt that if the person you like cannot only like you, then there is no need to be persistent. The world is so beautiful. Why should we cling to this illusory love? Rongli looked at Ji Yao's expressionless face and felt a little unhappy. He had already taken the initiative to show weakness. So why did she still look indifferent? 17. Me, Rongli was interrupted just as he was about to speak. Don't call me that. Ji resisted. 17 was what her family called her. And this kind of scumbag was not worthy. I told you before. I've never liked you at all. Can you stop feeling so good about yourself? Chapter 1169 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 48. Ji was really helpless. This feeling of playing the piano to a cow was really frustrating. She wanted to have a fight at this time to vent her frustration. Rongli's face became darker and darker, and his whole face turned gloomy at the end. If you are angry, I can forgive you this time. Rongli raised his eyelids and looked at Ji Yao. To be honest, I get annoyed when I see you. We are life and death enemies. So why do you act like this? Ji Yao couldn't stand Rongli's look as if he had been betrayed. She could only hold back from saying bad words. Not bad. Ha! Rongli sneered. His heart gradually filled with anger. Since she is so ignorant, there is no point in living. If you can't get something, destroy it. He tried his best to jump up and punch Ji Yao with full of anger. Ji Yao dodged slightly and punched his arm. Rongli took this opportunity to reach the top. He squatted down to avoid Ji Yao's fist. The two had no spiritual power and could only fight with bare hands. Bang! The two fists met, causing both of them to take a few steps back. Ji Yao stabilized her body and punched again. Rongli stretched out his hand to block it, smiled coldly, and struck Ji Yao and Dan Tian with his other hand. Ji Yao had been on guard for a long time and punched his hand with her fist. The boxing skills she had obtained before required the assistance of spiritual power to emit dragon shadows. But now they are much less powerful. Shoo shoo! Try to change the technique so that it can be used without spiritual power, Ji Yao said to Shu Shu in the sea of consciousness. Okay. Shu Shu responded and immediately started to get busy. Ji Yao concentrated on dealing with Rongli, waiting for Shu Shu's new technique. The two of you would punch each other, and occasionally I would be hit by one punch. Ji Yao became more and more involved in the fight. This kind of fist-to-fist fight really made her feel physically and mentally comfortable. The depression caused by Rongli finally dissipated. Later, she and Rongli were both punched a lot, and both of them had stains on their faces. Shu Shu watched the two of them fighting like crazy, and sighed in his heart at the power of physical training. Master, it's changed. It introduced the improved skills into Ji Yao and Shen Hun. Ji Yao felt happy when she heard this, and while guarding against Rongli, she understood the new technique. After a quarter of an hour, Ji Yao finally gained some insights into the technique. Although her punches now may not achieve the best results, they are at least more powerful than before. She punched and looked for opportunities. Soon, she and Rongli changed directions again, and Rongli returned to the direction facing away from the stairs. Ji Yu's eyes sharpened. She immediately recited the technique silently and punched him in the dantian. Roar! A dragon roar came out, and the dragon shadow emerged from the heart of the fist and rushed directly towards Rongli. Rongli didn't expect that Ji Yao would suddenly make this move. After all, he had no spiritual power, and he never thought that she could launch such an attack. Bang! Longing bumped into Rongli's fist and knocked him away. Rongli panicked and tried desperately to stabilize his body, but there was no way he could do it. He was knocked away and fell down the stairs. In an instant, he disappeared from Ji Yao's sight. Bang! Rongli finally fell to the bottom, creating a huge deep pit. Poof! He spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his lungs were shattered. Night 17. Chapter 1170 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 49. Rongli fell to the bottom of the stairs, and the spiritual prison was reopened. He took out the elixir and drank it, then closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, his eyes were slightly red. However, this was not because he was sad, but because of the anger that was burning in his heart at the moment. His feelings for Ji Yao finally dissipated completely at this moment, and now he just wants to destroy her and make her regret today's decision. Don't they want to break the seal? Then he would make their plan fail. He took the time to recover from his injuries and planned to climb the stairs again to settle the score with them. Although Ji Yao couldn't see what was going on under the stairs, she knew that Rongli had fallen. Even if he wants to come up, it will take a lot of time, and there will be no way to cause trouble for a while. Ji Yao turned around and came to Chi Yue, who had her eyes closed, and concentrated on protecting her. Ha ha ha. A hoarse laughter suddenly came from an ordinary cave in the underground city. A black thing mysteriously flew out of the wall. It continued to twist in midair. And finally a human face appeared. This was a monster that had just awakened. After the ancient war, it has been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years. And now it finally wakes up. Looking at his finally solidified body, the monster felt a burst of satisfaction in its heart. Finally, it had not wasted so many years of recuperation. It spread out its spiritual consciousness, and soon discovered the monk who came in. It looked at these monks and licked their lips. It didn't expect that they could eat meat as soon as they woke up. The monster laughed a few times. But his consciousness suddenly glanced at Chiyue on the altar and Jia nearby. Its smile suddenly froze. The reason why it chose to cultivate here in the first place was to prevent someone from starting to seal it. You can break the seal, but you have to wait until it has eaten up all the souls of these people. Now, they can only stay in Chiffon continent obediently, and cannot go anywhere. A murderous look flashed in the monster's eyes, and it floated towards the altar with a strange smile. On the other side, Jiyu's eyelids suddenly twitched, as if danger was coming. In an instant, Jiyu guessed that a monster was coming, but she wasn't panicked. The monsters were just seeking death when they bumped into them, and they couldn't do any harm to them at all. Monsters will have a backup plan, and so will the way of heaven. She came to Chiyue's side, took out the Jingyuan pearl, and observed her surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, a black object rushed up from the stairs and headed straight towards Chiyue. Chiyue's eyes flashed, and she was indeed here. She slashed at the monster with her sword, integrating the Thunder Attribute sword intent into the power of merit. Boom! A huge sword slashed towards the monster. The monster was startled and dispersed into countless particles lurking in the air. Ronli, who was climbing the stairs, narrowed his eyes when he heard the noise. It seems that maybe there is no need for him to take action. He increased his climbing speed and worked his way upward. Shio above them released the chaotic sky fire at this moment, and the chaotic sky fire transformed into several flames, tightly surrounding Jiao and Chiyue. It swallowed the monster before, and now it has advanced again, and its power is much stronger than before. Monsters were scattered in the air, peeping at Jiao, looking for an opportunity to eat her soul in one bite. Jia held the pure fate bead, and was a little troubled when she saw that the monster was unwilling to show up. She slashed forward with a sword, and immediately the sword was divided into 100 parts and attacked all around. Chapter 1171 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 50. Unfortunately, this attack still did not harm the monster. Jia's heart sank. This monster must be eliminated. The only way now is to use the old method to lure the enemy. But if she pretended to be too stupid, it might arouse the monster's suspicion. So she could only act naturally. Thinking of this, Jia began to attack continuously, with a look on her face that she was determined to deal with the monsters. When the monster saw this, he felt a little disdainful. If it weren't for the thing in her hand, he wouldn't be afraid of her. It watched Jia keep doing useless work, and felt much more relaxed. When she was exhausted, it was time to take action. Ji Yao acted particularly seriously, her expression gradually turning to fatigue and impatience. However, this monster was more cautious than the one she had encountered before, and did not attack her rashly. After half an hour, the monster finally couldn't bear it anymore. It saw that Ji Yao was exhausted, and the attack she issued became weaker and weaker, and they suddenly gathered together. Ji Yao responded with a surprised expression, and quickly took action to teach it a lesson. The monster laughed strangely, and ran towards Ji Yao's sea of consciousness. As soon as it arrived at the Jio consciousness sea, it saw the blooming flower of the soul in the consciousness sea. There was a thump in its heart, with the flower of the soul. It could not swallow her soul. When it thought of this, it didn't want to stay any longer. It turned around suddenly, and wanted to run out. Only this time, a shield of light suddenly appeared around the sea of consciousness, which was the power of merit. Ah! The monster hit the light shield, and was partially melted in an instant. It retreated suddenly, but the light shield shrank smaller and smaller, tightly confining it. At this time, the monster finally understood that it had fallen into a trap. But everything was too late. It was slowly dissolved by the power of merit, and finally turned into nutrients to nourish Zia's soul. Jio finally breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the monster disappear. In the original work, this monster sucked the souls of many Yuaning monks, and later interfered with Jiu's ability to unlock the seal, and started a battle in her sea of consciousness. Now that she happens to be here, she will solve it first, and Chi-Chi can concentrate on unlocking the seal. At this moment, Chi-Chi has browsed through the Chiffon realm of the ancient times, and his heart is filled with yearning for the ancient times. It was an era of abundant talents and a world where 100 flowers bloomed. Now, Chiffon continent is finally about to usher in its golden age. She smiled slightly and finally broke free. When Chiyu opened her eyes, she saw Gio, who was protecting the law seriously. With Gio protecting her, she felt relieved. So she didn't say anything more and began to recite the exercise formula silently. At the same time, she stretched out her hands and began to form complicated hand seals. Gio looked on nervously, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing her. She felt very lucky to have the opportunity to witness this sacred moment. Chiffon seal! Rise! Chi-Chi finished reciting the mantra, and then pointed his finger towards the bead. Suddenly, a complex light fell on the bead. Gio looked at the bead with bated breath, and soon discovered that there were complex lines on the bead, which were the hand techniques issued before July. There are more and more lines, and they are more and more conspicuous, causing the whole bead to tremble violently. At this moment, the entire Chiffon continent shook violently, shocking everyone. Chapter 1172 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 51. Everyone showed up one after another to investigate the cause, wondering whether this was an earth dragon turning over. Only a few monks, who were at the peak of their spiritual transformation, suddenly felt something in their hearts. They were in disbelief and couldn't believe their intuition. Nandong Yu has noticed it a long time ago, and now his premonition is getting stronger. He hastened to deal with the affairs of the Nangong family and Wanshan sect. Some things still need to be explained. The same is true for Jian Song. He finally believes it now. It turns out that he will be able to ascend soon. But he was not very happy. Once he ascended, the two apprentices would have no support. Although there were other monks protecting him, he was not as relieved as he was after all. Especially for his little disciple. His path of cultivation has not been smooth, which makes him worried. Shio was not aware of the movement outside. She only knew that the entire dungeon was shaking violently. The bead was shaking more and more violently, and its size was gradually increasing. Jiao and Chiyue were both waiting for the moment it exploded. Rongli was still on the stairs. He was very anxious. But there was nothing he could do. He didn't know how long it would be before he climbed up. And it seemed he couldn't stop him. The stairs were also shaking violently, and he could only try to maintain his body shape to avoid being thrown down. Chi-Chi stared at the bead nervously. In her field of vision, the bead was surrounded by various lines, and now they were all shaking violently. As long as the beads are destroyed, these lines will lose their effect, and the seal of Chiffon continent will be opened. Boom! There was a loud noise. The beads could no longer withstand the pressure and burst suddenly. A strong impact came, knocking Chiyue and Jiu away. The two of them were going in different directions, but they crashed directly into the mountain. Poof! Jiao and Chiyue vomited blood, but did not stop. The two of them walked through the mountain, and it took a full quarter of an hour before they finally stopped. Bang! The two fell into two caves and passed out instantly. Rongli was also affected by the impact and fell towards the bottom again. He hammered the ground angrily and immediately broke his hand. But he didn't care. At this time, his heart was filled with anger. Recalling his experiences, he realized that as long as he met Yi Chi, he would do nothing good. The loud noise echoed throughout the underground city, which shocked Si Ruachan and the others. They searched for a long time, but could not find Chi Chi and the others, and they were very worried. The shaking in the underground city gradually subsided, and they could only continue to look for the two people like headless flies. At this moment, all the monks in Chiffon continent were excited. At the moment when the shaking stopped, countless rays of light suddenly fell from the sky, and a beautiful scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Suddenly, countless rich spiritual powers flowed into Chiffon continent from above, shocking the monks. All the high-level monks felt a pulling force that felt strange to them, but no one didn't know what it was. Soon, the news that Chiffon continent was being pulled by the upper world spread, and everyone started discussing it and expressing their inner joy in various ways. 10 days later, Nandong Yu noticed a strong pulling force, and now it was time for him to ascend immediately. Xiao Che, Nandong's family and parents will be left to you and her. Nandong Yu looked at Liu Yaij, who was looking at him. I know. Nandong Che was extremely serious at this time, and put away his usual playful smile. Practice hard and ascend as soon as possible. Nandong Yu asked Liu Yaij. Chapter 1173 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 52. Master, don't worry. This disciple will cultivate seriously and live up to Master's expectations. Lu Yige bowed respectfully to Nan Gongyu. You're... Lu Huanxue reluctantly stepped forward and took Nan Gongyu's hand, her eyes turning red instantly. Nan Gongyu also stepped forward and patted Nan Gongyu on the shoulder. He himself is in the late stage of becoming a god, and he will probably be able to ascend in a short time. Mom and Dad, take care of yourself. Nan Dongyu's heart was filled with gratitude to the Nandong family and his parents. It was his family, these relatives who protected him as he grew up. Without them, there would be no Nan Dongyu. No matter where he goes in the future, he will never forget that this is his root. Once you ascend, you must be careful. For so many years, we have been completely isolated from the upper world, and we don't know what's going on there. So, don't be impulsive when doing things. Huh? Lu Huanxue pulled Nan Dongyu carefully and warned. Although she knew Yer was very measured, she was still worried. Understood. Nan Dongyu nodded and remembered it firmly. Don't worry about ascending. Your mother has me. Now the concentration of spiritual power is getting stronger day by day. It won't be long before we will be reunited again. Nan Dongyu patted Nan Gongyu on the shoulder, fearing that he would be uneasy. Nan Dongyu nodded. He was relieved that his father was here. This is what our Nandong family has to prove their direct identity. The head of the Nandong family took out a simple token and handed it into Nan Gongyu's hand. When you get to the upper realm, because of the skills you practice, you can sense the location of the Nandong family. When the time comes, you will take out this token to prove that you are a direct lineage of the Nandong family. But after so many years, the final treatment I can't say for sure. The head of the Nandong family sighed. He had been waiting for this day for too long, and now he was a little panicked. By the way, there is still a remaining part of your 7 emotions art, which is in the upper realm. The head of the Nandong family finally became happy thinking about this, so that Yer could become an ordinary person with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Really? Lu Huanxue's reaction was bigger than anyone else's, and tears fell immediately. Her Yer, after so many years of suffering, finally waited for this day. This is something worth being happy about. Why are you crying? Nan Dongyu smiled, hugged Lu Huanxue into his arms, and rubbed his head lovingly. Lu Huanxue laughed, but her tears still couldn't stop flowing. That's right. Lu Huanxue suddenly broke away from Nan Dongyu's arms, startling him. Where's Yao Yao? What will happen if you leave Yao Yao? Lu Huanxue finally thought of Jia at this time, and he was overwhelmed with reluctance before. I'm going to find her. Nan Dongyu thought of the hosta he had made, and he wanted to see her. But Lu Huanxue was a little worried. Now you obviously couldn't stay. I don't use spiritual power. Nan Dongyu had already thought about it. If he couldn't use spiritual power, he would take a spiritual boat there. When he got there, he waited for junior sister Yi to come out. It only took about 3 years, and he could afford to wait. Okay, then be careful. After you ascend, our Nandong family will protect her and never let her be bullied. Lu Huanxue was afraid that Nan Dongyu would worry, so she quickly promised. Okay. Nan Dongyu nodded, took one last look at the Nandong family, and then released the spirit boat. Take care. Nan Dongyu stepped onto the spirit boat, bowed deeply to everyone, and drove the spirit boat towards the secret realm of Lingxi. Chapter 1170 for the secret realm of Lingxi 53. Looking at Nan Dongyu's leaving figure, Nan Dongche remained silent. He has always been carefree and likes to run around the most. Now that he is facing separation, he is so sad that he can't speak. Ever since he was a child, no matter what happened or what trouble he got into, his elder brother would take care of it for him. He never felt any pressure. Now, he needs to grow up quickly and shoulder the responsibilities of the Nandong family. Lu Huanxue was also leaning in Nan Dongyu's arms at this moment, crying non-stop. Nan Dongyue gently stroked her hair and comforted her. Huanxue has always had a hot temper, and such sad looks rarely appear. Yueza, I have to practice hard. When you all ascend, I will be left alone. Lu Huanxue raised her head with tears in her eyes and looked at Nan Dongyue. She has very good qualifications and talents, but because she cannot ascend, she has always focused most of her attention on alchemy. Okay. Nan Dongyue patted her head, his eyes full of tenderness. Half year later, Shio finally opened her heavy eyelids. She stared and looked at the wall above her head. It took her a while to react before she remembered that she was protecting Chiyue. Jia sat up suddenly and looked around anxiously, looking for Jia. It's just that this is an ordinary cave. There is no one else but her. Her heart skipped a beat. Unsealing the seal in Jia was just the beginning of her bad luck. She didn't know how she was doing now. As soon as the seal was released, the impact not only shocked Jia's heart, but also impacted her soul, which is why she recovered for such a long time. Fortunately, nothing went wrong during this time. She stood up and took a look at the cave. The entire cave was closed, and the only exit was the opening where Jia ran into. Jia, who was planning to leave, suddenly found a strange place above her head. She flew up and gently touched the wrong place. Huh? Jia suddenly discovered that this wall was movable. She pushed up tentatively, and the wall was immediately pushed open. Jia blinked, took precautions, and carefully reached up. She only stuck out one head and looked around cautiously. When she found that there was no one around, Jia flew up. This seems to be a new room. The room is very simply decorated, with a bed, a table, a stool, and a dressing table. But it is full of red. Jia could imagine that this should be a room used for weddings. But she didn't know why it was in this mountain. She came to the bedside. The fiery red quilt was embroidered with lotus flowers. Jia seemed to feel strong love on it. She turned around and came to the dressing table, and immediately saw a storage bag placed on the table. This storage bag is just a high-end storage bag, but it has 2 mandarin ducks playing in the water embroidered on it. Jia reached out and picked up the storage bag. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed. It was still the same cave, but without those bright red decorations. Behind her, 2 people suddenly appeared. Jia was startled and immediately held a yuan in front of her and looked at the 2 of them warily. But these 2 people didn't seem to see her. Jia waved to them in confusion. And sure enough, they completely ignored her. At this time, Jia also understood what kind of memory she had entered. And it must be that storage bag. Chapter 1175 The Secret Realm of Lingxi 54. These 2 people were a man and a woman, both high-level monks. At this time, the man was looking at the woman with a look of reluctance. "Okshi, just stay here and wait until I know," the man said, and reached out to gently touch the woman's belly. "When I come back, the child will definitely be able to call me daddy." The man said this and smiled, but he knew in his heart that he might never come back after leaving. "Can I come with you? Don't leave me alone." The woman shook her head with red eyes, tears falling down her cheeks. Today was supposed to be their big day, and all their relatives and friends should send them their most sincere blessings. However, the invasion of monsters disrupted everything. Now the war is about to begin, and all her relatives will go to the battlefield. But she will be left alone here to hide and wait. "My life can contribute to Qinfeng realm. I can give up this cultivation. But you can't." The man gently held the woman's face. "This time, please let me be selfish. Okay?" He could die himself, and their entire family was willing to sacrifice for Qinfeng realm. But he wanted her to live. Selfishly, he wanted her to live. "Okay, I'll wait for you." The woman threw herself into the man's arms and hugged his waist tightly. She really wanted to go to the battlefield with him. Even if she died, she wanted to die together. However, she wanted to leave her bloodline for him and her family. "Take care." The man kissed the woman's forehead gently, then turned around and left without hesitation. The woman fell down on the edge of the bed and couldn't help but break down and cry. Jia felt very sad looking at it. She wanted to go up and comfort her, but she couldn't do anything. She watched helplessly as the woman put on bright red decorations and wedding robes, and then waited in the cave. Her belly grew bigger and bigger, and she finally gave birth to a big, fat boy. But she didn't wait until her sweetheart came back, but she waited for a monster. In the end, both she and the child died at the mouth of the monster, and she was never able to see him again until her death. Jia clenched her fists angrily. If she guessed correctly, that monster was the one she killed before. At first, they failed and were injured, so they chose to hide here, but ended up running into the 2 people who stayed here. How could it let go of this opportunity to make up for it? In the end, even children as young as several years old were not spared. Presumably the man didn't expect that the final result would be like this. "Hey!" Seeing the memory in front of her disappear, Jia returned to reality again. She sighed sadly. They had given too much to this world. What happened? Just when she asked this question, there was a sudden buzz in her mind. The time understanding given to Jia by Lingxi suddenly filled her mind, and the memory of an ancient war appeared in Jia's mind. She saw countless seniors working hard to fight against the monsters. The monsters continued to fall, and the seniors also gave their lives one after another. She watched as one senior after another chose to self-destruct due to lack of spiritual power, and perished with the monsters. Shio had imagined this scene before, but it was far less shocking than seeing it with her own eyes now. Her heart was beating violently, and her blood began to burn. How she wanted to rush forward and join their team. This war lasted for 30 years. Most of the monsters were wiped out, and all the seniors also perished. The Chifeng realm finally fell apart. Chapter 1176 The Secret Realm of Lingxi, 55. Time is always moving forward. Some people move forward with time, while some people are always stuck at that point in time. However, their profound influence has been flowing in the long river of time, and nothing can erase it. The secret of time that Lingxi himself understood was constantly flowing in Ziya's mind, just like their love for this world, which never stops. On the basis of her own understanding of time, Ziya began to understand Lingxi's understanding of time. She closed her eyes, sat cross-legged, and was immersed in the mystery of time. July on the other side is slowly waking up at this moment. She sat up and smiled slightly. She succeeded and lived up to her senior's instructions. Chi-Chi looked around. She and Ji-Yao had separated. She didn't know how she was doing now, but she doesn't plan to go find her now, because she will be very unlucky in the next period of time, and she doesn't want to implicate them. Thinking of this, she was ready to venture into this secret realm alone. 2.5 years later, after Ji-Yao absorbed the last bit of insight, the entire sea of consciousness suddenly became turbulent, and it took a while before it calmed down. She opened her eyes and smiled gratefully. This realization was thanks to Senior Lingxi. Her understanding of time has something to do with Senior Lingxi from the beginning to the end. It was also an opportunity given to her by him, so that she could be lucky enough to understand a little bit about the attributes of time. But now, time has come true. Shio was a little excited. Now she could have her own time kendo artistic conception. In the artistic conception of time kendo, she can control the passage of a person's time, which is extremely domineering. Of course, if the opponent is stronger than her, the power will be greatly reduced. She stood up and stretched her muscles. The secret realm was about to close, and she was about to prepare to leave. On the other side, Jian Song had just explained the affairs of Wan Jian's sect clearly and returned to Zufeng. He called Luo Chuan to Zu Peak and gave him many instructions. Now he is waiting for his young apprentice to come back. Alas! Jian Song stood on the top of the peak, looked at the entire Wan Jin sect, and sighed. He is already the supporter of Wan Jin's sect. Once he ascends, he doesn't know if there will be people who don't have the foresight to cause trouble for Wan Jin's sect. Wan Jin's sect is now also prosperous, which makes him very happy. The concentration of spiritual power in the Northern Territory is getting higher and higher, and many disciples have advanced. However, the inheritance wall is still a big regret for him. Without inheritance, it would be much more difficult for these little guys to understand the meaning of the sword and the artistic conception of the sword. Now that he is about to ascend, he also wants to do his best for Wan Jin's sect. He came to a currently deserted mountain peak and struck it with several swords. The sword mark left a strong sense of sword intention and swordsmanship. Although it was not as good as the inheritance wall, it still had his expectations for Wan Jin's sect. He hoped that in the spiritual world, he could see more and more disciples ascend. Jia was ready and waiting for the secret realm to kick them out. Suddenly, a huge elasticity appeared, and Jia felt a white light flash in front of her eyes. She closed her eyes in excitement, and her whole body was ejected from the secret realm. After a while, she finally felt that the elasticity disappeared. After stabilizing her body, she opened her eyes. It was when she opened her eyes that she saw the person she had longed for day and night. Jiu blinked, thinking for a moment that she was hallucinating. Chapter 1177 You have to wait for me. Jia twitched the corners of her mouth and smiled helplessly. Now she is hallucinating? In the original work, as soon as the seal was opened, senior brother Nangong ascended. Now, he is no longer in Chiffon continent. Jia felt a little sad when she thought of this. She didn't even have time to say goodbye to him. Other monks came out one after another, and some stayed inside forever. Chi-Chi and Siruchan also came out, but Chi-Chi looked a little embarrassed. As soon as Sima Liuyu saw Ziyao, he planned to step forward, but was stopped by Chi-Chi. Sima Liuyu looked at her doubtfully, but Chi-Yu had just shook her head. Sima Liuyu had no choice but to wait aside. That's it! Rongli looked at Ziyao and Nangong Yu in the distance, and clenched his fists in anger. It turns out that woman likes men with good-looking skin. Huh? Romley sneered, turned and left. One day, she will regret it. Senior brother Nandong? When Jia saw that Nandong Yu had not disappeared, she realized that he was really in front of her. Yes! Nandong Yu responded lightly and looked at Jiyu intently. This separation? I don't know when we will see each other again. Hearing his response, Jiya's eyes instantly turned red. Senior brother Nandong really came to find her. Jiya looked at Nandong Yu and didn't know what to say for a moment. She had a lot to say, but in the end, she didn't know how to speak. Practice well. Nandong Yu took out the defensive hairpin from the storage ring and gently inserted it into Jiya's hair. Jiya could no longer bear it and threw herself into Nandong Yu's arms, reaching out and hugging him tightly. I will practice hard, and you have to wait for me, Jiyu said angrily. Even though senior brother Nandong doesn't like her, she still wants to be with him and get better and better together. Waiting for you. Nandong Yu put his chin on Ji Yao's head and stretched his hand along her back. At this moment, he could no longer suppress his momentum, so he released all his momentum. Suddenly, there was an attraction in the air, and countless calamity clouds gathered at the same time. Nandong Yu let go of Ji Yao, finally rubbed Ji Yao's head, turned around and rose into the air. Jia raised her head, looked at Nandong Yu in midair, and slowly raised the corners of her mouth. The person I like is really a very good person. Chi Chio and others finally stepped forward and came to her side. July held Ji Yao's shoulders. You will catch up with him soon. I will definitely do it. Jia turned to look at Chiyue. We can do it. Boom! Nandong Yu's first thunderbolt, as he advanced to the distraction stage, fell, engulfing him. Jiya's heart tightened. Although she knew that he would successfully ascend, she was still very nervous. The lightning disaster dissipated, revealing Nandong Yu's intact figure, which made Ji Yao breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! Another thunderstorm fell. The monks who heard the movement gradually approached, and they could tell at a glance that someone was about to ascend. A year ago, a high-level monk in the central domain had ascended. It is said that countless monks came to congratulate him and witness this historic moment. The North Territory was too far away from the Central Territory, and they missed it. Unexpectedly, they would have the opportunity to take a look now. For a time, all the monks sent out messengers one after another to invite friends and companions. Boom! Boom! Within an hour, several lightning tribulations fell one after another, and Nandong Yu carried them all over. Now there was only the last and crucial thunder tribulation left. Chapter 1178 Nandong Yu ascends. The calamity clouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker, and everyone watching can feel a heavy sense of depression. And everyone is getting nervous. Boom! The thunder disaster that had been brewing for a long time finally fell. In order to resist the most powerful thunder disaster, Nandong Yu struck towards the sky thunder with a sword. The sword light directly split the sky thunder into two, and seemed to split the entire sky in half. When the thunder fell, not much was left that actually fell on Nandong Yu. However, he faced the heart-refining calamity that most monks fear. Every monk will go through the heart-refining tribulation before ascending. The monks will undergo mental torture on themselves. If they cannot survive, the inner demon will enter their bodies, and they will fail to survive and become monsters. Nandong Yu's life's experiences came to mind. From childhood to adulthood, he had been working hard to practice and shoulder the responsibilities of the Nandong family. He is worthy of his parents, worthy of the Nandong family, and even more worthy of himself. Boom! There was a roar in his mind. Not only had his cultivation level increased, but his consciousness had also increased again. Jia watched the thunder calamity gradually dissipate, holding Chi-Chi's hand tightly, feeling both nervous and looking forward to it. Suddenly, a ray of glow fell from the sky, covering Nandong Yu. A faint fairy sound seemed to be heard from the sky, and a staircase leading to the upper world slowly descended until it reached Nandong Yu. Nandong Yu looked back at Ji Yao at this moment. Ji Yao smiled sweetly at him, her heart filled with yearning. One day, she would also step onto this ladder. I'll wait for you in the spirit world. Nandong Yu glanced at Ji Yao one last time, then turned around and stepped up the stairs. Ji Yao pursed her lips. She would definitely not let him down. Although Nandong Yu took a small step forward, he suddenly rose far into the air. He slowly walked up step by step, but when he reached the top, he suddenly stopped. Nandong Yu turned around and took a look at the world that gave birth to him and raised him. He took out a lot of things from the storage ring and spread them out across the Chifeng continent. This is his gift to Chifeng continent. thanking it for supporting him along the way, and thanking it for giving him the opportunity to ascend. Finally, he took a deep look at Zhiyao, turned around and stepped onto the last step. Everyone watched with excitement as Nandong Yu's figure finally disappeared. It turns out that they can really ascend now. As long as they work hard, they will have a chance to ascend. It was also since the monks in Chiffon continent ascended that the entire continent fell into a cultivation frenzy for a period of time. And even the fights decreased a lot. Chi-Chi witnessed the entire process of Nandong Yu's ascension, and was filled with longing for his ascension. She had never thought that she would have the opportunity to become an immortal. But now she has the possibility of becoming an immortal. The onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only Zhiyao and a few others. Zhiyao, thank you for taking this time. I still want to go out more and see the world. And I will come to see you when the time comes. Sima Liuyu looked at Zhiyu with some reluctance and said, after all, Zhiyu is the first friend she has met in such a long time since she came out. Don't be impulsive in the future, Zhiyu warned. Sima Liuyu is actually a very simple person, but she lacks the training of life. I believe she will definitely change a lot the next time we meet. My benefactor. I'll take my leave first. Lin Hui wanted to repay her favor before leaving, but she was still facing a hunt and could not drag her benefactor down. Chapter 1179 Good Friends Forever. Well, we'll meet again if we are destined. Zhiyu agreed with a smile and watched the two of them leave. Zhiyu, shall I take you back? By the way, Siruochan, where are you going? Zhiyu asked, worried about being alone in Zhiyu. I want to go back to Qingmu's sect. Siruochan was silent for a while and said, although he has now changed to practice magic skills, he still wants to visit his former master and apologize to him. Zhiyao was very happy when she heard this. Although Siruochan had embarked on the old path of cultivating demons, his behavior was very different, and he had not turned dark. He would definitely be able to ascend in the future. Then let's go back together. Zhiyu was worried about Qiyue after all and wanted to protect her back. No need. Qiyue shook her head and refused. Uncle Jian Song will definitely ascend as well. Zhiyao was stunned when she heard this. Yes, they are all going to ascend. Go back to Wanjin sect. He's here. Qiyu patted Zhiyu's head, feeling very happy because this girl knew she was missing her. Huh? Zhiyu blinked. Is he here? Who is coming? She turned around and found Shengwan Nanxian standing silently not far away. Oh, Zhiyu winked teasingly at Qiyue. Suddenly thinking that Siruochan was nearby, she immediately stopped her exaggerated reaction and looked at him. Surprisingly, she didn't see any bad emotions in Siruochan's eyes. He was very calm. Siruochan was indeed very calm at this moment. He had already seen the difference between Qiyue and Master Shengwan before. At first, he felt uncomfortable and wanted to fight for it. However, later he looked away. There were too many things in the world waiting for him to discover, and he didn't have to be obsessed with the relationship between men and women. Qiqiu doesn't like herself, and her love for her will only make her more troubled and just a heavy burden. He prefers this situation, where the three of them are happy and can be good friends for life. He looked at Zhiyao, snorted at her, and turned his head to the side arrogantly. Zhiyu rarely argued with him this time and laughed. It's great that everyone can have their own bright future. After a month and a half of non-stop traveling, Zhiyu finally rushed back to Wanjin's sect. She headed straight for Zhu Peak, and saw Jian Song standing on the top of the peak waiting for her from all the way. Master, I'm back. As soon as she opened her mouth, Zhiyao's eyes turned red. She remembered that when she had just become a disciple, the master was waiting for her to come back like this. I'm back. Jian Song looked at the young apprentice, who was slowly approaching, and sighed for the first time about the passage of time. Unknowingly, the girl has grown up. I still remember that when I first met her, she was still a child. While others were playing together, she was practicing swordplay alone in the back mountain. Now, she is in the nascent soul stage and is the mainstay of Wanjin's sect. Senior brother. Jia landed on the Zhu Peak and greeted Luo Chuan with a smile. Luo Chuan stepped forward and patted Ji Yao on the head. From now on, Zhu Feng would be left with the two of them. I've told your senior brother everything I need to explain. I'm waiting for you to come back just to see you. Jian Song handed Ji Yao some sword talismans he made. During this period of time, he hardly dared to use his spiritual power, so there were not many sword talismans, but they were full of his care. Master, don't worry. We will definitely make Zufeng and Wanjin sect better and better. Jia put away the sword talisman and reached out to hold Jian Song's arm. Moreover, senior brother and I will definitely work hard to cultivate and ascend as soon as possible. Then the master and apprentice will be reunited. Ji Yao reluctantly leaned her head on Jian Song's arm, her heart full of attachment. Chapter 1180 10,000 Sword Sect. Master, I believe in you. Jian Song rubbed Ji Yao's head lovingly. His two disciples were the best. Oh, right. Ji Yao thought of Master Jianichu and immediately stood up straight. This is the communication talisman from Master Jianichu. After Master asks you to ascend, go find him. Ji Yao took out the communication talisman and gave one to Jian Song and the other to Luo Chuan. Master Jianichu? Jian Song was shocked when he heard this and became happy in an instant. Is he still alive? Ahem. He is indeed alive. Ji Yao looked at her master, wondering if he could still say such things after meeting his master. When the time comes, I don't know how my master will feel when I see that my master looks younger than me. What's going on? Jian Song was very excited. He had suspected that Master Jianichu was still alive. But now it has come true. Luo Chuan also looked surprised. He had also heard his master mention his ancestor, and knew that he was the most likely to survive. That's it. Jia told him in detail how she went to the spirit world in the secret realm, and her experience of meeting Jianichu. So that's it. Jian Song sighed after hearing this. He was touched for a moment, when he heard that the monks who left the Chenfeng realm had not forgotten their roots. Master, I understand. As soon as I ascend, I will go to the master first. Once I have established my footing, you will have someone to rely on when you come up. Jian Song looked at the two disciples with satisfaction. No one from their ancestral peak would be able to difference. Okay, master, be careful in everything. Jia hugged Jian Song and warned. The spiritual world is not as good as the lower world, and people can travel everywhere in the transformation stage. She was worried that master would be bullied. Come on! You're such a small person, so you can't worry about anything. Jian Song glared at Ji Yao, but felt very relieved. Master, take care. Luo Chuan was never very good at expressing himself. At this time, he imitated Ji Yao and hugged Jian Song. You kid! What are you doing? Jian Song scolded, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His eldest disciple is slowly changing now. If anything happens, go to Luo Hong and let Wan Jian Sect make the decision for you. If that doesn't work, go to Qin Chun and Ji Shuzi. Jian Song finally gave the uneasy instructions. Disciple understands. Ji Yao and Luo Chuan nodded in agreement. Jian Song nodded, understanding that it was time for him to leave. He let go of his aura, and the calamity clouds gathered quickly. Luo Hong had been paying attention to Zhu Feng's situation, and upon seeing this, he immediately opened the sect's defense shield to avoid being affected by the thunder tribulation. Then, he sent a message to the entire Wanjin sect. Venerable Jian Song of Zhu Peak is about to ascend. Disciples in the sect can go to the bottom of Zhu Peak to watch. Let these disciples see hope for the future and become more energetic in their cultivation. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, countless disciples ran out of the room. The entire Wanjin sect, from the elders to the disciples who had just started, came to the foot of Zhu Peak to witness this sacred moment. Jian Song was in midair. He lowered his head and looked at Wanjin sect, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. This is his sect, his home, and the people below are his family. Boom! Thunder tribulation struck down, shrouding Jian Song's figure. Jia is not so nervous now. She trusts her master. Luo Chuan looked up at Jie Yun. Maybe he was not far away from this day. Everyone looked at Jian Song with admiration as he overcame the tribulations. Watching him pass through one thunder tribulation after another. Watching him use his sword to resist the tribulations. Their determination to practice swordsmanship became more solidified. Chapter 1181 Jian Song ascends. The last one was the heart refining tribulation, and Jian Song passed it without any problems. When the latter came to him, he felt a little emotional. It turns out that this is what ascension is like. He threw some of his things to the northern territory, hoping that more monks would get the opportunity to ascend. Disciples of Wanjin sect, please remember to practice hard. We will meet again in the spiritual world in the future. Jian Song smiled sarcastically, his words full of expectations for them. Farewell, Master! A disciple shouted and bent down deeply. Congratulations, Master! Congratulations, Master! Farewell, Master! More and more disciples shouted in unison. and their voices resounded throughout the entire Wanjin sect. "Farewell, Master!" Xiao's eyes were red, and she and Luo Chuan bent down together. "Okay." Jian Song's eyes turned red for the first time when he looked at the disciples below who were all bending down to see him off. He, Jian Song, was so lucky to be a member of the Wanjin sect. "The sword of ours is hidden in our hearts. It cuts off good and evil and realizes the true self. If we have the sword in our hearts, we will always practice swordsmanship." Jian Song stepped up the stairs while reciting the ancestral precepts of the Wanjin sect. "The sword of ours is hidden in our hearts. It cuts off good and evil and realizes the true self. If we have the sword in our hearts, we will always cultivate it." Many monks straightened their waists and began to chant. The chanting voice echoed throughout the Wanjin sect, and even Luo Hong couldn't help but blush. The hope that was once severed is now finally rekindled. Jian Song finally reached the last step. He turned around and took one last look at everyone, then turned around and climbed up the last step, disappearing into the air. "Senior brother!" Xia looked at the place where Jian Song disappeared and shouted softly. Now Zhu Feng. She and her senior brother are the only ones left. "Senior brother will always protect you. Don't be afraid." Luo Chuan put his arms around Jio. He will definitely protect his junior sister. This is his lifelong responsibility. "I will also protect senior brother." Xiao turned her head and looked at Luo Chuan. She would protect her relatives with her life. A year later, the Wanjian sect's outer sect competition began. This year, Xia rarely ran around, but chose to stay in Wanjian sect. She usually studies formations, and occasionally gets together with her senior brothers and other friends. And her life is quite pleasant. Now that the outer sect competition has begun, she has come to watch the competition on behalf of Zhu Feng. Of course, her goal from beginning to end was Pei Yi. Nowadays, the concentration of spiritual power is very high. Before the sword cultivator established a foundation, the growth of his cultivation mainly depended on this. Therefore, the cultivation of today's disciples is growing very rapidly. Pei Yi is almost 12 years old now, but he has reached the 9th level of qi refining and will soon build the foundation. He is much more powerful than she used to be. She sat in the stands and watched the disciples working hard, as if she saw herself in the past. "Little junior sister, who are you planning to rob now?" Luo Hong looked helplessly at Xiao. "Every time Zhu Feng's people come, they come to pick the best one." "Pei Yi." Xiao didn't hide anything and answered truthfully. "I knew it." Luo Hong curled his lips. Sure enough, Zhu Feng's people were here to rob people. He knew that Pei Yi was one of the best among the group of qi-refining disciples, and he had already mastered sword energy. Now, it is very likely that he has developed his sword intention. "TSK. I also said we would take Pei Yi back, but it seems there is no hope." Shangwan Xinya also came to join in the fun. Pei Yi is still young, but she has a good appearance, and she likes to have disciples who are good-looking and talented. Chapter 1182 Accepting Disciples. At this moment, Xia also saw Pei Yi, who was very eye-catching in the crowd. At a young age, she could already see how handsome he would be when he grew up. He does have some male-female looks, with red lips and white teeth, and a smile that looks like there are stars in his eyes. It's just that in this life, his whole body is filled with the aura of sunshine. At this time, there were already several girls standing next to him, which was enough to prove his charm. Xia smiled slightly when she saw this. He was doing well. Pei Yi had also seen Ji Yao in the stands a long time ago and knew that she was Fairy Jian Yao, the representative of the talented disciples of Wanjian sect, and a role model for their disciples of Wanjian sect. Their outer disciples often discussed her, and their words were filled with admiration. And he himself not only admired her, but also had an indescribable affection for her. He has been practicing hard in order to get first place in this competition and become her disciple. Because the disciples Zhu Feng accepts are always number one. The competition was in full swing, and the competition lasted for several days. Xiao had been sitting in the stands, watching the competition between her disciples. The juniors are getting better and better, and their combat power is getting stronger and stronger. Pei Yi's performance was indeed outstanding, and he actually unleashed his sword intent in the finals. "The first place in this outer sect competition is Pei Yi." As the real person announced the result of the competition, Pei Yi immediately turned to look at Xiao happily. Xia pursed her lips and smiled, then slowly stood up. She came slowly. Her beautiful face and pure aura stunned the outer disciples. "Pei Yi!" Xia called softly. and the scene when Pei Yi accepted her as his disciple appeared in her mind. She raised the corners of her mouth and looked at Pei Yi steadily. Are you willing to join my ancestral peak? Would you like to become your teacher? Pei Yi's eyes turned red inexplicably. It was obviously a happy thing for him. But he suddenly felt a little sad. Disciple is willing. He bent down deeply and bowed to Jia. Jia got the answer she wanted, stepped to Pei Yi's side, and helped him up. Let's go. Master, take you home. She reached out and held Pei Yi's hand, then disappeared from the spot with him. Coax! As soon as they left, the crowd broke into discussion. Everyone was envious of Pei Yi for having such a good opportunity. Ahem. Next, let's ask a few elders to see if there are any disciples with whom we are compatible. Luo Hong appeared at this time and interrupted everyone's discussion. Hearing that there was a possibility of being accepted as a disciple, everyone widened their eyes in anticipation. Come! Pei Yi! I've met your uncle. Xiyu brought Pei Yi back to Zhu Feng and brought him to Luo Chuan. I've met my uncle. Pei Yi saluted obediently. Remember to practice seriously in the future and protect your master. Luo Chuan glanced at Pei Yi with satisfaction. He had long heard his master mention that junior sister had a promising disciple. Now it seems that he has lived up to junior sister's expectations. Luo Chuan said, as a gift, and handed it to Pei Yi. Senior brother, I am protecting him. Jia wrinkled her nose. She is also a master now. She will protect her apprentice just like her master. Disciple must study hard and practice hard, and never let anyone bully the master in the future. Pei Yi made his promise seriously, but he is already relatively calm at a young age. Okay. Luo Chuan nodded. No matter what time, junior sister is the treasure of their ancestor, and everyone will always protect her. Chapter 1183 5 years. Xia felt warm in her heart when she heard this. She had gained another family member. After saying goodbye to Luo Chuan, she took Pei Yi back to Tianjin Peak. Pei Yi, from today on you are a disciple of my Wanjian sect ancestral peak. I don't ask for anything else as a teacher. I hope you can always maintain your original intention and go further on this path of cultivation. Jia warned with a serious expression. Disciple understands. Master, please rest assured. Disciple will definitely work hard to practice and lead Wanjian sect to become better and better. Pei Yi has higher ambitions in his heart. At the beginning, my parents and clan members did not want to join the Wanjian sect, precisely because the Wanjian sect was not as glorious as it once was. But he is confident that in the future, Wanjian sect will definitely regain its past glory and even surpass history. He knelt down directly towards Jia and bowed 3 times sincerely. Jia looked at Pei Yi warmly, and his essence remained unchanged. In the past few days, you will first change your disciple name tag, and then choose a mountain peak as your home. Pei Yi, we are all your relatives. No matter what you do, we will protect you. You are almost building the foundation. But don't be in a hurry. Just lay the foundation well. Xiyu quickly adapted to the identity of the master and started to chatter. This is my apprenticeship gift to you. Jia handed a storage ring to Pei Yi. There are tens of millions of high-grade spiritual stones in it, including some high-level formation discs, defensive spiritual weapons, and sword talismans that she carved herself. And there is another thing, which is the trial tower that was obtained in the Cannibal Valley. This thing was originally made by Pei Yi himself, but now it has just been returned to its original owner, hoping to help him in his future cultivation path. Disciple, thank you, master. Pei Yi held the storage ring tightly, feeling like a family to Zhu Feng. From today on, he is Zhu Feng's disciple. 5 years later, Jia was sitting on Tianjin Peak, lying leisurely on a recliner, holding a glass of spiritual wine in her hand, sipping it carefully. Time always flies by very quickly. In the past 5 years, she went back to Ye's family for half a year, went to Qingmu sect to play with Chiyue for half a year, and spent almost all the rest of her time in Wanjian sect. She has now figured out how to tear apart space, and can travel quickly. Other than that, she guides Pei Yi in his cultivation. In addition to himself, his senior brother will also provide guidance. And his senior brother seems to be extremely strict with him, which is completely different from how he was before. Master, the master uncle said that he wants to see you for something. Pei Yi, who has grown into a handsome young man, came to Jiao. Master, you are drinking again. Pei Yi glanced at the wine bottle Jiao had placed aside. Ever since her uncle brewed spiritual wine for her master in July, she seemed to like drinking. This is mine. Jiao immediately put away the spirit wine. This was only a small amount, and she would not give it to him. She stood up and looked at Pei. Senior brother, can you tell me what's going on? No, I just want you to pass. Pei shook his head. Okay, then you practice hard. Jia nodded, and then left in a flash. Arriving at the head study, Jia saw that Luo Hong was the only one inside. Senior brother Luo Hong is now in the early stages of becoming a god, and will resign from his position as leader in the near future. And the new leader is his eldest disciple, Lu Qiaofeng. She had met her nephew, who was a very decent man. As the leader, everyone felt at ease. Junior sister is here? Luo Hong noticed Jia's arrival, turned around and greeted with a smile. Chapter 1184. The monster reappears. Senior brother, what do you want from me? Jia asked curiously. After all, senior brother Luo Hong rarely came to see her. Hey, it's not the Western region. Luo Hong became furious when he thought of this. It was all the fault of those old guys from the Western region. What happened to the Western region? Jia raised her eyebrows. Could it be that those demon cultivators did something? Or are demon cultivators and Buddhist cultivators fighting for territory? It's not like those dead old men. Luo Hong lost his good temper at this time. At the beginning, Uncle Jian Song specifically informed them to deal with those monsters. But recently, monsters have appeared frequently. They not only harm the monks, but also harm the mortals. It is an unforgivable crime. Luo Hong was very angry. Those mortals had no power to restrain the chickens. And in the end, they could only die miserably. What? Jia frowned. She originally thought she could change the outcome of the monster committing another crime. But she didn't expect that this fate would still go as usual. This time, there are a lot of monsters, but they don't seem to have high cultivation levels. Therefore, Wan Jiansek plans to send foundation building disciples and golden elixir disciples to the western regions to try them out, which will help get rid of some monsters. Luo Hong said his purpose this time was exceeded. I thought about it. Little junior sister, you are the most suitable candidate. After all, you have been to the western regions and dealt with monsters. So, I want you to take them to the western regions. Luo Hong asked Ji Yao if she doesn't want to go. He won't force her. Okay, I'll take them there. Jia nodded in agreement. She had originally planned to go out for some training, but now she had the opportunity. Moreover, she has the purification bead, which is the best for dealing with monsters. If she deals with it more now, there will be fewer monsters in the future. Then thank you, junior sister. We will meet in the square tomorrow morning. Seeing Jiu agree, Luo Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Although the junior sister is young, she is very powerful. Let her lead the team, and those disciples can follow and learn. Jiu agreed and returned to Tianzhan Peak from Luo Hong. Master, what does the master want from you? As soon as Pei Yi saw Ji Yao, he stepped forward. Senior brother asked me to take my disciples to the western region for training. Do you want to go out? Ji Yu suggested. Pei Yi is now 17 years old and is almost in the middle stage of foundation building. It would be better to go out and exercise. Of course I want to go. Pei Yi grinned. He had wanted to go out for a long time. Okay, then you can clean up yourself and come to me early tomorrow morning. Jia looked at Pei Yi and smiled. Today, Pei Yi has a bright and cheerful personality, and is just a sunny boy. Okay. Pei Yi nodded heavily, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jia shook her head helplessly. It seemed that she had suppressed him during this period. Junior sister. Luo Chuan originally planned to teach Pei Yi, but he heard what Ji Yao said. Senior brother. Jia pursed her lips and smiled. Today's senior brother is really more like a master than her. Be careful yourself. That boy is naughty. Watch him carefully, and don't cause trouble for you. Luo Chuan has also treated Pei Yi as his disciple over the years, and has learned to tease him. Don't worry. Maybe I caused him trouble. Jia smiled and narrowed her eyes. With the appearance of Pei Yi, the senior brothers are now more cheerful and can tell jokes. Go and clean it up yourself. Luo Chuan rubbed Ji Yao in a funny way. No matter how old the junior sister is, she is still so cute. Chapter 1185. Nangong Family. Then senior brother, don't miss us too much. Jia nodded with a smile, waved to Luo Chuan, and then returned to her house. Luo Chuan smiled fondly, and then dodged back to his mountain peak. Early the next morning, Jia brought Pei Yi to the square. At this time, some people had gathered in the square. Jia took a quick look and saw that there were 10 disciples in the foundation building stage and 2 disciples in the golden elixir stage. And those 10 people are almost all the disciples who are more powerful in the outer sect competition. Junior sister, these are the little guys. Luo Hong hurriedly greeted Ji Yao as soon as he saw her. I've met my great uncle. I've met Uncle Master. The disciples saluted Ji Yao one after another. No need to be polite. Ji Yao gently raised her hand and used her spiritual power to straighten their waists. As soon as the disciples heard that the person leading the team was Ji Yao, they were excited all night long. After seeing him today, their hearts beat a little faster, and they were very excited. Have a safe trip. Luo Hong didn't say much. The reason why he arranged 2 golden elixir periods was to help the younger junior sister share her worries. After all, it was impossible for a nascent soul lord to take action at any time. Senior brother, don't worry. He nodded, took out a spiritual boat, and threw it into the air. When all the disciples were on the spirit boat, she drove the spirit boat towards the western region, the northern territory of the Dust Realm. After several years of twists and turns, Nandong Yu finally came to the northern territory. Since the Chenfeng continent was only connected to the spirit world, there was no special channel for ascension, let alone an envoy. Therefore, Nandong Yu ascended, not in the northern territory, but in a remote place. He followed the feeling and traveled all the way to the northern territory. After experiencing twists and turns along the way, he was finally almost there. Nandong Yu took out the token, looked at it, and sped up in the direction guided by Qi Qing Ju. Half a month later, he finally arrived at the gate of Nangong's house. The Nandong family was inconspicuous in the world of Fuchin, and they were in charge of a medium-sized city. In addition to the monks passing by from outside the city, most of them are descendants of the Chenfeng realm. Because the Fuchin realm is similar to Chenfeng continent, the northern region is worse than other regions. Among them, the place occupied by the people of Chenfeng realm was even worse. However, the concentration of spiritual energy here is unmatched by Chenfeng continent. Who are you looking for? The guard at the door of Nangong's house did not dare to be too presumptuous when he saw that the person who came was actually a monk in the distraction stage. Nowadays, the top master of the Nangong family is in the late stage of integration, and is 1 level higher than the score god. But this is also because the Nandong family has lost the first half of the Qi Qing Ju technique, and can only modify other techniques. Nandong Yu didn't say anything. He looked at the Nangong mansion indifferently, and then swept his consciousness across the entire Nangong mansion. Immediately, he alerted many monks. Ancestor Nangong, who was in retreat, opened his eyes. He radiated his consciousness, but did not get up, because this is just a distraction period. Others can solve it. Who is coming? The head of the Nandong family came to the gate with several elders, and looked at Nandong Yu warily. Nandong Yu scanned them one by one, and pushed the token out after finding no problems. The head of the Nandong family thought that Nandong Yu was going to take action. He was about to fight back, but was stunned when he saw the token clearly. He reached out, and took down the token floating in midair. Looking at the unique pattern of the Nandong family on it, he couldn't believe his eyes. He had seen this object in the ancestral inscriptions of the Nandong family, and it represented the direct bloodline of the Nandong family. Chapter 1186 Recognition of Relatives. Who are you? The head of the Nandong family raised his head excitedly, speaking a little awkwardly. Chenfeng continent. Nandong Yu looked at the head of the Nandong family indifferently, and revealed where he came from. The head of the Nandong family originally made a guess, but now that he got this answer, his eyes suddenly turned red. For hundreds of millions of years, the Nandong family has been waiting for the people of the Chenfeng continent to ascend. Originally, he had given up hope, but now this person has arrived in front of him, and seeing how indifferent he was, the head of the Nandong family became even more excited. This tribesman must have practiced the 7 emotions Ju. At this time, several other elders also figured out what was going on, and they all looked at Nandong Yu excitedly. Bring him to see me. Suddenly, the Nandong patriarch's voice came to his ears. Come on! Let's go in first. Ancestor wants to see you. The head of the Nandong family was very happy, and enthusiastically took Nandong Yu to the house. Nandong Yu followed in, and finally walked all the way outside a bamboo building. Ancestor, we've arrived. The head of the Nandong family realized that he was so excited that he even forgot to ask his name. However, there is still a long way to go, and he is not in a hurry for this moment. Come in. With a vicissitude of voice, the door of the bamboo house opened by itself. Nandong Yu stepped in, and the door quickly closed. The head of the Nandong family also left in a hurry. This is a big event. A new era for their Nandong family may be coming. Nandong Yu walked forward and finally stopped outside a practice room. The door of the practice room opened automatically, and a figure sitting cross-legged appeared in front of Nandong Yu. The figure slowly turned around. It was the ancestor of the Nandong family in the late integration stage. He looked at Nandong Yu and nodded with satisfaction. Being able to ascend from the lower world at the age of more than 200 years old, and with an extremely solid foundation, his qualifications are indeed very good. What's your name? The ancestor waved to Nandong Yu kindly, motioning for him to come in and sit down. Nandong Yu stepped into the room and saluted his ancestor. Nandong Yu. Okay. Very good. The ancestor didn't mind his cold attitude at all. On the contrary, he was very excited. This descendant of the Nandong family must have practiced the 7 emotions art. Hope for the revival of their Nandong family finally appeared. Good boy. The ancestor stood up, gently raised his hand, and straightened Nandong Yu. Can you tell me about the Chiffon continent? The ancestor was very curious about what happened to the Chiffon continent, where no one had ascended for hundreds of millions of years. Nandong Yu nodded and began to tell his ancestor about Chiffon continent in a concise manner. Great! After hearing the end, the ancestor clapped his hands happily. If the younger generations of the Nandong family can continue to rise, then their Nandong family will become more prosperous. After understanding it, the ancestor gave Nandong Yu a storage ring, and then asked the head of the Nandong family to take him down. Nandong Yu was already distracted, so it was time to practice the lower part of the 7 emotions Ju. He gave instructions to the head of the Nandong family, and left the Nandong family in a flash. He was going to tell those guys that Chiffon continent could finally ascend, and asked them to pay attention to the little guy looking for his own home. After all, not everyone had the ability to find their way spontaneously like the 7 emotions art. Can I call you Yer? The head of the Nandong family suggested with a smile, making it more friendly. Yes. Nandong Yu nodded. His elders used to call him this, and he had long been used to it. You must also know that there is a second half of the 7 emotions Ju. Right. Chapter 1187, the second half of the exercises. The head of the Nandong family looked at Nandong Yu. It takes courage to choose to practice Qi-Qing Ju without the second half of the technique. After all, no one wants to be a person without emotions and desires. I know. Nandong Yu heard his uncle say it before he chose to practice Qi-Qing Ju, and finally chose it. I have arranged a courtyard for you. You go back and have a good rest. I will take you to get the exercises early tomorrow morning, and then get to know other clan members. Although they have only been in contact for a short time, the head of the Nandong family quite likes Nandong Yu. He sent Nandong Yu back to the preparation yard, and then went to the meeting hall to discuss with the elders how to prepare for tomorrow's family recognition meeting. After all, he is the first tribesman to ascend, so he must celebrate it well. On the second day, the head of the Nandong family took Nandong Yu to the Nandong family's library. As for Qi-Qing Ju, as the most precious treasure of the Nandong family, it was placed at the highest level. When Nandong Yu stepped onto the top floor, he saw a book of exercises floating on the circular platform in the middle. There is a special protective cover outside the exercise to protect it well. This is the second half of our Nandong family's 7 emotions art. For hundreds of millions of years, we have been carefully protecting it, but no one has been able to practice it because the first half of the technique was left in Chiffon continent. The main voice of the Nandong family said. Unfortunately, if it weren't for this reason, their Nandong family wouldn't have been able to get along just this far. He stretched out his hand through the protective cover and took the 7 emotions Ju into his hands. This protective shield only recognizes the bloodline of the Nandong family, and other people will be intercepted. And it will also trigger the mechanism and attract the guardians. He handed the technique to Nandong Yu and smiled softly. Nandong Yu took over the technique, but Ji Yao's smiling face suddenly appeared in his mind. Maybe after practicing the second half of the technique, I can feel the same way when junior sister Yi is happy. Right? Take it. The head of the Nandong family patted Nandong Yu on the shoulder and gave him the technique with confidence. Nandong Yu put the technique away and returned it after he went back and understood the technique thoroughly. When the time comes, he will burn the first half of the technique and give it to the head of the Nandong family. Let's go meet the others. The head of the Nandong family waved his hand, signaling for Nandong Yu to follow. The two of them came out of the library and went straight to the square. The square was very lively at this time, and everyone especially wanted to see the tribesmen who had ascended from the lower world. Before each of them practices, they will learn about the past history of Chiffon realm, and they have never forgotten where they are from. As soon as they received the news yesterday, they began to look forward to it. As the two people suddenly appeared in the square, the entire square suddenly became quiet, and then became lively again. No one expected that this tribesman was so young and had such an outstanding appearance. Oh! Our Nandong family finally has a table. The 15th girl in the Nandong family excitedly bumped into the 19th girl next to her. That's right. Hee. Girl 19 smiled obscenely. This new brother is much better looking than the one from the phone family. Hee. The 15th girl smiled obscenely along with him, looking at Nandong with bright eyes. The 13th man next to them rolled his eyes. With such a wretched sister, what could he say? However, in their generation, there are only 20 direct bloodline members. Now that they have a younger brother, it is indeed a happy thing when you go out to fight. Not to mention whether you can help. At least you can build up your momentum. Chapter 1188 Family Recognition Conference. Disciples, please pay attention. This is the disciple of our Nandong family who ascended from Chenfeng continent. Nandong Yu. The head of the Nandong family stood on the high platform with a red face and introduced Nandong Yu to everyone. Many disciples have gone out to practice, but almost all the remaining disciples are here. He is the 6,751st direct disciple of my Nandong family, ranking 21st. The head of the Nandong family has already calculated his seniority, and he is the youngest generation. Oh, great! I'm not a younger brother after all. At this time, a handsome man in the transformation stage cheered. Brother! H. Lo! Brother! I am your 20th brother! The man scratched his head just after he finished speaking. 20th brother sounded weird. No one around him had any unexpected expressions. They were already used to his character. The ancestral motto of their Nandong family is to be united. Clan members may have competition and conflicts, but they must remember that they are family members first. Therefore, the atmosphere in the Nandong family has always been very good, and it has also cultivated a lot of bad guys, including the elders. Many of them have unreliable characters, let alone these juniors. Nandong Yu looked cold, but he also remembered his brother, who was ranked 20th. Everyone saw Nandong Yu's indifferent expression, but they didn't care, because they had long known that he had practiced the 7 emotions Ju, which was the reason for the technique. The head of the Nandong family smiled and glared at 20, then turned around and took 3 incense sticks from the altar. He handed the lit incense to Nandong Yu and motioned for him to come forward and worship. Nandong Yu took the 3 incense sticks, took a few steps forward, and bowed towards the altar. Nandong Yu, the 6,751st disciple of the Nandong family, will recognize his ancestor and return to the sect from today on. The head of the Nandong family announced loudly. Oh, the crowd burst into cheers, expressing their welcome to Nandong Yu. Nandong Yu straightened up and inserted 3 sticks of incense into the altar, then turned to look at the happy tribesmen below. Living in such an environment seems pretty good, right? Okay. You go and get along well with those brothers and sisters. The head of the Nandong family happily patted Nandong Yu on the shoulder, and then left with the elders. As soon as they left, a group of Nandong family disciples quickly ran up to the high platform and surrounded Nandong Yu, asking questions one by one. On the other side, Jian Song finally met Jianichu. But when he saw Jianichu, he was stunned. Is this person who looks like his nephew really his master? Xiao Chutang also looked at Jian Song with surprise at this time. He heard Jianichu say that another of his disciples had been promoted, and he thought it was another young and beautiful girl, who knew it was a middle-aged handsome man. Master? Jian Song called tentatively. Although he had seen the portrait of Master Jianichu, he didn't expect that after so many years, the master was getting younger and younger. However, the concentration of spiritual power in this upper world is so high that I will advance quickly, and my face will become younger by then. Thinking of this, he felt a little better. After all, his master is younger than he looks, which makes him somewhat embarrassed. He also wants to save face. Song boy! Jianichu nodded and smiled. He still calls Jian Song little boy like he did when he was a child. Jianichu thought it was nothing, but the expressions of Jian Song and Xiao Chutang were slightly distorted. Ho ho! Jian Song smiled awkwardly. Chapter 1189 Meeting. Let's go! I'll take you back to Jianzong. Jianichu was also very happy. He didn't expect that a disciple would ascend so soon. Okay! Jian Song nodded, followed by Jianichu, and the two of them rushed towards Jianzong. He had heard Ji Yao say before that Grandmaster Jian Ichu had joined the Jian sect in the northern realm of the spirit world. He is a sword cultivator, so he naturally wants to go. What did you say? Do you believe I broke your hand? You try? As soon as Ji Yu walked out of the room, she heard a quarrel coming from the first floor of the inn. In the past few months, she had been traveling with her disciples, and yesterday she finally arrived at the border of the western region. They had no specific goal, so they randomly chose a city and rested in an inn. Jia looked down from the second floor and saw a conflict between a disciple of Wanjian sect and a physical cultivator. She was not in a hurry and walked down slowly. If you don't ask me about it, no one in Fengcheng would dare to compete with me for territory. The physical cultivator spoke so loudly that it made the ears of everyone around him buzz. The disciples of Wanjian sect were so angry that they could not speak. They were not good at swearing. Several Wanjian sect disciples beside him were also very angry. But there was nothing they could do. They all turned red and thick-necked with anger. But they didn't dare to take action. After all, the other party was a golden elixir monk, and they were only in the foundation building stage. Uncle Jin Dan and Master Jianyao of Wanjian sect will not interfere in their affairs at will. Otherwise their experience will be meaningless. Jia's mentality is very peaceful now. As soon as she walked into the hall, she attracted everyone's attention. In addition to her outstanding appearance and her cultivation, no one suddenly dared to speak. Master! Pei Yi jumped down from the second floor at this time, and happened to be next to Ji Yao. Yes! Ji Yao nodded pretentiously, and then found a place to sit down. No matter how he said it, he was still a nascent soul cultivator, so he still had to pretend to be aloof. Pei Yi has become accustomed to it during this time. Master is like this in front of outsiders. He is instantly exposed in front of people who are familiar with him, especially in front of Uncle Chiyue. He looked like a fool. When the disciples of Wanjian sect saw Jia's intention, they immediately understood that she planned to let them solve it themselves. Therefore, they did not say hello to Jia and pretended that they did not know her. The two Jindan monks also came down, and they walked directly to Jia's table. They bowed and sat down, without even giving them a glance from the beginning to the end. If a group of sword cultivators can't defeat a golden elixir physique cultivator, it would be a disgrace to their Wanjin sect. Ahem! Get out of here! Jindan physical cultivator's voice softened a lot when he saw Jia sitting in the hall. He was afraid that his voice would be too loud and would disturb his senior while he was dining. What if he would slap him to death? This is what we choose first! In fact, it doesn't matter where you sit in this position, but a swordsman must have a kind of pride. If you give in casually, it will be difficult to take a step forward in the way of swordsmanship in the future. Do you mean we're going to have a fight? Jindan physical cultivator lowered his voice and threatened through gritted teeth. Just fight! Several foundation building sword cultivators looked at each other, their blood boiling with passion. After being on the road for so long, they hadn't fought for a long time, so it was just a good time to stretch their muscles. Huh! The Golden Core physical cultivator laughed angrily at their arrogance. Are the Foundation establishment cultivators so arrogant now? Chapter 1190 Encounter on the Road. Then let's go out and fight. Don't disturb the senior's purity. The Golden Elixir body cultivator said, and looked in Ziya's direction. Seeing her looking over, he quickly smiled ingratiatingly at her. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows. It seemed that this person was quite sensible. Let's go! The disciples of Wanjian sect also agreed, and a group of people walked towards the outside of the inn. When the people in the inn saw that they were really going to fight, they all became excited and wanted to see the excitement. Shio also spread out her spiritual consciousness, wanting to see how strong these guys were. Ha! I saw the Golden Elixir body cultivator yell angrily, and chose to take action first. He punched one of the disciples, and wherever the fist passed, the air was distorted. Several disciples drew their swords one after another. They were all elite disciples of this generation, and they had now mastered sword intent. Sword intentions of various attributes were slashed towards the Golden Elixir body cultivator. The fist fell on the disciple as expected, and the sword intent also fell on the Golden Elixir body cultivator. Poof! The disciple of Wanjian sect was directly punched away and fell far away. As for Jindan physical cultivator, many wounds were made on his body by the sword, and his clothes were also cut with some holes. It's just that these injuries are just skin injuries, and have nothing to do with them. Ha ha! I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out it's nothing more than that. The Golden Core physical cultivator sneered and took action again. The disciples of Wanjian sect quickly took action again. and the two sides fell into a fierce battle. Gia watched the excitement with great interest. As long as their lives were not in danger, they would not help. However, she could also see the excellence of these disciples. After all, the difference between them is a major level, not a small level. At this moment, a person suddenly came down from the second floor, which immediately caught Jiu's attention. The man was a male cultivator in the late Jin stage. His face was handsome, but extremely pale, as if he had been injured. He came to the hall, and found a place to sit down without looking at anyone else. "Uncle Master, this man seems to be seriously injured," a Jin monk said to Jia. "It should be that the soul is injured." Jia is more sensitive to the soul, and can feel that his soul is unstable. "Ah? Then could he be?" The golden elixir monk heard this, and thought of a monster. The eyes of another Jin monk and Pei also lit up when they heard this. They had been out for so long, and had never encountered a monster. "I don't know much about this. Anyway, I just need to observe more." Jiu was not sure. Maybe her soul was simply injured? However, she finally kept an eye on him, and began to devote her energy to observing him. The male cultivator took out a gourd from the storage ring, and then poured himself some spiritual wine. As soon as the spirit wine was poured out, a sip of wine suddenly came out. Everyone in the entire inn sniffed and glanced at Lingjiu. Jiu also took a deep breath. It was indeed good wine, but it was still a little inferior to the wine specially brewed for her in July. The male cultivator poured the wine and started drinking, one cup after another, as if he was drinking water. His eyes were red as he drank, and Jiu could tell that he must be sad about something. The gourd was also a space container, and the spiritual wine kept flowing, while the male cultivator kept drinking. The male cultivator didn't use his spiritual power to break up the drunkenness. It was obvious that he wanted to get drunk on purpose. Half an hour later, all the disciples outside were finished, and several disciples and golden elixir practitioners lay down on the ground. Chapter 1191 Strange People. "Heck! You little brats are pretty good!" Jin physical cultivator fell to the ground and yelled. These guys were like little tough guys who couldn't be beaten. They injured him forcefully, and made them exhausted at the same time. The disciples of Wanjian sect were speechless. Not only did they use up their spiritual power, they were also seriously injured. After all, there is too much difference in cultivation. But they have tried their best. Jia finally stood up slowly, and walked out of the door. "You did a great job." Jia looked at the people lying on the ground and praised with a smile. "Even if you were yourself, you might not be able to do better than them." When several people heard Jia's compliment, they immediately became excited. They actually got compliments from their idols. The Jin body cultivator was stunned at first when he heard this, and almost cried when he realized what he said. He was finished. He actually bullied senior Yuanning's people. The golden elixir body cultivator was prepared to be dealt with, but found that the senior Yuanning had no intention of paying attention to him. Jia really had no idea of dealing with him, because she could see that he was really just fighting. Otherwise, when he first takes action, the disciple will not just be knocked away. "I will definitely not interfere in the fights between the juniors." She waved her hand, and the pills fell into the mouths of the disciples one after another. Then she turned around and returned to the inn, letting them heal slowly. Only then did the people in the inn realize that they knew each other, and they all looked at the lying Jin body cultivator with admiration. As soon as Jia stepped into the door, she saw the injured monk stumbling towards the counter. "Shopkeeper, do you know where the Shikei building is?" The injured monk grabbed the shopkeeper by his collar, with murderous intent in his eyes. The shopkeeper was very calm. He just raised his eyes and looked at the male cultivator. "There is a Sunset grocery store on the east side, where you can contact people from Shikei Tower." Upon hearing this, the male cultivator let go of the shopkeeper and stumbled toward the door. "Go away!" he shouted angrily when he saw Xiu standing at the door. Jia glanced at him lightly and walked back to her table. The male cultivator ignored her and walked out. Just when he was about to go out, Jia suddenly pressed him hard, causing him to fall over. The male cultivator stood up with a curse and continued towards the east. Jia taught him a lesson and didn't make things difficult for him. After all, he was just a drunkard and he didn't attack her. "Master, what is Shikei Tower?" Pei asked curiously. "Shikei Tower is a killer organization with influence throughout the Chinfeng continent. The force behind it is still a mystery," Jia explained. "Shikei Tower collects money to do things, and will issue a kill order in an open and honest manner. Don't just focus on practicing. You can also read more miscellaneous books," Jia warned. Cultivation is important. And understanding this continent is equally important. I know. Pei nodded obediently. Why did you ask me to come back? The high priest suddenly appeared in Lu Ruoshi's study. I want to take you somewhere. Lu Ruoshi raised her head and looked at the high priest coldly. But her heart was filled with guilt. She represents the clone of freedom, which is about to be lost. Where are you going? The high priest was unprepared for Lu Ruoshi. Although she never liked to talk to him, she would help him every time something happened to him. Chapter 1192 Trap. In the eyes of the high priest, Lu Ruoshi was a person with a cold face and a warm heart. Although he usually ignored her, he liked her in his heart. A place that can help you take off early. Lu Ruoshi apologized in her heart. But she still lied. Really? The high priest's eyes lit up. Ever since the mainland was able to ascend, he had devoted all his energy to cultivation in order to ascend. Now that there is a shortcut, he will definitely give it a try. Well, let's go! Lu Ruoshi nodded, left the room, and headed towards the hillside. The high priest followed behind him excitedly, not knowing what was waiting for him at the end. Lu Ruoshi came to the hillside and opened the restriction, then walked down. The high priest followed behind, somewhat curious about where this place was. After a long time, the two finally came to the room. The high priest looked at a pool of blood there and frowned strangely. Although he plundered his luck, Lu Ruoshi had always been a regular practitioner. What were these blood pools used for? Boom! The stone door closed automatically, making his heart skip a beat. But he still chose to believe Lu Ruoshi. But he felt a little uneasy after all. Master, I brought him here. Lu Ruoshi saluted towards the blood pool. Wow! Something suddenly jumped out of the blood pool. The high priest took a closer look and found that it turned out to be a skinny old man who was about to live long. Master! Lu Ruoshi shouted nervously. The master asked her to bring the high priest over within 3 months. But she has never been able to do it. Now 10 years have passed. She couldn't even imagine how angry the master would be. The monster was indeed almost furious. If he hadn't relied on this blood pool in the past 10 years, he would have almost died. But he didn't want to say anything to her now, because he didn't have much time. After he takes over the body of the high priest, he will settle the score with her. Master? The high priest looked at Lu Ruoshi in surprise. He had never heard her say that she had any other master. Ha ha! You are the high priest. Right. I have heard Sheer talk about you a long time ago. The monster pretended to smile kindly, trying to make him relax his vigilance, so that it would be easier to seize the body. When the high priest heard this, he didn't know how to react. He always felt that this old man was a bit strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. I heard from Sheer that your cultivation level is very high, and you have great hope of being able to ascend. The monster sighed after saying this. I originally had the ambition to ascend, but at that time I had no choice. Now I can ascend, but my lifespan has also come to an end. I don't have much time, but I also want to do something for Sheer. Although you are just her clone, you are one after all, and I treat you as my own disciple. The monster acted extremely naturally. When he said this, his eyes were red, as if tears were about to fall in the next second. The monster has already said these words to many people, and they have already memorized them by heart. Lu Ruoshi just pursed her lips when she thought that the high priest was about to die. Her sad eyes filled with tears. When the high priest saw this, he misunderstood. He mistakenly thought that Lu Ruoshi was feeling sad because the old man's death was approaching. He moved his mouth, trying to comfort Lu Ruoshi, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. Before I die, I have nothing good to leave you. In my early years, I obtained a book of exercises when I went out to practice. Chapter 1193 The High Priest Falls into the Trap. This technique belongs to Wangchi sect in ancient times. It can directly seize other monks' luck and use it for their own use. And it can be used for a long time. The monster borrows the name of Wangchi sect to increase its credibility. Sure enough, when he heard about Wangchi sect, the high priest's eyes lit up. He has done some research on Wangchi sect, which mainly focuses on observing the monk's luck and predicting the future at the same time. If it is really possible to permanently absorb other people's luck, how good will his future luck be? Thinking of this, he was a little eager to give it a try. If you are willing to learn it, I will pass it on to you. If you are not willing, then I will take it to the grave. The monster smiled carefree and looked unconcerned. Disciple is willing. Lu Ruoshi bowed to the monster in cooperation. I am willing too. The high priest hesitated for a while, but still bowed down. He believed that even if everyone would hurt him, Lu Ruashi would not. Okay. You are indeed a good disciple for me. The monster suddenly became excited when he saw the high priest agreeing. Well, I hope that after you learn this method, you will be able to ascend to the upper world in the future and take a closer look at what the spiritual world is like. The monster's acting is about to be played to the end. And by the end of the performance, I feel a little convinced. Master, don't worry. This disciple will definitely know how to do it. Lu Ruoshi stood up and said with red eyes. The high priest pursed his lips and said nothing, but he still agreed in his heart. Okay, then get ready. I will pass on the skills to you, the monster said moodily. Hearing this, the high priest hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Lu Ruashi was ready, he let go of the sea of consciousness and planned to receive the technique. The monster laughed in his heart. As long as he cooperated with him to open the sea of consciousness, it would not be easy to seize it. He tried hard to suppress his inner excitement, and there were signs of cramps on his face. Here we come, the monster warned, and immediately darted towards the high priest's sea of consciousness. At the same time, it randomly passed some things and flew towards Lu Ruashi's sea of consciousness. The high priest lost his guard when he saw this, and let the monster enter the sea of consciousness without any resistance. The monster entered the sea of consciousness and suddenly released its momentum, and the high priest was immediately aware of the monster's aura. What do you want to do? Even though the high priest was a fool, he understood that he had fallen into a trap and asked loudly in anger. Ha! Good disciple. I am your master? The monster smiled mockingly. Get out of here, or I won't be polite. The high priest's heart was beating fast, and a bad premonition enveloped him. At this time, he hated Lu Ruashi. He trusted her so much, but he didn't expect to be betrayed in the end. If he could survive, he would make her regret it. Boy, do you know that you are here thanks to me? The monster looked at the high priest's soul with deep meaning. He was born for this day, to become his own vessel, and this is his life's mission. What did you say? The high priest was shocked when he heard this, and couldn't believe this fact. You exist just for me to seize your body. Otherwise, why do you think Lu Ruashi would separate you? After the monster finished speaking, he laughed loudly again. Impossible. The high priest didn't want to believe it. So he lived for others from beginning to end? Stop talking nonsense and prepare to accept your fate. The monster couldn't bear it anymore and rushed directly towards the high priest's soul. Chapter 1194 The Fate of the High Priest. Get out! The high priest shouted angrily, unwilling to confront the monster head-on, because he didn't know what this monster was capable of. It would be terrible if it really fell into his hands. Ha! Just run. Run as much as you want. The monster laughed wildly. As long as he comes in, no one can run away. The high priest's heart sank, but he still didn't stop and hid in all directions. However, the monster suddenly dissipated into countless particles and disappeared from the place. The high priest was stunned and didn't know which direction to hide for a moment. At this moment, the monster suddenly regrouped before his eyes and bit him. The high priest wanted to hide, but he couldn't. He was bitten by the monster. Ah! The high priest screamed in pain, and his whole soul trembled. The severe pain eroded him, leaving him unable to think. Lu Ruashi looked at the high priest standing motionless and closed her eyes in pain. She had lived under the control of her master all her life. Others said she was lucky to be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage after experiencing all the pain, and finally became the master of a city. But only she knows that she has always been a puppet, and everything is not what she wants. She doesn't understand why she has to live under the control of others her whole life. It's not that she hasn't thought about resisting, but the other party only needs one thought, and she will be destroyed physically and mentally. If the master dies, he will die with him. Therefore, she was destined to live such a life in this life. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and Lu Ruashi opened her eyes. She looked at the high priest carefully, wanting to remember him forever. Ah! The high priest's soul struggled painfully. He was unwilling to give in. He was about to ascend. How could he die here? He does not want. However, it was useless to be unwilling, as the monster swallowed his soul bit by bit, and soon his consciousness became blurred, leaving only a little bit of his soul. Monsters belong to the tribe of gods and demons, and they specialize in taking bodies of others to attach themselves to other people's bodies. And in the following days, they will empty everything out of the body. In terms of fighting for souls, these human cultivators are no match at all. Thinking of this, the monster smiled smugly in its heart and bit into the remaining soul of the high priest. Ah! The high priest's soul was completely swallowed up in an instant, and he suddenly lost his soul aura. Lu Ruashi noticed the disappearance of the other half of her soul, bit her lip and turned her head to the side, not daring to look at the high priest again. Oh! A young body is different. The monster took over the body of the high priest, felt his strong vitality, and suddenly felt comfortable. Master! Lu Ruashi turned to look at the high priest. Now there are other people living in this body SHL. Ha ha. The monster sneered twice. In the next time, he should settle accounts with her. Lu Ruashi was shocked, but she lowered her head honestly, waiting for her punishment. The previous 10 years were the last thing she could do to become the high priest. The only thing she could do for herself. And she has no regrets. On the other side, Jia continued to set off with the disciples of Wanjin's sect. This time, they chose the direction of a mortal town because they had just received news that a monster appeared in a nearby mortal town and is now dead. For many people, the monster was not found. Chapter 1195 Massacre of the Village. Everyone's expressions were not very good, and they quickly rushed towards the mortal town. About 2 hours later, everyone finally arrived outside mortal town. Jia stopped the spirit boat and frowned. I'm afraid there's more than one monster here. Everyone should be alert later. If something goes wrong, call for help in time. Don't show off. Ji Yao warned with a cautious look. If you find anything wrong with the people around you, report it immediately. Do you understand? I know. All the disciples also understood the seriousness of this moment. It was the legendary monster from the ancient war. If you are not careful, you may die. Let's go! Jia waved her hand, and a group of people flew towards the town. Jia flew in midair, looked down with her spiritual consciousness, and saw more than 10 mortal corpses, including children among them. A murderous aura flashed through Ji Yao's heart. These monsters were simply too much. The entire town hid in their homes. Families hugged each other in fear. They were scared to death at the slightest disturbance. In addition to mortals, Jiyu also discovered monks. One of the teens of 6 demon cultivators, wearing sect uniforms, must be disciples of a certain sect in the western region. The news about the appearance of monsters here must have been spread by them. On the other side, there was another spiritual cultivator who was searching for something. It was the injured monk he met at the inn before. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Shouldn't this person be looking for Shike Tower? Why did you come here? Moreover, Ji Yao felt a strong murderous aura in his body. As Ji Yao and others entered the town, the group of sect disciples also spotted the people in the air. As soon as they saw Ji Yao, they were attracted by the nascent soul aura on her body, and it took them a while to notice Ji Yao's good looks. This is the case for high-level monks. What is easiest for people to see at first glance is the aura of a high-level monk, followed by appearance, clothing and other characteristics. Senior, the leader, a middle-stage Jindan monk, saluted Ji Yao, and several others followed suit. No need to be polite. Ji Yao waved her hand gently and used her spiritual power to help several people up. Do you know what's going on here? Ji Yao asked aloud. Junior only knows some of the situation, not comprehensively. The leading disciple did not dare to delay and told everything he knew. We came to this town after following a monster all the way, but we didn't expect that there are monsters in this town, and several mortals have been poisoned. After they discovered us, those monsters hid, and now they can't be found at all. The leading disciple was also very distressed, but in the blink of an eye, they were gone. Are there other places that have suffered? Gio frowned upon hearing this. Has this catastrophe begun? Yes. In the past few days, several villages have been massacred. The leading disciple sighed heavily after speaking. It was really uncomfortable to see all the people in those villages dead. What? Killing the village? Pei couldn't help it when he heard this. He wanted to destroy those monsters now. Gio's heart sank. The original book rarely described how monsters recuperated, but now it seemed that they used this cruel method. Especially if the monks are on guard, it will be more difficult for them to attack the monks. Chapter 1196 Looking for Monsters. Be careful. We must find them. Gio believed that they must not have left yet. After all, there are so many mortals here to tempt them. The nearby mortal villages have been almost destroyed by them, and the only ones left are the monks. The demon cultivators also thought of this, so they continued to search here without giving up. After figuring out what was going on, Jiyo took the disciples of Wanjian's sect and started searching. After landing on the ground, Jiyo divided them into groups. Each Jindan monk led 10 foundation-building disciples, and Pei followed her. After some instructions, everyone dispersed. After knowing what the monsters had done, everyone was very angry and wanted to find them immediately and destroy them. Jiyo didn't walk around. She stood on the main road in the town, spread her consciousness, and began to search bit by bit. She has the purification pearl and is more sensitive to monsters, so she should be able to find them. Pei stood beside Jiyo, carefully observing the surroundings and protecting her. Jiyo saw many scared mortals, and her heart became increasingly heavy. Not having the qualifications to practice was originally an uncomfortable thing, but now you have to suffer all this pain, and you can't even protect your life. A quarter of an hour passed, and Jiyo still found nothing. She frowned in confusion. Their judgment should not be wrong. The monster must still be there. But why can't I find it? No choice. Jiyo searched again. This time, she did not ignore any inch. Suddenly, a place caught Jiyo's attention. That place was a pig shed behind the household. Behind the pig shed was a manure pit designed to collect the excrement of these pigs. Jiyo had never thought of this possibility before, so she just scanned it lightly and skipped it. After all, that thing was a bit. When she observed carefully again just now, she found that there seemed to be a few black particles floating out there, probably to inquire about the situation. It is these few particles that reveal the aura of the monster. Originally, the smell of feces was very strong, and it had already covered up the scent of the monster. If it continued like this, Jiyo and the others might really miss it. Jiyo cursed it secretly for being treacherous, then winked at Pei and led him towards the cesspit. Pei was shocked when he saw where he was. He never expected that those monsters could be so cunning. In order to survive, I have to fight hard. Jiyo took out the pure fate pearl and the chaos heavenly fire, but was not in a hurry to do it. The chaotic sky fire split into countless flames and surrounded the cesspit, trying hard to prevent the monsters from escaping. Pei! You go! Jiyo gave the order directly to Pei. This time she came out just to let them practice. She was only responsible for their safety and aftermath. Moreover, they would hide when being chased by Jindan monks, indicating that the level of these monsters was not high, and she was not worried about Pei's safety. Okay. Pei looked solemn. He had been eager to kill the monster before, but he didn't expect it to be in this place. He closed off his sense of smell and slowly approached the cesspool. Master! Be careful. Pei turned around and warned Jiyo, and then suddenly slashed towards the manure pit with his sword intent. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the entire cesspit exploded. Jiyo quickly retreated backwards to avoid the fate of being splashed by pig manure. Chapter 1197 Indescribable Experience. But Pei was miserable. Just as he was about to retreat, he saw the monster running out. He had no choice but to slash at the monster with his sword intent again. Bah! 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 The exploding feces covered Pei, making him almost cry. But he couldn't let down his guard yet, and drew his sword towards the monster again. Jiyo watched silently, ready to take action at any time to prevent the monster from escaping. She looked at Pei, who was covered in pig dung, and suddenly realized that her decision was too correct. Otherwise she would be the one covered in pig dung. Of course, she couldn't show anything, lest she make Pei embarrassed and angry. The monster's level was very low, and it was injured by Pei one after another. It wanted to escape, but was blocked by the chaos sky fire. Ah! The monster screamed and was cut in half by Pei's sword. Pei was overjoyed when he saw this, and slashed at the monster with his sword intent again. This time, the monster could not escape, and was completely eliminated by Pei. Chaos Skyfire walked around uneasily, making sure that no particles were left behind before flying back to Jiyo. Pei immediately took out a cleaning charm, and cleaned the pig manure from his body. But even after cleaning it, he still felt dirty, as if there were still residue on it. Well done! Jiyo suppressed her smile, and praised seriously. Hey! This monster is too stupid! Pei scratched his head in embarrassment. This monster was of such a low level, and even after spending so long on it, it was still too weak. Jiyo nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Pei was still very humble and low-key. He was a good boy, just like her. Master, do you think there are other monsters hiding in the manure pit? Pei asked with some suspicion. I have already sent a message to them, focusing on finding the cesspit. Jiyo had thought about the expressions of those people when they heard the message. Oh, Pei nodded, feeling very conflicted. He especially wanted to discover a few more monsters and then destroy them. But when he thought about being covered in pig manure, he suddenly felt that other apprentice nephews also needed this opportunity to exercise. Should he leave it to them? On the other side, the search team followed Ji Yao's instructions and focused on searching the cesspit. And they actually encountered monsters. Everyone worked together to defeat the monster. But their expressions were a little strange. After all, anyone getting splashed with pig manure would be a little weird. The Golden Elixir monk also tried his best not to laugh and praised him seriously. When they were destroying the monsters, they happened to be seen by those demon cultivators, which seemed to give them a revelation and let them find the direction of their search. Sure enough, they soon discovered a monster, and they had no choice but to deal with it. In this way, everyone found a total of 4 monsters, and no more monsters were found. It should be gone. Right. Pei looked at Jiu expectantly, hoping that the master would nod. No more. Jiu nodded. She had searched it thoroughly, and it must be gone in this town. I just don't know if there are monsters hiding in other places. The sky is big and the earth is big. If the monster keeps hiding, there is nothing she can do. Hearing Ji Yao's affirmative tone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they have closed their sense of smell, they can't smell the smell of pig manure at all. But after all, this is still a bit irritating to people's nerves, and they really don't want to remember it again. Chapter 1198 follow. Several demon cultivators said goodbye to Ji Yao and left. They wanted to go to other places to see if there were any monsters. When Ji Yao was about to take them away, she suddenly saw the injured monk in the inn. Ji Yao didn't see him when she was dealing with monsters before, but she suddenly saw him this time. Ji Yao frowned. Could it be that this person escaped from the battle? Don't want to fight monsters? Master! Just now I saw him comforting a scared little girl. Pei followed Ji Yao's gaze, and saw the Golden Elixir monk. Huh? Ji Yao raised her eyebrows, and looked at him curiously. When we were dealing with the monster just now, a little girl sneaked out and was frightened. Then this man saw it and kept comforting her. Pei still remembers the gentle expression of the man and the drunken man before. The appearance is completely different. Ji Yao was stunned when she heard this, and felt a little guilty in her heart. She actually used the heart of a villain to judge the heart of a gentleman. She secretly reflected on herself, and she must not define others at will until things are clear in the future. But after hearing what Pei said, she had a better impression of the monk. However, she had no intention of getting to know him. She just glanced at him and left with the disciples. The male cultivator saw Ji Yao and the others leaving, but followed them. Ji Yao thought at first that he was just traveling with them, but later she realized that he was following them. But he was following them openly, so he probably didn't mean to do anything bad. Ji Yao stopped the spirit boat and turned to look at the monk who was catching up. The people from Wanjian sect also looked puzzled, not understanding his intentions. Why are you following us? Ji Yao raised her eyebrows and asked directly. I want to follow you to kill monsters. The male cultivator looked firmly into Ji Yao's eyes, his eyes full of determination. You can kill monsters yourself. Why do you want to follow us? Ji Yao asked without understanding. Because of you. The male cultivator had no intention of respecting Ji Yao at all, and did not use the honorific title in the cultivation world at all. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone in Wanjian sect was dissatisfied. How could their uncle, ancestor, be such a junior and be worthy of their equals? Ji Yao didn't feel anything at all, except for the big age difference in her previous life. Everyone else was of the same generation, so there was nothing wrong with that. She didn't speak, and waited for the next sentence. You can detect where there are monsters, the male cultivator said with certainty. Although he didn't know the reason, he just felt that she was different from them. This is his intuition. Oh! Ji Yao looked at him with some surprise. The disciples of Wanjian sect all thought that she could detect monsters because of her high cultivation level, but they didn't know that it was because of the Jingyuan pearl. How did this person notice the difference? So I want to follow you. The monk kept staring at Ji Yao, expressing his determination. Give me a reason. After all, you are a stranger, and I have to be responsible for them. Ji Yao crossed her arms, and did not agree directly. What if this person is a bad person and hurts these disciples? I want to avenge my wife and children. The male cultivator's eyes suddenly turned red. He clenched his hands into fists, and said through gritted teeth, with a murderous aura all over his body. Ji Yao was stunned when she heard the words, and understood what he meant in an instant. She was afraid that his wife and children would die in the hands of those monsters. It was no wonder that he kept drinking. It was probably because he was in too much pain and drank to relieve his sorrow. Chapter 1199 Shocking Speculation. Not long ago, I went out to buy herbal medicine for my child. I wanted to remove some impurities from his body before he practices cultivation, hoping to make his future cultivation path easier. But I didn't expect that this would mean goodbye forever. When the male cultivator said this, he couldn't help but shed tears. He raised his head and tried hard to hold back the tears. The disciples of Wanjian sect were also infected at this time, and everyone felt uncomfortable. Jia pursed her lips, her hatred of monsters increasing a bit. When I came back, all I saw was the child lying on the ground and my wife struggling in pain. I wanted to save her, but in the end, I watched her die in front of me. I can't save her. You know, I really can't do anything. The monk closed his eyes in pain. The feeling of watching his lover die, but being unable to do anything was too painful. Jia can completely understand his mood. Mortals do not have the knowledge of the sea. Although they have souls, they cannot practice. Once invaded by a foreign object, either the soul will be scattered or the soul will be swallowed up. If he gets into his wife's head, she will only die faster. As the monster stayed in his wife's head, he couldn't harm his wife's body, so he could only watch. No matter what he did, his wife would die. Later, I killed the monster, but I could never find my wife and children. The male cultivator's heart was full of hatred for the monster. At that time, he wanted to accompany their mother and son to die together. It was hatred that kept him alive. He lives just to destroy those monsters. This is the only meaning of his life. I also went to Shigei Tower and wanted to issue a hunting order for the monsters, but I was rejected. The male cultivator smiled sarcastically. And there was a day when the killer organization would not accept orders. They won't answer. Jia immediately grasped the point and asked with a frown. Yes, who doesn't know that Shigei Tower only recognizes spiritual stones? But this time it refused. The male cultivator recalled the expressionless expression on the face of the receiving monk who rejected him. Jia pursed her lips. Whether in the original book or in this real world, Shigei Tower is an organization with spiritual stones that can take on any task. Even the cultivators who transformed themselves into gods dared to issue a killing order blatantly, which was extremely arrogant. This time, as long as you kill some monsters casually, you can get the spirit stones, which is much easier than chasing down the god-forming monks. But they chose to refuse. Suddenly, Ji Yao had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that this Shigei Tower is related to monsters? Shigei Tower has a long history, and it is impossible to determine when exactly it appeared. However, the people behind such a large organization are perfectly hidden. Even the big families and sects have not been able to dig them out. It is really too mysterious. If the forces behind it were monsters, it would make perfect sense. The more Jia thought about it, the more she felt that this matter was very possible. She seemed to have discovered something big, and her heart beat rapidly. Come up! Follow us! Jia nodded hurriedly towards the male cultivator, then turned and returned to the room. She quickly took out a few communication charms and passed her judgment and evidence to Luo Hong, Chiyue and Qin Chen. Her own abilities are limited, and senior brother Luo Hong and senior uncle Qin Chen should be able to understand the situation better, especially since senior Ji Shuzi is here. She believes that she will have the answer soon. Chapter 1200 Looking for Trouble. In the days that followed, Jia took the disciples of Wanjian sect everywhere to search for monsters. Their hard work paid off, and they still found many monsters, all of which were solved by them. The male cultivator was even more desperate in his tactics. Once, he was almost attacked by a monster, but Ji Yao saved him. On this day, everyone came to a city and planned to take a rest. Everyone got off the spirit boat, paid the entrance fee and walked in. As soon as they entered the city, an arrow suddenly shot over. Ji Yu's eyes flashed, and she waved her hand forward to stop the arrow. The arrow tried hard to break through the restraint, but it always stayed there. Who is attacking in the dark? Pei Yi asked loudly, looking around. What is a sneak attack? Suddenly, a woman appeared from the second floor of a building. There was a pure black python wrapped around her hand, and she flicked her tongue towards Pei Yi. And the woman's dress was different from that of many monks. She had a colorful whip tied to her head and a bell on her hand. The woman's eyes were on Ji Yao from beginning to end. Looking at Ji Yao's face, she narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Ji Yao looked back at her calmly. But a late-stage Jin Dan dared to be so arrogant now. He actually openly attacked the nascent soul cultivator? For a moment, Ji Yao thought that there must be other guardians around her, and their cultivation levels must be quite high. It's just that in the city, it's not easy for her to release her consciousness at will, and it can easily be regarded as a provocation. Thinking of this, Xiao withdrew her gaze and teleported to the side of the arrow. She reached out and grabbed the arrow, squeezed it hard, and the arrow turned into powder. Xiao threw it into the air without even looking at the woman, and then continued walking towards the city with her disciples. Although she didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble, because she was afraid of hurting the disciples around her, it didn't mean that she had to swallow her anger. You? When the woman saw this, she stamped her foot angrily. Go! She threw the spiritual snake in her hand towards Xiao, a murderous look flashing in her eyes. Xiao took out Li Yuan and slashed it with Breaking Sky sword. Boom! The spirit snake was directly blown into countless pieces, with countless venom spraying everywhere. Xiao separated venom from them with a wave of her hand. This movement attracted the attention of other monks in an instant, and everyone spread their consciousness and swept towards Xiao. Xiao violently released the pressure of her soul, and immediately suppressed the consciousness of many people. Her spirit is higher than her own level. So many monks dare not confront her head-on for fear of offending the nascent soul monks. However, there are also Yuaning monks in this city, and there are quite a few of them. The woman's face turned completely gloomy at this time, and there was still a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth. That spiritual snake was her spiritual pet. Although the contract had only been made for a short time, she was still injured. She immediately sent the messenger talisman to the senator, and when the senator came, she could take care of her. Xiao also knows her plan. I'm afraid if she doesn't do anything to her now, that backer is not around. She didn't care about the woman and took her disciples to find an inn to stay. Master, is that woman mentally ill? Pei Yi sat down on the stool angrily. Someone was bullying the master, but he couldn't help. It seems that he still doesn't practice hard enough. You are indeed sick, and the illness is not serious, Xiao said lightly as she took a sip of tea. Chapter 1201 Come to the door. The disciples of Wanjian sect were all stunned when they heard this. They did not expect Xiao to say such words. After all, Uncle Master, Ancestor, has always had a relatively cold and serious image. He suddenly attacked people, leaving them unable to react for a moment. Just kill him, the male cultivator Yin Bin said after drinking a glass of spiritual wine. Awesome. Pei gave a thumbs up to Yin Bin, but he was straightforward enough. There is someone behind her. Otherwise she would not dare to be so arrogant. Xiao shook her head. People who can cultivate to the late stage of Jin Dan are definitely not fools. That woman obviously had a spoiled temper, and was not afraid of the nascent soul cultivator. She must have come from some powerful force. Yes, then we may still be in trouble, a golden elixir monk said worriedly. If you really encounter this kind of situation, you must protect them and run away when you need to. Xiao warned the two golden elixir monks. Master, how can a swordsman escape from the battlefield? Pei Yi frowned dissatisfied. How could he put Master in danger alone? Sword cultivator is not a reckless person who rushes and even though he knows there is danger. Xiao tapped Pei Yi's head gently. Have you ever heard of the saying that those who know the current affairs are heroes? If Master can't win, isn't it just a matter of running away? Xiao didn't want Pei Yi to become a person who only knew how to fight hard in the future. Oh, disciple understands. Pei Yi nodded. He remembered that his master once warned him that life is very important, and he should not die casually because of impulse. At that time, please be careful. If we are really separated, I will come to you soon. Xiao is not afraid of 10,000. Just in case. There is nothing wrong with making arrangements in advance. The two Jindan monks nodded. They will definitely protect these future pillars of Wanjin sect. Just as Xiao finished her instructions, she suddenly felt a pressure coming over her. However, the pressure was useless to Xiao. Instead, she dispersed the pressure and helped the Wanjin sect disciples block the pressure. Huh? Came a surprised voice, obviously not expecting Xiao to feel no discomfort at all. Here we come! Be careful. Xiao's heart sank. She stood up and left the inn on her own initiative. The monks around them became excited when they saw the excitement. As soon as Xiao walked out of the inn, she saw a middle-aged monk at the peak of nascent soul in midair. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was not in the stage of becoming a god. Since she is at the peak of nascent soul, she can still give it a try, and she may not lose. It just so happened that she hadn't had a chance to verify the changes in her years and reincarnation yet, so she could use him to practice her skills today. The disciples of Wan Jian Sek rushed to the door of the inn, and they were extremely worried when they saw the monks in the air, who were better at cultivation. What should I do? This person's cultivation level is so high? Yes. How many steps higher is it? We'll rush out later and take our uncle away. Yes. We must take Uncle Master away. They have been together for so long and have developed a strong affection for them. They must not leave their master and uncle behind and run for their lives. My master can win. Pei Yi raised his head proudly. Really? Pei Yi. Of course. Sword cultivators can challenge higher levels. And master can definitely do it. Pei Yi was full of confidence in Ji Yao. In his heart. Besides Master Luo Chuan, the most powerful one was Master. As soon as they heard what Pei Yi said, everyone felt relieved. Even the Jindan monk was full of confidence in Ziyu. Chapter 1202 Fighting. You are quite courageous. The middle-aged monk looked at Jia lightly. Seeing that she looked so good-looking, he finally understood why the young lady targeted her. Along the way, the young lady has harmed many beautiful girls. Unfortunately, she can do nothing but obey orders. Compared to her, I am still less courageous. Jia pursed her lips at the woman who appeared. Compared to herself, she was considered low-key. Humph! Why are you talking so much nonsense? She killed my spirit snake, and I must avenge it. The woman stood in the distance and said bitterly. She is the only girl in this generation of their Yuan family, and the others are all older brothers. Who hasn't protected her since she was little? No one had ever dared to hit her in the face. But this woman had embarrassed her today. She hates women who are prettier than her. Very much. The middle-aged monk sighed inwardly. He didn't know when his young lady's temper became crooked. When she was a child, she was innocent and cute. And no one, including the Yuan family, found anything wrong with her. It wasn't until he was ordered to protect her and go out to experience that he discovered that she had been raised crooked without knowing it. But there was no other way. When she came out, the head of the family gave special instructions to listen to her and not disobey orders. I'm offended. The middle-aged man complained to Jiao and had no choice but to take action against her. His natal magic weapon is a staff with several attribute gems inlaid on it, which should correspond to his spiritual roots. He held the staff and flicked it in Jia's direction. Suddenly, a ray of light of several colors rushed towards Jia. Jia pursed her lips, teleported away from the place, and then suddenly appeared next to the woman. Jia punched the woman. Roar! A roaring dragon shadow appeared from Jia's fist and hit the woman directly. Boom! The woman was knocked out, and all the bones in her body were broken. No monk at the nascent soul stage could handle Jiao's palm, let alone one at the golden core stage. Good! Good fight! Uncle Master is so powerful! The disciples of Wan Jian Sek were all excited when they saw this. That woman deserves to be beaten. The woman spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and a feeling of life passing by suddenly made her panic. Senior! Veteran! Save me! The woman shouted so anxiously that she actually cried. The middle-aged monk didn't expect that Jia would not follow the routine and actually ran to attack the young lady. At that moment, a strong murderous aura erupted from his body. No matter how willful the young lady was, she was still the treasure of their Yuan family, and no outsider could touch her. You are looking for death! He glared at Ji Yao angrily and moved in Ji Yao's direction again. At the same time, he made a hand gesture and then pointed to the sky. Suddenly, a thunder fell from the sky. After doing this, he walked over to the young lady and fed her the elixir. On the other side, Jia was not panicked. She mobilized the divine thunder from her body and hit the sky thunder. At the same time, she broke in the sky with her sword and slashed towards the colored light. Boom! The divine thunder collided with the sky thunder and exploded violently. The huge impact swept away in all directions, immediately destroying several houses. The monks who were watching the excitement retreated one after another, only daring to watch from a distance. The divine thunder was more powerful than the sky thunder, and part of it remained after the explosion. Finally, it rushed straight into the sky, and there was a roar. Chapter 1203 The Artistic Conception of Time Swordsmanship. When Patian collided with Kai Guang, their attacks cancelled each other out, and nothing happened. Senior! Heal her! Heal her! The woman shouted excitedly at the middle-aged monk. She wanted to make her regret provoking her. Okay, heal your wounds. Don't be afraid. The middle-aged man saw that the young lady was so distressed, and after putting her in a safe place, he came to Jia again. You brought this on yourself. The middle-aged monk's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Huh? You are too overbearing. Aren't you? I just want to know what kind of big family you came from to be so arrogant. Ji Yao laughed angrily at his attitude. Does this person dare to be more shameless? Humph. We are from the Yuan family. A hidden family. The middle-aged monk puffed up his chest proudly when he mentioned his family. Huh? It turns out he is a deserter from the Yuan family. No wonder he is so arrogant. Ji Yao sneered. She hated other people's attitude of, I have a high cultivation level, a powerful background, and everything I do is right. The Yi family would never bully others because of their background. Say it again? The middle-aged monk's face suddenly sank, and he said through gritted teeth, I said, aren't your Yuan family just deserters? What kind of hidden family is this? They are nothing more than cowardly turtles. She only needs to think about those seniors who bravely kill the enemy on the front line and are willing to self-destruct to protect the Qinfeng realm. The hidden family actually chose to find a place to hide. And she was filled with anger. She only enjoys the benefits of this world, but is not willing to repay them. This kind of selfish family really makes her dislike it. It's great now. But it's really disgusting that those hidden families are still relying on the same resources as before to bully the people in the mainland. Okay. Today I will show you who is the coward. The middle-aged man was so angry that Ji Yao turned red. This is the past that their reclusive family least wants to mention. And everyone avoids never mentioning it. I went to touch him. But today I was exposed by a woman. The middle-aged man couldn't bear it anymore and slashed his staff towards Ji Yao with anger. This attack was different from the previous one, exuding an aura that made Ji Yao's heart tremble. But she was not afraid. As a mixed Kendo artistic conception of breaking the sky and reincarnation came forward. The strong and dangerous aura made the middle-aged man frown. It turned out to be a sword cultivator. No wonder he was so arrogant. Just as he was about to take action again, Ji Yao took action first. A year emitted from Li Yuan, and the artistic conception of the time sword instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. Ji Yao looked at him indifferently and began to control his time flow. Oh my god! What is that? Bone Age and Bone Age have changed. The crowd of onlookers had been watching the excitement quietly, but now they couldn't help but make a sound of surprise, because the middle-aged man's bone age suddenly began to increase. His bone age, which was originally more than 400 years old, reached more than 1,200 years old in the blink of an eye. Wrinkles began to appear on his face, and a few strands of white hair sprouted on his temples. At this moment, the years failed, and the middle-aged man finally resumed his actions. Before that, he had no idea at all, and didn't realize anything was wrong with him. He continued the previous offensive and attacked Ji Yao again. Oh my god! What exactly is this technique? Terrible! You can actually control a person's time flow? This is a monster who understands time. The crowd of onlookers was discussing fiercely, and the eyes they looked at Ji Yao had completely changed. Chapter 12 for the power of years. Ji Yao was a little surprised when she saw the effect of the time sword Dao artistic conception, but she felt it was reasonable. Seeing him attack her again, Ji Yao slashed past him with years again. This time, not only did the middle-aged man pause, his attack also stopped midway. Ji Yao easily moved her position and completely avoided the attack. At this time, the middle-aged man's hair has turned gray. His whole face is covered with wrinkles. His bone age has reached more than 1,900 years, and he has not much time left. The disciples of Wan Jian's sect were all excited, and they all looked at Ji Yao with admiration. The way Yin Bin looked at Ji Yao changed at this time. He originally thought that she was just an ordinary early Yuanying monk, but now he realized that he was wrong. This kind of monster who crosses the level to challenge is really terrifying. Senior! The woman didn't react until now and shouted loudly. She was completely confused before and thought she had seen it wrong. But when she found out something was really wrong with the elder, her heart became anxious. From the beginning to the end, she never thought that the elder would not be able to defeat that woman. The picture in her imagination should be that of the woman begging for mercy before she died. The years finally failed, and the elders finally regained their ability to move. This time, he clearly felt something was wrong. He wanted to mobilize his spiritual power, but he felt unable to do so. The senator's heart sank. At this moment, he finally saw his hand holding the staff. The hand that used to be full of strength is now only skin and bones, and its skinny appearance is particularly dazzling. The senator's eyes widened in disbelief, and he even rubbed his eyes with the other one. But the other hand was also so nervous that when he put it in front of his eyes, his whole body began to tremble. He didn't even dare to glance at his bone age. He now hoped that it was all fake. Alas! This is the consequence of bullying others. Isn't that right? This is hitting a brick wall. Don't underestimate someone whose cultivation level is lower than yours. They might be evildoers. Oh! It's such a pity that all my cultivation has been wasted. What's a pity? He deserves it. He has the nerve to bully other girls. Which of you knows about this beauty? I don't know. And I don't know when Chiffon Continent had such a monk who understood the artistic conception of time. It's terrible. Moreover, people are already in the early stage of nascent soul when they are only a few dozen years old. According to this development, I am afraid that the advanced spirit will only be around 100 years old. It's so annoying to compare people to each other. The onlookers were extremely envious of Ji Yao. Not only was she outstanding in appearance, but she was also extremely talented. She also understood the artistic conception of time. She really took advantage of all the good things. Ji Yao felt calm at this moment. She could have killed him when he paused, but she did not do so in the end. Of course, the reason is not to be soft-hearted, but to see how overbearing the time kendo artistic conception is. Nowadays, years can stop a nascent soul monk for more than 10 breaths, and can make the other person age rapidly. Compared with before, it is a world of difference. In the future, she will have one more attack method, because the power of years is indeed too strong, and it should not be a big problem to deal with ordinary nascent soul monks. Of course, those geniuses who challenge other levels have to be discussed separately. The elder finally scanned his bone age with his spiritual consciousness. Chapter 1205 Meeting again. When he saw it clearly, his whole body began to tremble violently. What did you do to me? The elder pointed tremblingly at Ji Yao, and at the same time quietly sent out the Yuan family's special communication talisman. He couldn't protect the young lady himself, so he had no choice but to contact the two young men. I'm just fighting back. Ji Yao spread her hands and curled her lips in anger. You witch! The elder already knew that he was being persecuted by the attribute of time. If you don't find a way to relieve it, your life will come to an end. If you want to extend your lifespan, you must either practice to the stage of spiritual transformation or find herbs that increase your lifespan. The first one is completely impossible, and the second one is not easy either. Such good things are not so easy to obtain. When Ji Yao heard the name, witch, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. For a moment, she thought that she had become some kind of demon sect witch, and that the other party was some kind of righteous martial artist who came to encircle and suppress her. Senior, kill her! Hurry! The woman in the distance had mostly recovered from her injuries, but she didn't dare to approach her at all. She would never accept that she would become wrinkled and gray-haired. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows. It seemed that this woman was really brainless, and she hadn't figured out the situation yet. In fact, sometimes Ji Yao is really puzzled. Why do most second-generation Xiao know how to practice hard, but a small number of second-generation Xiao don't practice hard? Why are they still as lawless as a fool, seeing as she is already 70 or 80 years old? Why is she still so stupid? The elder smiled bitterly when he heard this. He wanted to kill her, but he was unable to do so. Ji Yao didn't want to waste time at this time. She raised the yuan and was about to strike with her sword. Fellow Taoist Yi! Suddenly, a familiar voice came into Ji Yao's ears, causing her to pause. Ji Yao raised her eyes and saw two figures approaching, one black and one white. They were Yuan Zhan and Yuan Yi, whom they had met before. 8th Young Master. 11th Young Master. The elder became excited when he saw the two men, and reinforcements finally arrived. As long as the two young masters are around, this woman is dead. Brother 8. Brother 11. Woo-woo. The woman started crying the moment she saw the two of them. Pei, will your uncle be alright? Yes. Yes. Here are two nascent soul cultivators. At worst, we can rush forward and fight them together. The disciples of Wanjian sect were very nervous, fearing that Ji Yao would be injured. Only Pei was very calm. Master will be fine. Don't worry. Pei shook his head. He didn't hear the man calling, Fellow Taoist Yi, just now. Moreover, the master actually stopped. It was obvious that the other party was someone he knew. Otherwise it would have been impossible for the master to stop given his character. Sure enough, the two people flew straight to the master. Fellow Taoist Yi, long time no see. Yuan Zhan's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect to see Ji Yao again at this time. Yuan Yi was on the side and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Long time no see. Xia smiled at the two of them. She was also surprised that the three of them met again. The elder was stunned at this time. He originally thought that the two young masters were here to help him. But why did they end up chatting with each other? The onlookers did not expect this turn of events, and did not react for a moment. Bago! Suddenly, a very harsh cry broke the friendly atmosphere of the reunion between Xiao and the three of them. Chapter 1206 Internal Strife. Yuan Zhan turned around impatiently and felt irritated when he saw Yuan Lei looking at him with a wronged expression in the distance. The family atmosphere of the Yuan family is very bad. The elders form their own bullet gangs and are very dissatisfied with the current head of the family. This also resulted in a very bad relationship among the disciples of their generation, who often secretly set things up for others. Yuan Lei is the only daughter of this generation of their Yuan family, and the only daughter of the family head. Those brothers were very nice to her, but not really nice. That was a real praise and killing. Now it seems that they succeeded and have completely crippled her. Yuan Zhan sighed. Although he didn't like the head of the family, he was not so crazy as to attack a little girl. After receiving the summons from the senator, he and Yuan Yi were not far away, so he rushed over immediately. No matter how many conflicts there are, they still have to protect their family members in front of outsiders. But he didn't expect that Yuan Lei would offend fellow Taoist Yi. To be honest, his relationship with Yi Daoyu is better than that with Yuan Lei, so it is already obvious which side he wants to side with. Bago! She bullied me and killed my spirit snake. Yuan Lei had tears in her eyes, as if they were about to fall down in the next second. She bit her lip in grievance, as if she had really been greatly wronged. It's impossible for fellow Taoist Yi to do such a thing. Yuan Zhan looked at Yuan Lei with a cold expression and said, Bago! I am the Yuan family member. Yuan Lei stamped her feet angrily, tears falling instantly. She knew that Brother 8 had never liked her since she was a child. Even if all her brothers doted on her, Brother 8 and Brother 11 would not. They were always very cold towards her, and sometimes they completely ignored her. But now it was an outsider who was slapping the Yuan family in the face, and he was actually indifferent. Tell me, is it you who seduces my beige with your face? Yuan Lei became angrier when she thought of this, pointing at Ji Yao and questioning. Snapped. Before Ji Yao could speak, Yuan Yi suddenly came to Yuan Lei and slapped her in the face. Miss! The elder suddenly ran to Yuan Lei's side with heartache, and worriedly stretched out his hand to support her. Yuan Lei was slapped and turned sideways. She covered half of her face in disbelief and was stunned for a moment. Growing up, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on her, and now Brother 11 actually hit him. Mississippi! The elder called worriedly. Let go! Yuan Lei shook off the elder's hand and turned her head to look at Yuan Yi. You hit me? How dare you? A bastard from nowhere. Hit me! Yuan Lei touched her swollen Lao Gao's face with one hand, and pointed at Yuan Yi with a trembling hand. Pa! Yuan Lei was slapped again on the other half of her face. Only this time, the one who beat him was Yuan Zhan. Who he is our own family's business. It's not your turn to dictate. Yuan Zhan even had murderous intentions towards Yuan Lei at this time. His brother's identity, whether he was recognized or not, had nothing to do with anyone else. When the elder noticed Yuan Zhan's murderous intention, his heart tightened, and he quickly stopped in front of Yuan Lei, looking at Yuan Zhan with a pleading look on his face. Yuan Yi looked at Yuan Zhan beside him, and felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard him defending himself. He pursed his lips and stood quietly without speaking. Xiao didn't expect that things would develop like this, and she frowned in discomfort. Yuan Yi stood up for herself, but was even scarred. She hated Yuan Lei even more. Chapter 1207 Favor. Okay. You are all bullying me. Yuan Lei sneered twice, looking at Yuan Yi and Yuan Zhan with eyes that seemed to be filled with poison. I'm just disciplining you for your father. Do you see what you look like now? Yuan Zhan finally softened his attitude with some family sentiments in mind. I don't need you to discipline me. Yuan Lacey didn't appreciate it, and she had already concluded in her heart that Ji Yao had seduced Beige and the others. So they turned towards her. She was filled with rage, annoyance that had not previously ruined her seductive face. Mississippi! The elder tugged on Yuan Lei's sleeves to signal her not to talk like that. Originally, the previous generation was at odds with each other. If the two young masters were really offended, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect the young lady. Go away! Don't touch me! Yuan Lei fiercely threw away the elder's hand, and became furious just looking at him. It's not all your fault. You can't even deal with an early yuaning. What a waste! Yuan Lei wanted to cry when she thought of the shame she had suffered today. If my father had arranged for Uncle Feng to protect me, I wouldn't be like this. It's all your fault. Yuan Lei became angrier as she thought about it, wanting to kick the elder away. The elder lowered his head in guilt. Brother Feng had already advanced to become a god a few years ago, and it was impossible for him to be sent out to protect the young lady, and his life was saved by the head of the family. It was indeed useless for him to fail to protect the young lady. Xia frowned more and more, feeling some sympathy for the elder in her heart. I try my best to protect others, but it's taken for granted. It's really not worth it to be insulted if I can't do it well. You? Yuan Zhan was so angry with Yuan Lei that he didn't know how to teach her a lesson. Just wait. I will definitely let my father make the decision for me when I get home. Yuan Lei said bitterly towards Yuan Zhan and the other two, then turned around and ran away crying. Miss! Miss! The elder followed anxiously, fearing that something might happen to Yuan Lei. Yuan Zhan glanced at Yuan Lei who was running away, then turned around and came to Ji Yao. I owe you 2 favors, Yuan Zhan said apologetically. If it weren't for himself, fellow Taoist, he would never let Yuan Lei and the others go. She gave herself face, and she couldn't just accept it as she should. It doesn't matter. Ji Yu smiled and shook her head. Since she is a friend's family, it doesn't matter if she lets it go this time. If they do this again next time, she won't be merciful. Yuan Yi also came to Ji Yao at this time, still standing silently. Let's go in and have a drink. Ji Yu was happy to see her friends, waved to them, turned around and entered the inn again. Yuan Zhan and the other two followed them in. Seeing that there was no more fun to be seen, the crowd of onlookers dispersed with some regret. It's just that everyone is still discussing Ji Yu's years with gusto. It was also after this battle that Ji Yao's reputation gradually spread. Everyone knew that Chiffon Continent had a genius swordsman who understood the attribute of time. The method of making people approach their longevity in an instant is really shocking. I've met these 2 seniors. The disciples of Wanjian sect quickly saluted Yuan Zhan when they saw them. No need to be polite. Yuan Zhan smiled slightly, and then winked at Ji Yao. Fellow Taoist Yi, you can do this. You have already started to lead your juniors to practice. Yuan Zhan deliberately teased. He also did not expect that after so many years of separation, fellow Taoist, he would have already advanced to the early stage of nascent soul. It is very difficult to advance to the nascent soul stage. He and Yuan Yi have not made any further progress for such a long time. It will take some time. Chapter 1208 Anomalies in Tufu City. Ji Yao smiled sheepishly, and then introduced to the 2 of them. These are the outstanding descendants of my Wanjian sect. This is my disciple, Pei Yi. Yuan Zhan raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this. He didn't expect Ji Yao to accept a disciple. Normally, true genius disciples would not accept disciples. One is because he is too young, and the other is because his advancement speed is too fast. Especially now that he can ascend. He may not be able to stay in Chiffon Continent for long. He looked at Pei Yi and didn't know why fellow Taoist he accepted him. Yuan Yi also stared at Pei Yi, and then withdrew his gaze. Come on! I haven't seen you for such a long time. Let me propose a toast to you. Xia didn't care about their surprise, and poured some spiritual tea for the 2 of them. The 3 of them clinked glasses, and each took a sip. Pei Yi snorted coldly in his heart, when he saw that the relationship between the 3 of them seemed to be good. In his opinion, these 2 people still don't know what their plans are for their master. As long as he is here, these 2 people can't even think of kidnapping master. But his eyes unconsciously looked at the spiritual hairpin on Jia's head. Over the years, the master has changed his clothes several times, but he has never touched the spiritual hairpin. Even after taking it off, he would put it in his hand and look at it with concentration. Sometimes, Pei could even see a silly smile on his master's face. Therefore, he knew that master must have a very important person in his heart. You are also here to destroy monsters, right? Yuan Zhan took the initiative to ask Xio. Yes. By the way, I will bring the younger generation out to learn more. Xio nodded. Presumably many people come to the western region now for this matter. Not only them. Many people are worried about Chiffon Continent, and do not want the ancient war to happen again. We also have this purpose. And we have received news that a large number of monsters have appeared in Tufu City in the south. Now many monks have rushed there. Yuan Zhan happened to pass by this area after receiving this news. Now monsters dare to attack monks? And it seems that Tufu City is still the territory of Buddhist cultivators. Right. Shio opened her mouth slightly in surprise when she heard this. That is the nemesis of monsters. Buddhist cultivators? Yes. Everyone is also talking about this. There must be something wrong. We might know it when we get there. Yuan Zhan didn't understand why inside. Once upon a time, during the ancient war, their ancestors of the Yuan family hid and became deserters. This was something he had always been ashamed of. He couldn't change it in the past. But now, he wants to contribute to Chifeng continent. No matter what others do, he himself will never become a deserter. Then we'll go with you. Xia didn't know where to go next. But now she wanted to visit Tufu City. I don't know what happened to Tufu City to be attacked by monsters. Nandong family in the spiritual world. Nandong Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the lower part of Qi Qing Ju in his hand. He pushed out all the distracting thoughts in his mind and devoted himself to understanding the technique. Half an hour later, he put down the technique and began to operate the second half of the 7 emotions art. After the technique had been running for a week, there was a sudden click in his heart. As if something was broken. Countless spiritual powers swarmed towards Nandong Yu and quickly enveloped him. Master, has Yu regained his emotions and desires? The second elder looked at the spiritual whirlpool rising into the sky in Nandong Yu's courtyard with some sigh. Their Nandong family was finally different. Chapter 1209, Practicing the 7 Emotions Art. No! The head of the Nandong family touched his beard and shook his head mysteriously. Ah? The second elder looked at him puzzled. Although he has completed the skills, he still needs an opportunity to restore his 7 emotions and 6 desires. The head of the Nandong family did not show off and answered simply and clearly. What's the opportunity? The second elder frowned. Does 7 emotions Ju still have this shortcoming? I read in the ancestral teachings that this opportunity varies from person to person. Anything is possible. Or he may be like this all his life. The head of the Nandong family took a meaningful look at Nandong Yu's yard, shook his head and left. The second elder scratched his head in confusion. What's the difference between the head of the family saying this and not saying it? He rolled his eyes and left. TSK. It seems that this younger brother is not a simple character. The 19-year-old girl lay on the chair and looked towards Nandong Yu's yard with envy. No, I haven't advanced for a long time. The 15th girl pouted. Why did her 21st brother have to advance again not long after he ascended? Are all ascended monks so powerful? Never heard of it before. You just lie around every day and don't practice hard. You are the only one who can advance. Nandong 13 ruthlessly exposed them and sneered. Humph. If you work so hard, aren't you just a little better than me? Girl 15 curled her lips and looked at Nandong 13 with contempt. You? Nandong Shursen was so angry that his face turned red. He was obsessed with alchemy, and that's why his cultivation speed was so slow. He is not a waste material. Not a waste material. By the way, aren't the Feng family members going to have a fight? Let's take him with us then. Girl 19 sat up straight, wishing she could beat the Feng family members into pig heads right now. Yes, let them see what a real genius is. Shafifa puffed out her chest, as if the genius was referring to her. The Feng family and the Nandong family have been enemies for many years. They were the 2 strongest forces in the area that was originally separated. Therefore, the relationship between the 2 parties has not been very good for many years. The older generation only fights with words, while the younger generation fights with real swords and guns. The older generation didn't stop them either. They would show off in front of the other party if they won. However, what she hates most is that the Feng family always shamelessly wants to get involved with the Phoenix family, a powerful family in the spiritual world. They all have the surname Feng, so there is no way they are related by blood going back in time. Pooh! They are like Phoenix. They really dare to say anything. They are shameless. Spirit World Sword Sect. Jian Song followed Jian Ichu, and Xiao Chutang walked beside the 2 of them casually, occasionally saying H, low to the monks passing by. He used to come to Jianzong often to ask for fights with Jian Ichu. So many people knew him. Jian Song took a look at Jian Song. This sect was too big. Much bigger than one Jian sect. After a while, several people arrived at the meeting hall. There was already a person sitting in the hall waiting for them. Disciple has met the sect master. Jian Ichu clasped his fists and saluted. Senior! Xiao Chu Tang and Jian Song also saluted. No need to be polite. Ha. The leader of Jian Song smiled and helped several people to stand up, and looked at Jian Song. He heard Jianichu talk about the conditions in the lower world. Being able to ascend to the throne at hundreds of years in such a harsh environment is considered a talent. Jian Song was also observing the master of the Jian sect at this time. This person was actually a late-stage integration monk. Chapter 12:10 Divine Soul Merits. I heard that you want to join the Jian Song sect? The leader of the Jian Song sect sat up straight and looked steadily into Jian Song's eyes. Yes. Jian Song looked back at the master of the Jian sect with neither humility nor arrogance. He came here because of his master Jianichu. He believed that even if he did not join the sword sect, he could still make a career. The people from Chiffon continent are all good. Okay. The leader of Jian Song admired Jian Song's magnanimity. He really had no reason to refuse such a talent. Jianichu is from the Sword Saint Peak. So you can join the Sword Saint Peak. The leader of the Jian sect waved his hand and threw a jade token towards Jian Song. Jian Song reached out to take it. And when he lowered his head, he saw that the word, Jian Song, had been engraved on it. It was obvious that it had been prepared from the beginning. It's up to you to take him to do the next thing. The leader of the Jian sect looked at Jianichu and ordered. Then waved to them to signal them to leave. Jianichu nodded, turned around and left. Jian Song and Xiao Chutang followed him and walked out of the hall. I'll take you to register. Jianichu looked at Jian Song and said, Okay. Please excuse me. Master. Jian Song clasped his fists gratefully, as he had already caused trouble for Master as soon as he came up. Jianichu smiled faintly and took Jian Song to the General Affairs Pavilion. Master! Look! Pei Yi suddenly saw a strange scene and shouted in surprise. Jia looked down from the spirit boat and immediately frowned. There was a monk below the spirit boat who seemed to be going crazy and was attacking the monks around him. In addition to the demon cultivators, there were actually 2 Buddhist cultivators who besieged him. Master! I don't think he is a monster. Right. Pei Yi said strangely, as he didn't notice the aura of the monster. The same is true for the others, who plan to move on and, fine. After all, if it's not a monster, it has nothing to do with them. Jia felt something was wrong. But this person did not have the aura of other monsters. But she always felt that something was wrong. To be on the safe side, she spread her consciousness and wrapped the male cultivator. The monster in the male cultivator's mind froze for a moment when it was wrapped in divine consciousness. And a frightening aura enveloped him. They are a race of gods and demons who need to rely on other life forms to advance. And their concealment function is top-notch, making it difficult for others to see them. And their natural enemy is the merits of Buddhist practice. How much sin there is in them. How much harm the merit will cause. Just now, it felt the power of merit. But what enveloped it was clearly the monk's consciousness. Could it be said that someone's soul already has merit? It was shocked when it thought of this. The soul protected by merit can remain immortal as long as the merit is not lost. Even if the body dies, the spirit can survive. But this divine soul merit is not simply the merit of Buddhist practice or the merit of doing good deeds, but the blessing given by the way of heaven at the expense of its own energy. It couldn't believe that Fang Tiandao would actually spend his energy to give such grace to a monk. It raised its head in response to the induction, and saw the stunning female editor in white clothes on the spirit boat, with a red lotus on her forehead, staring at it coldly. The monster's heart trembled, and for some reason a bad premonition arose in his heart. Shio has already noticed the monster's aura in the monk's body. No matter how deeply it is hidden, it is still invisible in front of her. Without saying a word, she directly slashed at the monster with, You. Chapter 12:11 Jingyuan Pearl in Time. The monster was startled and tried to escape, but was stopped by others. The sword light struck him, and the monster immediately stopped. Those who besieged him would not miss this opportunity and launched attacks one after another. Bang! The body occupied by the monster fell down directly, and the monster had to be forced out of the body. It's actually a monster? The monks who besieged him were shocked. They didn't expect that they would attack a monster by mistake. The reason why they attacked the monk was that he had robbed their things, and they never thought of this possibility. The 2 Buddhist cultivators looked at each other. They had sensed the aura of the monster a little bit, and now it seemed that they were right. They looked up at Ji in the sky and narrowed their eyes at the red lotus on her forehead. They sensed the aura of Buddhist treasures. The 2 of them looked away and looked at each other again, secretly thinking about whether to get the baby over. But the next scene completely dispelled their thoughts. The female cultivator in white suddenly took out a lotus flower. And then, the lotus flower turned into a sword. She slashed at the fleeing monster with her sword. And the monster paused again in an instant. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that after the monster paused, it actually began to be melted by the power of merit. Melt little by little from the outside. The besieging monks all know how difficult high-level monsters are. But this person can solve them with just one move. The two Buddhist cultivators swallowed nervously. Just making them stop this move was scary enough. Master is so awesome! Peggy watched the monster quickly melt away, leaving nothing behind in the end, and immediately looked at Jia with admiration. His master is indeed the most powerful. Jia took back the Jingyuan bead lightly and smiled slightly, with a calm look on her face. In fact, she was very happy. She originally wanted to give it a try and use the power of merit to create the artistic conception of Time Sword. But she didn't expect that she succeeded. It is very convenient to stop the monster and then directly use the power of merit to deal with it. From now on, as long as she seizes the opportunity, it will be easy for her to deal with monsters. The disciples of Wanjian sect all blinked with stars and looked at Jia with admiration. Jia coughed slightly, and her cheeks turned red quietly. Let's go! Jia glanced at the monks on the ground, waved her spirit boat, and set off again. The monks on the ground watched Jia leave, with the sword she just fired still in their minds. Fellow Taoist Yi, that's awesome! Yuan Zhan winked at Jia and gave a thumbs up. Hey, isn't it because you didn't take any action? Jia smiled modestly. Come on! You did a great job with that score just now! Yuan Zhan teased. Just now. After fellow Taoist he made the sword move. The demeanor of the high-level monk at the end made him feel a little moved. But he intuitively felt that there was no hope, because he had seen the spiritual hairpin on her head a long time ago. When monks make spiritual weapons, they will have their own special symbols, but they will not have their own titles engraved on them. The only possibility is that someone else gave it to her. He was given a hairpin and a name engraved on it, and he could guess what it meant. Fellow Taoist herself is willing to wear it on her head, and her thoughts are more obvious. After all, Yuan Zhan was still a little disappointed. He finally met a woman he liked, but he didn't expect that he already had a master. Is it obvious? Jiu smiled sheepishly. She just pretended to be cool. Chapter 1212 Tufu City. It's quite obvious. Yuan Zhan looked at Ji Yao's shy look and became more and more cute. Yuan Yi didn't say anything at the side, but just glanced at Yuan Zhan one more time. He knows Yuan Zhan best and can see his changes at a glance. But he can't control these things. His pursuits are not high. It's enough to protect people who are good to him. 3 days later, Jio and his party finally arrived at Tufu City. Such a strong smell of monsters. Yuan Zhan frowned, and the entire Tufu City was filled with a strong smell of monsters. It seems like something really happened in Tufu City. Jio's heart sank. If something happened to the Buddhist cultivators' territory, what about other places? Let's go in and take a look. Don't be careless or get lost. We must pay attention to the people around us at all times and report immediately if we find anything wrong. Jia stopped the spirit boat and told everyone. Disciple understands. The disciples of Wanjian sect realized the seriousness of the matter and were all on alert. Jia nodded and took the lead to approach Tufu City, while Yuan Zhan and Yuan Yi chose to stay behind. The once prosperous Tufu City has lost its popularity. All the shops have closed their doors tightly. There are fallen leaves everywhere on the ground, and there are still overturned stalls on the streets. Not far away, Jia saw the body of the first monk. Just at this glance, Jia's heart suddenly jumped. Everyone, be careful! She just shouted to everyone when the corpse on the ground suddenly jumped up and attacked Jio and others. The disciples of Wanjian sect were shocked, but they did not choose to retreat. Instead, they all attacked the corpse. Headshot! Jio commanded from the side. When everyone heard this, they all attacked the corpse's head. Under the combined attack of everyone, the corpse was finally hit in the head and fell down. Jia took a few steps forward and frowned. She had seen this kind of zombie in the Lingshu secret realm before, but she didn't expect it to appear here again. While in the secret realm, a senior who became a monster because of inner demons controlled those zombie, and now it seems that some monster is controlling them. I'm afraid we're going to be in big trouble. Jiu turned around and looked at Yuan Zhan and Yuan Yi. If these zombie bite a monk, they will infect that monk. It won't take long for the city to be full of zombie. Jia led them in the search while telling them about the dangers of zombie. How could there be such a thing? Yuan Zhan looked incredulous. He had never heard of such a thing in his whole life. I don't know either. Jia shook her head. Her understanding of zombie actually only came from novels and TV series in her previous life. That city? Yuan Zhan only said half of his words. But everyone understood. Such a long time has passed. And combined with the depressed environment, I am afraid that something has happened to the monks in this city. We must find those zombies and deal with them. Once they leave the city, it will be a real disaster. Jia pursed her lips. As the seal was opened, various disasters were about to break out. Yes. Yuan Zhan nodded. And everyone continued to work. Along the way, they found many corpses again and solved them one by one. But the closer they got to the center of the city, the more powerful the zombies became. In the end, Jiyu didn't dare to let the disciples of Wanjin's sect take action. So the three of them took action. Chapter 12-13 Monster. Wait! Jiyu suddenly stopped everyone's progress. What's wrong? Master? Pei Yi frowned. This city felt too depressing. I feel the aura of the monster. Jiyu closed her eyes as she spoke, and spread her consciousness to search carefully. The breath she felt was scattered, and she couldn't find it for a while. Yin Bin was filled with murderous intent as soon as he heard the word monster, and he was waiting for Ji Yao to give the order and was about to rush forward. Found it! Jia opened her eyes and suddenly teleported to the right. Everyone hurriedly followed, but saw Ji Yao stop before flying very far. They looked around, but saw no sign of the monster at all. Jia released the Chaos Heavenly Fire and the Pure Fate Pearl, and the two suddenly merged together and suddenly turned into countless red lotuses. Honglian surrounded a piece of air, and then squeezed towards the middle. Everyone was a little nervous, but they knew that Ji Yao would never make a mistake. And there must be monsters there. Sure enough, with Honglian's pressure, countless monster particles gradually gathered, and finally the monster's figure was revealed. Who are you? The monster looked at Ji Yao in horror, not expecting that someone could see through its disguise. It turned into particles and floated in midair, which had greatly reduced its monster aura. Are these zombies under your control? Jia asked straight to the point. Zombie? The monster was stunned, obviously not understanding what it was. It's those biting monsters. Jia controlled Honglian and did not solve it immediately, trying to find something to say. Those monsters you are talking about are naturally the products of our demon clan. The monster glanced at her lightly and said with some pride. How did you do it? Spread the virus? Jia continued to ask. Virus? The monster was stunned again. What weird things was this woman saying? Could it be a poison that can make people sick? Jia felt helpless for a while, and it was not easy to find a way to talk. How did you make such a monster? Jia simplified the language again so that the monster could understand it. You think I'm stupid, don't you? The monster looked at Jia strangely after hearing this. How could such a secret be exposed? Jia choked. But she didn't expect that this monster was still somewhat smart. Since you didn't say anything, then goodbye. Jia saw that it didn't say anything, so there was no need to keep it. She directly controlled urine to get closer and finally began to melt the monster. Ah! The monster screamed in pain, but it didn't say anything more until it finally disappeared. Jia took back the Pure Fate bead and the Chaos Heavenly Fire, but she was surprised that the monster could hold back. She had thought that in that kind of pain, it would be exposed. It seems that it is really the work of monsters. Yuan Zhan was furious. It was not enough for these monsters to invade Shenfeng continent on their own, but they also had to create such monsters to harm the monks. Well, we must spread this news, Jia said, and took out the communication talisman. Just about to send a message to the master, she suddenly remembered that the master had ascended. Missing her master flashed in her heart, and she passed the news to Yijia, Luo Chuan and Qin Chen. Now there is no way to save Tufa City, and I don't know if other cities have problems. This still requires the major sects and families to send forces to investigate carefully. Chapter 12-14 Danger Approaches. Master, I feel something is wrong here. Pei Yi suddenly stopped. At this time, everyone had arrived at the center of the city. During this section of the journey, they miraculously did not encounter monsters or zombies. But this made everyone feel uneasy, as if something terrible was lurking in the dark. Jia also felt bad, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. She didn't feel the monster's breath, so there were probably zombies nearby. A bad intuition made Jia feel depressed. She was mainly worried about the disciples behind her. Senior brother Luo Hong trusted him and handed them over to him. If something happened to them, he would really be to blame. Everyone, please pay attention to your surroundings and give me some time. Jia dispersed her consciousness and looked around. After confirming that there was no problem for the time being, she suddenly rose into the air. She stretched out her hand and began to draw in midair. With each stroke, everyone could see a line flickering and then disappearing. About a quarter of an hour later, Jia made the final stroke. Suddenly, a 7th level formation flashed and enveloped everyone. No one thought that the formation could be arranged like this, and they were all stunned for a while. After coming back to their senses, everyone looked at Jia with even more admiration. Uncle Sure advanced to nascent soul at a young age, and was very powerful in battle. Now he is able to form formations like this, leaving no way for others to survive. Even Yuan Zhan and Yuan Yi looked at Ji Yao in surprise, because this was a 7th level formation. In the entire Chifeng continent, the most powerful formation master only knows the 8th level formation, and that person is already over 1,000 years old. But fellow Taoist, he is only a few decades old. Xia didn't pay any attention to their gazes, because her uneasiness was getting stronger and stronger. I feel the danger is approaching. You will stay in this formation for a while. Don't go out casually. Xia looked at the disciples and said, Of course, if your opponent is not that good, you can still go out and fight against him. Just remember to run in after the fight. Remember not to run too far, Ji Yao said worriedly. She was afraid that she would not be able to distract herself from saving people. Disciple understands. The disciples of Wanjian sect nodded cautiously. If they were in danger, they would only hold back and put their uncle in danger. Seeing that they had all been noted down, Jiu stopped talking and just looked at her surroundings with a cautious expression. Coming! Suddenly, Jia's consciousness caught an abnormality. Everyone, be careful. It's a group of zombies! Jia was shocked and immediately shouted to everyone. Yuan Zhan and Yuan Yi also saw it. They stood next to Ji Yao, waiting for the arrival of the zombies. All the disciples were a little nervous, but not afraid. As a sword cultivator, there is no such thing as fear. Boom! Countless zombies quickly approached, and the entire ground began to tremble. Everyone's hearts were beating faster and faster, as if they were about to jump out of their chests in the next second. Finally, the zombies were approaching. They appeared from all directions and surrounded the formation tightly in the middle. Go! Xia glanced at Yuan Yi and Yuan Zhan, and took the lead in rushing out towards the zombie group. She activated the defensive hairpin given by Nandongyu, and a light shield suddenly enveloped her. Xia breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. The things made by senior brother Nandong are not so easy for these zombies to destroy. Thinking of this, she rushed into the zombie group with confidence, raised Li Yuan, and chopped off the zombie's head. Chapter 12-15 Melee. Yuan Zhan did not step out of the formation. He drew the bow and arrows to full capacity, and a rocket suddenly appeared on the bow and arrows, which was his 9-yang true fire. Zombies are already afraid of fire, so this trick is just right. He shot arrow after arrow, and zombies fell one after another. However, Yuan Yi rushed out. He came to Ji Yao's side with his spiritual sword in hand, and slashed at a zombie behind Ji Yao with his sword. A burst of black flames ignited all over his body, covering himself so that the zombies could not hurt him at all. Seeing this, Ji Yao also threw the chaos heavenly fire out. Now that the heavenly fire is becoming more powerful, it can already cause damage to zombies. It's just that it takes a lot of time to destroy a zombie. After all, it's still not level enough. Pei Yi looked at Ji Yao and Yuan Yi who were fighting among the zombies, feeling very envious in his heart. He took out the tall tower from the sea of consciousness and began to recite the mantra silently. Suddenly, the tower flew out of Pei Yi's hands and came outside the formation, spinning at high speed. Stop! Pei Yi gave the order, and the tower instantly began to absorb zombies, and zombies kept being sucked into the tower. It's just that Pei Yi's cultivation is limited, so he took back the tower after a while. He sat cross-legged and began to kill zombies in the tower. The disciples of Wanjian sect looked at Pei Yi with envy. This tower looked like a treasure at first glance. They only knew that this was Pei Yi's treasure, a gift from his uncle as a disciple. But no one likes to be compared with others, and so do they. Everyone looked at each other and started slashing at the zombies on the edge of the formation. The really high-level zombies all ran towards Yuan Yi and Ji Yao. The zombies outside the formation were not powerful characters. The disciples rushed out to kill a zombie and then immediately stepped back. So cunning. The two Jindan disciples did not dare to run far away. They were both killing zombies nearby and looking after their disciples. The zombies seemed to be endless, and new zombies are constantly coming. An hour later, all the disciples had exhausted their spiritual power. They all returned to the formation and took pills to restore their spiritual power. They looked at Gio with admiration, who showed no signs of fatigue among the zombies. Every time she drew her sword, there was no change, and she was as full of energy as at the beginning. Gio did not feel tired at all, but instead entered a state of excitement. Killing zombies does not have any psychological burden, and it can make her kill happily. Yuan Yi has been closely surrounding Gio, completely solving her worries. The two of them cooperated tacitly, killing zombies one after another. The ground was already covered with corpses, and corpses kept covering them. In the end, the corpses were piled more than 1 meter high. But those zombies have no sense. They are just being controlled and keep coming to die. At this time, in the palace of the city lord of Tufu City, a Buddhist monk wearing cassock looked at the light curtain in front of him with a ferocious expression. What was displayed on the light screen was Ji Yao and others. His eyes were locked on Ji Yao because he felt threatened by her. So, he sent all the monsters out just to kill her. This Buddhist cultivator has long been controlled by gods and demons and has changed his mind. After seizing the body, it immediately activated the city defense formation. So none of the monks escaped. It just watched, watching the monks being bitten by the people around them, and finally turned into monsters. Until the end, the entire Tufu city became an empty city. Chapter 12:16 Group Battle. When this group of people arrived, it originally thought it was food delivered to the door. But now it seems to be a big trouble. It had no choice but to give orders to those monsters. And its attack on Gio became a little heavier. Gio was now more certain that there were monsters controlling these zombies. Otherwise she wouldn't be so clever. And most of the zombies are coming towards her. Their intentions are already obvious. Just as she was thinking, another zombie attacked her. Gio frowned, because this zombie was a Buddhist cultivator. The power of Buddhist merit does not have much influence on monsters, because they cannot feel any pain, nor can they feel the pain of karma burning their bodies. Instead, they ignore these attacks and attack the Buddha. Most Buddhist practitioners focus on cultivating merit, and a small number of Buddhist practitioners also learn the 4 arts or practice physical exercise. But these are only a very small part, because it is too difficult to accumulate the power of merit. Otherwise, there would not be so many Buddhist practitioners who eventually embarked on the path of evil Buddhas. If the monster controls these zombies to harm the Buddhist cultivator, he will avoid colliding with the Buddhist cultivator, and the chance of survival will be much greater. Gio didn't show mercy just because it was a Buddhist cultivator, and struck it down with the same sword. The zombie fell down, and a golden light floated out from its body and entered Gio's body. It was the merits of Buddha during his lifetime. Gio was stunned, obviously not expecting this. However, she was not happy at all. A Buddhist cultivator who devoted himself to the Tao and worked hard to accumulate merit was destroyed in the hands of zombies, and his merit was even used as a wedding dress for others. This is a pity. However, after these monks were bitten to death, their souls had been destroyed. Otherwise she could have sent them back to reincarnation. But this is Jia's Sai, and it does not affect her killing zombies. Everyone was involved in killing the zombies. The disciples of Wanjian sect took pills when their spiritual power was exhausted, and resumed killing after recovering their spiritual power. In this way, a day and a night passed. The newborn sun hung in the sky, and light returned to the earth. The ground was piled with corpses, and a foul smell began to emit. So everyone had to shut down their sense of smell. The disciples didn't know how many pills they had swallowed. Everyone was filled with blood, and their spirits were high. They have been practicing for so long, and have never experienced such a long fight, which is of great benefit to them. Yuan Yi and Yuan Zhan also took several pills, and now they looked at Ji Yao with a strange expression. After such a long period of crazy consumption, fellow Taoist, he is still full of spiritual power, with no signs of spiritual depletion at all. They all started to admire her a little, seeing that there were only a few hundred zombies left around. Gio finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they persisted for a while, they could rest. Just as Xiao and others were killing like crazy, a group of people gathered at the gate of Tufu City again. This group of people also got the news that a monster appeared in Tufu City, and planned to come to encircle and suppress the monster. As soon as they arrived at the door, they smelled a foul smell, which immediately made them feel bad. However, they still entered Tufu City, and after flying for a while, they saw everyone fighting. "What are you doing?" the leading monk shouted in surprise. He didn't understand why these people were killing each other crazily, especially that woman, who was extremely ruthless. Chapter 12:17 Infection. Gio heard the sound, looked up, and saw a group of people in midair. Be careful! Just as Gio finished speaking, she saw a monk falling to the ground. Get out of the way! There's something wrong with those people! She immediately shouted in a hurry, approaching the monk at the same time. What's the problem? The monk was startled when he heard this. Just as he was about to retreat, he was suddenly grabbed from behind. It's over. Gio's heart sank and she paused, knowing that he was hopeless. She turned around and continued to kill the zombies. The monk was caught, and he immediately turned around and struck the zombie with his sword. But he didn't take the injury seriously. This little injury will heal on its own soon. Let me help you! Seeing someone attacking him again, another monk also fell to the ground, stood next to him, and began to fight against the zombies around him. Gio has been paying attention to the situation, and immediately became anxious when she saw this situation. Get away from him quickly! He was just scratched by a monster, and will soon turn into a monster. If you are accidentally injured by him, you will also become a monster, Gio explained while taking action. The people in midair were dubious when they heard the words, so they chose to stay in midair and see what happened. When the monk heard this, he took a serious look at his companion, only to find that he was attacking normally, and there was nothing unusual about him. He glared at Jiao. This person was so alarmist that he almost believed it. If you run away then, how will you face this friend in the future? Seeing that he was indifferent, Jiao suddenly became more anxious. Everyone is here to kill monsters. There is no need for such unexplained sacrifices. He really has a problem. Leave him quickly! Jiao shouted again. Yuani glanced sideways at the two people, but his heart did not waver. Jiao had already reminded them. If you want to die, no one can stop you. Yes! Please leave quickly! The disciples of Wanjian's sect were all in the formation at this time, and shouted in agreement. Seeing everyone's formation, the monk felt something was wrong. There are very few people in the world of cultivation who are willing to meddle in other people's business. And they can't possibly make fun of themselves. Right? He looked towards his companion again, but only saw his back. Brother Lin, are you okay? He patted his companion on the shoulder and asked tentatively. Huh? What? The scratched monk asked in confusion, and then turned around, seeing that there was no abnormality in his companion. The monk was even more puzzled. At this moment, the injured monk suddenly rolled his eyelids, and only the whites of his eyes remained. He bit the monk fiercely. Get out of the way! Gio was startled and immediately slashed at the mutated monk with her sword. Be careful! Yuani killed the zombies that appeared behind Gio with one sword, and became even more dissatisfied with those two people. If something happened to her because of them, then they would not be able to escape the blame even if they died. The monk reacted the moment his companion bit him down. He leaned back to avoid his companion, but suddenly felt a pain in his lower abdomen. At this time, Ji Yao's sword light hit his companion's head, causing him to fall down immediately. The monk took a few steps back with a look of disbelief and looked down at his abdomen. There, his robe had been torn. He pulled his clothes apart with trembling hands and saw a dazzling scar. Hiss! At the same time, the sound of clothes being torn sounded again behind him. But he no longer needed to look back. Chapter 12:18 Clearance. The monk noticed that his movements gradually became harder, as if he was no longer under his control. He closed his eyes in despair, and finally raised his sword and slashed towards his neck. Bang! The monk fell to the ground, and suddenly lost the breath of life. The monk in midair was shocked, but he believed Jia's words, and did not dare to approach the monk easily. Jiu sighed. The monk chose to kill himself because he didn't want to turn into a zombie and kill other monks. Unfortunately, he was already infected, and doing so was of no use. Sure enough, the monk's body suddenly moved. The people in the air were startled and immediately became alert. The monk slowly got up. At this time, only the whites of his eyes were left. His face was gray, and he looked particularly terrifying. Attack his head! Jia shouted towards the person in midair. The group of people also reacted and attacked the monk with various attacks. In the end, the monk's body turned into ashes and disappeared into the air, leaving nothing behind. Let's go help too! The leader finally believed in Ji Yao and ordered the others. Okay! Everyone nodded. Now they must deal with these monsters first. A group of people each used their own methods and joined in the melee. Just like that, another day and night passed. It wasn't until dawn the next day that Jia finally killed the last monster. Jia let out a long breath. Even though she had plenty of spiritual energy, she felt tired mentally. The disciples of Wang Jian's sect were all sitting in the formation at this time, completely ignoring their appearance. Their hair was all messy, and they were extremely tired. The same was true for the subsequent group of people, who had been taking elixirs to restore their spiritual power. But seeing that Ji Yao never stopped, they secretly nicknamed her Monster Hunter, a hunter who specializes in hunting monsters. Let's all recover our spiritual power first. The danger has not been completely eliminated. Ji Yao returned to the formation and said to the relaxed disciples. Everyone's hearts tightened when they heard this, but they didn't have any doubts about Ji Yao's words. Uncle Master said there is still danger, so there must be danger. The disciples hurriedly sat upright and began to seize the time to restore their spiritual power. Yuan Zhan looked at Ji Yao curiously and smacked his lips. Fellow Taoist, Ye's fighting power was extraordinary. Even now, she has not seen any signs of exhaustion. Whoever is her opponent would be really unlucky. Ji Yao stood in the formation, looking at the mountains of corpses surrounding her, feeling quite uncomfortable. Seeing that everything was getting better, something unexpected happened, and he lost the opportunity to ascend, and even lost his life. Ji Yao sighed softly and came to the midair outside the formation. She released Xiaoyan, intending to purify the resentment here. After all, as a monk in a city, there will always be people who are unwilling to die here, which will lead to resentment. It's not obvious now, but in a few years or decades, this city will likely be eroded by resentment. As soon as Xiaoyan flew out, she flew towards the pile of corpses and quickly purified the grievances. It wasn't until half an hour later that Xiaoyan returned to Ji Yao's sea of consciousness. After seeing Xiaoyan finished, Ji Yao took out a large number of flame talismans from the storage ring and began to burn the corpses. The entire Tufu city was ablaze, and a foul smell drifted around, quickly attracting the attention of other monks. Everyone originally planned to kill the monsters, but when they saw the scene, they immediately sped up. Chapter 12:19 Monster. Ji Yao and others had closed their sense of smell, but they didn't smell the foul smell. But they could still imagine it. No one wanted to see the scene, because there were burning corpses everywhere, which looked a bit scary in the firelight. Trash! The monster in the city lord's mansion was so angry that he slapped the table and immediately scattered the table. It has sent all these monsters out, and now it has no subordinates left to fight for it. This makes it even more nostalgic for hundreds of millions of years ago, when it responded to 1,000 calls and had 1,000 monsters under its control. Master, where are we going now? Pei came to Ji Yao's side, looking very unhappy. In this life, Pei lived a simple life and had never seen such a scene before, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The city lord's mansion. Ji Yao glanced at the towering temple in the distance, which was the city lord's mansion of Tufu City. From the very beginning, she sensed that someone was spying on her secretly, but she could never find the direction. Until the arrival of the group of people yesterday, Ji Yao was sensitive to the fluctuation of souls in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Therefore, based on her judgment, there must be monsters there. Ji Yao turned around and saw that all the disciples had recovered, so she led everyone towards the city lord's mansion. When the monster saw Ji Yao coming towards it, it immediately started to spin around the room anxiously. On the one hand, it always felt that the woman was a bit evil, which made it instinctively afraid. But on the other hand, it coveted her soul because it could sense the power of that woman's soul. If it really occupies Ji Yao's soul, I'm afraid it won't be long before it can truly regain its previous strength. Should you run away or not? But the temptation is too great and the opportunity is too rare, so I can't bear to give it up like this. Forget it. Let's take a gamble. The monster stamped its feet fiercely, with a fierce light flashing in its eyes. Maybe my feelings were wrong from beginning to end? The monster was mentally building itself up while waiting for Ji Yao's arrival. Soon, Ji Yao and others arrived at the door of the city lord's mansion. This is a 5-story temple with 2 stone lions standing at the entrance of the temple. Ji Yao raised her head and looked straight to the top floor, where the monster was. Follow me, and be sure not to run around. Ji Yao didn't worry about leading them elsewhere, because the sword cultivator didn't have much advantage over the souls attacked by the monsters and might be hit. All the disciples tightened the spirit swords in their hands and followed Ji Yao into the temple obediently. The group of monks who came later also followed behind. They felt safer following the senior. Yuan Zhan and Yuan Yi have also changed unknowingly. Now they are completely following Ji Yao's instructions. But they have not discovered this yet. As soon as she entered the temple, Ji Yao saw many Buddha statues. The city lord's mansion, which should have been bustling, was now completely silent. Everything was quiet except for their footsteps. Jia didn't stop and walked straight to the top floor. The monster heard Jia's footsteps going upstairs, and his heart beat loudly. It swallowed nervously, and then floated out of the Buddha's body. It lurked behind a portrait next to the stairs and planned to attack Jia. Jia looked solemn. The monsters did not pose much threat to her, but she was worried about the disciples behind her. She held the Jingyuan pearl tightly in her hands, and finally reached the last few steps. Chapter 1220 Sneak Attack. Jia glanced at the people behind her, and then walked up the remaining stairs. Not only Jia was nervous, the monster was also nervous. It stared at Jia tightly without blinking. When Jia stepped onto the last ladder, the monster suddenly rushed out and hit Jia's sea of consciousness. Jia noticed it the moment it appeared, but just when she was about to take action, she found that the monster actually wanted to go towards her sea of consciousness. Jia was overjoyed. Didn't the monster throw itself into a trap? Therefore, she didn't move at all and allowed the monster to rush into her sea of consciousness. Master! Master Uncle! Friend Yi Dao! Everyone was anxious when they saw her. They all gathered around Jia and looked at Jia worriedly. But there was nothing they could do to help. Jia also came to the sea of consciousness at this time and saw the dumbfounded monster. The monster was also confused at this time. It was very excited and thought it was about to succeed. But just after it laughed twice, it saw Jia's soul. The soul wrapped in golden light. What? You won't come to eat me? Jia raised her eyebrows and said to the monster. At this time, the Jingyuan pearl has surrounded Jia's sea of consciousness, and the monster can no longer escape. Hey, this is he. The monster smiled awkwardly, but the smile was uglier than crying. How about we be friends? The monster asked Xiang Jia in a flattering manner. I don't want to be friends with monsters. Jia's eyes were cold, and she looked at the monster with an unfriendly look. How about we make a deal? The monster suddenly became anxious. It had finally recovered to its present state, but it couldn't die. At this time, its intestines were turning green. If it had known that it would encounter this situation, it would have run away when the woman entered the city. What deal? Jia looked even worse after hearing this. You provide me with the monk soul, and I will help you ascend. The monster thought it was a good idea and said excitedly, Huh? I can ascend without your help. Jia sneered. Making a deal with a monster? Absolutely not. Tell me, apart from you, are there any other monsters here? Jia was impatient and wanted to get rid of the monsters quickly. She was afraid that Pei Yi and the others would worry. Go find it yourself. Seeing that the negotiation failed, the monster stopped being humble. It bid Jia's soul. Even if it meant death, it would fight for it. But before it came into contact with Jia, it was already wrapped by the Jingyuan pearl. Ah! It screamed in pain, but in the end, it was melted by the Jingyuan bead. Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the monsters had completely disappeared. As for whether there were any monsters in the city, she needed to spend time searching. Pei Yi and others looked at Jia very worriedly, fearing that she would be snatched away by a monster. The moment they saw Jia blinking, Pei Yi and others' hearts tightened, and they were ready to take action if something went wrong. Don't worry. I'm fine. Jia looked at everyone's worried looks and smiled slightly. Master, you scared me to death. Pei Yi pouted. He was almost worried to death just now, but Master could still laugh. Okay. My fault. Jia quickly admitted her mistake. What she did just now was indeed worrying, but it was also the safest way for others. The danger here has been lifted, but it is still uncertain whether there are still monsters in this city. We will spend the next period of time here. Jia looked at everyone and said. Chapter 1221 Group Fight. Anyway, we are here to destroy monsters. Pei Yi nodded. This was a very good experience. The other disciples also nodded, and they would do whatever Master Uncle said. Then let's get started. Jia pursed her lips and flew out from the top floor. Everyone immediately followed and began a carpet-like search. Not only Tufu City, but also the entire western region has launched activities to eliminate monsters. Because the massacre of monsters in Fu City has attracted the attention of the big sects and families in the western region. After all, it spread too fast and was more terrifying than the monsters. More and more monks came from other domains to clear out monsters, wanting to contribute to the entire continent. Qiyue and Shangwan Nanxian also rushed to the western regions with a pair of Qingmu sect disciples. Originally, I had wanted to go in July, but because my luck had not recovered before, Shangguan Nancian disagreed. Now that her luck was no longer so bad, she finally rushed to the western regions with him. Northern spiritual realm. Hey! This young master is quite eye-catching. Isn't he? A distracted disciple of the Feng family looked at Nandongyu, who stood out among the group of people, and said with a sour tone, the Feng family had long received news that a disciple of the Nandong family had ascended. And this must be him. Come on! Come on! Sister, let me introduce to you. This is Nandong 21 of our Nandong family. Nandongyu. Nandong 19 glanced at the Feng family disciples with disdain. His younger brother was distracted in the middle stage not long after his ascension. It's not something someone like him can compare to. Nandongyu stood in the crowd and said nothing. He was just dragged along to make up the numbers. Bah! You are a little girl. What do you call me, sister? The Feng family disciple looked at her with disgust and snorted coldly. What? You look down on me? I'll beat you until you call me sister? Nandong Shurjiu was always arrogant. With so many brothers and sisters supporting her, she was not afraid. Hey! Then I want to see what you are capable of. The Feng family disciple laughed angrily at her. He dared to be so arrogant even in the early stage of distraction. While the two were bickering, other disciples from the Feng family and Nandong family were quarreling with each other with their eyes. Of course, they were not competing for souls, but they were looking at each other with wide eyes without blinking. If anyone blinked first, they would lose their momentum. Nandongyu looked at this group of people and couldn't bear to look at them for a moment. It seemed that the disciples in the upper world were good at everything, but their intelligence didn't seem to be very high. He didn't have anyone to look at him, so he could only stand aside quietly. Brothers, let the fight begin, the Feng family disciple ordered, rescuing everyone whose eyes were already sore. Everyone rushed towards their opponents, raised their fists, and started fighting. Nandongyu was a little surprised. Was this really a fight? He thought that everyone would use their own unique tricks to determine the outcome. After all, in the lower realm, competitions between families are like this. These little guys are having a lot of fun fighting. Patriarch Nandong looked at the water mirror in front of him and said with a smile, That's right. They're just like us back then. The ancestor of the Feng family smiled and picked up a cup of spiritual tea and took a sip. Is that the 21 of your Nandong family? The ancestor of the Feng family glanced at Nandongyu. That's right. Ha ha ha. Ancestor Nandong smiled happily. This is the treasure of their Nandong family. That's great. The ancestor of the Feng family looked at Nandongyu with envy. He had already heard from the ancestor of Nandong that the Feng family in the lower realm had become a second-rate family. Chapter 1222 Prepare to advance. Don't worry. More and more people will ascend in the future. And by then, our team will gradually grow. Ancestor Nandong comforted him. When the Chifeng realm suddenly separated, their ancestors came to the upper realm. Here, they are not welcomed, but have always been squeezed out. After all, no one wants others to compete with them for resources. The Fuchin realm is originally a medium world, and there are countless small thousand realms under its jurisdiction. All along, people in the small thousand realm will ascend one after another, and their Chifeng world was originally a medium world. But in the end, it was beaten to pieces. The lower realm has become a small world, and they have become outsiders in the world of floating dust. Therefore, no matter how the monks in Chifeng realm fight, when the critical moment comes, everyone will stand on the same line. Therefore, everyone's relationship is very good, and they are happy to see the fight between the juniors. Only by uniting can they survive well in the world of dust. Chifeng continent. Xiao and the others spent half a month in Tufu City, and finally found more than 10 monsters and eliminated them one by one. Later, they searched along the western region and eliminated more than 3,000 monsters in 3 years. Thinking about it now, Xiao felt terrible. This is just the number of monsters that they and their group have eliminated, which is so terrifying. If you add in the monsters that other people have eliminated, you don't know how many more monsters there will be. And now the monster's strength has not recovered much. If it really waits until the 7th month to become a god, how many people will be sacrificed in this battle? Master, why don't we find a place to rest first? Pei said worriedly, looking at the uncontrollable fluctuations in spiritual energy all over Ji Yao's body. As early as a month ago, the master's cultivation could no longer be suppressed, but she had been suppressing it for the sake of their safety. Okay. Xia did not refuse this time. Anyway, they are not in the city now, so it should not be too dangerous. Yuan Zhan and Yuan Yi were suddenly called back by their family a year ago, and they don't know what happened. Jia led everyone to a valley that was rarely inhabited. She first spread her consciousness and checked the surroundings. After finding that there was no problem, Jia began to arrange the formation. During this period, I have to prepare for advancement. So don't run around. Jia has now adapted to her status as an elder very well, and she always feels uneasy when looking at them. Uncle, please rest assured, we will definitely take good care of them. The Jindan disciple quickly agreed. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Jia nodded, and then stepped into a cave. She sat down cross-legged and released Lao Bai and Xiao Bai Tuan. But she didn't expect to pull out a carrot. Mom, Carrot excitedly threw herself into Jia's arms, nuzzling her with dependence. Be good. Jia touched the leaves of the carrot. Over the years, she had long been accustomed to this title. Woo! Xiao Bai Tuan also came to Ji Yao's side and rubbed Ji Yao's face. Now Xiao Bai Tuan is grown up. With the help of Ji Yao's epiphany, it was promoted again, and its size is also much larger. Jia rubbed Xiao Bai Tuan, then reached out and rubbed Xiao Bai Tuan's head. This feels really good. Beautiful girl. Don't worry in advance. I will protect you. Yi Bai patted her chest with a milky voice, wearing a small red robe. Chapter 1223, The Middle Stage of Nascent Soul. Okay. I feel relieved as long as you are here. Jia looked at Lao Bai's swollen belly and wanted to poke it. In the end, she couldn't hold it back, stretched out her sinful hand, and gently poked Lao Bai's stomach. What are you doing? You're teasing me. Yi Bai took a few steps back, covering his stomach and looking at Jia warily. I don't like you. Don't try to influence me. Lao Bai raised his head arrogantly. What if the beautiful girl saw that she was handsome and decided to influence her? Get lost. Jia rolled her eyes. She was not a beast, attacking a baby. Hey, pretty girl. You advance first. I'll take them out to play for a while. Lao Bai walked forward with a silly smile, put the carrot on Xiao Bai Tuan, and then left with Xiao Bai Tuan. Jia didn't waste any more time, closed her eyes, and began to absorb spiritual energy crazily. As soon as Lao Bai came out of the cave, he immediately aroused the curiosity of the disciples of Wanjin's sect. They looked at the sudden appearance of the milk doll and didn't react for a moment. The baby girl is dressed in a red robe and has a red mark on her forehead. She looks very much like her uncle ancestor. Are you the son of your great uncle? A disciple suddenly thought that he had discovered his great uncle's secret. Bah! You are the son of a beautiful girl. Lao Bai jumped up and down when he heard this. Didn't this man scold him and suddenly demoted him? This is my master's spiritual pet. Pei Yi stepped forward to introduce it rather amusingly. As expected of my uncle, even his spiritual pet has transformed. After hearing this, the disciples of Wanjin's sect admired Jia even more, and now they are like her crazy fans. To know how your spiritual pet can transform, you need to reach the nascent soul stage. But your great uncle is only at the nascent soul stage. Little Yitzi, let's go. Take us to play. Lao Bai was almost driven crazy because the beautiful girl had been busy in the past few years and had no chance to let them out to play. Okay, but you can't go too far. Pei Yi nodded. Although he wanted to play, he still remembered his master's instructions. I got it. Let's go. Lao Bai jumped up happily, took Pei Yi's hand, and ran to play in the woods nearby. Xiao Bai Tuan carefully carried the carrots and followed slowly behind him. The disciples of Wanjin's sect are very envious, but they have to sit down and meditate obediently. Pei Yi is now in the middle stage of foundation building, and they must work hard to catch up. The two Jindan disciples looked at these disciples and smiled with satisfaction. After several years of experience, these disciples have completely transformed, and their temperaments have become much more down-to-earth and steady. 5 days later, the cave where Jia was located suddenly gathered a large amount of spiritual energy, and finally formed a huge whirlpool. The disciples of Wanjin's sect were overjoyed, and they all sat close to the cave, planning to hitch a ride on their cultivation. Anyway, with so much spiritual energy, a lot of it would be wasted. Jia closed her eyes, feeling particularly calm. Her soul seemed to be lying on the soft cotton, feeling particularly comfortable. Crack! Suddenly, the barrier in the early stage of nascent soul shattered, and countless spiritual energy poured into Ji Yao's body. Some of it was absorbed by the Dantian, and some was absorbed by the nascent soul in the sea of consciousness. When she advanced to nascent soul, Ji Yao's golden elixir had been broken, and now only black and white gas remained in her Dantian. At this time, the black and white gas was spitting crazily, and the color began to become darker and darker as the spiritual power was absorbed. Chapter 1224 Yi Xiao Bai. This absorption lasted for 4 hours, and the spiritual energy in Jiya's body was finally saturated. The gathered spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and Jiya also successfully advanced to the middle stage of nascent soul. Jiya opened her eyes. A flash of joy flashed in her eyes. She finally advanced again. In the past, her advancement speed was relatively fast, but now that her cultivation level is high, her advancement speed has also become slower, which she is not used to. But compared to most people, this speed was very fast, and she was very content. Jiya stood up, stretched out comfortably, and left the cave. As soon as she went out, she found 2 disciples in the process of advancement. Jiya nodded with satisfaction. The disciples of their Wanjian sect were outstanding. Beautiful girl! Lao Bai's shout came from a distance. Jiya looked back and saw that he was riding on Xiao Bai Tuan's back and running towards this side with a happy face. You know how to enjoy it? Jiya raised her eyebrows and looked at Lao Bai's belly. You have such a big belly. Aren't you afraid that Xiao Bai Tuan will sit on it? Jiya deliberately teased Lao Bai. No way. Yi Xiao Bai is better than me. Lao Bai pouted dissatisfied. Yi Xiao Bai? Jiya blinked and looked at Lao Bai in confusion. Ahem. Master, that's the name Yi Bai gave to Xiao Bai Tuan, Pei Yi said with a smile. Yeah. How is it? Does it sound good? Lao Bai straightened his fat belly with a proud look on his face. Well, your ability to name is as good as mine. Jiya gave him a thumbs up, hoping that Xiao Bai Tuan wouldn't cry after he transformed. Lao Bai thought Jiya was sincerely praising him, and he suddenly felt even more proud. Just when Jiya was about to continue teasing Lao Bai, she suddenly received a communication talisman. Junior sister, bring them back. Luo Hong's voice appeared in the communication talisman. Jiya frowned when she heard this. The news came suddenly. She originally planned to take them to practice for a few more years. The disciples of Wanjian sect sighed in their hearts when they heard this. They still wanted to practice more. We will go back when they advance. Jiya was a little worried. The sudden announcement from brother Luo Hong made her feel a little uneasy. On the other side, Qiyue and Shangwan Nanxian also received the summons, telling them to return to their clan. Qiyue and Jiya thought about it, and were both worried that something had happened. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Shangwan Nanxian reached out and gently pulled Chi-Chi's hand, and then immediately let go. There are other disciples around here, but no one can see them. He had a cold look on his face, but his ears were already secretly red. Well, Jiya must have received it too. Chi-Chiyue didn't notice this. She pursed her lips and sent the communication talisman to Jiyao. They had contacted each other before, but in order to better train their disciples, they did not choose to go together. Let's go! Chichio said before releasing the spirit boat and beckoning the disciples to board the spirit boat. Ruashi! Rongli gently stroked the cheek of the person in his arms and shouted affectionately. Huh? Lu Ruashi slowly opened her eyes, still a little hazy. Just now, she fell asleep in a daze. In the dream, she saw the high priest again. The free and unfettered high priest. Why haven't you seen the high priest recently? Rongli gently reached out and hooked Lu Ruashi's chin with a warm smile on his face. But he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Chapter 1225 Meeting again. Although Lu Ruashi said that he was her benefactor, and the two had nothing to do with each other, Rongli still felt very uncomfortable. His woman can only be his from beginning to end, and no one else can touch even a hair. Lu Ruashi was silent, paused, and then explained. He should have gone to help eliminate the monsters. Oh! Rongli narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the words. Now that Chiffon Continent has begun to show chaos, he can fish in troubled waters and get some benefits from it. Li, let's become Taoist couples. Lu Ruashi suddenly sat up in Rongli's arms and looked at Rongli with sincere eyes. She is not an idiot. She knows that she will never be able to get rid of her master in her life, and there will be no good results in the end. No matter whether master succeeds or not, his own results will not be good. Therefore, she wanted to become a Taoist couple with Rongli as soon as possible. Even if she died in the future, she would not have such regrets. Rongli was stunned when he heard this. Although he had promised to become a Taoist couple with her long ago, when it came to this moment, he hesitated. He felt as if he wasn't ready yet. Forget it. I was joking. When Lu Ruashi saw Rongli's reaction, Her heart suddenly went cold, and she forced a smile at the corner of her mouth. No, I'm really happy. Rongli held Lu Ruoxi's hand. Now that he recognized her, it would be the same whether he got married early or late. We have started preparations in the past few days. Rongli stretched out his hand to hold Lu Ruoxi in his arms. But the faces of his confidant appeared in his mind. After he gets married, he will introduce them to each other. Okay. Lu Ruoxi nestled in Rongli's arms and closed her eyes happily. This was the only happiness in her life, and she couldn't bear to let it go. The next day, Rongli went out early in the morning, planning to buy some gifts for Lu Ruoxi. He arrived outside a cassock shop in the city, and just as he was about to step in, he was distracted by the roar of curses coming from behind him. Rongli turned around and saw a chi refining monk kicking a mortal woman. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But suddenly he saw that terrifying face. Rongli frowned. Why does this person look familiar? The woman was kicked away by the monk and rolled to Rongli's feet. Brother Rongli? Lu Xiangyu looked up and saw Rongli, and was immediately stunned. Rongli was also stunned and looked at her for a long time before he recognized her. Xiangyu? Rongli looked at her face in disbelief. He originally thought she was dead, but he didn't expect that she was still alive. Lu Xiangyu also came back to his senses at this time, and all kinds of complicated emotions suddenly came to his face when he looked at Rongli. She still loves him deeply, but at the same time she also hates him deeply. Those are her relatives. Why would he do that? Even for the sake of their friendship. He shouldn't do that. Lu Xiangyu buried his head and tried his best to suppress the hatred in his eyes. Originally, Senior Shengwan gave her some money and placed her in a village, hoping that she would live out the rest of her life peacefully. But she doesn't want to. How can she live well if the revenge of the Lu family has not been avenged? So she relied on the money to run around. And finally, after the money was spent, she began to beg for money or steal buns to live her life. Just now, she was beaten by others because she was caught stealing. But Huang Tian paid off, and she finally found it. Chapter 1226 Scheming. After Rongli reacted, he immediately stretched out his hand to pull Lu Xiangyu up. Looking at the scars on her face, he felt a flash of distress in his heart. And when the monk in the chi refining stage saw that Lu Xiangyu was actually acquainted with the Yuanying monk, he had already sneaked away. Let's go! I'll take you to dinner. Rongli didn't dislike it at all, and pulled Lu Xiangyu towards the inn. Lu Xiangyu kept her head lowered. She looked at the hands held by the two of them, and her eyes were wrapped in tears. Once upon a time, she was happy when she was held by Rongli. But now, how deeply she once loved him. Now she hates him so much. Lu Xiangyu's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. She would definitely take revenge. But she was just a mortal, so she needed to plan well to take revenge. Rongli thought Lu Xiangyu was embarrassed to look at him because of her face, and he felt even more sorry for her. After arriving at the inn, Rongli ordered a lot of ordinary food for Lu Xiangyu, and patiently watched Lu Xiangyu finish it slowly. It wasn't until Lu Xiangyu finished eating that Rongli took out his handkerchief and gently wiped Lu Xiangyu's mouth, looking at her with pity. Xiangyu, what happened to you in these years? Why couldn't I find you when I came out? Rongli never understood where she had gone. Lu Xiangyu was too embarrassed to speak, but her eyes gradually turned red. Don't cry. Just tell me what grievances you have suffered. The last thing Rongli wanted to see was a woman crying. He would feel distressed. When you, Brother Rongli, entered that door, I left with that woman. Originally, I thought we would be sisters in the future, so I was not prepared for her at all. But who knew? Lu Xiangyu said, closing in pain. Close your eyes, as if you remembered something bad. Who knew that she actually wanted to kill me? If the secret realm hadn't suddenly disappeared, I would have died long ago instead of becoming a useless person and living an ignoble existence. Lu Xiangyu's current plan is to make Rongli feel guilty. With her by your side, the rest can only take a look at it. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Rongli felt a surge of guilt in his heart. If it weren't for him, Xiangyu wouldn't be what he is now. And he even killed her relatives. But he has no regrets. If he had it again, he would still make the same choice. He was just moved by Lu Xiangyu's infatuation for him, so he felt that he owed her. Fool! If I protect you from now on, I will never let you get hurt again. Rongli held Lu Xiangyu's hand and promised. No! How can I deserve to be by your side like this? Which of those sisters is not better than me? Lu Xiangyu's heart flashed with ridicule, but his face looked very embarrassed. In my eyes, you are the best. Rongli looked at Lu Xiangyu's face. But after all, he still felt a little dazzling. He took out a healing elixir from the storage ring and handed it to Lu Xiangyu. I will always protect you. Rongli smiled slightly. Now it was obvious that she didn't know about the Lu family. So she came to him. Since she doesn't know now, he will never let her know in this life. Lu Xiangyu looked troubled, as if he was struggling with something. Let's go. I'll take you back and introduce someone to you. Rongli grabbed Lu Xiangyu's hand and led her away from the inn. Lu Xiangyu was led by him obediently, with a flash of hatred in his eyes. Chapter 1227 Return to the clan. When she was suffering so much, he was so soft and sweet in his arms. So comfortable. Thinking of this, Lu Xiangyu took the pill. In this case, she would never let them have an easy time. And it would be good to add some obstacles. Slowly, the elixir spread inside her body, and Lu Xiangyu could feel her face beginning to itch, which made her feel uncomfortable. But she almost shed tears. This feeling of taking pills was already a bit unfamiliar to her. While she was recovering, Rongli was also paying attention to her. Seeing her face slowly returning to its original state, he finally felt a lot more comfortable. After all, looking at a face full of scars, it's really hard to feel affectionate. But before he had gone very far, Lu Xiangyu suddenly stopped. Rongli looked at her in confusion, only to see her lowering her head and pinching the corners of her clothes tightly. It was also at this time that he noticed that he didn't change Xiangyu's clothes and went to see people in tattered clothes. Wasn't he deliberately embarrassing her? Let's go. I'll take you to buy clothes. Rongli apologized and took Lu Xiangyu to buy clothes, and also took her to freshen up. The once beautiful Lu Xiangyu is back, but her cultivation will never come back. Lu Xiangyu looked at herself in the mirror and twitched her lips sarcastically. On the other side, Lu Ruashi had just finished taking care of things in the city lord's palace and was about to return to the courtyard when she bumped into Rongli and Lu Xiangyu. Her eyes stayed on the hands held by the two of them, and a hole suddenly opened in her heart, and she was stunned. Ruashi, let me introduce to you. This is Lu Xiangyu, my sister. Rongli didn't notice anything was wrong. In his opinion, his women are all generous. Even if he saw that he had other women, he would be happy for him. Hello, Sister Ruashi. Looking at Lu Ruashi's expression, Lu Xiangyu knew that her chance had come. Lu Ruashi came to her senses at this time, but did not respond. She just glanced at Lu Xiangyu lightly, then completely ignored Rongli and left in a flash. Rongli's smile completely froze on his face. He didn't expect Lu Ruashi to be so disrespectful to him. Brother Rongli, Sister Ruashi don't like me? How about I leave? Lu Xiangyu lowered his head and said aggrievedly. No, I told you to stay, and I will let you stay. At this time, Rongli felt that Lu Ruashi was so ignorant that he could not tolerate a mortal. But Sister Ruashi is the city lord. What if she wants to kick you out because of me? Lu Xiangyu knew Rongli too well, and he would never allow any woman to step on him. On the way here, Rongli had introduced Lu Ruashi's situation to her, and she had already thought of a way to separate the two of them. She dares. Rongli was really angry. He was Lu Ruashi's lover. How could she drive him away? A few months later, Xia finally returned to Wanjian's sect with her disciples. Senior brother Luo Hong. As soon as she returned to the sect, Xia rushed to Luo Hong's mountain peak. Senior brother, are you here? Xia was stunned, but she didn't expect that senior brother was also here. I knew you were coming back, so I came here and waited for you. Luo Chuan saw a smile flashing in his eyes when Xia advanced again. What happened? Xia pursed her lips, feeling a little uneasy. Hey, let's go in and talk first. Luo Hong shook his head and greeted the two of them into the study. Chapter 1228 Assassination. What happened? Xia looked at Luo Hong's appearance and felt even more uneasy. Little junior sister, do you know about Shikei Tower? Luo Hong poured the spiritual tea for the two of them and looked at Ji Yao and asked. I know. The killer organization. I have dealt with them several times. Ji Yu is no stranger to Shikei Tower, and they are not happy with each other. I don't know why this Shikei Tower has gone crazy recently. It suddenly started assassinating genius disciples. Luo Hong became angry when he thought about it. This Shikei Tower is really arrogant. How could it be? Did someone buy the lives of those geniuses? Xia was a little surprised when she heard this. No. In the past, Shinkei Tower pursued people openly and fairly, and issued a kill order in advance. But this time, they were assassinations. If someone hadn't seen it, I'm afraid no one would have known that it was Shikei Tower that did it. Luo Hong put down the teacup. This time, the Northern Territory was also affected. 2 disciples of our Wanjian sect were also killed, as were several other sections. I asked you to come back this time because I don't worry about you being outside. Luo Hong knew the importance of Ji Yao. She and Luo Chuan were both the pillars of Wanjian sect, so nothing could happen to her. Ji Yao's heart sank when she heard this. She actually dared to touch their Wanjian sect disciples. They and I have long had an irresolvable hatred. I can't let them act like this. Jia raised her head and looked at Luo Hong. She would never hide in Wanjian sect just to avoid being hunted. Being chased is also a way to quickly enhance your cultivation. If you can kill a few in reverse, you will make money. Although Luo Hong had long thought that his junior sister would be like this, he still sighed when he received this answer. It can be said that he has watched Ji Yao grow up step by step until now. If nothing happens, she will definitely rise to the top. He doesn't want anything to happen to her. But with a little junior sister's character, she really won't escape. I won't deliberately provoke them. But if they really come, I won't be afraid of them. Ji Yao's eyes were firm. She is no longer the foundation-building monk who can be manipulated by anyone. If we really meet, it's still unclear who will win and who will lose. Okay. Sure enough, he is a disciple of my Wanjin sect. Luo Hong was also infected by Ji Yao's eyes and patted the table with a smile. They sword cultivators are not afraid at all. You have worked hard for this experience. Go back and have a good rest. In short, you still have to be careful once you travel. Luo Hong warned. Junior sister understands. Brother Luo Hong, don't worry. Xia nodded and kept this matter in mind. After talking about the matter, she and Luo Chuan returned to Zufeng. Junior sister, if you want to go somewhere, I will accompany you. Luo Chuan stretched out his hand to rub Jia's head. Although junior sister has grown up, in his opinion, she is still the little girl who needs protection. Brother, I'm very powerful now, Jia said as she bent her arms, as if showing off her muscles to others in her previous life, showing off her biceps. It's just a pity that she has no muscles now. No matter how powerful you are still a child. Luo Chuan looked at Jia with disapproval. The master was not around, so he must protect his junior sister. I have grown up. Jia smiled and wrinkled her nose. Senior brother's words seemed to be words only those bare parents would say. Senior brother, don't worry. I can't do anything else. I'm pretty good at escaping. Jia joked deliberately. You? Luo Chuan tapped Jia's forehead helplessly. He also knew that junior sister didn't like to rely on others for protection. Chapter 1229 Chase. Jia chatted with Luo Chuan for a while, and then returned to her mountain peak. Early the next morning, she received a messenger from home, saying that Ancestor Yeli was about to ascend. Jia was very surprised when she heard this. She originally thought it was Yelan's ancestor who ascended. I think that the years when Ancestor Yeli was injured must have been conserving strength and gaining strength. But this is a very happy thing. And Jiyu also becomes happy. This time the Yi Li ancestor ascended. The Yi family planned to hold an ascension ceremony. This was also a time to demonstrate the Yi family's strength and attract more families or casual cultivators to attach themselves to it. Jia sent a message to Sister 16 and asked them if they would go back. If they wanted to go back, she planned to go back. After receiving a positive reply, Jia also planned to go back. She first went to Luo Chuan, gave him some assurance, and entrusted Pei Yi to him, and then left Wanjin sect. The ascension ceremony was crowded with people, so they could help the family keep an eye on it when they went back. And Jia also heard that her eldest brother and the others would all go back this time. She has many brothers and sisters she has never met, and this time she has the opportunity to meet them. With a happy mood, Jia embarked on the way home. However, she did not forget her senior brother's instructions and always paid attention to the surrounding situation to prevent a sneak attack from Shikei Tower. On the other side, the high priest sent out almost all the people in the Shikei Tower. In addition to assassinating geniuses, he would also assassinate high-level monks. He gave those killers a special magic weapon that could collect their souls after killing people and then bring them back for him to use for advanced purposes. Now that the seal has been opened, there is no need for Shikei Tower to be secretive, and it can extend its sharp claws. And since it seized the body of the high priest, it has obtained his memory. Among them, the woman who caused the high priest's misfortune caught his attention. She was the only person who made the high priest suffer, And she was also the one who made the high priest hate him with itch. Soon after receiving this memory, he asked Shinkala to check her information. And coincidentally, she turned out to be the person whom Shikei Tower once failed to pursue. Yi Xiao! The high priest chuckled, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This time, he had arranged a big surprise for her, and he didn't know if she would like it or not. 7 days later, Xiao stepped out of the space and planned to take a rest. Although tearing the space could save time, it made her a little dizzy. She guessed that her cultivation was not enough, and she was a little reluctant. Xiao fell from midair and was just about to take a rest when she suddenly noticed the spatial fluctuations in midair. She was shocked and immediately teleported away from where she was. Boom! A man appeared from midair and struck Xiao's previous position with a sword. Finding that Xiao had changed positions, he struck her with his sword again. At this time, Xiao also recognized that he was from Shikei Tower from the logo on his clothes. It seemed that these people were really impatient. She teleported away from where she was, suddenly appeared from behind him, and struck forward with her palm. The monk shuddered, used his technique to close the distance in an instant, and then dozens of hidden weapon darts flew towards Xiao. Xiao waved her hand, and a thunder net appeared in front of her, blocking the hidden weapon. Just when she was about to fight back, a monk suddenly flew from a distance behind her. She looked back and saw that it was the people from Shikei Tower. 5 peak cultivators in the late golden core stage. Chapter 12:30 Let's fight. Xiao turned around and still chose to attack the nascent soul cultivator. She slashed through the sky and collided with the opponent's sword light. Suddenly, a huge impact spread to all directions, while the sword light in the center slowly disappeared. The impact caused the monk who was rapidly approaching to pause, and then continued to approach. Soon, they arrived around Xiao and surrounded her tightly. Their main function is to interfere with her, and the real killer move still depends on the nascent soul cultivator. Xiao looked at the monks from Shikei Tower around her and felt quite calm. She previously suspected that Shikei Tower was related to monsters, but after investigation, she did not find any contact with monsters. But Xiao's intuition told her that there must be a connection between them. Otherwise, how could Shikei Tower massacre genius monks at this juncture? This was completely on the opposite side of all the monks. Apart from monsters, she really couldn't think of anyone else who would do this. Ha! Yi Xiao, you are indeed extraordinary. Monk Nascent Soul smiled coldly. The opponent was 1 level shorter than him, but not inferior at all. The swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary. Thank you for the compliment. She curled her lips and smiled. Wasn't she just showing off? Who wouldn't? Humph. The genius disciple is really arrogant. Monk Nascent Soul's face suddenly darkened. The other party didn't take him seriously at all. I'm not arrogant. This is confidence in myself, Xiao said confidently. She just wanted to piss him off. Of course, people like you Shinkala who only dare to hide in a corner will not understand. At this point, Xiao shook her head helplessly. You are looking for death. Monk Nascent Soul was still angered by Xiao's attitude. He waved his hand towards Xiao, and suddenly a huge mountain appeared in the air and crashed towards Xiao. The surrounding Jindan monks also took action against Xiao, trying to create obstacles for her. Xiao frowned, and a year moved towards the Yuanying monk. Dashan and he both stopped their movements and came to a standstill. The nascent soul cultivator is aging rapidly. However, Xiao's purpose was to hold off the nascent soul cultivators and kill these annoying golden core cultivators first. She took the opportunity to turn her head and teleport away from the original place, arriving not far away, and slashed at the 5 golden elixir monks in succession with 5 years. The move, years, is very deceptive. No one knows that it has the attribute of time, so most of them choose to take it head-on. This also causes them to fall for the move one after another and be hit by years. But they were not as lucky as the Yuanying monks. In just 2 breaths, they reached the end of their lifespan and fell down one after another. The 5 peak cultivators in the late golden core stage died in just a moment. It was also at this time that the Yuanying monk finally broke free from the years. He didn't even know what happened, but he saw the 5 companions lying on the ground dead. And the mountain also hit the location where Xiao was originally, smashing into the ground hard and splashing dust all over the place. The nascent soul cultivator looked confused. He still didn't understand what happened. He looked at the 5 monks. Each of them had white hair. Their faces were full of wrinkles, and their weapons holding hands were almost all skin and bones. What's even more frightening is that they die of old age. Their lifespan is exhausted, and they die of old age. Monk Nascent Soul suddenly had a bad premonition. Chapter 1231 Returning Home. He looked down at his hands, and when he saw the signs of aging on his hands, he couldn't help but tremble. You, the Nascent Soul Cultivator, raised his head and looked at Gio in disbelief. You actually comprehended the artistic conception of time. When did a monk in Chiffon continent realize the artistic conception of time? If they knew this information, it would be impossible for their Shike Tower to underestimate the enemy so much. Guessed it right. But there is no reward. Jia shrugged. They had already become enemies when they were hunted down before. Now, they might be the minions of the monster, and there was no way she would be lenient no matter what. What's more, there are 2 lives of Wanjian sect disciples between her and Shike Tower. This account must be settled no matter what. As soon as the Yuanying monk received Xiao's affirmation, his heart sank. Just as he took out the communication talisman and wanted to send the news back, he paused. Jia took this opportunity to condense her soul into a small knife and slash directly into the opponent's sea of consciousness. Bang! In just an instant, the soul of the Yuanying monk was destroyed, and he fell down. After confirming that he was dead, Jia stepped forward to collect all the storage bags and rings from several people, and at the same time disposed of their bodies. Then she didn't dare to stay any longer, tore up the space, and left directly. At the Shike building headquarters, the soul cards of several monks were also broken, but they did not attract anyone's attention. After all, as a killer organization, it is not strange for several people to die every day. Shortly after Ji Yao left, 2 nascent soul monks suddenly appeared in midair. There are traces of battle here. A peak cultivator in the late nascent soul frowned, looking at the mountain that hit the ground. His heart sank. 53's final position is here. It seems to have failed. A murderous look flashed in the eyes of another late Yuanying monk. This Yijia is really a thorn. Let's go! The peak monk in the late nascent soul stage glanced around briefly, then led another monk to tear open the space and rush towards the Yi family. They had already received news that the Yi family was going to hold an ascension ceremony, and this was a good opportunity to take action. On the other side, Jia was speeding up. She thought of the nascent soul monk just now. If he hadn't underestimated the enemy, she wouldn't have succeeded so easily. If he kills a nascent soul cultivator, he will definitely attract attention. If someone comes to chase him, it will probably be difficult to deal with him. However, that monk can tear apart space at the nascent soul stage, which shows that he is also a very good monk. But he chose this path. Jia didn't want to be wasted by them. It would be bad if she couldn't catch up with the ascension ceremony. Thinking of this, she moved a little faster. A few days later, Jia stepped out from the sky above the Yi family. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of the Yi family. Who is coming? A peak cultivator in the late nascent soul stage rose into the air and looked at Jia with a wary expression. Jia was interrupted just as she was about to speak. 17. Are you back? Yi Qingchuan looked at Jia in the air and shouted with excitement. Brother Ninth. Jia lowered her head, looked at Yi Qingchuan and smiled. Are you sure, Qi? The late-stage nascent soul peak in midair looked surprised. He had always known that Shi Qi was a genius, but this level of cultivation still scared him. I am sure Qi. I wonder which brother is across from me. Ji Yao also guessed the identity of the other party at this time, and asked with a smile. Chapter 1232 Relatives gather together. I'm your eldest brother, Yi Qingjue said with a smile on her face with the corners of her mouth raised slightly. 17 has met eldest brother. Jia was not surprised at all when she heard this, and smiled at Yi Qingjue. Ouch! Are we 17 back? The uncle of the Yi family also came out at this time. When he saw that it was Ji Yao who was back, he immediately narrowed his eyes with a smile. Uncle, I'm back. Ji Yu smiled and waved, feeling very happy. It felt good to be home. Let's go down. Yi Qingjue waved towards Ji Yao. Through this brief contact, he could tell that this 17th sister was an easy person to get along with. Okay. Ji Yu nodded in agreement and fell towards Yejia. However, the 2 monks from Shinkei Tower stopped outside Jinling City. During this period of time, there were many people coming and going in Jinling City, so there must be many guards secretly. If they rushed in hastily, they might not end well. It's still a step too late. A trace of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the late Yuanying monks. Their speed could not catch up with the woman. Wait for her to leave. The peak cultivator in the late nascent soul stage squinted his eyes and looked at Jinling City. As long as they listened to their master, it wouldn't be long before the entire Chiffon continent would be theirs. When the time comes, there will be no place they can't break into. I don't know how long it will take to wait like this. Or we can blend into the crowd and go to the ceremony. The late Yuanying monk wanted to deal with Ji Yao as soon as possible. But he really didn't want to wait any longer. The late nascent soul peak person frowned. And after thinking for a while, he finally nodded. The two of them took out their ordinary cassocks, put them on, and entered the city after paying the entry fee from the city gate. On the other side, Shiyu was recognizing people. This time, all the direct disciples of Jia's generation in the Yi family went home. Xia greeted the brothers and sisters she had never met one by one, and then received a bunch of gifts. Yi Qinghua and the others have all heard about Ji Yao for a long time. After all, the name, Fairy Jianyao, is still very loud in the Northern Territory, and her parents often praise her in their ears. Today I finally met her, and I realized that the #1 beauty in the Northern Territory was indeed well-deserved. And sure, she was really very beautiful. 17. Please stay at home for a while when you come back this time. The uncle of the Yi family almost narrowed his eyes when he looked at Ji Yao. 17 is so outstanding. Her cultivation has grown extremely fast, and now she has surpassed most of her brothers and sisters, second only to the eldest, second and third. With her at home, she can serve as an example to other side disciples and encourage them to practice harder. Okay, but uncle, dad, the mainland has begun to be in chaos recently. This ascension ceremony must not be taken advantage of by others. Ji Yao looked at Yifeng and suggested seriously. We know this. We have secretly sent many people to investigate the situation. All things that go wrong will be reported. Yifeng nodded. He also knew the importance of this ascension ceremony and would never allow any mistakes. By the way, Shinkei Tower has been assassinating genius disciples everywhere during this period. I'm worried that they will sneak into the city. Brothers and sisters, you must be careful. Xia looked at everyone. She always felt that Shinkei Tower would not give up on her just like that. There will definitely be people coming again. 17. You should worry more about yourself. Yijiro wrinkled her nose. Who among them is more talented than 17? I think she was a little more powerful than Shirchi back then. But now she is still lingering in the Golden Core stage, while Shirchi is already in the nascent soul stage. Chapter 1233 Ascension Ceremony. Thinking about it this way, she suddenly felt that she was too stupid. Why is everyone better than her? Xia smiled when she heard this. This 16th sister still has the same temperament and has not changed at all. Our 16th sister is so cute, but also very dangerous. Xia walked up to Yijiro, reached out, and pinched her face. I'm your sister. How dare you have someone older or younger? Yijiro immediately reached out to fight back, trying to pinch Xia's face. Xia hurriedly hid behind Yi Qingchuan and made a face at Yijiro. Okay, let's see how I deal with you. Yijiro put her hands on her hips, snorted coldly, and played hide and seek with Ji Yao. Everyone looked at their two youngest sisters dotingly, and the atmosphere was very beautiful. Okay, it makes me dizzy. Zhao Qianyu smiled and glared at Ji Yao. Oh, I was wrong. Xia quickly surrendered to Yijiro, and the two of them hugged each other affectionately. 17. Are you being chased? Yifeng suddenly spoke, causing the entire hall to fall into silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Yao, waiting for her answer. Yes, on the way back. I met a nascent soul monk and 5 golden core monks, but I saw them all, and I was not injured. Dad, don't worry. Ji Yao didn't hide anything and answered truthfully. Road. What she fears most is that her parents will worry about her, so she won't take the initiative to mention many things. What? His Shinkei Tower is really full of courage. The second son of the Yi family slammed the table angrily and stood up in a hurry. The second eldest son of the Yi family has a hot temper. Hearing that his sister is chasing him, he can't bear it anymore. He wants to burn down the Shinkei building right now. The rest of the Yi family also looked very bad. All the monks who hurt their relatives were the enemies of the Yi family. But I suspect that Shinkei Tower may send people to hunt me down, and they may choose to blend in with the people who came to watch the ceremony. Xia felt warm in her heart when she saw everyone worried about her. But we can't investigate. There are all kinds of people coming to watch the ceremony this time. Uncle Yi family frowned. Except for some specific monks who sent invitations. Other monks can participate on their own. If someone really got into it, they wouldn't notice it at all. So we need to strengthen the security on the day of Ascension. If someone really makes trouble, we can handle it. Xiyu smiled. Her Yi family members are not vegetarians. Well, Then I'll go down and make some arrangements. Uncle Yi couldn't sit still and hurriedly left the hall. You have been working hard on your journey recently. Let's all go back and have a good rest. Seeing that the discussion was over, Yi Feng stood up and waved to everyone with a smile. Everyone saluted and left one after another, returning to their own courtyards. Jia stepped forward and took her parents' arms, and followed them back to their yard. 5 days have passed by in a flash, and the ascension ceremony is about to begin. Jiling City has been almost overcrowded by outside monks recently, and everyone wants to witness this famous scene of ascension. All the elders and direct disciples of the Yi family gathered together, and the person sitting in the center of the meeting hall was Patriarch Yili. Yili looked at everyone in the Yi family in the meeting hall and nodded happily. Their Yi family is really getting better and better, and everything is developing for the better. And the younger generations of the Yi family are even better than the last. Chapter 1234 Entrustment 17. Come here. Ancestor Yili waved his hand towards Gio, motioning for her to come forward. Ancestor. Gio walked forward slowly and looked at Ancestor Yili with a smile. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were still a child, and you have grown so big in a blink of an eye. Ancestor Yili looked at Jia lovingly. He was able to be where he is today thanks to Shi and the others who found him for him. Here comes the immortal grass. Master is still as young and handsome as ever. Jia's eyes were full of smiles. She was really satisfied that the Yi family could reach this point. She achieved her initial goal of keeping the Yi family well. Ha ha! You girl! Ancestor Yi Li was amused by Ji Yao and glared at her helplessly. Everyone in the Yi family also laughed. 17 was the youngest disciple of the Yi family, and everyone was willing to pamper her. 17. With your talent, it won't take long for you to ascend. Ancestor Yi Li sighed with emotion. Their Yi family now has a real genius. I also know that you have a heavy sense of responsibility, but I hope you can work hard to practice and go further in the future. Although Yi Li didn't have much contact with Ji Yao, he also understood her character relatively well. Her future is bright, and he also hopes that she can go further, even take that last step, and truly ascend to immortality. Don't worry, Ancestor. Our Yi family is full of talented people. There is no need for me to worry about it. Jia stuck out her tongue and blew a wave of rainbow farts. Her brothers and sisters are very good, but she is still far behind. That's right. Like me. Ha ha. Yi Qingchuan took over the conversation smoothly. Shut up. You don't even look at your cultivation. The sixth child of the Yi family rolled his eyes and glanced at Yi Qingchuan with disdain. You're just jealous of me. Yi Qingchuan glared at the sixth child of the Yi family. As long as he wasn't compared with that little pervert. 17. He was still very good. Ancestor Yili watched them bickering with each other, feeling a sense of reluctance in his heart. But when he thought that the Yi family had no foundation in the upper world, he felt a little anxious. The Yi family did not exist in ancient times. It slowly grew up in the later years and reached today step by step. The earlier he ascends, the better he can protect his ascended descendants. You juniors, please go out and play first. I have something to say to them. Ancestor Yili waved his hand towards Shio and the others, indicating that they should go out first. Shio nodded and followed her brothers and sisters out of the meeting hall. 17. You are so beautiful. You must have many suitors. Right. Sure 15 of the Yi family approached Shio and asked with a gossipy look. Oh? It doesn't seem like there is one. Shio scratched her head, as if she really didn't have a suitor. Hey, don't be embarrassed. Tell us, and we will help you refer to it. Yejia 15 thought Gio was embarrassed and patted Xia on the shoulder. Yes. Yes. We 17 are so innocent. We can't be deceived. Yi family 12 nodded solemnly. 17 is so young and dedicated to cultivation, so he is the easiest to be deceived. But it's really not. Gio was a little embarrassed. She seemed to have no suitors, except for the perverted Rongli. She must be too beautiful? Those people dare not pursue her. Jia found a reason for herself. After all, she is so beautiful and cute. How could no one like her? Chapter 1235 Gossip. Oh yes. There is also a young man who gave her a garland. Shio nodded thinking of this. She still had a suitor. Stop messing around. Didn't you see the hairpin on Shurqi's head? Yi Jiro glanced at the two sisters. It seemed that she was the most attentive. Your name is even engraved on it. Come on. Tell me honestly. Who gave this to you? The 15th member of the Yi family took Ji Yao's hand, and his eyes were almost glued to the hairpin. Yes. Hurry up and recruit her as expected. Yejia 12 took Ji Yao's other arm and looked at Ji Yao eagerly. Get out of the way. That's my place. Yijiro was unhappy when she saw that her place was occupied. Hey, who made the rules? 17 is also my sister. Let's go. Don't you see we are busy? Yi family 15 and 12 didn't even look at Yijiro. You guys! Yijiro was so angry that she came directly behind Ji Yao, stretched out her hands and hugged Ji Yao's neck from behind, hanging on her body. 17 is mine. You are not allowed to snatch it from me. Yijiro snorted coldly. These people actually bullied her. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Yao was so restrained by Yijiro that she almost rolled her eyes. Sister 16, if you don't let go, you will lose your 17 forever. Ji Yao really rolled her eyes at the end. Maybe she will become the first high-level monk in history to be strangled to death by a relative. Huh? I'm sorry. Yijiro heard Ji Yao's voice that was almost squeezed out of her throat, and she retracted her hand with some guilt and fell back to the ground. The other brothers and sisters watched them playing around, and their hearts were filled with warmth. Only when they return home can they feel this warmth. Yi Shirlu, don't interrupt. Yi 12 glanced at Yijiro with disgust. 17. Please ignore her and talk to us quickly. Yi Shirshir blinked her big eyes and looked at Ji Yao, as if she was curious about the baby coming online. Ji Yao suddenly blushed when she thought of the way senior brother Nangong put the spiritual hairpin on her that day. I haven't seen him for so many years, and I don't know what senior brother Nangong is doing. Did you miss her? Are there any little goblins around you? However, Ji Yao felt relieved again when she thought of senior brother Nangong's skills. They were ruthless and no demons could get close to her. Hey, why are you blushing? Yishir was stretched out his fingers curiously and rubbed Ji Yao's red cheeks. No way. Ji Yao blinked guiltily so that she wouldn't blush. We are sisters. What are you embarrassed about? Yishir pouted, pretending to be dissatisfied. This is a gift from the person I like. Ji Yao's voice became quieter as she went on, but she felt sweet in her heart. What? Is it the person you like? Yi 12 was so surprised that he shouted loudly. Shoo! Ji Yao was startled and immediately motioned for her to keep her voice down. She turned around and took a cautious look at the meeting hall. She must not have been heard by her parents. Right? Ji Yao suddenly felt like one of those children who fell in love early, and her heart trembled at the thought of being known by her parents. Ahem. Are you sure you like it? Don't you like me? Yi Shiwu also realized that his voice was too loud and quickly lowered his voice and asked. The surrounding brothers and sisters also pricked up their ears, but pretended not to care on their faces. Chapter 1236 Wantian Sect. Yeah. Ji Yao responded sheepishly. No. If he doesn't like you, how could he give you a spiritual hairpin? Yejia 12 frowned in confusion. Is it possible that he also has thoughts about you? Yi Shiwu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered something remarkable. Impossible. Ji Yao shook her head, but there was still a glimmer of hope in her heart. In fact, she secretly thought that senior brother Nandong gave her this thing because she was special. Yes, she is so narcissistic. Why is it impossible? Yejia 12 raised an eyebrow. It seemed that 17 didn't know herself thoroughly enough. Oh! Don't ask. You will know later. Ji Yao was really embarrassed by the question, so she broke away from the two men's hands and ran away. Hey! You haven't said who that person is yet? Yi 12 and Yi 15 laughed and chased after him. Let's go! Yi Qingjue shook her head helplessly, and slowly followed with her other brothers and sisters. Northern Spiritual Realm. Almost all the disciples of our Nangong family have joined the Wantian sect. There are also elders of the Wantian sect in the Nangong family. Do you think you want to go on your own? The head of the Nangong family patiently asked Nangong Yu's opinion. Okay. Nangong Yu nodded. For him, it was the same wherever he went. Okay. Then I will send them the communication talisman, and you can go back with the boss and the others. The head of the Nangong family smiled and nodded. He knew that Yura would make this choice. Okay. Nandong Yu agreed and left the study. His brothers and sisters were also waiting for him. Ha ha. I knew 21 would go. Nandong 21 laughed happily. It felt so good to directly address the ranking. I finally had the opportunity to do so. Let's go! Nandong 20 waved to Nandong Yu carelessly, and a group of people got on the spirit boat and set off towards Wantian sect. Wantian sect is some distance away from Nangong's house, so everyone is eating, drinking, and having fun together, which is very leisurely. Nan Dongyu was always not used to being close to everyone. So he sat alone in the corner with a hosta in his hand. This is a defensive magic weapon that he made just a few days ago. There are no heavenly restrictions. The grade of this hosta has reached the level of a high-grade spiritual weapon. But that person is not here. Nan Dongyu lowered his head, took out the carving knife, and started carving the name attentively. Yi Shichi? Who is that? Nan Dong20 suddenly approached Nan Dongyu and asked curiously. Nan Dongyu ignored him and continued to carve some beautiful patterns around it. Ah, 21. You actually have a sweetheart. Nan Dong21's ghost scream almost burst Nan Dongyu's eardrums. He opened his mouth and pointed at Nan Dongyu with an exaggerated expression, as if something big had happened. What? 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 Sweetheart? 21. Quickly call me truthfully. Who is this Yi Shichi? Ha! 21. I can't tell. Ha ha. That's not true. All the disciples of the Nangong family were excited. They all gathered around Nan Dongyu and wanted to grab the hairpin. Nan Dongyu held the hairpin in one hand, raised his head, and looked at them calmly. 21. You hit it deeply enough. Nan Dong21 sighed and shook his head. The 7 emotions art of Do Dao 21 cultivator followed the ruthless path. Now it seems that the situation may be different. Chapter 1237 like? Nan Dongyu looked indifferent and didn't answer. 21. Tell me, do you like this Knight of 17? Nan Dong21 stepped forward and put his hand on Nan Dongyu's shoulder with a malicious smile. Nan Dongyu was not used to being touched by others. He wanted to move away, but restrained himself. These people are his brothers and sisters, and it is not appropriate to do that. Yes. 21. Do you like this Knight of 17? Nan Dong19 also came to join in the fun. His eyes filled with excitement. Like? When Nan Dongyu heard the word, like, his heart suddenly beat 2 beats faster. Do you like junior sister Yi? But what does it feel like to like? Although Nan Dongyu is now more popular than before, he has not truly recovered his emotions and desires. And naturally, he cannot understand what it means to like him. Oh, so you really like it? Nan Dong26 ignored Nan Dongyu's questioning tone. After all, who would do such messy things if he didn't like it? Then have our brothers and sisters ascended? His eyes widened, full of curiosity about this night. No. Nan Dongyu shook his head. He didn't know when he would see junior sister Yi again. But with her qualifications, she definitely wouldn't be able to wait long. I'm going to practice. Nan Dongyu suddenly stood up. After saying so many words to them for the first time, he turned around and entered the room. He still needs to practice hard so that he can protect junior sister Yi, as always after she ascends. Ah? Nan Dong26 didn't expect Nan Dongyu to come suddenly, and was stunned when he looked at his back. Hey, you've made 21 shy. Nan Dong19 smiled slightly obscenely. Ha ha! The disciples of the Nan Dong family laughed happily. Nan Dong11 shook his head helplessly from the side. He never thought that such a stupid person like himself would become the wisest person in this generation of Nan Dong family. He glanced at the group of people who were laughing, and then quickly looked away. He was afraid that if he looked twice, he would be fooled. Northern territory of Chiffon continent. Welcome all fellow Taoists to come from afar to participate in the ascension ceremony of my ancestor Yeli of the Yi family. Yi Feng stood on the high platform in the center of the city and addressed all the guests. Jia looked at her father, who kept talking official words on the stage with some admiration. If she were asked to come, she still couldn't think of these words. More than a dozen of their brothers and sisters were standing in the crowd, always on the lookout for anything amiss, fearing that something might go wrong. However, Jia also thought that if Shikai Tower really wanted to take action, it would definitely be when the ancestor was going through the tribulation or ascending, because at that time everyone's attention would be on the ancestor. On the other side, the 2 monks in Shikai Tower really thought so. Their plan was to take advantage of everyone's unpreparedness and attack Yijia at the same time. Once the attack was successful, they would tear apart the space and escape. Otherwise, if they are stopped, they will definitely die. However, Yijia's ability to deal with the nascent soul cultivator still made them more vigilant, and both of them were thinking about a sure-hit move. Then let's invite everyone to watch the ceremony. Yi Feng finally finished his speech and turned sideways. At this time, Ancestor Yili flew out from the Yi family's old house, and when he was in the air, he let go of his momentum. Calamity clouds soon gathered in the sky, and a depressing aura enveloped everyone. Jia directly activated Jinling City's defensive formation at this time. This was the 7th level formation she deployed last time she came back. Chapter 1238 Ancestor Yeli Ascends. Everyone watching the ceremony suddenly saw a flash of bright light, and the formation was activated. But no one is surprised. After all, the Thunder Tribulation is relatively powerful. It would be bad if it accidentally hurts everyone. Only the 2 monks in Shinkei Tower felt their hearts sinking and looked at each other. We wait until he ascends before taking action. The peak monk in the late nascent soul stage sent a message to another person. By that time, this formation will be withdrawn and will not hinder their escape. Okay. The late nascent soul cultivator nodded. His eyes stayed on Ji Yao in the crowd for a moment and then quickly moved away. Boom! The first thunderstorm fell and instantly enveloped Ancestor Yeli. Everyone in the Yi family was a little nervous and worried about Ancestor Yili. And this tribulation is very important. The future of the Yi family now depends entirely on Ancestor Yili. However, Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the Thunder Tribulation. The Ancestor's Thunder Tribulation was not powerful, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Boom! Boom! Thunder disasters fell one after another, and the entire Jinling city was filled with the roar of thunder disasters. Everyone is waiting with bated breath to witness this sacred moment. Boom! The last thunderbolt fell hard, striking at Ancestor Yeli with frightening power. Yili took out a lot of defensive magic weapons and threw them all towards Lei Jia. The defensive magic weapons were destroyed one after another, but they weakened part of the power of Thunder Tribulation, and finally enveloped Ancestor Yeli. Everyone stopped breathing for a moment and looked at Tianlei nervously. Whether they succeeded or not depends on now. Ji Yao clenched her fists nervously and looked at Tianlei with wide eyes. Yi Jiro nervously grabbed Ji Yao's arm and kept praying in her heart. After a while, the thunderstorm gradually dissipated, and auspicious clouds began to appear in the sky. At the same time, heaven dropped nectar, which instantly restored the damage suffered by Ancestor Yili from overcoming the tribulation. Ah! It's successful! It's successful! Yi Jiro shouted excitedly. I know it's successful. Can you let me go first? Ji Yao finally let go, but suddenly felt some pain in her arm. Yi Jiro let go of Ji Yao, but her whole body was still immersed in excitement. Ji Yao shook her head helplessly, gently rolled up her sleeves and took a look, and found that there were pinch marks on her arms, which were pinched by Sister 16 when she was too nervous. However, her physical strength was almost close to the stage of divine transformation, and she was able to leave traces. Ji Yao had to admire her. She put down her sleeves and looked up at the ascending stairs that appeared in midair. I have confessed everything that needs to be confessed. Remember to practice hard. I will wait for you in the upper realm. Ancestor Yeli swept away the people in the Yi family one by one, feeling extremely reluctant to leave. Being able to ascend is the monk's eternal dream. Now that it has finally come true, he is a little reluctant to give up. Ancestor, don't worry. We will definitely do it. Yi Jiro waved to Ancestor Yili excitedly, and the Ancestor really succeeded. Ji Yao also stretched out her hand and waved to Ancestor Yili. Everyone slowly ascended. It seemed that she was working harder. Take care. Ancestor Yeli took one last look at Jinling City, turned around and stepped onto the ladder of ascension. Until the last step, he turned back and glanced at Chiffon Continent, feeling grateful in his heart. He took out some of his belongings and spread them across the mainland, leaving some opportunities for others. Farewell, Ancestor Yeli murmured as he looked in the direction of Qingwu's sect, then stepped onto the last step and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Chapter 1239 Establishing Prestige. Ancestor Yilan stood on a mountain peak not far from Jinling City and witnessed the entire process of Ancestor Yili's ascension. Although he had reconciled with the Yi family before in order to save the Yi family, he still felt some resistance in his heart. He was not resisting the Yi family, but resisting returning to the place where Tsun'er fell. Every time he returned to Yejia, the scene of Tsun'er's death would replay in his mind. Old guy, take care. Ancestor Yilan smiled faintly. He will ascend in a short time. He turned his head and glanced at Jinling City, then tore apart the space and left. On the other side, everyone finally woke up from the shock of Ancestor Yeli's ascension. A group of people had a heated discussion, as if they had seen the time when they would ascend in the future. Ji Yao winked at her brothers and sisters and removed the formation. Sure enough, as soon as the formation was withdrawn, 2 people from the crowd suddenly flew up, all holding spiritual swords and attacking Ji Yao. Ji Yao had been on guard for a long time and caught them in an instant. She slashed at the peak late Yuanine cultivator with her sword Yu, leaving the late Yuanine cultivator to her brother and sister. years, collided with the sword moves at the peak of Yuanning's late stage, causing it to pause. At the same time, it went all the way and controlled the monk. Yi Qingjue and others blocked another monk's attack, surrounded him, and started fighting with each other. Be careful. His sword moves are poisonous. Jiao had long noticed something was wrong with the sword light of the two men. There was some white stuff mixed in it, which was probably poison. Hearing this, Yi Qingjue and the others became more cautious, but their moves became more ruthless. Everyone watching the ceremony did not expect such a situation to occur, and they all moved away to make room for them. Yi Feng and others sneered. Shike Tower was really arrogant, and they really dared to sneak in. They secretly targeted the two of them, but did not rush to help. These were training opportunities for their juniors. Look! What's wrong with that person? Is this an attribute of time? Oh my god! This is so perverted! The onlookers looked at the rapid aging of the peak monks in the late nascent soul, and they all started discussing in surprise. Shiyu didn't care at all. She wanted to take this opportunity to establish prestige for the Yi family, and let these people know that the Yi family was not to be trifled with, and they would not dare to take any ideas from the Yi family in the future. So she didn't hold back this time. Just when the enemy was about to break free, she struck at him with the Yi sword again. At the same time, Ji Yao launched a soul attack on him. Bang! The peak monk in the late nascent soul stage suddenly fell down before he could figure out the situation. Grass! What the HL? The monks who were watching were all frightened. Is that someone at the peak of the late nascent soul? He was killed in just 2 moves? Everyone swallowed nervously and looked at Jiao with some fear, and saw her retracting her sword with a calm look on her face. It was as if what she just killed was not the peak of the late Yuanning stage, but a young monk in the Qi refining stage. Mom, that's the peak of the late nascent soul. Only 1 step away from becoming a god. Jiao maintained her aloof appearance, her eyes passing over everyone indifferently, successfully frightening those people. Of course, besides those people, Yi Feng and the others were also frightened. They also know that sword cultivators are extremely powerful. But is this too strong? Okay. Uncle Ye's family was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses and clapped his hands in amazement. Chapter 1240 Self-Destruction. 17 is awesome. 17. You are the best. Yi Jiro and the others did not participate in the fight due to insufficient cultivation. And when they realized it, they were all shouting for Jiao. Yi Feng and Zhao Qianyu looked at Jiao, their hearts filled with pride. Their 17 had truly grown up outstandingly. When Yi Qingjue and others heard the sound, they also glanced at Jiao, and were shocked to find that she had killed all the enemies. Then they became even more ruthless. If a group of people couldn't kill a late-stage nascent soul, it would be a shame. The monk in the Shike Tower was attacked by several people, and his injuries became more and more serious. He also knew that there was no chance for him, and there was only one way to die. Seeing Ji Yao finish off his companion so quickly, he realized just how much Shike Tower had underestimated this woman. It is very difficult for high-level monks to really kill each other. After all, high-level monks have many ways to save their lives. But this woman gave her opponent no chance to use her attack methods. Time is controlled. How can we still struggle? Poof! The monk from Shike Tower was hit by a sword again and spit out a mouthful of blood. A flash of madness flashed in his heart. Since it was all about death, he would hold her back. Thinking of this, he suddenly rushed towards Ji Yao and began to prepare to self-destruct. Stop him quickly! 17. Be careful! Everyone in the Yi family was shocked. No one expected that this man planned to blow himself up. Presumptuous! Yi Feng shouted angrily, and rushed out in a flash, intending to stop the monks in Shike Tower. Although he will definitely be injured, nothing is as important as 17. All these things happened in a flash of lightning. But Ji Yao was prepared in advance. When the monk from Shike Tower rushed over, she struck him with a sword that combined the concepts of years and breaking the sky. The monk from Shike Tower, which had been inflated into a balloon, just stayed in midair and could no longer move forward. Boom! The sky suddenly exploded on him, and his skin was torn open and his body was bleeding everywhere. Seeing this, Yi Feng stopped midway and smiled helplessly. Jia teleported close to the monk of Shike Tower and slashed his neck with a sword, taking away his life. Soon, his nascent soul fled out of his body in a hurry and burrowed desperately into the crowd. The crowd of onlookers was suddenly startled and gave up a large space almost in the blink of an eye, fearing that Ji Yao might accidentally injure them. Go! Xiao directly released the chaotic sky fire. As soon as the chaos sky fire appeared, it excitedly chased after Nascent Soul. And it wasn't long before it was dealt with. Xiao looked at Chaos Skyfire's happy look and smiled. Ever since it swallowed the little monster, it had become wiser. Although it is still not as good as Shilian and others, it can still express some basic emotions. But until now, Xiao still doesn't know what kind of monster it swallowed. Xiao smiled happily, but the monks around her couldn't laugh at all. Everyone looked at Xiao with some fear, and their hearts trembled when they saw the smile on her face. He killed the Nascent Soul Cultivator 1 second, and was completely unaffected the next. He was indeed a ruthless sword cultivator. 17. Awesome. Yi Jiro came to Xiao and gave her a thumbs up. Great. Yi Qingjue also praised aloud. Fortunately, Shirchi reacted quickly just now. Otherwise they would have almost killed her. Chapter 1241 Going Out. Xiao smiled sheepishly, but accepted the compliment with a smile. After all, no matter who heard the compliment, he would be happy. This ascension ceremony has ended. Thank you again for coming. Fellow Taoists, you can have a good time in Jinling City for a while. Yi Feng was in a very good mood at this time, smiling when he spoke. But as soon as he finished speaking, the monks around him ran away in the blink of an eye. The monks invited by the Yi family also said goodbye to Yi Feng and left in a flash, unable to keep him no matter what. Yi Feng looked at the surrounding area and it suddenly became empty, and he was completely confused. Zhao Qianyu looked at his stupid look, and it was a bit funny. Those people were obviously afraid of Shirchi, and he didn't even see such a simple truth. Yi Feng did take a while to figure out the problem. He snorted heavily. His family 17 is so cute. What are they afraid of? He collected all the storage rings, and then directed his disciples to dispose of both corpses. 17. Come here. Give it to you. Yi Feng handed the storage ring to Ji Yao. No. Dad. Use these to fill the warehouse. Xiao didn't care much about this. After all, she was a rich woman now. This storage ring didn't mean much to her, so she might as well give it to the disciples of the Yi family. Okay. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. As expected, he was Yi Feng's child, as majestic as him. The Yi family began to deal with the aftermath of the ascension ceremony, and the news that the 17th Yi family understood the artistic conception of time and instantly killed the peak cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, with 2 moves slowly spread throughout the northern territory. Wang Jianzong also ushered in a wave of registration after that. After all, Ji Yao's advertisement was so attractive. Qiyue, are you really going? Luo Qiuli looked at Qiyue with some worry. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Qiyue smiled lightly. Now that her luck had almost recovered, it was time to go out and practice. Shikei Tower has been assassinating monks everywhere recently, and she has long wanted to find out. Anyway, since she came from time travel, she has been hunted down countless times, and it has become a common occurrence. The master has now advanced to the middle stage of divine transformation, but she is still in the middle stage of nascent soul. How can she keep up with him? She didn't want to be weaker than her future Taoist companion. Then I'll go with you. Luo Qiuli was still worried that something would happen in Qiyue. After all, many people have died in the northern territory recently. No. Now you are at the critical moment of advancing to the nascent soul, so you can't make any mistakes. Qiyue shook her head and refused. Junior sister Luo was about to advance, and she needed to absorb spiritual power and practice. Luo Qiuli sighed. She had been working hard to catch up with Qiyue and Xiao, but she was still a little behind. But she will not be discouraged. After all, Qiyue and Xiao are not ordinary people. Compared with most people, she is very good. You have to practice hard. I have a hunch that the Qifeng continent will be in chaos before long, Qiyue said with a solemn expression. She always felt that those monsters were about to break out, and another war would inevitably happen. This is one of the reasons why she is so eager to become stronger. I understand. Then be careful. Luo Qiuli nodded. Now that the entire continent knows that a monster is about to be born, everyone is practicing more seriously. After the two said goodbye, they separated. Qiyue sent a communication talisman to Yao and invited her to go out for training together. Chapter 1242 Destiny. Ji Yao is extremely talented and must be on Shikei Tower's assassination list. When the two of them are together, they will definitely be able to surprise Shikei Tower. I don't know if they are ready. On the other side, Ji Yao, who originally planned to stay at Yejia for a while, planned to leave after receiving the summons in July. After saying goodbye to the Yi family, she went to find Chi-Chi. At the same time, she sent a communication talisman to Luo Chuan and Pei Yi, telling them that she would not go back for the time being and asked them not to worry. This time she planned to go to the eastern region in July, so her direction was also the eastern region. About half a month later, the two finally met and then continued towards the eastern region. When passing through the forest of death, Shiyu suddenly smiled. Shiyu, do you remember? This is the place where we became friends. Shiyu reached out and bumped into Chiyu's shoulder, missing that time a little. Remember? At first, I thought we would become enemies. Chiyu's lips curled up. At that time, she thought that the two of them would become enemies because of the 9 Netherworld fire. Unexpectedly, they became friends in the end because they dealt with a common enemy. This is true to the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yes, Shiyu nodded. At first, she thought that the two would become enemies because of the way of heaven, and they would eventually fight to the death. Fortunately, Father Tiandao is not so cruel. But she suddenly remembered Guishui. She had returned to her home in the common world, and then started traveling around the entire continent. After she regained her consciousness, everything was very new to her, and she wanted to go to every place. Therefore, Ji Yao was abandoned by her so gorgeously. However, Guishui has a high level of cultivation. No matter whether it is a monster or a monk, there is no threat to her, and Ji Yao is not worried. Chi-Chi turned her head to look at Ji Yao, her eyes full of doting. The scenes in the past seemed like just yesterday, but they had all grown up. But thankfully, none of them have changed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Lu Xiangyu stood next to Lu Ruoshi with an apologetic look on her face. Her whole body seemed to be in panic. Lu Ruoshi glanced at the spirit tea scattered on the ground, but did not look at Lu Xiangyu. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Even if you want to drive me away, it's okay. You must not be angry with Brother Rongli. Lu Xiangyu explained eagerly with his head buried, but there was a sneer in his heart. I'll leave right away. Don't ignore Brother Rongli. Lu Xiangyu figured that Rongli would be here soon, and when he said this, he suddenly knelt down. City Lord, I'll get out right away. Don't ignore Brother Rongli, and don't drive him away. He can't live without you. Lu Xiangyu begged with tears in his eyes. Lu Ruoshi looked at Lu Xiangyu coldly. Her consciousness had already caught Rongli coming over, but she didn't move because she also wanted to see who Rongli would choose to believe. What are you doing? Sure enough, the next second, Rongli appeared. He helped Lu Xiangyu up with a distressed look on his face, and then looked at Lu Ruoshi angrily. He heard everything Lu Xiangyu said just now. Drive him away? Can't live without her? What a joke. He Rongli never relied on women. Women were dispensable to him. Lu Ruoshi felt cold when she saw his reaction, but she still didn't argue and just stood aside with an indifferent expression. Her pride would never allow her to feel sad in front of other women. Chapter 1243, Estrangement. Brother Rongli, you wrongly blamed the city lord. It's my fault, Lu Xiangyu said with a sad look on her face, grabbing Rongli's sleeve. Look, she is still trying to excuse you. So you have nothing to say? Rongli obviously didn't believe it. He knew Xiangyu too well. She was a simple little girl, and she had never excluded him from having other ideas. Woman. Now it is obvious that Ruoshi does not accept that he has another woman and is deliberately looking for trouble for Xiangyu. Do you still remember what you said? Lu Ruoshi looked at Rongli indifferently, feeling a tear in her heart. Once, he said he would always trust her and protect her. But now he doubted her because of a woman. Ruoshi, she will only be your sister and will not threaten your status. Rongli softened his heart as soon as he heard Lu Ruoshi's question. Sisters? Lu Ruoshi suddenly smiled when she heard this. Becoming a sister with a woman who covets her man? Yes. You will all be sisters from now on. So you have to get along well. Rongli saw her smiling and thought Lu Ruoshi had figured it out. So he breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, there are a few more that I haven't had time to introduce to you yet. I'll ask them to come over when the double cultivation ceremony is held. Rongli had already made plans. He missed them a little after not seeing them for so long. Lu Xiangyu buried her head and almost sneered when she heard this sentence. She could imagine Lu Ruoshi's expression at this time. Sure enough, when she looked up, she saw Lu Ruoshi, who was completely stunned. Them? Lu Ruoshi's eyes were slightly red, and her whole body was trembling slightly. She tried her best to restrain herself, but the trembling became worse and worse. Yes, in addition to Xiangyu, you have 7 sisters, But don't worry. They all have good tempers. And you will definitely get along well. Rongli seemed to have thought of the beautiful scene of everyone living together in the future. Lu Ruoxi bit her lip tightly, closed her eyes, and tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart. Otherwise she was afraid that she would take action against Rongli now. Let's go! Lu Ruoxi calmed down for a long time before opening her eyes. What? Rongli was stunned, not understanding what she meant. Lu Ruoxi, will never share the same man with another woman. Even if that man is you, I will never accept it. Lu Ruoxi looked at Rongli with increasingly cold eyes. And Rongli said her words reminded her of her most miserable time. At first, she was like a plaything, serving those men together with other women. Finally, she decided to try to let go of her worries, choose to believe in Rongli, and want to trust him for the rest of her life. But the facts proved that everything Master said was right. All men in the world are unlucky. And Rongli is the same. Ruoxi, don't make trouble. Rongli was stunned at first when he heard this. And then he became angry. Lu Xiangyu is still here, but Lu Ruoxi is so disrespectful to him. For the sake of our friendship, I will let you go. If you don't leave, then you will never leave. Lu Ruoxi looked at Rongli with a murderous look in her eyes. It was this murderous aura that made Rongli know that Lu Ruoxi was not joking. He originally wanted to explain, but Lu Xiangyu beat him to it. She suddenly knelt down towards Lu Ruoxi again, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Lu Ruoxi's leg. City Lord, please don't leave Brother Rongli. It's all my fault. I'm going to get out. I'm going to get out right away. Lu Xiangyu begged bitterly, but he was laughing loudly in his heart. No one can have a good time. Chapter 1244 Turn against each other. Xiangyu, get up. Rongli stepped forward and pulled Lu Xiangyu up, then looked at Lu Ruoxi, who remained indifferent. Let me ask you one last time. Do you really want me to leave? Rongli looked at Lu Ruoxi, who suddenly became unfamiliar in front of him. Although he was a little sad, he was more angry. Lu Ruoxi just looked at him indifferently and did not reply. She had already made her attitude clear. Okay, don't regret it. Xiangyu, let's go! Rongli was completely filled with anger. He took out the hosta he just bought for Lu Ruoxi from the storage ring and threw it to the ground. Bang! The hosta was not a magic weapon. It shattered directly in response to the sound. Rongli only glanced at Lu Ruoxi for the last time, then pulled Lu Xiangyu and leapt out of the yard. Lu Ruoxi's eyes were always on the broken hosta, which was just like her mood at the moment. Duh! A teardrop fell to the ground, which was extremely obvious in the silent environment. Ha! Lu Ruoxi stretched out her hand to wipe the tears from her face, and suddenly sneered. No one who heard her can feel better. Brother Rongli, don't be like this. As long as you go back and apologize properly, the city lord will definitely forgive you. Lu Xiangyu looked at Rongli's angry look and deliberately added fuel to the fire. Shut up! Rongli was furious. Hearing these words, his anger went straight to his head. I'm sorry. Lu Xiangyu lowered her head in grievance, but sneered in her heart. This was the person she once thought about day and night. It's not that I didn't mean it. Xiangyu, don't take it to heart. Seeing Lu Xiangyu's appearance, Rongli softened his heart, and his anger dissipated a little. Let's go! Rongli patted Lu Xiangyu's head, then took out the spirit boat and took her out of Liuguang City. He stood on the deck of the spirit boat, looking at the passing scenery and sighing. I don't know since when. He rarely meets any treasures anymore. And he also doesn't meet those women who want to be with him whether they want to live or die. He didn't understand what went wrong and wanted to ask Senior Long Tian. But he was still asleep and never woke up. Rongli lowered his head and looked at the special belt around his waist. And a complicated feeling flashed through his heart. This was made by Lu Ruoxi himself. But when he thought of her last indifference, Rongli's heart suddenly turned cold. Just as he was thinking, a sword light suddenly struck the spirit boat. Crack! The spirit boat was cut in half and fell towards the ground. Rongli was startled. And when he looked up, he saw a monk at the peak of the late Yuanying stage looking at him with murderous intent. And what he was wearing was the robe of Shike Tower. Rongli took out his trident and attacked the monks in Shike Tower. But his heart was filled with hatred at this time, because he knew that Shike Tower belonged to Lu Ruoxi. It was obvious that Lu Ruoxi wanted to kill him. Lu Xiangyu fell to the ground with the spirit boat, vomited a large mouthful of blood, and suffered internal injuries. She collapsed to the side, looking at the two fighting in the sky, and smiled sarcastically. Just smiling and laughing made her cry. How ironic is it that the former Golden Elixir monks are now seriously injured just by falling from midair? The culprit behind all this is Ronli. She stared at Ronli, secretly praying in her heart that the monks from Shike Tower could kill Ronli. But the final result disappointed her. She watched helplessly as Ronli killed the monk. Chapter 1245 Sisters Cooperation. Lu Xiangyu lowered her eyebrows to cover up the hatred in her eyes. That's fine. She will end Ronli's life with her own hands in the future, so that she can comfort all the souls of her Lu family. Let's go! Ronli killed a monk from Shike Tower and immediately came to Lu Xiangyu, fed her the elixir, and took her away. He understood Lu Ruoshi's temperament. She would never give up like that. She would have to avoid being chased for the rest of the days. Shall we just wait for them here for a while? Chiyo sat in a thatched shed, holding a cup of spiritual tea and winking mischievously at Chiyo. Okay. Chiyo smiled and took a sip of spiritual tea. This is a tea shed in the wilderness, mainly used for mortals to rest. And they are here mainly to wait for the few people who are chasing them. Few? An arrow suddenly shot towards Chiyo, who was drinking tea. But Chiyo just raised her eyelids and didn't even move. Ding! The arrow directly hit Chiyo's spirit sword and was immediately bounced back. Ha ha. I didn't expect you two to be together, but it saved us a lot of effort. The leading monk of Shike Tower sneered and looked at the two of them with an unkind expression, especially when he saw Chiyo, who didn't look at them at all. His anger rushed up instantly. As expected, the two girls from the Northern Territory were equally arrogant. Chiyo waited for him to finish speaking before slowly turning her head to look at them. Her eyes swept over the three of them one by one, and they were immediately startled. As for Yijia, 3 nascent soul cultivators had been killed in their Shike Tower, which made them somewhat fearful. Jia noticed their expressions and smiled slightly. She was getting better and better at bluffing people now. However, her completely indifferent appearance will indeed make others afraid to take action easily. This time Shike Tower sent 3 people, all of whom were peak cultivators in the late nascent soul stage. It can be said that they spent a lot of money. Be careful, Chi-Chi whispered to Ji Yao and rushed towards the monks in Shike Tower. The monks from Shike Tower met Chi-Chi alone, and the two chose to attack Ji Yao, because they haven't dealt with Chiyu yet. They don't know her strength. Chiyu didn't panic when she saw the 2 men attacking. She teleported away from the place, then suddenly appeared behind a monk and punched him. Roar! The dragon shadow rose into the air and crashed into the monk. The monk turned around and slashed at the dragon shadow with his sword. But the dragon shadow bumped into his spiritual sword, causing a confrontation between one man and one dragon. The other monk did not intervene, but chose to attack Chiyu. He drew his bow and arrow and shot in the direction of Ji Yao. Ji Yao did not dodge, staring at the arrow with an indifferent expression. When it was halfway through its journey, a year suddenly struck it. Yu was suppressed by Ji Yao's best efforts to suppress the fluctuations of spiritual power. The colorless sword light made the monk unable to detect the true power of Yu. Just seeing the arrow suddenly paused in the air, he had a bad feeling in his heart. It's just that this premonition was a little late. Just when he was about to make a move, he was suddenly stopped. Jia teleported to his side, cut his neck directly with a sword, and then released chaotic sky fire, burning his soul. After getting rid of him, Jia planned to get rid of the other monk. But when she turned around, she saw that the monk suddenly fell down. Chapter 1246 Cooperation is Justice. In front of the monk, Chiyu was standing there, with a black eye appearing on his forehead. After dealing with the monk, Chiyu directly put away the Eye of Deception, and instantly the eye was invisible. Jia smacked her lips. Only then did she remember the killer move of July in the original work. That is the delusion-breaking eye that combines hypnosis and murder. This is truly killing with eyes. Chiyu, you are so awesome! Jia gave a thumbs up and said sincerely in admiration. This is the real flash sale in July. A sword cultivator who has understood the artistic conception of time. Chichio smiled slightly and joked. Nowadays, there are rumors in many places in the mainland that there is a sword cultivator who has understood the artistic conception of time. He has terrifying fighting power and kills people like crazy. She guessed at that time that she was referring to Ji Yao. But the word, killing like him, didn't suit her. Hee hee. Am I good too? Right. Jia raised her head and patted her chest. Awesome. Chiyu gave a thumbs up in cooperation and nodded with a smile in his eyes. Then let's pack up and leave. We won't be bored in the next days. Jia felt comfortable after being praised. So she took off all the storage rings from the corpse and burned them all with fire. She is a sword cultivator. And now she also has the characteristics of a sword cultivator, warlike. It's just that there aren't many opportunities to take action on weekdays. Now that she has the opportunity to fight and eliminate harm for the mainland, she feels that life is very interesting. Let's go! Let's go! Ji Yao shook her head and walked in front, continuing towards the eastern region. Chi-Chi followed Ji Yao with a look of helplessness on her face. Bang! The high priest swept all the things to the ground, his face slightly distorted. Yi Ji Yao! Xia Qiu! The high priest gritted his teeth and read out the names of the two people, his whole body boiling with murderous intent. He never expected that so many high-level monks would die. This was simply a slap in the face, due to the reason why Chiffon continent was sealed in the past. Yuanying monk is also extremely precious. This Shinkei tower is his hard work for thousands of years. However, accidents have happened frequently recently. One after another has died. In addition to Yi Zhiyao and others, there are also many failures elsewhere. It seems that he still underestimated the monks in Chiffon continent. Humph. Since you dare to be so arrogant, don't blame me. The high priest smiled coldly and disappeared from the place in a flash. In the days that followed, Jiao and Chiyue experienced waves of pursuits. But they were both killed. Both of them have real killing moves, which are extremely damaging. Now Jiao finally understands why the time attribute can be ranked third. In fact, its attributes are extremely powerful. As long as it is shrouded by it, all attacks will be ineffective. And Chi-Chi has long understood the properties of space because of space. Sometimes, he will always appear in front of the enemy unpreparedly. He can kill the enemy instantly with just one glance. They didn't even have a chance to send the news back. It's just that recently, Jiao and Chiyue have felt a burst of pressure inexplicably. And they always feel that some danger is approaching. I'm afraid there will be big moves in the Shinkei Tower recently. We must be careful. Chi-Chi's premonitions are always accurate. Something must happen recently. I understand. Jiao nodded, and the two of them became a little more careful when walking. Chapter 1247 Zombie Attack. Wait! Just when the two of them reached a deserted valley, Chiyue suddenly stopped. Jiao's heart sank when she heard this, and her consciousness immediately spread around, and she saw a scene she didn't want to see. What are these? Jiao was very surprised after seeing it clearly. If she read correctly, these are the zombies she encountered when she went to the world of watering. Back then, Wei Ziyu had tried to control zombies to attack them. She remembered that when she left, she deliberately used a 6th level formation to trap them. So how did they escape? There must be someone controlling these zombies behind the scenes, Jiu said solemnly. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to escape this time. Chiyue frowned. There were zombies approaching from all directions, so densely packed that they were countless. Moreover, many of them are flying zombies, watering zombies, and there is even a lying corpse among them. The situation is very difficult. We can't let these zombies spread everywhere. Otherwise the mortals will suffer again. Chiyue's scalp was numb. Trying to deal with so many zombies was tantamount to wishful thinking. But these zombies were obviously released to deal with them. If they caused countless killings, how could they feel at ease? If you try hard, there is really no way to run away. Chiyue also agreed with Jiao. If the two of them really couldn't handle it, they could escape through the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. Jiao nodded, took out the Jingyuan pearl, transformed it into a sword and held it in her hand. Phew! A flying zombie finally approached and flew in front of Chiyue. Chiyue took out a ruler with complex lines carved on it, and there were dots of golden light shining on the lines. She made a light stroke towards Fei's zone, and immediately cut off Fei's zone's stretched out hand. You must know that the zombie's body is extremely hard, and it is difficult to cause such damage to it. But the zombie didn't feel pain. Fei Zheng didn't flinch at all, and stretched out his other claw to grab Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi suddenly appeared behind Fei Zheng and slashed towards its neck. Bang! Fei Zheng fell from midair, completely unresponsive. But Chi-Chi and Ji Yao were not happy at all, because all the zombies had already moved closer and surrounded them. A zombie moved. This was like a signal, and all the zombies moved accordingly, all attacking the two of them. Ji Yao could only fight head-on. Patian, yeah, and Reincarnation took turns to fight, quickly destroying the zombies. But there were too many zombies, at least tens of thousands of them, and both of them were accidentally scratched by zombies. And if we keep killing like this, we still don't know when it will be over. Jiu frowned and thought while attacking. Although zombies can travel during the day, they are afraid of real light attacks. But she had only learned a little bit about light attributes, and could not cause any harm to them at all. What should we do? Gia tried hard to think of a way. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she remembered the two things she had received. She immediately took out a spiritual mirror and spiritual comb she had obtained from the storage ring, which were the Qianquan realm and the glazed comb. Gia poured spiritual power into the glass comb, then threw it away. The glazed comb suddenly turned into a huge mountain, and the bottom of the mountain was full of jagged teeth like a comb. Chapter 1248 Acting. Boom! The mountain smashed down towards the zombies, immediately crushing a large group of zombies. And all the saw teeth were inserted into the zombies' bodies. The zombies in this area were so injured and dead that they no longer posed a threat to the two of them. After Gia threw the colored glass comb out, she didn't pay any more attention to it. Instead, she activated the Qianquan realm in her hand. A beam of light reaches directly from the universe to the Qianquan realm, and then directly refracts dazzling light. Gia adjusted the direction of Qianquan realm and pointed the beam at the zombies. Shichichi! As soon as the white light came into contact with the zombie suddenly began to melt. Ouch! The zombies suddenly roared in pain, startling both Jiao and Chiyue, because zombies almost feel no pain. I didn't expect that this Qianquan realm would be so powerful. Jiao felt a little happy in her heart, put away the Jingyuan bead, and began to shine the zombies around with the Qianquan realm. Seeing this, Chiyue also came up with the idea of a magic weapon. She searched around the space, and finally took out the gourd. She pointed the mouth of the gourd toward the group of zombies, silently reciting a spell. And one zombie after another was sucked into the gourd by her. There is her special corrosive liquid in the gourd, which quickly corrodes the zombies. With the cooperation of the two, the zombies were eliminated faster and faster, and a place was soon vacated. But soon, more zombies began to approach, and the two fell into a bitter fight. Ha! The high priest was observing everything secretly. He could have directly dealt with the two of them, but he preferred to watch them struggle in vain. Only in this way can the anger at his heart be extinguished. If the gods and demons reached his level of cultivation, they would not only be able to seize the body and absorb nutrients from the host body, but also fully utilize the host body's cultivation level, including those attack methods. This is also the reason why their god-demon clan is more advanced than the soul demon clan. No matter what, the two of them cannot escape today. A harsh voice came, and a corpse suddenly appeared behind Ji Yao, clawing at Ji Yao's back. It's just that Ji Yao's robe cannot be destroyed. So although the friction made a harsh sound, it did not cause any harm to Ji Yao. Ji Yao frowned, turned around and kicked Fu Ji. Bang! Fu Ji was kicked to the ground, but he quickly got up again and attacked Ji Yao again. Ji Yao felt very heavy at this time. She and Chiyue had been fighting for 3 days in a row, but they could only manage to eliminate 1/3 of the zombies. If she and Chiyue hadn't both had special spiritual power supply methods, they would have fallen into the trap at this moment. It's just that such a long battle made her and Chiyue a little impatient. But unfortunately, there was no way. The most important thing is that there must be someone secretly controlling these zombies at this time. Once they show signs of exhaustion, the person secretly will probably kill them immediately. Chiyue, it's not an option to keep going like this. Do you have any pills to prevent corpse poison? How about we put on a show for the people behind it? Chiyue secretly sent a message to Chiyue. She was worried that she would keep going like this. He and Chi-Chi would be too much to bear. So it would be better to directly lure out the people behind the scenes, which might have a better chance of winning. I have it. This method works. Chi-Chi threw a bottle of elixir directly to Ji Yao. This was also the first step in acting, making the people behind him think that Ji Yao could no longer hold on and needed to take the elixir. Chapter 1249 Falling into the Trap. Jia took the elixir and drank it. While controlling the experience in her body, her face suddenly turned pale. Sure enough, the high priest secretly narrowed his eyes and smiled sarcastically. No matter how powerful you are, you still can't stand it? He was surprised that he could persist until now. It seemed that it was time for him to appear. However, he was not stupid. He did not rush out rashly. Instead, he observed the two of them more carefully. Hiss! A zombie swung its claws onto Jia's hand, leaving a scar on the back of her hand. Ji Yao! Chi-Chi shouted in a deliberately worried voice, looking like she wanted to help but was helpless. Tisk! A zombie also grabbed at Chi-Chi, who deliberately pretended to be defeated and injured. Chi-Yu also cooperated very well, and was scratched by several zombies one after another. She looked like she could no longer hold on. TSK. Tisk. The high priest felt extremely happy, and smacked his lips regretfully. If he had met these two people earlier, he could have accepted them as his disciples. And there would be no need to accept that loser Luruashi. Little girl. Long time no see. The high priest stopped hiding and appeared directly. When he appeared, the zombies stopped attacking, but surrounded Jia and the two to prevent them from escaping. High priest. Jia was stunned when she saw the sudden appearance of the high priest. She never expected that the person behind her would be the high priest. Are you a monster? Jia failed to notice the strangeness and thought it was the original high priest. He is a monster, Chi-Chi said coldly from the side. What? Jia was startled and looked at the high priest carefully, but found that his disguise was too good to be seen at all. Presumably Chi-Chi also saw it with his delusional eyes. The little girl does have some eyesight. I can't bear to kill you. The high priest raised the corners of his mouth and smiled evilly. The mask he was wearing just barely exposed his chin, and his smile was very obvious. Jia rolled her eyes inwardly. It seemed that this monster was inexplicably confident in herself. But I want to kill you. Jia looked at the high priest coldly, and a murderous intention rushed towards him. Jia turned her head and looked at Chiyu with starry eyes. She was so handsome at this time. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would have wanted to cheer for Chi-Chi. The high priest's face darkened upon hearing this, and he looked at Chi-Chi as if he wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood. While the two were fighting fiercely, Jiyu slowly frowned. She always felt that she had overlooked something. You have killed so many monks in my Shige tower. Don't even think about escaping today. The high priest immediately lost his patience when he saw that Chi-Chi was not afraid of his momentum at all. Originally, he wanted to experience the momentum of the high-level monks, but now it seemed that it was of little use. So he might as well just do it. Thinking of this, the high priest directly attacked Chi-Chi, but he just slapped Chiyo with a simple palm, because Zio and the others had been relying on magic weapons to deal with zombies. So in the eyes of the high priest, they were not difficult to deal with. Feeling the power of the big palm, Chiyu's heart sank, and he took out a spiritual sword from the space. It was an immortal weapon. The high priest's eyes lit up when he saw the immortal weapon, and he was excited. This unexpected surprise was quite big. Chi-Chi swung his sword, and a pure black sword light went straight towards the big palm. Chapter 1250 Reincarnation. The sword light did not have the slightest spiritual fluctuation, but it exploded when it hit the big palm. A huge mushroom cloud appeared, and the big palm had long been destroyed. However, the high priest didn't pay much attention at this time, because Jia took the opportunity to attack him. A weak wave of spiritual power struck, and the high priest instinctively felt that something was wrong, and disappeared from the place in a flash. When he reappeared, he came behind Ji Yao and punched Ji Yao. Ji Yao turned around and punched him. A dragon shadow rose into the air and hit the high priest. Roar! The dragon shadow slowly dissipated, and the high priest's fist technique also lost its effect and did not fall on Ji Yao. At this moment, Chiyua's sword light came as expected and struck towards the high priest. Humph! The high priest snorted coldly. Do they think they can defeat him if two people work together? The gap in cultivation is not so easy to cross. It seems that he needs to make them realize this reality. He took out a broad sword and met Chiyua's sword light with one strike. Boom! When the two met, they exploded, and the extremely strong attack power spread in all directions. Countless trees collapsed. Rubble continued to roll down the hillside, and the surrounding zombies retreated further. Chiyu avoided the impact and slashed a ear towards the back of the high priest, but he dodged it again. Her heart sank, and the disadvantages of years were also revealed. When dealing with high-level monks, once the opponent is on guard, it will be difficult to cause harm to him. She thought of her reincarnation, which was her strongest move at the moment. Unfortunately, reincarnation would cause the opponent to enter reincarnation. She was not willing to use it on monsters. So is there a way to control reincarnation and only let it kill people without appearing the gate of H.L.? Jia pursed her lips, trying to control herself. Just do what she said. Jia no longer used you, but instead struck with the reincarnation sword. As soon as reincarnation appeared, the high priest noticed a strange aura, but he couldn't figure out what the specific strangeness was. But he also knew that he must not let reincarnation touch him. The first sword Ji Yao cut into the air. The second sword also cut into the air, and the black door kept appearing. On the other side, Chi Chio was also using his ultimate move. The two of them cooperated to attack the high priest. Although they did not hurt him, they were not seriously injured either. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Yao just struck out with his sword. But before she had time to observe the situation, she was struck by the high priest's sword. Poof! Ji Yao was sent flying, leaving a very long wound on her shoulder. Bah! Ji Yao spit out the blood in her mouth, reached out, and wiped it before rushing forward again. This time, after repeated efforts, reincarnation was finally mastered more thoroughly by Xiao. A smile flashed in her eyes. In fact, in addition to the attack methods that come with these artistic conceptions, sword cultivators also have many types of sword moves. Some of those sword techniques can enhance attack power, and some come with other attacks, which sword cultivators also like. It's just that the time and the artistic conception of life and death that Ji Yao had to comprehend were too rare, and she couldn't find the relevant sword skills at all. There are sword techniques with the thunder attribute, but the power of those sword moves is simply not as powerful as breaking the sky, and learning it is of little use. Therefore, Ji Yao has always been purely using the artistic conception of the sword to attack. She still has a lot to develop with these moves. Chapter 1251 Guishi arrives. However, reincarnation still did not hurt the high priest. After all, the cultivation level of the two was a big difference. Ji Yao is now in the middle stage of nascent soul, but the high priest is already in the middle stage of becoming a god. The higher you go, the greater the impact of the gap in cultivation, which cannot be made up by Ji Yao and Qi Yue. Poof! Qi Qiu was also injured by the high priest and flew backwards. Humph! The high priest was very angry at this time. He originally thought he could easily capture the two of them, but he didn't expect that he still hasn't been able to defeat them even now. If others knew that he could not kill two nascent soul cultivators with one spirit transformation cultivator, he would definitely be ridiculed. He suddenly appeared in front of Qi Yue and struck her with a knife. Qi Qiu opened the Eye of Delirium and tried to attack with the soul, but it didn't work at all. Seeing that Qi Qi was in danger, Ji Yao felt anxious. She appeared in front of Qi Qi and faced him with a sword. The collision between the sword and the sword made a harsh sound, and sparks flew everywhere. But Ji Yao was finally shaken away. Poof! Ji Yao hit the mountain hard and then rolled down. She vomited out several mouthfuls of blood. Her lungs were broken, and she was seriously injured. But she didn't care about her injuries at all, and quickly got up and teleported towards Qi Yue. Qi Qi finally stood up at this time, but the high priest slashed him down again. Sensing the strong power of the sword light, Qi Yue's heart sank. She wanted to fight back, but suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that she had been seriously injured just now. Looking at Ji Yao, who suddenly appeared in front of her and tried to resist the attack, Qi Yue felt sad and her eyes gradually turned red. She reached out and grabbed Ji Yao, planning to take her into hiding in space. Even though the secret would be exposed in front of the high priest, she didn't want anything to happen to Ji Yao. Originally, they had teleportation talismans, but they were useless in front of the gods. Now both of them were seriously injured and had no other choice but to hide in the space. Qi Qi thought so much, but in fact, it only took a moment for the high priest's knife to finally fall. Ding! Just when Qi Yue was about to hide in the space with Ji Yao, a woman suddenly appeared in front of them. She actually caught the knife with her bare hands and held it in her hand. Shui! Ji Yue felt happy when she saw Guishi suddenly appeared. Ji Yao, don't be afraid. Guishi turned around and gave Ziyu a comforting smile. With you here, how can I be afraid? Ji Yue smiled back and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the high priest is powerful, he is still far behind Shui. She pulled Qi Yue back a few steps to make room for Shui. At this time, the high priest finally found Guishi in the memory of the high priest. Seeing the original body being beaten by Guishi, he swallowed nervously. You actually bullied Ji Yao. Guishi was in a bad mood at the moment. She had only been away from Ji Yao for a long time, and someone actually wanted to kill her. Now her only relative is Ji Yao, and she will never allow anyone to hurt her. The high priest didn't speak. He tried to take back the knife in Guishi's hand, but no matter how hard he tried, even with veins bulging on his neck, the knife still didn't move. The high priest's face was a little distorted, and this was a clear slap in his face. When Guishi saw his appearance, she suddenly felt like playing a prank and suddenly let go of the knife. Sure enough, the high priest became unsteady and took a few steps backward before regaining his balance. Chapter 1252 Abuse of the High Priest. Ji Yue couldn't help laughing when she saw the high priest's jaw twisted in anger. Cough, cough, cough. Just after she finished laughing, she felt a pain in her lungs and coughed violently. But even though she was in pain, she couldn't resist Jiyu's smile. She felt uncomfortable and funny at the same time, making her look a little weird. Jiyu had glared at Jiyo helplessly and handed her a pill. Jiya took it, then stood aside with Chi to watch the show. The high priest was furious at this moment. It was already embarrassing enough. But when Jiyao smiled, he wanted to find a hole and crawl into it immediately. Guishui noticed Jiya's happiness and felt more and more that she had done the right thing. Since regaining consciousness, she has always been very ladylike and rarely uses violence. But the person in front of her was too much in need of a beating, and it seemed that she had to be taught a lesson. Hey! Guishui suddenly gave the high priest a silly smile, which made the high priest feel nervous. He quickly stepped back, trying to stay away from Guishui. But unfortunately, his speed was still far behind Guishui's. Guishui appeared in front of him, and suddenly bent down. Before the high priest could figure out why she was bending over, her whole body was grabbed by the legs and then swung up. Bang! Guishui grabbed the high priest's leg and threw him into the surrounding open space, making a big hole immediately. Poof! The high priest's face came into close contact with the ground, and he immediately took a mouthful of ashes. He struggled hard, but couldn't break free from Guishui's hand. The high priest was angry, stretched out his hand to seal Guishui, and then attacked Guishui. But before he could send it out, he was swung up again and smashed in another direction. And the hand he was pinching was also directly interrupted, preventing him from launching an attack. Humph! Seeing that he still wanted to fight back, Guishui became even more angry. The beating speed became faster and faster, and the high priest didn't even have a chance to seal the knot. The high priest was almost going crazy at this moment. His body was slowly starting to get hurt, and his face was beginning to swell. This was the first time Chi saw this kind of complete torture of others. She turned around and looked at Ji Yao in surprise. Jia blinked innocently. She was not taught this. Shui was self-taught. Bang! 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 The sound of beatings echoed throughout the valley, and the surrounding monsters shrank down, fearing that they would be implicated. The high priest spit out a mouthful of blood again. His head was a little dizzy, and he could even feel that his face was completely swollen. Fortunately, it was covered by a mask. Otherwise his face would be really disgraceful. Jia watched with great interest, and the injuries in her body gradually healed. Looking at the tortured high priest, Jia's eyes suddenly lit up, and she finally realized what she had overlooked. Shui! Take off his mask! Jia hurriedly sent a message to Guishui. Okay! Guishui received the message and threw the high priest to the ground, then squatted down and took off his mask. Is it you? Jia was shocked when she saw the familiar face of the high priest. Isn't this face that of the Flowing Light City Lord who helped her back then? The faces of the two people were exactly the same. When the high priest saw that he was exposed, his heart suddenly sank. Now he could only find a way to escape. Otherwise he would be trapped here. Chapter 1253 Exposed. There is no other way. Now he could only sacrifice these zombies. As soon as he closed his eyes, he immediately activated the command in the Sea of Consciousness, and the zombies immediately attacked Jio and the others. Guishui launched her mental suppression towards the zombie group. Although the zombies were a little scared, they were eventually controlled by orders and attacked the three of them. There was no other way. Guishui and Jiyao had no choice but to deal with those zombies. The high priest took this opportunity to use the teleportation talisman, and ran away in a flash. Jiya's heart tightened when she saw this, but she couldn't take action to pursue him at all, so she could only watch him escape. But she also gained something this time. At least she figured out that Flowing Light City must be related to monsters. After dealing with these zombies, she would send a messenger talisman to her senior brothers and inform them of the matter. Thinking of Lu Ruashi, Jia pursed her lips. This Flowing Light City was hidden too deeply and must be solved. This incident also made Jia begin to wonder if there are still minions of monsters in human cultivation. But the top priority right now is to destroy these zombies. Otherwise they will threaten the entire continent in the future. Thinking of this, Jio devoted herself to the battle. Bah! On the other side, the high priest finally ran away. He fell to the ground in a panic and spat out several mouthfuls of dirt, realizing that his body was seriously injured. The high priest bit his lips tightly, his eyes full of hatred. This time, not only did he not kill Yi Jiao and Xia Qiyue, but he also lost those zombies, which were his great weapons. In order to make these zombies, He killed all the monks in that small world. He finally succeeded. But they were destroyed as soon as they appeared. How could he be willing to do this? Moreover, his identity was exposed. Lu Ruoxi's identity could no longer be hidden. And Liuguang City had no choice but to abandon it. Boom! The high priest became more and more angry as he thought about it, and punched the ground hard. Now he can only send a message to Lu Ruoxi and ask her to run away quickly. Otherwise Lu Ruoxi will not be able to escape after they finish dealing with the zombies. The high priest glanced in the direction of Ji Yao and the others with a sinister expression, and then began to head towards the Shikai Tower headquarters. The injury suffered this time will take some time to heal. 3 days later, Xiao and the others finally eliminated the last zombie. Xiao stopped and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The past 3 days of non-stop killing zombies had made her whole body highly tense, and she felt unspeakably tired. Not only her, but Qiqiu was also the same. She seemed to be in poor spirits, but she was still holding on. Only Guishui, although she had eliminated the most zombies, was still alive and kicking without any impact at all. Let's deal with these corpses first. Jia frowned. These piles of zombie corpses reminded her of those zombies some time ago. She had some suspicions that these were deliberately created by monsters in order to help them when they conquered Shinfeng continent. Thinking of this, Ji Yao felt a murderous intention in her heart. The monsters were really monsters, and the things they did really deserved their name. Regardless of whether mortals or monks die in normal ways, zombies will not form unless some special means are used. Just like Shi back then. She suffered the pain of her soul before she died. She couldn't even imagine what so many zombies went through before they died. Guishui nodded when she heard the words, and with a wave of her hand, a cluster of 9 heavens mysterious fire appeared in her hand. Chapter 1254 Solution. Guishui threw the 9 heavens mysterious fire out, immediately igniting the corpses. The corpse slowly began to be burned, but it also gave off a stench that made people want to vomit after just one smell. Xiao and Qiyue immediately shut down their sense of smell and breathed a sigh of relief until they could no longer smell the smell. The 3 of them flew away and stood watching from a distance. The entire valley was filled with fire, illuminating the already darkened sky again. Jia took this opportunity and quickly sent a communication talisman to Luo Chuan, asking him to find a way to deal with the affairs of Flowing Light City to senior brother Luo Hong and the others. But then she thought about it and sent messenger talismans to both Qin Chen and Ji Shuzi. After all, the central region was closer to Flowing Light City. However, Uncle Qin Chen and Senior Ji Shuzi are about to ascend. Before they ascend, the monster issue may not be resolved. The battle in the original work was destined to be inevitable, and the only thing they could do was to minimize the losses to Shinfeng continent. An hour later, most of the bodies were finally burned, and there were still some sporadic firelights left at the scene. Let's go! Seeing that she could finally leave, Xiao immediately released the spirit boat and beckoned the 2 of them to hurry up. Then she drove the spirit boat towards the nearby city. About 2 hours later, the 3 of them finally arrived at the city. It was already dark, so they randomly found an inn to stay. As soon as she arrived in the room, Jia fell down and fell asleep. During this period, she had been facing a chase and a long battle, which made her sleep very deeply. When I woke up the next day, it was already afternoon. Jia opened her eyes and sighed contentedly. Sleeping was the most comfortable. She slowly sat up and stretched, and there was a knock on the door. Xiao, are you awake? Guishui stood at Jiao's door. She got up very early in the morning and was very bored by herself. But she did not dare to disturb Jia and the others. It wasn't until she noticed the movement in Jia's room that she hurried over. Here we come! Jia tidied herself up and opened the door. Where's Qiyue? Haven't you gotten up yet? Jia asked curiously as she didn't see Qiyue. She is already down there. Guishui pointed to the first floor and said, TSK. It seems I'm the last. Jia said with a smile and followed Guishui towards the first floor. As soon as they sat down, the waiter at the inn brought them spiritual food. The 3 of them ate and drank happily, chatting while eating, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Nan Linner, please don't be willful. Suddenly, a voice came from the second floor, with helplessness in his tone. Jia and the other 3 heard it, but didn't pay attention and continued eating. Leave me alone. I'm going to find Brother Rongli. At this time, an impatient female voice came, but it instantly attracted Jiu's attention. If she heard correctly, that woman just now was talking about Rongli. Will it be the same Rongli? Monsters are prevalent nowadays, And you are in danger outside, the man said in a rather irritable tone. The woman didn't speak, but soon the two of them walked down from the second floor. Jia glanced at the woman and found that her dress was very exotic. She was wearing a black dress, but it was not a robe, but a short skirt, revealing two straight and well-proportioned long legs. From the moment she appeared, the entire inn's attention was attracted to her. Chapter 1255. Watching a show. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty? The female cultivator was already angry, but she immediately felt unhappy when she saw these people. She whipped her whip into the open space, making a clear and loud sound. The monks in the hall turned their heads and stopped looking at her. At first, everyone was just a little surprised and didn't really want to look at her. Only one person was still staring at her with an interesting expression. Are you still watching? The female cultivator was so angry at the monk's eyes that she whipped him with a whip. Nan Linner, stop! The male cultivator beside him quickly intervened to stop her. Get out of the way! Nan Liner became even more angry when she saw the male cultivator grabbing the whip. I'm warning you one last time. If you don't obey me again, I'll kill you. The man couldn't bear it anymore, so he leaned close to Nan Liner's ear and said through gritted teeth, You? Nan Liner was about to get angry, but she swallowed the rest of her words when she saw the man's eyes. She is not stupid. The reason why she does whatever she wants outside is just because of his protection. She was still a little scared if she really wanted to contradict him. Jia was eating and watching the show with relish. So this is the Lil Pepper series in Rong Li's harem? Although her temper is not very good. In Rong Li's eyes, this kind of cuteness is called true temperament. Oh, little girl, whip me with this whip as much as you like. Come on! The male cultivator from before suddenly said at this time, while pushing his chest towards Nan Liner. Jia, who was drinking spiritual tea, couldn't help but spit it out. Chi-Chi glanced at her with a smile. Nan Liner and others all looked in the direction of Jia, but they paused when they saw the cultivation level of the three people, and they didn't dare to say anything. Jia pretended to be calm and wiped her mouth with silk, without even giving them a look. But the suppressed smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Everyone could tell that she was smiling. The male cultivator who was looking for sex looked at Ji Yao's face and swallowed. But he didn't dare to attack her at all, and set his sights on Nan Liner again. Nan Liner also had the good sense not to provoke Ji Yao. After all, Ji Yao's cultivation level was so great that she was stupid enough to ask for trouble. Little girl, come on! I can't wait any longer. The man looking for a slap closed his eyes intoxicated, opened his arms, and signaled Nan Liner to slap him. Are you sick? Nan Liner's face turned green and red. And finally she couldn't stand his perverted eyes, and ran out of the inn. The man next to her glanced at Ji Yao, and then chased after her. Hey! Don't leave! The monk who was looking for trouble also stood up, and chased the two of them. TSK! 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 What was this person's hobby just now? Guishui winked at Jio with a slightly obscene look. After these few years of wandering around, she is no longer the lady she was before. Special hobby, Jia said with some pity. Such a good show, so suitable for dinner, has ended. That man is an evil cultivator. Chi-Chi glanced at the two of them funnily. She always felt that there was a little bit of Ji Yao in Guishui. Wow! That woman is going to be in trouble. Guishui suddenly became excited, as if she was just watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. That's not necessarily true. The man next to her is in the late nascent soul stage. Jia smacked her lips. Although the man hid his cultivation, Shushu saw through it at a glance. Chapter 1256. Return to the clan. Hey! This kid is very hidden. Guishui curled her lips. She was almost deceived. What a brat. Pay attention to your image. Jia glared at Guishui. She still had to maintain the image of a high-level monk in front of outsiders. Cough! Guishui pretended to be serious and coughed, regaining her ladle-like posture. Jia was very happy here. But the situation of Rongli on the other side was not so good. Ever since he left Flowing Light City, he had been chased by Shinkei Tower. Although he killed a few pursuers along the way, he also suffered a lot of injuries. And there is Lu Xiangyu beside him, who has been holding him back. He has been injured several times, all because of Lu Xiangyu. Sometimes, Rongli wanted to leave Lu Xiangyu behind, but he softened his heart when he heard her ask him to leave first. And all this was done intentionally by Lu Xiangyu. Every time she would drag down Rongli in various ways, just to make him hurt or even let him die. But it's a pity that he is still alive and well. Xiangyu, let her sent me the communication talisman. Let's go find her. Rongli felt happy after receiving Nan Linner's communication talisman. He was planning to find his confidant. But unexpectedly she came to find them on her own. Okay. Lu Xiangyu lowered his head to cover up the sarcasm in his eyes. Another Linner? She doesn't know how many people she doesn't know about. But no matter how many there are, she will do her best to drive a wedge between them. She wants Rongli to experience the feeling of betrayal and separation from relatives. 3 years later, Xia took Guishui and Chiyue to say goodbye and then returned to the sect. On this trip, since the high priest was injured, no one from the Shinkei Tower has been chasing them. After she sent the message to Uncle Qingchen, they quickly rushed to Liuguang City, only to find that Lu Ruoxi had run away. They could only arrest everyone in the city lord's mansion and examine those with problems. At the same time, they issued a pursuit order for Lu Ruoxi and the high priest. The entire Chiffon continent knew that they were hidden stakes planted by monsters, and was helping to find their traces. It just passed like this, and there was still no news about them. They were well hidden. After all, there are some rare treasures in the world of cultivation that can hide your appearance. But they are really not easy to find. And Shinkei Tower has not been so arrogant in recent years. It is said that it has lost many high-level monks. I am afraid that the remaining power will not be too strong. Master! Pei Yi rushed to Tianzhan Peak as soon as he received the news. And his eyes turned red when he saw Ji Yao. Since he joined Zufeng, he has been with his master almost all the time. But this time, he was separated for so long. Hey! Are we, shall we, in the advanced stage of foundation building? It seems that we are going to break the record set by our master back then. Xia nodded with satisfaction when she saw Pei Yi's cultivation. He is worthy of being her apprentice. And he has the same demeanor as she did back then. Huh? Master, you didn't even take me out. You don't know how miserable I've been in the past few years. Pei Yi complained with a sad face. Oh, what kind of cruel method? Xia raised her eyebrows curiously. Both. Junior sister. Pei Yi just said 2 words when he was interrupted by Luo Chuan. He immediately shut his mouth. He didn't want to be thrown into that dangerous place for a few more years. Back then, he thought he would never live to see his master again. Senior brother. Xiyu didn't care about Pei Yi's reaction and laughed happily when she saw Luo Chuan. Chapter 1257 Rare Leisure Time. Luo Chuan smiled back, but his eyes fell on Guishui. This is Guishui, my friend. Upon seeing this, Xiyu quickly introduced to Luo Chuan and Pei Yi. Uncle Shui. Pei Yi called obediently and looked at Guishui quietly. Guishui smiled at him, feeling very happy. She didn't expect that she would become an elder. Come on, shall we? This is a meeting gift from your uncle. Guishui took out the prepared gift and handed it to Pei Yi. She heard that Zhio had accepted a disciple before, so she started to prepare this gift. Thank you, uncle. Pei Yi happily took the jade box and was shocked as soon as he opened it. Is this the 99 heavenly mysterious fire? Pei Yi was so shocked that he stuttered. He didn't expect this gift to be so precious. Well, do you like it? Guishui asked with a happy smile. This 9 heavens mysterious fire is a small fire that she separated from her own 9 heavens mysterious fire. It is still very weak and needs Pei Yi to take good care of it before it can advance. Xiyo was very moved when she saw Guishui giving such an expensive gift. Stripping off the fire would cause certain damage to one's 9 heavens mysterious fire, and it would take a certain amount of time to repair it. Therefore, if it was not a very important person, no one would separate the fire at will. How do you peel off the fire? I don't know how long it will take to recover, Ji Yao said disapprovingly. Hee hee. Don't worry. Even if you don't use the 9 heavens mysterious fire, there are not many people in this continent who can be my opponent. Guishui raised her head rather arrogantly. She is so powerful. Ahem. I mean, why don't you peel off one more and give it to me? Zhio felt relieved after hearing this and joked. Oh, your chaos sky fire is more powerful than my 9 heavens mysterious fire. Okay. Guishui rolled her eyes when she heard this. Zhio was speechless. She was a little embarrassed when it came to the chaos sky fire. Such a powerful chaos sky fire was in her hands. But it was almost the same as an ordinary strange fire. But this is indeed very difficult, because there is no powerful strange fire that chaos sky fire can absorb. And its level has never been very high. I'd better think more about it. When will I go to the auction house to see if there are any powerful strange fires? It's time to practice, Luo Chuan suddenly said, interrupting Jiao's thinking. She looked at Luo Chuan in confusion. only to see Luo Chuan grab Pei Yi by the back of his collar and lead him towards the back mountain. Pei Yi cried sadly and stretched his hand in Jiyao's direction, hoping that she could stop him. Jiya gave him a helpless expression and watched helplessly as he was taken away by Luo Chuan. "Xiao, is senior brother Luo so fierce?" Guishi didn't see many expressions from him except smiling at him at first, and judging from Pei Yi's expression, he seemed to be very afraid of him. "Senior brother is so gentle to me." Jiya shook her head. Senior brother was very kind to her. Ever since she joined Zufeng, she has been pampered by him and her master and has never been harsh to her. "Boys, they just need to exercise." Jiya thought for a while and gave the reason. "Yes." Guishi nodded in agreement, and then pulled Jiya happily into the house, completely forgetting Pei Yi. "Old Bai, what's wrong with you?" Jiya had just finished carving a formation disc and was about to come out to try it when she saw listless Lao Bai sitting at the door. Alas! Lao Bai sat on the cushion with his head in his hands, looking into the distance inside. Chapter 1258 Homesickness. "What's wrong?" Jiya asked worriedly as she looked at the normally lively baby girl who suddenly fell silent. She was not used to it. "What's wrong? What's wrong with Yi Bai?" Guishi heard Ji Yao's question as soon as she returned to Tianjin Peak, and her heart suddenly tightened. She came to Baihu's side worriedly, knelt down and asked, "Yeah, Bai, do you have anything to tell your sister?" During that time, she spent all her time with Ji Yao and Yi Bai. To her, Yi Bai was her younger brother. "I miss home." The white fox was dying. It had been away from home for decades and had never been able to go back to see it. Originally, it had fun every day and didn't think much about it. But today, when it was playing with Sister Fox, it saw its mother taking great care of it. Almost instantly, it thought of its parents. Jiya was stunned when she heard this and felt a little guilty. She had already promised to go home with Baihu, but she was delayed due to various things. "Shall we accompany you home?" Jiya knelt down and gently rubbed the white fox's head. "Really?" Baihu stood up suddenly and looked at Ji Yao with a surprised look on his face. "Of course it's true." Jiya smiled. Anyway, the monsters have shrunk recently, and she had nothing to do. She just happened to accompany Lao Bai for a walk. "Beautiful girl. You are so kind." Baihu stretched out her fleshy little hands, hugged Ji Yao, and jumped up happily. "Hey, there's another one here," Guishi reminded the white fox, tugging at her clothes. But Baihu just twisted his butt towards Guishi without even looking at her. Guishi snorted coldly. This Yi Bai was really a white-eyed wolf. He was still wearing the cassock she had sewn by herself. But he turned against him and refused to recognize anyone else. "Then let's leave now." Jiya winked at Guishi. If they don't leave now, Pei Yi will know that they are going to the southeast region and will have to pester them. In this life, Pei Yi was a clingy person who always liked to follow Ji Yao's, and Luo Chuan would slip away every time. "Okay." Guishi instantly understood what Jia meant and nodded quickly. "Let's go!" Jiu stood up, packed up the hut, and then left with Guishi and Baihu. On the other side, Pei Yi was practicing swordsmanship in the back mountain, and Luo Chuan was watching with a serious expression. A communication talisman flew over, and as soon as Luo Chuan opened it, he heard the cheerful voice of his junior sister. "Senior brother, I'm going to Yi Bai's hometown. I don't know when I'll be back. I'll leave Pei Yi to you to look after him. By the way, senior brother, you can let Pei Yi go out to practice on his own after a while. This way only then can he grow better." Pei Yi, who was practicing his sword, stopped instantly, thinking that his master had abandoned him and ran away again. He suddenly roared to the sky with grief and anger. "Master!" Ji Yao, who was leaving, heard the sound from behind. She and Guishi smiled at each other and accelerated their departure. In fact, it's not that Ziya doesn't like taking care of Pei Yi, but she realizes that as long as she is around, Pei Yi will feel dependent. This is very detrimental to his growth. A monk must always learn to face all difficulties by himself, because it is impossible for anyone to be by your side forever. In this life, Pei Yi's environment is very simple, and he still maintains an innocent mind. This may not be a good thing for him. Chapter 1259 Demon Goo. Therefore, he now needs to experience and go out on his own. As for safety, Jiya is not too worried. After all, he has so many life-saving things on his body, and he is still reincarnated with merit, so his luck will not be too bad. Thinking of this, Jiya felt no more psychological burden, and the spirit boat moved a little faster. Poof! Rongley spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees on the ground. Brother Rongley, are you okay? Lu Xiangyu squatted down and asked nervously with a worried look on his face. I'm fine. Rongley wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his whole body boiling with murderous intent. He never expected that Nan Linner would fall out with him, and that the man next to her would kill him. Originally, everyone was in the late nascent soul stage, and Rongley was confident that he could defeat him. After all, he could always challenge higher levels. But something happened that slapped him in the face. The opponent was extremely powerful and completely suppressed him. In the end, he could only escape with his injuries. How could Nan Linner do this to you? Could it be that she and Lu Xiangyu deliberately stepped on Rongley's painful foot and kept half of what they said? Bitch. Rongley punched the ground hard, his face distorted. It seems that Nan Linner must be involved with someone else. That's why she cares about Xiangyu's existence so much. This is just an excuse for her to fall out. When he thought that his dignity had been trampled on by Nan Linner, he wanted to kill her right away. Brother Rongley, don't be like this. Lu Xiangyu quickly grabbed Rongley's hand and blew him distressfully. Xiangyu. Rongley leaned tiredly on Lu Xiangyu's shoulder, and the experiences of these years flashed before his eyes one by one. He hasn't encountered any treasures for a long time, so forget it. There are always people chasing him. He has been running for his life these years, and he has not been able to practice well at all, and his cultivation has not improved much. But now, his woman is slowly leaving him. Now he is afraid to see the remaining people because he is afraid that they will also choose to leave him. Xiangyu, will you leave me? Rongley hugged Lu Xiangyu tightly and asked. No matter when the time comes. Xiangyu will always stay with Brother Rongley. Even if we die, we will die together. A strange light flashed in Lu Xiangyu's eyes, and he patted Rongley's hand comfortingly. Back. Xiangyu. Rongley's heart was moved by Lu Xiangyu. He hugged Lu Xiangyu tightly, and secretly vowed to treat her well in the future. Lu Xiangyu sneered in her heart. She slowly broke away from Rongley's arms, then endured her nausea and put her mouth to hers. Rongley did not refuse, and the two of them started to have fun in the cave. Lu Xiangyu cooperated with Rongley, his eyes full of mockery, as his plan was successful. She cast a spell inside herself. This was something she got by chance when her previous cultivation was still there, but she didn't expect that it would actually be useful one day. After she was defiled by the first monk, she planted this demonic poison on herself. The magic voodoo planted in her body can give birth to countless subgoo, which can enter the other party's body through intercourse. The subgoo will slowly eat away at the opponent's body little by little without being noticed by the other party. This is also the precious thing about this magical voodoo. Although this method is slow to take effect, it is very suitable for her now. As long as you have sex with him more subgoo will enter his body, and the faster he will collapse. Chapter 1260, Phantom Fox Clan Land. 3 months later. Beautiful girl. We have arrived in the Southeast Territory. The White Fox watched them enter the Southeast Territory excitedly, and began to look forward to meeting his parents. Yes, we're finally here. Jia nodded. The southeastern region and the northern region are far apart, so it takes a long time to travel. But fortunately they are high-level monks, and no one stopped and robbed them on the road. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get there now. As soon as she looked up, she saw a group of bird monsters flying past in the distance, and she finally felt like she was in the realm of monsters. Xiao, are we a little arrogant when we fly so high? Guishui asked curiously as she watched groups of birds flying past. After all, monsters have a strong sense of territory. Once they detect someone invading, it will be serious. With you here, what are we afraid of? Jia raised her eyebrows. Most monsters would avoid potential dangers on their own. As long as Shui is here, no monsters will come looking for death. Oh! Guishui nodded in agreement. She is very powerful. Sure enough, with Guishui's presence, they were able to travel smoothly along the way. As soon as the monsters noticed their presence, they all shrank up and did not dare to show their heads. Beautiful girl. It's over there. Hurry up. Baihu suddenly became excited when he saw his family. Okay. Jia was also infected by the White Fox and sped up and rushed towards the Phantom Fox's clan. After a while, Shio and the others arrived. After the spirit boat landed, Jia put the spirit boat away and walked towards the clan with Guishui and Lao Bai. After taking only a few steps, the White Fox stopped. What's wrong? Jia lowered her head and looked at Baihu. Baihu didn't say anything, but he felt a little shy about his hometown. He didn't know how to face his parents when the time came. It ran away from the family, and it has been decades since it left. And I don't know if they are still okay. Let's go! Don't be afraid. Xia noticed Baihu's nervousness and knelt down to hold him in her arms. The white fox huddled in Ji Yao's arms and immediately returned to its true form. It was afraid that its friends would not recognize it. Xia gently smoothed the fur of the white fox in her arms while continuing to walk towards the clan's territory. However, the further in, the more uneasy Xia felt. Along the way, those places of the monster clan were quite lively, but here it was very quiet, which was obviously not normal. The white fox also sensed something was wrong, and rushed out of Xiao's arms, running towards its parents' cave. Xiao and Guishi could only follow quickly, but they heard the white fox's panic shouting outside the cave. Father! Xiao and Guishi were startled and immediately ran towards the cave. As soon as she entered the cave, Xiao saw that the cave was full of fiery red phantom foxes, among which the white foxes were particularly conspicuous. And on a stone bed, there was a fiery red phantom fox lying, and its aura was already very weak. Beside it, there was a phantom fox hugging Lao Bai, crying non-stop. It must be Lao Bai's mother. Beautiful girl! Please help my father! When the white fox saw Xiao coming in, it immediately had a backbone. It looked at Xiao with tears in its eyes, full of fear in its eyes. It never expected that it would see such a scene when it came back. Seeing that Xiao and Baihu knew each other, the phantom foxes, who were still very nervous, all moved aside to make way for Xiao. Xiao took a few steps to the side of the phantom fox and began to check its injuries. Chapter 1261 Detoxification. It's useless. I was poisoned by the ghost grass. There is no cure in this world. White Fox's father said weakly. It looked at Xiao and looked at her carefully. It could sense that its precious son had a contract with this person. Xiao's heart sank when she heard this. Ghost grass is indeed highly poisonous. No matter whether monsters or humans are poisoned, there is no cure. No, Dad, you can definitely be cured. Just tell me if there is anything that can cure you, and I will find it right away. The white fox immediately ran to his dad and squatted down, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Don't waste your efforts. I will be satisfied if I can see you before I die. The phantom fox stretched out its paws with difficulty and touched the white fox. His precious son has been able to speak human words since he was a child, and his body also contains a nobler bloodline than the phantom fox. He is the pride of his life. Even though he is still so young, he can already transform, which makes him feel very happy. Dad. The white fox put its head next to the head of the phantom fox and jumped with nostalgia. When he was a child, he would always lie on his father's back and let his father carry him around. At that time, he liked to act coquettishly with his father the most. It didn't dare to think about it. What would it do if its father really died? Dad, don't die. As long as you live well, I will never be naughty or make you angry again. The white fox relied on the phantom fox and made a promise. I will definitely stay with you. Silly boy. The phantom fox smiled. The children finally grew up and became sensible, but it could no longer protect them. Senior, I have a way to try to see if it can detoxify. Xiao interrupted the sad atmosphere between them. It's just that I'm not sure if it will be effective. Xiao was also afraid of giving them hope, but being disappointed in the end. Beautiful girl. Try it quickly. The white fox jumped up suddenly, his eyes shining. I'm sorry to trouble you. Seeing that Baihu trusted Xiao so much, Phantom Fox said with a smile. It's just that it knows that it's all in vain, and the poison of ghost grass cannot be cured. Okay. Xiao put her hand on the Phantom Fox's head and began to mobilize the white gas in her dantian. Soon, the white gas ran out of Xiao's hand and slowly merged into the Phantom Fox's body. All the foxes looked at Xiao nervously, expecting a miracle to happen. Guishi didn't dare to speak, for fear of disturbing Xiao. The Phantom Fox noticed the white gas entering the body, but did not stop it and allowed it to move around in the body. But not long after, it discovered that the toxins of the ghost grass were driven together and finally gathered into a small particle. Xiao has also been observing the situation inside the Phantom Fox. When she saw this situation, she controlled the white gas to wrap up the small particles. Then the white gas began to rotate crazily, and it didn't stop until a quarter of an hour later. The Phantom Fox was shocked when it saw the small particles disappear. Successful. Xiao was overjoyed when she saw this. but she didn't expect it to be successful. Really? Baihu jumped up when he heard this, his face full of disbelief. The phantom fox finally came back to its senses at this time. It slowly stood up, felt the spiritual power in its body, and found that everything was restored. The feeling of being tortured to death by poison is no longer there. Dad! Seeing that his father was really okay, the white fox jumped onto his father's back excitedly. The white fox's mother also came closer, with tears still streaming from her eyes, while the other phantom foxes also became excited. Chapter 1262 Conference of 10,000 Beasts. Thank you. Phantom Fox looked at Ji Yao gratefully. This person saved its life. You're welcome. Shi Yu smiled, sincerely happy for Baihu. And at the same time, she was a little surprised herself. When Nangong Che was injured before, the white gas could only suppress the toxins, but unexpectedly it could detoxify it now. And even the highly poisonous ghost grass can be detoxified. So will she be like the people in the TV series, immune to all poisons? Okay, you all can go out first. I'm fine. The phantom fox instantly regained its momentum as a great demon and waved to the fox sons and grandsons. The phantom foxes all obeyed and retreated, leaving only Xiao and the others. Dad, how did you get poisoned? The white fox sat next to the phantom fox. It calmed down before it thought of this problem. Alas! Who else but the black snakes could do such despicable things? The phantom fox became angry when he thought of this. Although there have always been fights between them, everyone relies on their own abilities. How could anyone use these methods? Those hairless bastards again? The white fox exploded when he heard this. Thinking that they almost killed his father, he wanted to kill them all. You also know that they have always been at odds with us. At our previous 10,000 Beasts conference, our Phantom Fox clan happened to run into the Black Snake clan. Who would have known that the Black Snake clan found the ghost grass from nowhere, hid the poison in their mouths, and suddenly spit it out during the fight? Originally, its Black Snake's venom did no harm, so I didn't care and still chose to attack it. But who knew that as soon as I was poisoned, I immediately lost my fighting ability and lost the game. Well, in the final analysis, I was not careful. I already knew that the Black Snake clan was the most cunning, but I still fell for it. The Phantom Fox sighed heavily. Speaking seriously, his underestimation of the enemy was also an important reason. Then Dad, you lost. Our tribe? Baihu immediately grasped the key point. I'm afraid there are still big problems waiting to be solved. Yes, our clan will be divided into half. Phantom Fox nodded. This is also the meaning of their 10,000 Beasts conference. This time, I am afraid it will be difficult to keep the clan land. How can this be done? If you are really inferior to me and lose to Black Snake, we will accept it. But this is obviously a dirty trick. We must not give away the clan's land. Not at all. The white fox's hair is all covered with hair. Tie it up. You can see how resistant it is to this matter. Xiao held the white fox in her arms and smoothed its fur soothingly. Don't worry. Let's think of a solution slowly. Xiao didn't know much about the rules of their monsters, but they would definitely help wherever they were needed. The Phantom Fox looked at Xiao's attitude towards the white fox and felt very satisfied. It seemed that this boy had found a good master. Then when will they come? Baihu's mood slowly calmed down under Xiao's comfort. It's tomorrow. Now that my injuries have healed, they won't be able to do anything tomorrow unless they step over my body. Phantom Fox suddenly let out a burst of aura like a high-level demon cultivator and said firmly, it didn't want to give up the tribe's land just like that, because it was poisoned before. The other foxes in the tribe were no match for the Black Snake, so it wanted to give in and just wanted to keep their lives. But now that it's healed, this account needs to be settled no matter what. Chapter 1263 Strategy. Okay, let's see if I don't beat the crap out of them tomorrow. The white fox snorted coldly. Next, the white fox and its father began to discuss tomorrow's arrangements, while Xiao and Guishi listened carefully without interrupting. On the second day, the white fox was sitting at the outermost edge of the clan area early, waiting for the Black Snake clan to come. All the phantom foxes stayed behind the white fox to increase its momentum. But the white fox's parents did not appear. Xiao, what is this? Guishi said curiously when she saw Xiao throwing a bead into the air. This is the photo bead I talked about yesterday. It can record everything that happens next. Xiao patiently explained to Guishi. Can you give me one then? You can also record where I go to play in the future. Guishi blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao expectantly. Of course. Shiyu smiled helplessly. This photo-taking bead was very cheap. She didn't have to act coquettishly to give it to her. Here we come! Guishui suddenly darkened her face, and her consciousness had already captured the figure of the Black Snake clan. Don't worry. It's still early before we appear. Be careful not to leak your breath. Okay? Xiao immediately warned Guishui, and then both of them hid quietly. Hey! Isn't this the alien species? What? Where is your father? The leader of the Black Snake clan is a demon cultivator who has transformed. He is holding a piece of grass in his mouth and looking at the white fox with disdain. Xiao looked at the enchanting cultivator's outfit and felt a little irritated. I don't know what kind of aesthetics he has. After turning into a human, his facial features are a bit irregular. Forget it. He is wearing a robe made of snake skin. It must be the snake skin he shed when he advanced. It would be fine if it were pure black. But there are a lot of white and gray areas on it, which looks a bit funny. What does it matter to you where my father is? Get out of here! White Fox yelled at Black Snake. At the same time, his eyes were red, looking like he wanted to cry, but had to hold back. Black Snake felt happy when he saw this. It seemed that the Phantom Fox was finally dead. Humph! You still want to argue with him? Dream. From today on, this is the territory of his Black Snake clan. Thinking of that mysterious place, Black Snake felt excited. Soon, he would be able to ascend. Humph! Your father lost the Phantom Fox clan to me at the 10,000 Beasts conference, and I'm going to collect the debt today. Black Snake didn't want to waste time, and now he couldn't wait to ascend. If you hadn't poisoned my father with the ghost grass, would he have lost to you? The White Fox shed tears sadly when he said this, with murderous intent all over his body. So what if I poisoned you? If it loses, and your tribe belongs to me. The Black Snake didn't take the White Fox seriously at all. He was just a demon cultivator who had just transformed. He poses no threat. So you admit that you were the one who poisoned me? Seeing that his goal was achieved, the White Fox calmed down immediately and looked at the Black Snake calmly. Having followed the beautiful girl for so long, it has learned the aura of a high-level monk very well. Humph! Stop talking nonsense! Either die or get out. You choose one, the Black Snake said, and spit out venom in the direction of the White Fox. Hey! You have such a strong tone! The Phantom Fox finally appeared at this time. It came to the White Fox and resisted the venom with a wave of its claws. Chapter 1264 Fight. Why aren't you dead yet? Black Snake was shocked when he saw the Phantom Fox appear. He was clearly sure that this guy was poisoned. Yesterday was probably the last moment when the poison took effect. But now, he was standing in front of him. Xiao, Yabai's father is so good-looking. Guishui looked at the Phantom Fox that had transformed into a human form and sighed to Xiao through a message. Well, it does look good. Xiao nodded. The Fox clan's aesthetic is still online. Lao Bai's father's appearance in human form is a bit more coquettish, with some male and female looks. But coupled with his aura of a high-level demon cultivator, he looks particularly handsome and good-looking. It's just that he doesn't have the same fiery red foxtail mark on his forehead as Lao Bai. Are you disappointed? Humph! When Phantom Fox thought that he was almost killed by the Black Snake, he could no longer hold back his anger and attacked him. He waved his hand towards the Black Snake, and the Black Snake was immediately enveloped in an illusion. Black Snake's cultivation level was also very high, so this illusion could only trap him for a short time. So Phantom Fox didn't waste much time, flew directly to Black Snake's side, and scratched the Black Snake's neck with one claw. You are looking for death! Black Snake just broke free from the illusion and saw this scene. He roared and suddenly transformed back into his true form, swinging his tail towards the Phantom Fox. Humph! The Phantom Fox snorted coldly and grabbed the Black Snake's tail with one claw. Ah! The Black Snake was about to spit out venom, but suddenly let out a cry of pain. It hurriedly looked at its tail, only to see that there were several wounds on it that were festering and spreading faster and faster. You actually used poison? Despicable and shameless! Black Snake suddenly became furious when he saw the wound. He looked at Phantom Fox angrily and accused him. Originally, it wanted to kill the Phantom Fox, but found that the spiritual power in its body was actually imprisoned. Its heart sank, and it seemed that it was impossible for it to leave. It glared at the Phantom Fox with a sinister look in its eyes, and secretly sent a message to the Beast King. Originally, it was from the side of the Beast King, but the Phantom Fox dared to do this to it. Today it is going to destroy the Phantom Fox clan. Despicable? Phantom Fox returned to human form and looked at Black Snake with a funny look on his face. I'm just giving you back everything you did to me. Your Phantom Fox clan belongs to our Black Snake clan. It was your fault to stop me today. Now you still dare to use poison. What else is it if it's not despicable and shameless? Black Snake directly blurred the point. In its view, come on. This is all Phantom Fox's fault. It felt the pain in its tail getting more and more painful, and became more and more anxious, hoping that the Beast King would arrive soon. You fart. Bai, who had been obedient and tried hard to restrain himself. But when he heard these confusing words, he couldn't bear it anymore. Obviously it was you. A shameless bastard, who used poison to kill my father and wanted to occupy our clan's land. The white fox was so anxious that he directly returned to his true form, baring his teeth and glaring at the black snake in an aggressive manner. If it hadn't promised Dad not to interfere at will, it would have just rushed out to kill that damn thing. The Phantom Fox clan were also angry. They all stared at the Black Snake clan angrily. As long as they gave an order, they would rush forward. The same goes for the Black Snake clan. They all stand tall and spit out snake letters to warn the Phantom Fox clan. TSK. What's going on? Just when everyone was at war with each other and about to start a group fight if they disagreed, a figure suddenly appeared above the clan. Chapter 1265 Beast King. The person who came was none other than the leader of the monster beasts in the entire southeast region. The Beast King. His body is a 13th level blue lion with the blood of a white tiger, and his cultivation level is already equivalent to the peak of human beings in the late stage of divine transformation. As soon as he appeared, he instantly discovered Gio and Guishui hiding in the dark. Come out! The Beast King glanced at the two people's positions and directly pointed out. Seeing that Gio had been exposed, she no longer evaded and flew out from the darkness. Guishui also flew out immediately and came to Gio's side to protect her. Black Snake didn't expect that there was someone in the dark, and he was shocked when he saw Gio. He cursed secretly. This Phantom Fox clan was really cunning, and they even had a backup plan. Fortunately, he informed the Beast King. Otherwise, he would not dare to think about the consequences. I've seen the Beast King! When Phantom Fox saw the Beast King appear, a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes, but he still saluted. Yes! The Beast King responded lightly, but his eyes stayed on Ji Yao and Guishui. He could feel that Guishui's aura was unusual, but he could not detect her specific cultivation level. The other human being was obviously only in the middle stage of nascent soul, but it still made him feel a little uncomfortable and seemed vaguely threatening. What are you two humans doing in our southeastern region? The Beast King clearly knew the reason, but he pretended not to understand. He had long coveted the secret place of the Phantom Fox clan, so this time he knew about Black Snake's plan and did not object. Because although he has a high level of cultivation, there are quite a few demon beasts with high level of cultivation in the southeast region. They are already dissatisfied with his title of Beast King, and if Sherwoman comes out, he will definitely be attacked by them. If Black Snake really kills the Phantom Fox, he can also use the secret land to ascend in one fell swoop and go to a wider world. I just didn't expect that such a good plan would be ruined. The Beast King narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction and made a small calculation in his mind. Senior should have known this for a long time. Right. Jia looked at the Beast King steadily and said, with Shuyi by her side, she really wasn't afraid of this Beast King. Humph. You are quite courageous. The Beast King's face darkened. This human dared not give him face. He was really looking for death. You are so timid. This junior. Otherwise, why would you dare to hide aside? If this junior were more courageous, I would have killed the Black Snake long ago. Jia shrugged innocently. She had no good impression of this Beast King. It was obvious that he is on Black Snake's side. Lao Bai is her family, and its family is also her family. All people who want to harm her relatives are her enemies. Huh! The Beast King laughed angrily at Ji Yao's arrogant attitude. These so-called genius disciples are so arrogant. It seems that they can't do it without giving her a lesson. You, a human being, are so arrogant in my southeast region. Do you really think that we are all trash? The Beast King raised his eyelids and glanced at Ji Yao, then suddenly disappeared from the place. Be careful. Beautiful girl. Although Bai Hu knew that Guishui could protect Ji Yao, he still shouted nervously. Ha ha. Do you still have time to worry about others? Soon, you will not be able to protect yourself. Black Snake had been licking the wound on his tail, and now he smiled when he saw it. Those two humans couldn't survive a single move in the hands of the Beast King, and the outcome was already doomed. Shut up! The white fox glared at the black snake angrily, wanting to rush up and give it a few claws. Chapter 1266 Battle. Humph! The black snake didn't mind the white fox's attitude at all. Anyway, it couldn't jump around for a while. When they were quarreling down below, the Beast King had already appeared beside Jiu. Jiu didn't hide, and directly mobilized the Kendo artistic conception that existed in her dantian when she was in the sect from within her body. Buzz! Countless years poured out from Jiu's dantian, wrapping up Jiu and Guishui. Although the existence of years cannot be seen, the buzzing, sound, and the fluctuation of the air are telling the Beast King that he is in danger. In the end, it could only stop abruptly beside Jiu, and showed its body before it could attack at close range. Jiu looked at the Beast King warily. She could not resist the physical strength of the monster, and she must not let it get close. As for Guishui, she didn't intend to let her take action until the moment of danger. Now that her cultivation level was high, it was difficult to find an opponent. She finally had the opportunity to improve herself, and she must not let this opportunity pass by. Senior, don't you ask about the cause and effect of this matter? Jiu looked at the Beast King, and the shadow bead appeared in her hand. Originally, they planned to record it, and finally asked the Beast King for comment. But now it seems that they have overthought it. The other party obviously didn't want to know what happened. Humph. No matter what your reasons are, it is wrong to meddle in our affairs in the southeast region. Of course, the Beast King knew the cause and effect of the matter. But this was not something she, an outsider, could interfere with. Since the senior is unreasonable, there is no need for the junior to be polite. Jiu took out Li Yuan and looked at the Beast King with an unkind look. Wait until you can get out alive before you are arrogant. The Beast King was very angry at Jiu's attitude. It was too arrogant for a junior. After saying that, he suddenly opened his mouth, and a lion's roar with a special attack came from his mouth and headed towards Jiu. Jiu looked calm, but the sound attack was useless against her. She completely ignored the attack and struck towards the Beast King with a reincarnation. A mysterious aura appeared, making the Beast King's eyelids twitch, and he immediately dodged and left the place. Boom! Samsara exploded violently, draining all the surrounding air, and small cracks appeared one after another in the space. The breath of space storm came from the cracks, making everyone feel chilly. Jiu was very satisfied. It seemed that her several years had not been in vain. After she carefully studied the artistic conception of life and death, the power of reincarnation finally became stronger. Although the cultivator of the god transformation can also tear apart space, it is very different from this kind of space crack. Because the monks who transformed themselves into gods understood a little bit of the rules of heaven and had a little understanding of space. They could tear apart space and travel directly. However, this kind of space crack is full of irregular space attributes. Countless space storms can easily tear apart a god transformation monk, and even the bones cannot be preserved. Therefore, this space storm is something that everyone is afraid of. Even those powerful ones dare not touch it. The Beast King also didn't expect that this human's move could be so powerful, and he became even more wary of her. But just wanting to kill him with this little bit of power is really a fool's errand, since the lion's roar skill is useless to her. Then use the innate magical power. He stared at Ji Yao and began to gather energy in his body. Ji Yao sensed something was wrong and struck at him with a reincarnation sword again. Chapter 1267 Tornado Storm. But before reincarnation met the Beast King, a mysterious energy suddenly appeared on his body. I saw him swiping his hand into the air, and a tornado suddenly appeared from the sky. A tornado storm suddenly swept over, surprising everyone. Bang! Countless trees were uprooted, and rocks were sucked into the tornado, only to be thrown out suddenly. Quick! Everyone hide in the cave! Phantom Fox quickly directed the little phantom foxes to hide in the cave. Squeak! A phantom fox was sucked into the tornado and screamed in fear. The white fox flew up, grabbed one of its legs, and dragged it out forcefully. Quick! Everyone go into the cave! The white fox was worried that something would happen to the fox group, and anxiously led them back to the cave. The black snakes were also frightened, and they all retreated into the distance, only daring to watch the situation from a distance. The tornado was spinning around. She kept changing positions through teleportation, and the tornado immediately followed her footsteps. Squeak! Another phantom fox was caught in the tornado. The white fox and its father had just rescued it, and soon 2 more phantom foxes were affected. Shui! Go protect Lao Bai and the others. and then come and help me when they are safe, Ji said to Guishi. She would not have any major problems for a while, but she could not let those little foxes sacrifice innocently. Okay. Guishi also believed in the Yu's strength and agreed without hesitation before going down to escort the phantom foxes. At this time, everything around them was in a mess due to the tornado. Trees and rocks were randomly falling from the sky, and some of the phantom foxes were still injured. Guishi anxiously waved her sleeves and immediately sent the phantom foxes some distance away. Then he followed closely behind him, always keeping an eye out for danger. Xia was still avoiding the tornado at this time, and at the same time took the time to launch an attack on the Beast King. But she couldn't touch him at all, seeing Guishi protecting the phantom spirit fox. The white fox's father also felt relieved and went back the way he came, reaching midair. You want to rebel? The Beast King was a little surprised that the phantom fox would choose to help the human being, and his tone was full of threats. You want to force us to rebel? Phantom Fox straightened his back and showed no intention of giving in. Originally, he thought that the Beast King just couldn't live up to his reputation, so he wanted to suppress Xio and the others' arrogance. But he actually used the tornado storm just to kill them. Xio was his savior, and also the benefactor of the Phantom Fox. How could he let it go? At worst, everyone will die together. Okay. As expected, he is so ambitious that he dares to challenge the authority of the Beast King. The Beast King was filled with anger. Ever since he became the Beast King of this generation, many monsters have disobeyed him. Today, he will show the consequences to those monsters who disobey him. He smiled coldly and grabbed a claw in the direction of the Phantom Fox. The entire space was touched by his claws, and the strong attack made the Phantom Fox's heart tighten. Their Phantom Fox is mainly good at illusions, and their actual combat power is not strong, coupled with the difference in cultivation. I am afraid that he will not be able to take this move at all. Looking at the claws in front of him, the Phantom Fox quickly threw an illusion over and then quickly changed positions. The Phantom Fox's illusions were originally very powerful, but the opponent was a 13th level monster, and this illusion was simply not enough. Chapter 1268 Working Together. The Beast King just shook his head and broke free. He suddenly appeared behind the Phantom Fox in a flash, and clawed at the Phantom Fox's back. Poof! This claw had a strong impact, not only scratching the Phantom Fox, but also directly swatting him away. The Phantom Fox fell to the ground and directly smashed a boulder into pieces. Poof! The Phantom Fox spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to maintain its human form anymore, and returned to its true form. You don't overestimate your capabilities. The Beast King stood in the air and looked at the Phantom Fox mockingly, and slapped the Phantom Fox with his palm, intending to kill it. Dad! Baihu handed over the fox group to Guishi with confidence. He saw the scene as soon as he came back and was shocked. It jumped a few times and appeared in front of the Phantom Fox, stretching out its claws to resist the palm. It's just that even its father is no match for the Beast King, let alone him. Seeing that palm fall, Baihu only felt an irresistible pressure coming from him. Before the big palm fell, it suffered internal injuries due to the momentum. Hurry up! Phantom Fox felt anxious when he saw the big palm, and stretched out his paw to push the white fox. The white fox held his own. He would never leave his father alone. Seeing this, Ji Yao felt angry and moved towards the direction of the white fox. However, she was stuck halfway by the tornado. Poof! Jia was injured by the sudden tornado and fell backwards. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and the big palm finally fell. Baihu looked at Dazhong and was ready to sacrifice. As long as he could protect his father, he would do anything. The Phantom Fox was seriously injured, but he didn't want the white fox to sacrifice for him. He gathered the last bit of spiritual power, and finally threw the white fox far away. Dad! Baihu didn't expect to be thrown away suddenly, so he shouted loudly in shock. Seeing that the white fox was sent away, the Phantom Fox finally felt relieved and calmly welcomed death. Just when the big palm just fell, a small white figure suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Roar! The white figure roared towards the big palm, and a huge white shadow emerged from it and bit into the big palm. The big palm was swallowed by the shadow and retracted into the white figure. Yi Xiaobai? Baihu looked at the sudden appearance of Xiaobai Tuan and exclaimed in surprise. Poof! Xiaobai Tuan swallowed the big palm, but suffered internal injuries, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Xiaobai Tuan! Ji Yao finally escaped the tornado and came to Xiaobai Tuan's side. Hiccup! Xiao Baituan burped and looked at Jiyu with tears in his eyes. After swallowing this big palm, its stomach almost burst. Be good. It's okay. Jiyu immediately held Xiao Baituan in her arms and rubbed its bulging belly worriedly. What is this? The Beast King didn't expect such a small thing to be able to swallow his attack, and asked with some interest. He looked up and down at the little white ball, but he never saw what kind of monster it was. Suddenly, his interest in Xiao Baituan became even stronger. None of your business! The white fox also came to its father's side at this time. It stood in front of the phantom fox and felt very sorry for Xiao Baituan. It felt very uncomfortable to see it vomiting blood just to save its father. Yi Xiaobai has always been pampered by them, and has hardly been hurt since he was a child. He didn't expect to be hurt now. Chapter 1269 Reversal. The Beast King snorted coldly, and grabbed hold of Xiao Baituan. Suddenly, a phantom palm appeared, trying to grab Xiao Baituan. Jio's heart sank, and she struck out with the sword Yu. Only this time, the years that had been unfavorable in the past were directly suppressed by the phantom, without causing any impact at all. Get out! A roar came, and before the Beast King could react, he was suddenly punched in the face. His whole body was sent flying by this punch, and he stopped after breaking more than a dozen big trees. Wow! The Beast King opened his mouth and immediately spit out a large pool of blood. He looked up at Guishui, who suddenly appeared in the air, and his heart tightened. He didn't even notice her approaching. What is her cultivation level? Xia? Yeah, bye. Are you okay? Guishui ignored the Beast King and came to Yi worriedly. It's okay. Jio shook her head. She was only slightly injured. Nothing serious. You heal your injuries first, and I'll take care of him. Guishui was relieved when she saw that they were all fine. As soon as she let go of this, her anger started to rise. She dodged to the side of the Beast King, who had just tried to stand up, and kicked him out. Let you hurt them. Guishui was so angry that she wanted to cut the Beast King into pieces. The scene she just saw really frightened her. She couldn't imagine what she would do if something happened to Jio and the others. Bang! The Beast King was kicked out again and hit a hillside hard. Ahem! He was already injured, and this kick aggravated his internal injuries. He looked at Guishui, who was approaching with some fear. At this time, he finally confirmed that the opponent's cultivation level definitely exceeded the limits of Chiffon Continent. Otherwise, even at the peak of the later stage of divine transformation, it would be impossible to completely crush him. Seeing Guishui easily take care of the Beast King, Jiyu once again lamented the importance of strength. If she really encounters a strong enemy, she may not even be able to protect the white foxes. She has been relaxing for a while in recent years, and now she needs to practice harder. She took out the elixir and gave it to Phantom Fox, then touched the little white ball with distress. Beautiful girl! Are you Xiaobai okay? Bai, who returned to his human form, stood on tiptoes and looked at Xiao Baituan worriedly. It's okay. It's just full. Just take it a moment, and it'll be fine. Xia knew the incredible power of the sky-eating beast. She once heard from Shu Shu that the sky-eating beast would only suffer from indigestion, but would never burst abdomen. Although Xiao Baituan is much stronger now, it is still a bit weak against the peak of the transformation god. Such a big movement here has long attracted the attention of other monsters. It's just that everyone was hiding in the dark, observing everything quietly, and did not show their bodies. Otherwise it would be easy to be misunderstood that they were here to support someone. At first, everyone thought that the Phantom Fox clan was going to be doomed, but they didn't expect that things would develop in twists and turns. Seeing the Beast King being kicked around in the distance without any resistance, the monsters all swallowed in fear. Especially the beasts from the Beast King faction were thankful that they didn't rush out to help. Black Snake was completely stunned at this time. Victory was clearly in sight. Why did it suddenly become like this? Ha! You have today too! Just when everyone was hiding in the dark and trembling in fear, a high-level demon cultivator appeared. Chapter 1270 Revenge. When Jio heard the movement and looked up, she saw a demon cultivator wearing tiger skin appearing not far from Shui. Looking at the clothes of the demon cultivator, she suddenly missed her life in the tribe and didn't know how Akko was doing now. Guishui finally stopped when she saw that the demon cultivator was clearly at odds with the Beast King. She stood aside like a lady and smiled slightly at the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator suddenly shuddered and did not dare to look at Guishui. Ahem! The Beast King was thrown to the ground and was already dying. If he can't leave now, he might really die here. Songshur, you finally got your comeuppance! The demon cultivator looked at the Beast King and smiled coldly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Shabe Tiger. The Beast King raised his eyelids and glared at the Shabe Tiger weakly. Humph. Shabehu snorted coldly, and then bowed respectfully to Guishui. Senior, I wonder if I can let this junior kill it with my own hands. It once killed my son. Shabehu has been living in pain since the death of his child. And now, he finally has a chance to take revenge. Guishui pursed her lips, not knowing whether to agree or not, when she received a message from Ji Yao. Promise him. Okay. Guishui nodded coldly, and then returned to Ji Yao. Ji Yao, why do you want him to kill the Beast King? Guishui asked with some confusion. We are humans, and we are always aliens to the monsters. Killing their leader will inevitably cause some trouble. But if he is left to it, it will be an internal fight among the monsters, and has nothing to do with us. Ji Yao, although she knew that Guishui was strong in combat, if she caused a group attack for monsters, even if she was here, she would not be able to protect the Phantom Fox clan. I see. Guishui figured out the whole story, and turned to look at the Beast King. Shabe Tiger, you want to take advantage of the situation? The Beast King sat up in pain, and smiled sarcastically. The only thing he can do now is to find a chance to escape. I'm here for revenge. When you killed my son, you should have thought of this day. Bah! Shabehu said and spat at the Beast King. The saliva fell on the Beast King's face, making his veins bulge in anger. But he tried his best to suppress it. He stretched out his hand to wipe the saliva from his face. He was already furious. But the angrier it became, the calmer its expression became. Then you come! The Beast King no longer wanted to escape at this time. His anger filled his whole head. He wanted the Shabe Tiger to pay the price. Then I'll help you! Shabehu raised his lips mockingly, rushed towards the Beast King, and punched him in the head. The Beast King endured the pain all over his body and punched him. Bang! The Beast King was punched away, and all the bones in his hand were shattered. Poof! The Beast King lay on the ground, losing the ability to maintain his human form, and recovered his body and curled up on the ground. His consciousness began to become a little blurry. Thinking that he was still thinking about Ascension today, he suddenly laughed out loud. Its grand ambitions were actually destroyed by the Phantom Fox clan, which he still finds unbelievable. It had thought of countless ways to die, but never thought it would be this scenario. Shui! Prevent him from escaping! Shia watched what happened, a little worried about what the Beast King might do next. Chapter 1271 Self-Destruction. After all, he is also a cultivator at the pinnacle of becoming a god, so he will never give up easily. Okay! Guishui locked the Beast King tightly, and as long as it escaped, she would kill it immediately. The Shabe Tiger didn't want to waste any time at this time, and directly punched the Beast King in the head again. With one punch, he could end the Beast King's life and avenge his son. But when his fist fell, it was firmly grasped by the Beast King's other claw. The attack fell on the Beast King, but it never let go of its claws. A flash of madness flashed in the Beast King's eyes. He gathered the last of his spiritual power and poured it into his paws, and squeezed the Shabe Tiger's hand tightly. Let go! Shabehu suddenly had an unknown premonition and immediately scolded, while trying hard to pull his hand out. Ha ha ha! The Beast King laughed crazily, and his eyes turned blood red. He was staring at the Shabe Tiger so hard, and it was obvious that he was almost driven crazy. Let go! Shabehu realized something was wrong and could only punch and kick the Beast King. But no matter how injured the Beast King was, it never let go of its claws. Just when Shabehu was anxious, he suddenly found that the body of the Beast King began to gradually expand. Let go! Shabehu immediately noticed the Beast King's plan and immediately tried hard to pry the Beast King's hand away. It's just that for some reason, the claws are completely unable to move at this time. Ha ha! The Beast King smiled at Shabehu. He no longer controlled his body's movements and suddenly inflated into a balloon. He's going to blow himself up! Jia was shocked, obviously not expecting the Beast King to make such a choice. She immediately struck through time, but it was too late. Bang! The Beast King self-destructed, and a shocking impact spread to all directions. Be careful! Jia immediately picked up the White Fox and the Phantom Fox and took them running away. Guishui followed them and blocked the attack for them. Bang! The aftermath of the explosion finally affected Ji Yao, blowing them away. Ji Yao and the others were blown to the ground, while Guishui firmly protected Ji Yao under her body and withstood the impact for her. Shui! Jia shouted worriedly. I'm fine, Guishui whispered in Ji's ear. With her physical strength, this self-destruction could not hurt her. Jia breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and laid down obediently, waiting for the aftermath of the explosion to pass. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that the surroundings finally calmed down. Guishui quickly stood up and pulled Jiu up, while Jia was still holding the restored white fox and its father in her arms. Are you okay? Guishui looked Jiu up and down, worried that she had not protected her. I'm fine. Jiu smiled reassuringly, but blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of her mouth. It's bleeding. Guishui looked at Jiu in a panic. It's okay. Just a little injury. Jia smiled and stretched out her hand to wipe away the blood. She looked down at the white fox and the phantom fox. Their injuries were not fully healed, but now they were even more serious. She took out the elixir again and gave it to them before having time to look around. The forest that had been messed up by the tornado before was now flattened for several kilometers around, and no trace of the forest could be seen at all. There were many dead monsters around to watch the fun, including a large number of black snakes. But not even the whole corpses were left. Only some pieces of meat were left. Chapter 1272 Secret Place. Jia dispersed her consciousness, looking for the figure of the Shabe tiger, and soon found him next to a huge rock. But at this time, he had returned to his true form. His body was covered in blood. His fur was scorched, and he was taking in less air and outgoing it more. Jia came to it, gave it the elixir, and helped it open the elixir. When its breath gradually stabilized, Jia arrived at the center of the explosion. A huge pit was formed here, with a piece of bone scattered around the edge. Jia pursed her lips. She never expected that the Beast King would blow himself up. After all, he has reached the peak of divine transformation, and is only one step away from ascending. As long as he finds a way to escape, he will have a chance to make a comeback. Therefore, she had been prepared for him to escape. But she did not expect that he would be so stubborn that he would drag others into trouble even if he blew himself up. Jiu sighed. Never look down on others casually at any time, because you might encounter a hard problem at any time, and thousands of years of hard work will be in vain. Let's go! Jiu came to Guishui's side and took the white fox and the others back to the cave with her. Half a month later, Shabihu sat honestly outside Phantom Fox's cave. As soon as Guishui went out, Shabehu suddenly stood up. Guishui looked at him and rolled her eyes, then ignored him and walked towards the back mountain, planning to go find those little foxes to play. During this period, he stayed here every day, always following behind her, which was really annoying. But now she's used to it and can ignore him completely. Shabehu followed Guishui obediently, not daring to make a sound, looking a little pitiful. They monsters are born to worship the strong. Having seen the abilities of their senior before, he wanted to follow her. It's just that senior doesn't seem to like him very much and ignores him at all. But he won't give up so easily, and will definitely let senior accept him. On the other side, Jia was playing with Baihu and Xiao Baituan, when Phantom Fox suddenly walked in. Benefactor. As soon as Phantom Fox saw Jia, he quickly saluted. Uncle, I told you not to call me your benefactor. Jia helped him up helplessly. She regarded Lao Bai as her younger brother. It was really inappropriate to call him that. A benefactor is a benefactor. Phantom Fox smiled. No matter how good the relationship between the benefactor and its son was, this life-saving grace could never be forgotten. Jia scratched her head helplessly, and saw that he persisted and said nothing more. Actually, there is a reason why the Black Snake clan is so deliberately trying to occupy our clan land. Phantom Fox came to sit on the silk carpet, and smiled when he saw the white fox and Xiao Baituan playing. Jia raised her eyebrows, and sat down curiously. Dad, are you talking about the secret place? The white fox's attention was instantly attracted. It approached the Phantom Fox and asked curiously, not wanting to play anymore. Well, it's the secret place. Phantom Fox nodded. Only the clan leaders of Phantom Fox knew the way in and out of the secret place. Even if others found the secret place, they couldn't enter at all. It's a pity that the monsters in the outside world don't know about it, and they have been trying to figure out their secret place. Jia listened carefully and did not interrupt, but she was somewhat curious about this secret place. If it weren't for the two benefactors this time, our Phantom Fox would have been exterminated. Phantom Fox sighed, and he was afraid when he thought of the scene that day. So, I want to take my two benefactors to a secret place. Chapter 1273 Enter. Aw? Jia was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Phantom Fox to make this suggestion. It's like this. Yi Bai should have gone secretly a long time ago. But he ran outside, and the matter has been dragged on forever. Phantom Fox smiled, and touched by Fox's head and explained. He likes his son's name very much. Now that he is back, even if he is not the leader of the clan, he still has to go. The Phantom Fox originally planned to let his son inherit the position of the clan leader. But now he has changed his mind. The son will have a better way out by following his benefactor, and should not be trapped in the southeastern region. There are things in the secret place that can improve your cultivation. But everyone only has one chance. Phantom Fox wanted to repay his kindness. And after much deliberation, he had the only way to do it. Improve your cultivation? Chia's eyes lit up when she heard this. This proposal was really hard to refuse. Yes, and there are actually many good places in our southeast region. Although dangerous, there are many opportunities hidden there. Phantom Fox nodded and continued. Our Phantom Fox's tribe is actually relatively remote, which is also because our combat power is not strong. If the benefactor really plans to walk around in the southeast region in the future, we must be extremely careful. Phantom Fox looked serious. Because of their dignity. Compared with those monster beasts, these Phantom Foxes are indeed too weak. Although he knew that the other benefactor was powerful in battle, he was still a little worried. After all, no matter how powerful he was, he still had his nemesis. Then let's go there. Chia didn't show any pretense and accepted it openly. Right now she was trying to improve her cultivation, so there was no reason why she would refuse the opportunity when it came to her. Okay, I'll take you there early tomorrow morning. Seeing Jiu agreeing, Baihu felt relieved. He could finally do something for his benefactor. The next day, the Phantom Fox took Jiu, Guishi, and the White Fox into the cave where it used to live. The White Fox blinked in surprise. He had grown up in this cave. So why didn't he discover the secret place? The Phantom Fox walked straight to a wall, suddenly cut his finger, and then stretched out his hand to draw strange patterns on the wall with blood. Looking at the messy patterns on the wall, Jia couldn't figure it out for a long time, because it was so messy, as if it had been painted with random graffiti. After drawing the last stroke, the Phantom Fox retracted his fingers and suddenly took out a piece of unknown grass. I saw him holding the spiritual grass and melting it one stroke at a time according to the order just now. Guishi looked at Phantom Fox with admiration. It was difficult for him to remember the order of this mess. Okay. Phantom Fox finished the last stroke, took back the grass, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled it on the graffiti. Shio and the others looked at the graffiti curiously. Unexpectedly, as soon as the powder came into contact with the graffiti, it slowly merged into the graffiti. Boom! Suddenly, the wall suddenly made a sound and slowly rose upwards. When it completely rose, a dark corridor appeared. Come in quickly! Phantom Fox nuzzled at them, gesturing for them to come in. Jia hugged the White Fox and entered the corridor with Guishi. Be careful! Phantom Fox warned seriously. He had been to the secret place once, and would never be able to enter again. He would be ejected automatically, so he could not accompany them in. Dad, don't worry, Baihu assured the Phantom Fox. The Phantom Fox nodded when he saw this. He stretched out his hand and struck a trick. The wall began to fall slowly again, and finally returned to its original state. No problem could be seen at all. Chapter 1274. People are stupid and have too much money. As soon as the door closed, the entire corridor fell into darkness. Jia took out a luminous pearl and illuminated the surrounding environment. She looked around the corridor. It was a dry and clean corridor, and she didn't find anything special. Let's go! Jia motioned for the two of them to follow and took the lead towards the end of the corridor. The entire corridor was very winding, and Jia and the others kept turning until they finally stopped at the end of the corridor after a few hours. It's just that at the end of the corridor is a high-speed whirlpool, and you can feel a strong attraction even before you get close. There should be a secret place at the other end of this whirlpool, so be careful. Jia looked back at Baihu. She was afraid that something would go wrong with him. They didn't know what was going on behind this. It was said that the situation they encountered was different every time they entered the secret place. I know. Baihu nodded cautiously. He had also heard his father say that this secret place was not safe at all. Okay, let's go then. Jia felt relieved when she saw that he had listened. She and Guishi looked at each other, and then took the lead to approach the whirlpool. Suddenly, a suction force came, trying to suck Jia in. Jia didn't resist, and just disappeared in front of Guishui and Baihu. Baihu and Guishui also quickly followed and were sucked into the whirlpool. Huh? Jia swirled in the whirlpool for a while and was spit out. She stabilized her body and looked around, only to find that she seemed to have arrived in a bustling town. Jia felt a little strange in her heart, but she didn't move. She turned her head to look in the direction of the whirlpool, planning to wait for Guishui and the others to appear. Just when she turned around, she found that the whirlpool had disappeared. Jia was stunned. Lao Bai's father didn't say that this secret place would also randomly teleport. It must have been because several people had never entered together before, so he didn't know. Now that they are separated, Jia no longer waits any longer. Shui is strong, so there is no need to worry. The same goes for Lao Bai. After all, this is their clan's secret place, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him. In real comparison, she is the most dangerous. Jia turned her head, looked at the town not far ahead, and frowned. Logically speaking, this town should be an illusion. After all, the Phantom Fox clan is best at this. But even though she possessed the Flower of Soul, she still saw no trace of the environment. She slowly approached the town and was finally stopped outside the town. 100 high-grade spiritual stones. The monk guarding the door stretched out his hand towards Jia with an impatient expression. Jia was even more surprised at this time. If this was really an illusion, it would be a very big deal. However, Jia wanted to go in and take a look, so she cooperated and handed over the spirit stone. After handing over the spirit stone, Jia walked towards the town, but suddenly heard the voices of 2 guards. Hey! Another one is taken advantage of? This time we can save a lot. Ha ha! Isn't that right? Just by looking at her outfit, I think she is a rich person. Can't she make a fortune? Ha ha! These people are really stupid and rich. Jia's forehead jumped when she heard it, but she still had to keep smiling and kept trying to persuade herself not to be the same as them. After all, she didn't know much about what was going on here, so she couldn't just cause trouble. When she figures it out, she must show them what foolish people have too much money means. Jia resisted the idea of beating them up and walked into the city. Chapter 1275 Sun Huan Building. Hey! This eldest daughter is so handsome! Do you want to come to our Sun Huanlan? Jia just passed by a tall building when the window on the 2nd floor suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman in red gauze sat down. He climbed up to the window edge and shouted to Jia downstairs. Jia looked up when she heard the sound and saw the beautiful woman throwing a flower towards her. She blinked and let the flower fall without reaching out to pick it up. Hey! You are so ignorant! The beautiful woman glared at Jia with feigned anger, and said with dissatisfaction, her lips pouting. Jia pursed her lips. It was better for her to be cautious. Maybe this flower was a trap? Children, go out and pick up the guests. When the beautiful woman saw that Jia was silent, she could only take out her ultimate weapon. Before Jia could react, a group of men dressed in colorful clothes suddenly rushed out of the high-rise building. Yes, it's a man. Jia opened her mouth wide. This was different from what she imagined. She thought the madam was attracted by her beauty and wanted her to join them. Are you trying to make money from her? Your Majesty, look at me. I am proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Your Majesty, I can also dance with a sword. I can play the flute. Sir, look at me. I can also embroider. Would you like me to add some exquisite embroidery to your clothes? Sir, please don't listen to him. The things he sews are simply horrible. Someone even beat him up for it a few days ago. Sir, I can cook all kinds of delicious dishes. I guarantee that you have never tasted them. Just look at me! Jia was surrounded by a group of men, and her head hurt from their noise. But these people were sensible, and no one dared to touch her. They just surrounded her. The beautiful woman by the window looked at Jiyao's speechless look and smiled. All the guests who entered the Xuanhuan building would be very satisfied and not want to leave. Seeing such enthusiastic men, Jia felt a little anxious inside. After all, she watched TV and read novels in her previous life, and was indeed a little curious about these places. Of course, it's just out of curiosity. There are no other random thoughts. After thinking about it, Jia decided to go in and take a look. After all, she was here. Ahem. I'll just go in and sit down and have a meal. Jia smiled lightly, and just thought of finding an inn to have a meal. Ah! The guest officer has ordered me. Suddenly, the man who shouted that he knew how to cook started spinning around in circles in excitement. When the other men saw that Ji Yao had chosen someone, they all rolled their eyes at Ji Yao, waved their hands and went in, then ruthlessly threw Ji Yao outside the door. Ji Yao was stunned by this series of operations. Who said that a woman can fall out of love faster than she can read a book? Men too. Sir, please come in quickly. The man who knew how to cook finally restrained his excitement and welcomed Ji Yao into the building. Ji Yao walked to the door and paused, then stepped in. She could also break into the dragon's pond and tiger's den. As soon as she walked into the Xuanhuan building, Ji Yao saw a colorfully decorated hall with many women sitting in it. In addition to monks, there were also mortals. Ji Yao looked at the nondescript decoration and questioned the taste of the owner here. Sir, please sit here and wait for a while. I will cook for you right now. The man who could cook enthusiastically arranged a seat for Ji Yao, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1276 Familiarity. He was so excited. He had been coming to the Xuanhuan building for several years, and this was the first time someone ordered him. How could he not be excited? Ji Yao didn't know what he was thinking. She just wanted to see the world. She looked towards the hall. The women were all drinking wine and eating snacks. Although they were accompanied by men, they didn't get close to each other. They all looked very well behaved. At this moment, someone suddenly appeared on the stage in the hall. Ji Yao was startled by the appearance of that person at a glance. It was a man wearing a white robe, but the collar of the clothes was loose, and a little skin could be vaguely seen, and he had black hair hanging loosely on his back, rising slightly when he walked. What attracted the most attention was that face. Even in the world of cultivation, there were few people who were prettier than him. What surprised Ji Yao was that his face always gave Ji Yao a familiar feeling. Although she was sure that she had never seen him before, the familiar feeling could not go away. Shushu, do you feel that this person is familiar? Ji Yao wanted to ask Shushu, but found that there was no response after asking for a long time. Her heart sank. And then she realized that she had lost contact with her sea of consciousness. But her spiritual power was still there, and the storage ring could be opened. Ji Yao frowned, not knowing what was so mysterious about this secret place that could shield the sea of consciousness. Ding! The voice from the stage attracted Ji Yao's attention again. She glanced around and saw the man playing the piano, and the sweet melody emerged from his hands, making everyone in the hall intoxicated. Ji Yao is an exception. She has no musical ability in the first place, and she just thinks it sounds good at this time. She kept staring at the man, trying to figure out where the familiarity came from. Suddenly, the man raised his head and looked in Ji Yao's direction. A complicated whirlpool appeared in his eyes, and Ji Yao was almost sucked into it. Ji Yao immediately turned her head, aware of her accelerated heartbeat, and did not dare to look at him again. But that feeling of familiarity is getting heavier and heavier, as if it can be felt from within the body. Sir! Come on! Come on! This is the meal you asked for! At this time, a man who could cook suddenly appeared, interrupting Ji Yao's thinking. Thank you! Ji Yao nodded while looking at the delicious food on the table. Although it looked good, she really didn't dare to eat it. There was something wrong with this building from beginning to end, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. The man who knew how to cook stared at Ji Yao with a smile, but did not leave. Ji Yao looked at him for a long time before remembering that she still needed a tip. She tried to take out a few top-quality spiritual stones and handed them to him. And sure enough, his smile became even brighter. Sir, please eat slowly. If you don't have enough, come back to me. The man who could cook quickly accepted the spirit stone, fearing that Ji Yao would regret it and go back. Okay. Ji Yao just agreed. And of course she would not look for him again. The man who knew how to cook happily left, leaving Ji Yao facing a large table of spiritual food. Ji Yao did not move her chopsticks, but looked at the man on the stage again. But this time, her eyes were much more restrained. Soon, the song ended, and the man hugged Qin and left, leaving behind a group of reluctant women. But no one dared to keep him. Everyone just looked at his back silently. Next, there were performances one after another. Unfortunately, Ji Yao was not in the mood to watch as she kept thinking about the man's problem. Chapter 1277 Repeat. In this way, Ji Yao sat in Xuanhuan building all afternoon. Seeing that it was getting dark, she couldn't stay any longer, so she got up and walked out of the door. Hey, eldest daughter, stay one night before leaving. Oh, don't leave in a hurry. The beautiful woman was still sitting on the window edge, trying to retain Ji Yao. Ji Yao ignored her completely and walked quickly. She just wanted to see something. Staying overnight was not something a good baby like her could do. It was already evening, and the whole town became more lively. Jiu walked aimlessly in the town. The entire town is dotted with various beautifully crafted lanterns. And there are even lantern fans on them. Jiu frowned in confusion. Until now, she still didn't understand what was going on in this secret place. It was obviously like the ordinary world. But there were many monks coming and going. Is she and the others facing this kind of scenario? Miss Sir, this is so beautiful! A very delicate and lovely woman suddenly appeared in front of her. She stood in front of a lantern and was looking at the lantern with joy on her face. Do you like it? At this time, a gentle voice came. I like it. The woman turned around, turned her back to Jiu, and reached out to hold the person in front of her. But Jiu was stunned at this time, because that husband was the man who played the piano during the day. The man also noticed Jiu's gaze, and just glanced at her lightly, then lowered his head and held the woman in his arms, his eyes full of love and tenderness. Jiu watched the two people take off the lanterns, pay the money, and then slowly walk away. Just by looking at it, Jiu could feel the love and happy atmosphere between the two. Jiu shook her head, since she won't be able to figure it out for a while. Let's look at it tomorrow. She randomly found an inn to stay at, but she didn't dare to sleep at all. She just practiced all night. At noon on the second day, Jiu stopped practicing and left the inn. She started wandering around the town again, trying to see if something was wrong here. But she only saw vendors quarreling over trivial matters, monks chatting, and children playing happily. Everything looked like an ordinary town, and nothing was out of the ordinary. But the more this happens, the more uneasy Jiu becomes. Gradually, the day passed and the sky gradually darkened. The streets became lively again, and lights were hung everywhere. Jiu walked slowly among the crowd, trying to find any flaws. As she was walking, she suddenly stopped. She raised her eyes and looked around. If she remembered correctly, these lanterns were exactly the same as yesterday. Jiu speeded up and looked at the rest of the place. Sure enough, they were exactly the same. The style of the lanterns, the riddles on them, and the hanging positions were all the same. She pursed her lips and immediately came to the place where she met the man yesterday. Sure enough, she saw the two people again, and even their conversations were exactly the same. Only this time, the man looked at Jiu several times, and the emotion in his eyes made Jiu a little confused. Jiu returned to the inn and recalled all today's experiences, and found that the town during the day seemed a little different from yesterday. But at night, it was like the scene was reappearing, exactly the same as last night. The only difference is the man's behavior. Jiu had a guess in her mind and planned to confirm it tomorrow. Chapter 1278 Wuchen. At noon on the second day, Jiu went out again, and sure enough she found that the scene now was different from yesterday's during the day. So it was the same at night. She waited patiently until night, and sure enough, the exact same scene appeared again. This time, Jiu came to the man. Jiu originally thought that the pretty woman would ask her, but the other party didn't see her at all, and the stall owner selling lanterns didn't notice her presence. Everything was still going on. The only difference was the man's dangerous gaze. Jiu was stared at by him, and the hairs all over her body stood up. But she did not leave. This man is the only special thing here, and the key to solving the problems here. If she wants to get a chance to advance, she may have to rely on him. But the man didn't make a move against Jiu, and didn't even say a word to her. He quietly stayed with the woman, shopping with her and guessing lantern riddles. Jiu followed them, and finally sat outside their yard all night. Early the next morning, Jiu heard the sound of the door opening. Come in! The man's cold voice came from the room. Jiu felt happy, and immediately entered the yard. Excuse me! Jiu saluted, outside the room, and then stepped into the house. As soon as she walked in, she saw the man drawing on the desk. But she looked everywhere, and found no trace of the woman. The man didn't even look at Jiu from beginning to end, concentrating on painting. Jiu didn't bother her and waited patiently. An hour later, the man finally finished the painting. He looked at the completed painting with a gentle expression, and then hung it up. The man looked at the portrait and smiled nostalgically. At this moment, Jiu finally saw clearly that what he drew was exactly the way the woman looked at the lantern riddles. You're here after all! The man turned to look at Jiu, with relief in his voice. Huh? Jiu looked at the man with some confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. I didn't expect that his descendant would be a woman. The man raised his lips and smiled sarcastically. Senior, who is he? Jiu was confused by the man and was curious about who this he was referring to. Wu Chen. The man sat back on the soft chair and looked at Ji Yao intently. Wu-Chen? Ji Yao was shocked when she heard this. But she didn't expect that he was talking about the former owner of the Jingyuan Pearl. He used to avoid girls like snakes and scorpions. But now he has found a woman to be his heir. Ha ha ha. The man laughed as he spoke. But his eyes were red at the end of the laugh. He raised his eyes to look at Mayer's portrait. And her flowery smile seemed to appear in front of him. He really missed her. Missed her so much. She didn't speak. Just looked at him quietly. When I met Mayer, she was still a little fiery red fox. The man recalled the past with a smile. Obviously he was a little fox. But he wanted to live among the crowd. In the end, after being bullied and injured, he was saved by Wu-Chen. He took Mayer with him to teach her how to practice and what she could and couldn't do. No matter where he goes, there is always a fiery red fox accompanying him silently. Accompanying him to cross the world. Accompanying him to travel across mountains and rivers. Slowly, Mayer has grown up. And she can finally transform into a human form and stay with him. Chapter 1279 Past Events. Mayer started to learn to cook and take care of his daily life. When he was transforming into a human being, Mayer would always look at him with admiration. When he failed to transform into a human being, Mayer would always give him comfort and encouragement. But his boring life finally changed because of Mayer's appearance. And he gradually realized his feelings for Mayer. Having said this, the man raised his lips in mockery again. But he chose to give up. Gave up on Mayer. And also gave up on me. Nothing in the world is more important than his Tao. And nothing is more important than this world. The man punched the desk with hatred. And the desk immediately shattered into a pile of powder. When Ji Yao heard this, she finally understood the whole story. Senior Wu-Chen fell in love with that Mayer. But he didn't want it to affect his determination to transcend the world. Therefore, he gave up the lust among the 7 emotions and 6 desires. And gave up Mayer. And this senior is just a ray of spiritual thought. Probably the love of Senior Wu-Chen. He gave up on Mayer. But I didn't. Although I was just a ray of spiritual thought. I still got married to Mayer and lived in a small town. Everything was happy at first. But then we encountered that big war. Ha ha ha. Do you know what Mayer did in the end? Tears fell from the man's eyes. He looked at Ji Yao. His eyes full of sorrow. She chose to go to the battlefield because Wu-Chen was there. In the end, she died in his arms to save Wu-Chen. Later, Wu-Chen also died. They all died. But I was left alone. I took her and Wu-Chen's bones to Mayer's hometown and have lived here since then. I live in memories every day. Only in this way can I feel that she has never left me. The man waved his hand gently. And all the scenes disappeared. All the towns and houses are just illusions. Ji looked at the grass around her and didn't know what to say for a moment. Senior Wu-Chen has the world in mind, which is righteous to Chiffon continent. But to Mayer, he is very cruel. There is no right or wrong in many things in this world. There are only choices. Now that you are here, I can finally end my mission. I've really had enough of this kind of life. The man smiled freely. He had already had enough. If it weren't for Wu-Chen's instructions before his death, he would have gone to accompany Mayer long ago. Senior, Ji Yao wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Take out the Jingyuan Pearl. The man vented his inner depression for hundreds of millions of years, and finally calmed down. Only then did he observe Zia seriously, and nodded happily when he saw her talent. It seems the guy has good taste. Ji Yao was about to say that the sea of consciousness was sealed. But suddenly she found that the sea of consciousness had been restored. This was probably the reason why the illusion disappeared. As soon as she took out the Jingyuan bead, she saw the Jingyuan bead flying into the man's palm. Long time no see, little one. The man reached out and touched the Jingyuan pearl, his tone full of nostalgia. The Jingyuan pearl was lying in the man's hand, and tears suddenly flowed out from between the petals. Don't be sad. The man gently held the Jingyuan pearl. He could see that the Jingyuan pearl was very good now, and would be even better in the future. Girl, treat it well from now on. It will be very well behaved. Chapter 1280 The Changes of Jingyuan Pearl. Senior, don't worry. This junior has always treated them as relatives. Ji promised sincerely. Her group of friends are all her relatives and her babies. From now on, this pure fate bead will completely belong to you. The man spread his palms. The fate between the pure fate bead and Wu-Chen was about to end. Just when Ji was about to answer the call, the man suddenly turned into countless points of light. The Jingyuan pearl floated in midair, and the tears fell drop by drop. The light spots slowly converged towards the Jingyuan bead. And finally they all merged into the Jingyuan bead. At this moment, the Jingyuan pearl emitted a strong burst of red light. The red light went in all directions. All the places it passed were razed to the ground. And the stones were all broken into powder. As were the vegetation. Within a radius of 10 miles. Except for Ji Yao, who was unscathed. Everyone else suffered. Ji Yao was very surprised and thought for a while that she had seen it wrong. The Jingyuan pearl has always been used to deal with monsters and filthy things. But I didn't expect that there are other ways to attack. And this power is not small. The red light lasted for a full quarter of an hour before all of them retracted into the Jingyuan pearl. Ji Yao took a few steps forward and held the Jingyuan pearl in her hand. Jingyuan pearl rubbed Ji Yao's palm coquettishly. And finally truly recognized its owner and became Ji Yao's possession. Ji Yao smiled slightly and took it back to the sea of consciousness. With Shushu and them around, it could recover from the pain faster. Alas! Ji Yao looked at the bare area around her and sighed heavily. The bustling and lively scene seems to be still in front of you. But it is just a passing smoke and has long since disappeared. Rather than remembering, Ji Yao prefers to seize the moment and live each day well. Looking back in the future, she will not have any regrets. 3 days later, Ji Yao came to a rather strange cave. She has been searching around in the secret place for the past few days. But Ji Yao always felt something was wrong. Could it be that this was also an illusion? Although there is the flower of soul. And she is quite knowledgeable in formations. Wasn't she unable to see through the illusion that her senior had set up before? Therefore, this is probably some kind of illusion. Thinking of this, Ji Yao carefully entered the cave. Suddenly, a black monster bit towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao waved her hand and swatted it away. Seeing that it couldn't defeat Ji Yao, the monster hurriedly ran out of the cave. Ji Yao didn't care. After all, she broke into its home. It wouldn't be good if she attacked it again. She looked at the cave. And the scene when the phantom fox opened the secret place suddenly appeared in her mind. Her eyes lit up and she looked around. And sure enough she found that nameless grass growing all around. Ji Yao came to the wall, imitated Phantom Fox's method and cut her finger. And began to graffiti according to his steps in the memory. After finishing the painting, she pulled out another piece of unknown grass and used it to doodle again. After everything was repeated, Ji Yao took back the grass and looked at the wall in front of her nervously.